The radio said the heavy rain that started last night would continue for about a week, and the Met Office had issued a yellow warning, which could be upgraded to red. The owner of the bookstore was worried that in such rainy weather he would have no visitors at all. Although he envisioned an option in which someone would forget their umbrella at home and would look for a place to shelter from the rain, and then they would run into his bookstore. After that, he immediately thought that he was actually an incredibly kind person, and he even had hope that this small act of kindness and romance would bring him income, and better yet, more clients. After all, on the one hand, kindness is good, but it's just as good when a person has his own clients who can buy a couple of books from him and make him happy. While the rain was getting heavier, a girl with incredibly beautiful ears dealt with several of her offenders, who still couldn't leave her alone and continued to attack, not even giving her the opportunity to rest. And this was actually one of their main mistakes that they made, because she was not an ordinary woman, but a rather experienced warrior. She mastered several techniques that could drive a person crazy and even physically destroy them. And she actively used this for her own purposes, if only to protect herself. But no matter how strong a warrior she is, her body and strength are also not made of iron. And when she defeated all the offenders, she realized that she had 3 broken ribs and many abrasions on her body. There were thoughts in her head that even with the effect of tainted blood, self-healing would take at least an hour, so it would be quite dangerous if she could not find shelter soon. She wandered along the wet street for quite a long time, until at one point she discovered a bookstore, which was most likely open, and it was strange. But due to the fact that in this weather, of all the stores, only this one was open, she essentially had no other choice. The thought was spinning in her head that this was either a wonderful coincidence or just a trap, but she didn't have much time, so she decided to take a risk and still hide here. So she confidently opened the front doors. The first thing she noticed was a man who was standing in the middle of the room and reading a book at that time. The owner of the bookstore noticed the guest in his establishment and immediately put down the book in order to greet her and say that apparently he had not waited so long in vain, since such a wonderful guest came to him. The man looked carefully at the girl from head to toe and realized that this visitor was full of stories, and apparently he would have to use his selling skills. But first he decided to be a little hospitable and invited the girl to use hot towels in order to warm up a little. The girl thought about his words that he had been waiting for her for so long. It was quite suspicious for her that everything she might need was here, and even in an ordinary bookstore, so she was almost sure that it was far away. It's not just a coincidence. This man clearly knows something. She decided to use a towel anyway, even though she didn't need to warm up. At this moment, she was worried about only one question, in which she wanted to know which faction this man was from, the Secret Tower, the Society of Truth, or perhaps this man was present at the Pueblos evening. In any case, she believed that this guy was more than just a bookstore owner. She decided first of all to ask him what the phrase meant when he said that he was waiting for her here, and in response she received only words in which the man believed that fate could quite surprisingly bring 2 strangers together. The man knew perfectly well that words about problems do not carry any meaning in themselves. This is a common psychological suggestion, so he noted out loud that apparently the woman was in a rather difficult situation. She was a little surprised that he was just talking about it like that, but still confirmed it. Everything went according to plan, the man, because as soon as the visitor relaxes and starts complaining, Mr. Lin immediately begins to pour honey into their ears in order to quickly get closer. The girl herself did not understand how she began to talk about the fact that she had an unpleasant problem, but mentally thought that now she could not judge whether a man was a friend or an enemy, so she decided to agree with these words in order to study his personality and understand what are her true goals. At that time, he poured freshly brewed tea and said that he was really very sorry that this happened, and if he understood everything correctly, then this problem was in the relationship. And he noticed this not by chance, because the next stage of his plan was vague speeches. This is a universal technique of the respected charlatan and magician Lin. Its essence was that the meaning of his words should be so unclear as to leave room for maneuver both for himself and for the interlocutor. And apparently this works, because the girl did not understand what he meant at all, or already knows everything about everyone, or it's just a bluff. But he interrupted her thoughts at one point and invited her to sit down at the table and discuss everything, if she didn't mind, of course. The girl could not believe that outsiders knew about the uprising of the White Wolves in such a short time, because it cannot be that he managed to guess everything by accident, unless he was in control of the situation from the very beginning. But she decided to give in to the flow and began to talk about how she had actually been betrayed, and one guy was to blame for everything. The egg of a magical creature capable of seducing the mind because of it, Years of friendly communication fell victim to greed and thirst for profit, and everything went so far that he used the forces of the organization to destroy former friends. The man was shocked by this story. It was just a drama, and now he actually understood where she had such problems, and all he had to do was find the right medicine for this lady. Therefore, he began to talk about the fact that in fact there are two sides to everything, and perhaps she experienced betrayal, but this does not mean that this will happen to everyone. The girl began to understand that it seemed like he had known about everything for a long time, and at the first opportunity people would follow the lead of greed according to the same scenario. And therefore she answered him that he was absolutely right. After which she noticed that this betrayal had cost her dearly and had hurt her greatly, especially since she had already seen the ugliness of human nature. So she believed that there was no point in it. The man at that moment was thinking about how much she had suffered, and now he understood absolutely everything. She must have received emotional trauma from the scumbag who cheated on her. It was at this moment that such a master of eloquence as he would come into play and show how to parry such situations. And he began with the fact that even in this situation, there are pros and cons. And he believed that one of the advantages is that now she truly knows what is real and what is not. And besides, now she does not feel pity for the people who hurt her. The girl listened to this whole story with her mouth open, and at some point she truly realized what the real goal of this man is. He is trying to use her to develop some kind of plan against the hunters. And she couldn't help but notice that she acts with cunning and grace. At the same time, she hates hunters, and it seems that this bookstore owner is a high-ranking dark magician. But now she became even more interested in asking him what she should do in such a situation. At this stage, the girl independently moved to the third stage of their conversation, which is called targeted advice. And the man understood this perfectly and gave her specific advice, in which he advised her to take revenge on them. He believed that she should not be condescending with them, and in his head, he had thoughts that keeping the visitor by making him a competent offer, taking into account all life circumstances, would greatly increase his confidence. The girl was a little unprepared for such advice, so she answered him that she was not yet ready to do this, at least morally. The thought flashed through the man's head that something was not going according to plan, but it didn't matter. There was still a smile on his face, because he was sure that he should get down to business as quickly as possible. And as luck would have it, he was reading a book that would suit her incredibly well. He was well aware of the fact that this difficult book was ideal for such a confused girl. The book itself was quite beautifully designed, and the name Blood and Beast was immediately remembered. But mentally, the girl was sure that this was the first time she had heard about it, and why did this man even decide to give it to her right now? But the real magic began when the girl opened it, because it literally turned into a huge lake of blood, which at one point became a swamp that began to swallow the girl. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get out of these chains. At moments, she couldn't even move. This process at one moment reminded her of turning into a beast, which actually scared her very much. The girl was aware that the transformation of a beast is a power that is obtained and controlled with the help of blood and is done by hunters who receive their power from fantasy beasts by injecting themselves with dangerous tainted blood. And the higher the concentration of tainted blood, the greater the strength of the hunter and the stronger the transformation into a beast, which ultimately leads to death. However, now she understood that this man had come up with a way to control the corrupted blood, and this was enough to undermine the entire system of power that the hunter community relies on. So she told him that she now understood what he wanted her to do. The man did not hide this and was easily able to confirm this, but added one very important detail, that she should do this not for the sake of repentance, but to be honest with herself. And he said this for a reason, because he clearly understood that even if a broken woman looks strong, in reality she is still sad. And this case was a vivid example because just a couple of words of consolation and a recommendation of a good book, and the girl is already on the verge of starting to cry. Now he decided to put his hand on her shoulder and began to think that he was now using the original text from the book to instill self-confidence in her. The words sounded as follows: "The trumpets will sound, signaling the beginning of the day of judgment, and he will appear before the Almighty Judge with this book in his hands." And then the man decided to use a little of his magic, which seemed to transport the woman to another dimension, and he continued to repeat the same words, but now they seemed to have acquired a special meaning. And finally he finished with this, and decided to ask her a question in which he wanted to hear her opinion. Every person has the most base animal desires, right? With such actions, the man smoothly moved to the fourth stage, which was called the final conclusion, And after the visitor splashed out his emotions, he needed to be given positive instructions, so he began to tell her that she should come to terms with this, and she would immediately begin to new life. It was also worth remembering to have self-confidence so that he or she could act and solve the problems that they encountered. Altogether, he called it Mr. Lin's eloquence lesson, and at the end of each speech, he couldn't help but add a toast to a completely new future. Now the girl felt much better and told herself that she would definitely follow his advice. The man was only embarrassed that she took it literally and drank this glass in one gulp, and there was boiling water inside because he just wanted to warm her from the inside. But it seemed like there was absolutely nothing wrong with her, and he began to think that this could be the same power of the legendary skeleton. Now all she had to do was fill out the library card, in which she indicated her name, Ji Jixiu, and the man immediately remembered one famous tycoon, Ji Banan, who led the underground development of resources in the lower city. And he remembered it for a reason, because it immediately seemed to him that this was the name of his only daughter. This was great news for him, because now he was confident that with her, he could earn enough money to renovate the store. And without thinking for a long time, he immediately notified her that the book was being borrowed for a month, and the maximum delay in delivery was 1 week. He also noticed that it was still raining there, so along with the book, he gave this woman an umbrella so that she would remember to take it with her when she returned the book. She was grateful to him for such significant help for her, and asked the gentleman if she could get to know him better. The man was far from opposed, and told her that his name was Lin Ji, and that he believed that he was an ordinary, sympathetic bookstore owner. She understood that it seemed that he did not intend to reveal his true nature, but at least now he should be on her side, so she said goodbye to him with a smile and wished him good night. After this lady's visit, he was incredibly happy because he had done another good deed, and by doing good deeds every day, Linji believed that he would feel better. Linji even suggested that perhaps this was what the creature that forced him to move to this world had in mind. In any case, he believed that it was too early to think about this and that it was best to clean up now and prepare for the next visitor, if, of course, anyone else came today. Ji Jixiu, after leaving the store, thought only about how creepy and at the same time good Linji is, and now she wanted to deal with the traitor as quickly as possible and then return to this bookstore. But suddenly she had to stop, because in front of her she saw a silhouette, which looked to her clearly not as kind as it might seem. While sorting through the books on one of the shelves, Linji turned his attention to a book called Rituals and Magic. And goosebumps ran through his whole body because he felt incredible nostalgia when he picked up this book. Linji immediately remembered how he settled in this city of Nozine after the transition, and now he's been living here for 3 years. A nice girl who worked with teacher Lin began to tell him that it was time to close and wanted to know when he was going to leave. In response, he made it clear to her that he would still stay here to read a book and then close the doors himself. She didn't mind and immediately said goodbye to the teacher and wished him a good evening. On the way, she stopped another colleague who also decided to check with her whether teacher Lin was finishing up yet. She laughed a little at this question and answered that the teacher really loves books, and she even heard that he seems to collect them and spends his entire salary on purchases. Meanwhile, Lin Ji finally finished preparing the ritual site, although he knew that wishes did not come true by magic. But still there was a thought in his head that as long as there was even a single glimmer of hope, he was ready to pay any price. Therefore, he performed this ritual and asked for only one thing: to give him all the books of this world. After a few seconds, it seemed to him that the ritual did not work, and he even managed to get upset that nothing had worked out for him. Although all this was only at first glance, and while he was telling himself that this was a stupid idea, because some magic circle would not fulfill his desire, a huge monster appeared behind him, which showed itself when Linji began to breathe in his ear, and the man was well aware that he apparently had big problems. When he turned around, the monster disappeared and all he now sees are huge doors. At that moment, he realized that if he opened the doors, his dream would come true. But the price for this was too high, because he would never be able to return to Earth again. But he was the man who was ready to pay this price and did it with a smile. Having passed through that door, he found himself in Nozine, and more than 3 years have passed since then, and his current life is no different from his previous one. There really was only one question left in his head. He wanted to know if he should pay for such a ritual, although he knew that there was no system here that could give him tasks, and also people didn't come to him, so the days passed rather slowly. But this was the main thrill for him, because he essentially can update the bookshelves every day, and besides, there are so many books here that he has not yet had time to read. In addition, now his main task is just to communicate with visitors, and now for him happiness lies in such simple little things. It was true that he was embarrassed that after that girl, he never had any visitors, and he was only pleased that his communication skills had not deteriorated, and that was great. A smile appeared on his face again because he remembered that girl, and it seemed to him that she would also become much happier today. Jijishu was actually not going through the best moment of her life right now. Her eyes were clearly directed at the man, who was getting closer and closer to her, and she felt incredibly creepy looking at him. At some point, when she walked past him, she realized that something was wrong with her body. She literally could not move. Her arms and legs were frozen, and it seemed that she had simply turned into a stone statue. And then she heard this man telling her that she actually had an incredible book in her hands. And while he continued to talk about how incredibly lucky she was, the girl seemed to be surrounded by a huge snake, which at any moment was ready to literally swallow the girl. But this effect passed quite quickly, and the next thing she saw was that this man was carrying a book in his hands, which was called Emptiness and Silence. Jijishu had to lean against the first wall she came across in order to somehow control herself, because she simply could not believe what she had just seen. This creepy man actually walked in a well-trodden direction and knew exactly where he wanted to go. A few minutes later, he entered the same bookstore from which the girl had recently left. Linji was glad to see Frank, who he thought had come to return the book. The man in response to this began to say that Mr. Lin is quite a brave guy since he dares to say his name out loud. Linji in turn did not understand what was wrong here and decided to ask Mr. Wilde again, "Is something wrong?" Instead of answering, Mr. Wilde began to say that on the street he noticed a new visitor on the street, and apparently she took one of his books, which Mr. Wilde had read so recently, it was quite difficult for him to understand. Jijikshu couldn't believe that she just passed by Frank Wilde, who is also called the Faceless Black, a destroyer-level dark magician. The girl knew very well that according to the rules established by the Society of Truth, all supernatural beings are divided into 4 levels, and Black Faceless Frank Wilde was one of the dark magicians, and his main distinguishing feature was a mask on his face and dark green snake eyes. It was also known that he once fought with one of the best fighters of the Secret Tower. As a result, an area of almost 10,000 kilometers was destroyed, and he moved to a destructive level. But in Nozine, there are only less than 10 supernatural beings of a destructive level, and in all of Azir, there are less than 100 of them. It was even a little funny for Jijikshu to realize that she was chatting so sweetly with such a powerful supernatural being. She essentially stumbled upon an unusual person. Linji noticed the fact that Mr. Wilde seemed to be in a bad mood, and so he began to tell him that if he needed his help, then he should not hesitate to ask him for it. After all, the man understood that Wilde is one of the few old visitors to his store, and he sometimes comes here out of habit, of course. A lonely old man just needs attention and company. As far as Linji knows, he has 2 children, and he has bad relationships with both of them. Lovers abandon him, and other magicians dislike him because of his appearance, so he is always lonely. And tonight reminds him of how they met this black magician 2 years ago. In the same way, 2 years ago it was not pouring rain, and Linji was very happy to see his new visitor, which he thought would be quite interesting, because judging by his clothes, he is not short of money, and apparently he deliberately covers his face. And this is the main sign that he is an ordinary loner. Therefore, at first glance, Linji seemed to be a man of science, and apparently a scientific researcher. And if Lin does not pay attention, then this may be the last chance to communicate with this man and get a mature client. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the same client who would like to ask if he could donate his old books to this bookstore. And these were not easy books that even have a collectible value. Linji answered him with a smile that he could indeed do it without any problems. But he needed to wait a little. While he was waiting, Lin offered the gentleman tea in order to get a little closer to him. But the masked gentleman refused, arguing that his old face was quite scary and he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Linji assured him that the man was his guest and he had no right to be afraid of him. Moreover, only stupid people look only at appearance and do not try to look into the soul. The man answered Lin with a smile that he was quite smart and decided that in this case it was better for him to be polite and thank him for this tea. As soon as Linji saw his face, it seemed to him that the man was not scary, but rather strange. And he also understood perfectly well that most likely he was hiding old scars with a mask, but the guy decided to immediately forget about it, because it is forbidden to delve into the visitor's past, and judging by the books he brought, he studies many languages and is a highly qualified linguist. Therefore, Lin decided to start with this and began to say that the books that the man brought him contained research on very rare and even dead languages. Moreover, he could not help but add that between the words and lines there is magic. It is so amazing. Wilde didn't understand how this guy even managed to feel the magical power of these manuscripts, because he erased all traces. Even a supernatural creature of a destructive level could not feel anything. And the most amazing thing is that he is so calm all the time. So it became more and more interesting for him to find out who this person is. So carefree, Wilde even began to think that this guy most likely did not feel the aura, but he was definitely not an ordinary person. But still, she began to tell him that he was doing language research, so he would like to know if he had research in this area, and if he would not mind if he took it for a while. Linji answered him honestly that he is not an expert in linguistics, but he is still engaged in research in related fields, so he has a couple of suitable books. The guy at that moment understood perfectly well that professional scientists easily get used to physical loneliness, but even they cannot stand mental loneliness, so he decided that it might be a good idea to point out a new direction, and that's why he recommended this book to him. He knew very well that this is one of the most complex existing dialects, which is called the language of the devil, and if a person is not a linguist, then most likely he simply will not understand this. Mr. Wilde immediately realized that this book would most likely suit him because his consciousness immediately changed. It seemed to him that this book would help him learn the language of the devil, which he had been interested in for a long time. Therefore, he decided to ask Lin Ji where he was able to dig up such an expensive book. He understood that he simply did not have the right to tell such information. But still he could tell him something, namely that this is the language of one glorious and magnificent ancient civilization. This language was widespread in it. And unfortunately for Lin Ji, he can no longer return there, but still he still has the book with this language. Frank, listening to the guy, understood that this book was literally special for him because he talked about it like that, and also this nostalgic tone. Therefore, it seemed to him that this gentleman was really somehow connected with her, and he became interested in finding out how scary she was. And in general, what kind of creature is he that he speaks so calmly about such things? Lin Ji suddenly interrupted his thoughts and began to say that he still didn't know his name, so it would be interesting to find out. The man proudly introduced himself as Frank Wilde, and his position was not worth mentioning, after which he decided to allow himself to clarify what the guy's name was. The guy introduced himself as Lin Ji, and he is the owner of this bookstore. These memories were interrupted by Frank, who suddenly began to say that he had recently encountered some difficulties in research, but thanks to the devil's language, which Lin Ji lent him 2 years ago, he had found a new direction, and now he needed additional literature about similar languages. Lin Ji felt a little funny at this moment because Frank still called this book The Language of the Devil, although it was just a funny nickname. In any case, this is not so important now because if Lin understood him correctly, then he needs a new book. 40 years ago, the huge king of magicians ordered a young guy to die. But before that, he enlightened him that magicians manipulate language and the writing of power. Light magicians write spells, and dark magicians pronounce them. He also did not forget to add that after becoming a dark magician, while he tries to find the voice of his soul while creating his own language, then he will be able to find a path to the level of God. Lin Ji noticed that his regular client was thinking about something, and therefore decided to ask again whether he would like to borrow a book of the same genre or not. Frank confirmed this information and added that the book was too difficult for him. Besides, he felt that it was a dialect of another language that was deeply connected to cultural customs, and now he needed to better understand the hidden meaning. After these words, Lin Ji asked him to wait a little, because now he needs to think a little. The man was pleased to realize that Mr. Lin was still as selfless and generous as he was 2 years ago. At that moment, footage from that same battle 2 years ago when he fought with Joseph, and as a result of which he was seriously injured, resurfaced. After that, Frank often lost his way, and the only one who could guide him to the right place again was Lin Ji, who was able to pick up the rarest books and completely hide his aura from him. For the entire 2 years that they have known each other, Frank has only been thinking about the fact that most likely this man is a learned hermit whose power goes far beyond the divine level. And only in this way could he explain to himself why 2 years later, he was finally able to begin researching forbidden spells based on the remaining knowledge from that book. Wilde believed that all this was thanks only to this omniscient and well-read scientist, so he decided that this time he should properly express his gratitude. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Lin Ji, who asked for forgiveness for keeping the gentleman waiting, after which he added that perhaps he was a little arrogant, but still he suddenly thought that this book was quite suitable. Frank's face spoke for itself. The man was full of hopes that this book would help solve his problem. And after Lin Ji finally gave this book into the man's hands, he admitted that he was actually quite confident about this research. Frank's shock increased several times because at some point he realized that the guy was so confident only because this book was written by him. Linji even felt a little awkward and decided to add that this was just a pathetic parody of the book, but it should help the man. Wilde repeated several dozen times in his head that it was too unexpected for him to hear this. There was a little madness in his head. He thought that he knew only 3 faiths. This is the cult of the truth of knowledge, the cult of the moon, and the cult of the high foggy wall. But what the guy gave him, namely the cult of corpse eaters, he had never heard of this, and even such an evil aura. He believed that the writer was clearly not a kind person. Therefore, he decided to ask the guy if this was his area of research by chance. Everything was exactly like this, and Linji himself confirmed it. As it turned out, this was not a simple part of his research, but something that radically changed his life. But the guy advised the man not to think about it, if only because it was a long time ago and there is no point in remembering it. Now a picture began to emerge in Frank's head, in which he saw how a scientist who studies forbidden topics and has enormous power is doomed to be excluded from the main community, and apparently this is why Mr. Lin is hiding from the world. Also, the man couldn't help but notice that this book seemed to be bound by hand. Linji told him that due to some unfortunate circumstances, he did not have time to publish it, so he only kept the version made by himself. However, he believed that he and Frank had quite similar interests, so he decided to give him this book, but of course if he trusted him, because otherwise he could easily recommend another book to him. Frank was replaying in his head that he wanted to lend him this priceless original, although this was an experimental work and not yet published. All this made him not even think and answer the guy's words. He said that it was a great honor for him, and he would definitely return this book intact and safe. But still mentally, he did not understand what the guy wanted to achieve from him. Therefore, he decided to notice out loud that this was such a precious book in a single copy, and undoubtedly it was very painstaking work. But still, he himself is a little worried that the guy is ready to give such an important thing into the hands of a nasty old man, and this really worries him a little, because in his mind he believed that the guy wants to experiment on him. Mentally, Linji at that moment thought that Frank was actually a rather kind person, because at first he was interested, but when he learned that this book was one of a kind, he changed his mind and was embarrassed to take it. But still, the guy decided to dispel his doubts and began to say that there is no point in worrying because he believes that Frank can increase the value of this book, and his research is valuable only when people notice it. But as for this particular book, in fact, for Linji, it no longer matters that it is in a single copy, because today he already owns an entire collection. In addition, it was worth noting that he can actually make a copy at any time, because the knowledge in his head is simply impossible to steal. Linji believed that in this life you can only steal fame and wealth, which are absolutely not important to him. The man was even more shocked at every word Mr. Lin said, and the guy himself mentally literally begged the guy to finally take this value. Besides, this is his last chance to do it. Linji didn't understand at all why he doubted, because he's a lonely old man, and also a scientist who clearly needs fame and wealth to compensate for the emptiness in his soul. But of course, we shouldn't forget that such thinking can turn into painful fanaticism, and this is already very harmful to health. So the guy believed that he needed to be given the opportunity to be closer to the crowd and again feel the care of others. Frank at some point began to get up, because in fact he understood the guy perfectly, so he thanked him for his advice. At the end of this conversation, Linji nevertheless decided to add that if anything, he would not mind at all if a man suddenly decided to recommend this book to someone else. Frank understood his hint and promised that he would do everything possible to fulfill his request, although in fact he thought that apparently this was the price that Mr. Lin demanded from him, so he hoped that he could help him distribute his work. And this had to be done in such a way as not to expose the identity of the owner of the book, as well as not to disseminate its contents. It seems that only he can fully study the book from the inside and then convey its essence orally. But to do this, he must be careful, so he once again thanked Mr. Lin for his long-term guidance. And this time, the man decided to make do not only with words, but also prepared a small gift for the guy in the form of a figurine. Linji did not expect such a turn, because in all his experience of working in this bookstore, no one had ever given him gifts, and besides, gargoyle statues. Frank added that this, of course, was not a very valuable thing, and it would never repay the guy's help, but he still asked him to accept it as a token of his gratitude. In fact, this gargoyle is Frank's work since his student days. His teacher rated it very highly because it has quite magical durability and strong skin, extremely sharp claws and fangs, and is also able to automatically recognize the enemy's bad intentions. Linji was very happy to actually receive such a gift, and he thought that Frank was actually very shy, since he said that it was not that valuable, because the work was so elegant, almost realistic, even despite the cost, it a very valuable sign of gratitude indeed. It seemed to him that this item could even be used to drive out evil spirits because the role of the gargoyle is close to the stone of averting evil. Besides, this is a sign of Frank's gratitude, and the guy decided that he would gladly accept this gift. Therefore, in response to this gift, Linji said that this is an extremely exquisite work of art that suits his taste, and now he will look forward to Frank visiting again, because he is interested in knowing what he will bring next time. Wild was very glad that his book friend liked this gift. Although in his mind, he thought that this was just one frightening level gargoyle, the value of a book by such a high-ranking person as Mr. Lin was enough to create tens of millions of gargoyles. He even felt ashamed at moments that Mr. Lin was so merciful to him. And even now he deliberately expressed praise so as not to offend him. At this point, he decided to say goodbye to this merciful gentleman, but did not forget to add that next time he would definitely prepare a gift for him that he would really be pleased with. Linji saw him off with a smile and said that he would be looking forward to him and would be glad to meet him again. As soon as Frank left, the Lin guy thought that Wild might give him a gargoyle again, so that he could have both a male and a female. Then it would be quite elegant for him, actually. Today was actually quite a beautiful day for him, and so he could conclude that if you maintain a clear mind, it is indeed easier to attract good luck. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some black substance that began to drip from the ceiling. But as soon as he looked at the table closer, he noticed that this liquid had cut out the phrase, "Long time no see." Linji didn't quite understand what it was, but he had a suspicion that behind it was the one who was responsible for the transfer to this world. He couldn't even believe that 3 years later he appeared again. But still, Linji decided to talk to him a little and said out loud that since he appeared so suddenly, then it was his time to pay the price, and he was completely ready for this. So he asked to talk about it here and now. Although in his mind, he perfectly understood that this unknown creature had helped him achieve what he wanted, and apparently this creature belongs to the class of good gods. And taking this into account, he believed that the payment then should be exorbitant. But at some point, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw new words on the table, which told him that Zhu had awakened and had already begun his search. Linji just couldn't believe that it was because he allowed Frank to recommend the book. The liquid literally talked to him and even answered this question that he was going in the right direction. Now he roughly understood what he needed to do, namely get other people to recommend and distribute his book to others, but he didn't fully understand how beneficial it would be for him. But apparently he simply has no other option. The black liquid with which he had a dialogue confirmed this. So from that moment on, he decided that he would do everything possible to make it come true. Jack, standing on the roof of a building, was a little sad, and this was not surprising because the weather today was not pleasant at all. In any case, he was there for a reason, and at one point decided to report that Wild Black, a faceless crime suspect, had been found in the 23rd district in Nozin. In addition, he added that this man stayed in the bookstore for about an hour, and this was extremely suspicious for him, and he believed that this store could be a secret base of dark magicians. The person on the other side was shocked by this information and replied that he would immediately report this information to Teacher Joseph and advise Jack to return as soon as possible. But apparently nothing will happen so simply, because as soon as he finished on the phone, he heard the voice of that same Frank, who told Jack that he was a rat who should not continue to exist. The guy had a good reaction and tried to attack the man, but this was too little to cause any damage. So obviously this attack failed, and the man simply grabbed Jack by his face. And then he fulfilled his promise in which he wanted to destroy Jack. The man Jack was talking to was still trying to somehow shout out to him, but apparently he would never be able to do this again. This guy immediately ran to the teacher's office to report this incident. The man didn't want to do such things now, but still he allowed the guy to enter. Claude, that was the name of this guy, immediately entered, and the teacher realized that something had happened again, and it was clearly connected with the hunters. This at one point made him incredibly angry, and he began to say that this was just a bunch of thick-headed idiots. After all, if it weren't for them, he could now quietly enjoy his retirement, but now he has an even greater desire to finish off these guys. After such unexpected aggression, Claude finally decided and asked the teacher to pay attention to the image. The man didn't understand why Claude was trembling so much with fear. Claude tried to explain to the teacher through clenched teeth that this time the situation was completely different. The teacher didn't understand what he was talking about, because what incident could be more important than the chaos caused by these mad dogs? Claude replied that unfortunately, yes, and added that the spy who was tracking the hunter's movements was destroyed on 23rd Street, and according to his last report, he found out Wilde's location. The teacher did not expect this, and it was clear from his facial expression that he was surprised. Claude continued to say that 2 years ago he disappeared after the Battle of the White Hills, and at the moment they put out a reward for him. The guy couldn't even think that he really managed to survive, because during these 2 years only the teacher was sure that this Wilde was still alive. The teacher began to smile, because he understood perfectly well that he understood the habits of this bug better than anyone, and he was even more glad that he had finally crawled out of his sewer. But even he could not think that he would end up in Nozine, right in front of him under his nose, and it seemed to him that his brain, wrinkled like a nut, had finally squeezed out some water and decided to go out into the world. Now he was curious to know what this man did on 23rd Street. Claude began to say that the information received is limited, since they suspect that the spy was killed by Wilde, and at the moment they are only investigating that he entered a very ordinary bookstore and was there for more than an hour, apparently buying or taking books. These words again angered the teacher too much, who began to say that a dark magician who gains power by relying on his tongue cannot simply buy books. He thought that this was some kind of nonsense. He also couldn't help but add that there was definitely something wrong with this bookstore, and that's why he wanted to know more about it and asked Claude if they had checked this store. Claude immediately answered him that they did it, and this bookstore is listed as part of the Ash Chamber of Commerce, which has been operating for 3 years and has a good reputation and a small number of visitors. The only strange thing is that the owner of the store is a foreigner, and therefore they initially suspected that this could be a secret base of dark magicians, but now they are not very sure about it. The teacher didn't understand what he was talking about. What were they not sure about? Claude began to say that the matter is in the Ash Chamber of Commerce, which belongs to the Druid priests, who are light magicians who believe in nature, and therefore are unlikely to be at one with the dark magician. The guy also thought it was worth adding that if they rushed, they might damage the reputation of the Ash Chamber of Commerce, and then the Druids might start protesting against the secret tower. All this made the man incredibly angry. He called all these people just a bunch of boring vegetarians, although the Druids were not like that. Suddenly he jumped up and ran up to the poor guy, and he did this in order to ask what the night's task is. Claude told him in a trembling voice that the main task was to eliminate darkness and maintain peace. This was the correct answer for the man, and therefore he said that in this case they cannot become like the darkness and compromise with their accomplices. The teacher believed that Wilde stayed in this store for more than an hour, and this is clearly not just the case. He could not just talk about books there, and perhaps drink tea. He was more than sure and wanted to convey this to Claude that an evil dark magician reading a book in a completely ordinary bookstore was simply funny. And if Claude really thinks so, then he will put the most uncomfortable shoes they have on him and put them on him. But the guy was thinking first of all about the fact that the Ash Chamber of Commerce was still funding 40% of their reconnaissance squad, and now the teacher was not so sure of his decision. And after a few seconds, he found a solution to this situation. Namely, he decided that he would go to 23rd Street himself to solve this problem. While the man was walking towards this place, he heard voices of greeting along the way, and almost everyone wished him a good day. At this moment, he was holding a photograph of Lin Ji in his hands, and at this moment, he most wanted to check how pure this guy is, and whether he is really an ordinary bookseller. Suddenly, at one moment, his thoughts were interrupted again, because he began to see hallucinations that had haunted him for quite a long time. Over and over again, almost every day, he sees the same curse, which was called the curse of the magic sword of light. His body literally every time seemed to be pulled to the very bottom, and the man really felt how he was sinking deeper and deeper. And what's more, he couldn't do anything because for a long time there was some person above him who was trying to drown him. Each time he woke up in horror because he could not believe what he was seeing. He had seen these hallucinations hundreds of times already, but each time they made him believe that this was reality. He began to realize that in this state he would hardly be able to go into that bookstore, and he didn't like it too much. The man thought that the Sword of Light was simply the madness of the first owner, and his imminent death contained a curse in the sword that drives everyone crazy. Only a strong-willed knight with an unshakable will can subdue the Sword of Light and curb its curse. He could not even expect that the opposite effect would occur so quickly, and he would not have time to find the receiver. He was a little offended that the great and invincible Knight of the Sacred Flame was now no more than an elderly cripple. The first leader of the White Wolf organization, Harris, standing on the balcony, thought that some strange activity had suddenly arisen, and it really surprised him. Now he began to understand that most likely he simply underestimated that lady, because she is not as useless as it might seem. She can even take the role of the second leader. But still, in order to talk about such loud things, he first decided to look at what her subordinates could do when faced with his small traps. Ji Jixiu stood in front of a huge building that used to be important to her and watched it burn. Previously, the girl held the position of second leader of the White Wolf organization, but now she would not mind destroying this very organization. But first, she will have to deal with several of her not-quite friends, who apparently also did not want her to continue to exist. These guys, like everyone else, underestimated her too much, so they paid for it with their lives, the most precious thing they had. And Ji Jixiu, meanwhile, wouldn't mind finding out how things are going with Max. This guy was directly the one who destroyed her enemies just now and did it quite in time. Besides, he was ready to report that Harris had the egg, and apparently he was completely crazy, since he carried out a massacre inside the Hunter organization immediately after taking possession of the egg. And now Max is worried that while their people are not strong enough, Harris has already teamed up with the third leader, Kaji, and therefore he had fears that this attack could end fatally. At one point, a female voice intervened in this dialogue. The girl said that Harris has powerful strength, and among the White Wolves, he is closest to the frightening level, and Kaji trained many hunters of the organization, and therefore she is also afraid that these two specifically united against Miss Ji Jixiu. But most of all, she didn't like the fact that her milady faced betrayal because of a fool who was looking for the person behind her. Ji Jixiu was pleased to see Kay again, and immediately thanked her for her help. For the help that last time this girl swapped clothes with Ji Jixiu, and thus helped to lose her pursuers, because she herself would never have gotten out of the siege. And now she stands in front of her again and continues to fight the obstacles of fate, and all this thanks to Kate. Ji Jixiu at that moment spoke sincerely as best she could, because Kate is truly amazing, and she doesn't even know what happened to her when she returned unexpectedly and was able to suppress the effects of tainted blood and maintain her sanity without turning into a beast. After all, this literally goes beyond the understanding of hunters. Ji Jixiu could not forget that flawless white figure that travels through time and space, tracking and destroying enemies. But she was not allowed to finish by some man, who continued this thought and added that he destroys enemies just like God. Although Harris is very strong, and the fact that he is simply close to a frightening level makes the boss truly terrifying. This man was Ryan, who held the position of intelligence officer in the White Wolf organization, and he continued to say that once the beast transforms, Harris and Kaji will become an easy target for him. Ji Jixiu tried not to be nervous, even considering what this idiot had just said, because she actually always understood that there should always be such a person among allies. All that mattered to her was that this guy had the rune of fidelity imprinted on his soul, and at least she could trust this guy. And she believed that Kate and Max would be able to resist the force of destruction of the magic mirror egg, thanks to the rune of the light magician, who is under the auspices of the family. But in Ji Jixiu herself, there is tainted blood, and the hunt for the fierce beast of her dreams has already become conscious for her, and for them, there is simply no turning back. After such a fiery speech, they began to fulfill this important mission for everyone. The next step, she cut open the entrance to the church and made it clear to everyone who was there that the time for the decisive battle had already come. But instead of a bunch of warriors and Harris, they saw only Kaiji, who served as the third head of the White Wolf organization. Kate immediately screamed and turned to him, because the first thing she wanted to know was, is he here alone? Instead of answering this question, this strange guy just started laughing. Ji Jixiu suddenly realized that in fact something was clearly wrong, and apparently it was just a trap. And she was absolutely right, because a few seconds later this guy started screaming throughout the entire area. Ji Jixiu realized what was happening, and immediately asked her team for an injection. Perhaps she would still have time to save him. She immediately injected him with a full syringe of a special drug that was supposed to help him. But the situation only got worse. So she immediately decided to start asking him where Harris was, and did he take the magic mirror egg with him. From the face of this guy, who gradually began to turn into an animal, it became clear that he could no longer say anything, only that Harris would soon come to everyone. Ji Jixiu did not tolerate this, so she decided to end this guy as quickly as possible. After that, Max suggested that she just go to Haywood and just ask him, because as a magician he is obliged to his family, and therefore he probably will not refuse to help them. She believed that this should not be done, so she ordered Kate and Max to continue the search. But she told Ryan that he would go with her. The man was a little scared because he didn't fully understand where they were supposed to go. But as soon as he waited quite a bit, the girl told him that they would go with him to 23rd Street. Lin Ji, meanwhile, continued to be sad that he had spent another useless day today, because 3 days had already passed since Frank and Miss G visited him, and during this time, no one had visited him. Even though he barely had enough to eat now, he still owed a lot to that little black girl, so he felt like he literally owed her gratitude for funding his bookstore. He could only hope that the book Nonviolent Communication, which he recommended to her, could help. He also thought that in this weather, there should be no visitors again. So in order not to waste time, he decided that he needed to think about how to recommend the book he had written. Suddenly, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a beautiful girl who entered his store. She immediately greeted him and immediately asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, because she perfectly understood that Mr. Lin Ji was quite a busy man. At first, he didn't recognize, but then he realized that it was Miss G, so he smiled back at her and also said hello. And in his mind, he was thinking that he had just talked about regular customers, and now it seemed to him that his book business was gaining momentum. It is even possible that this lady will bring him good luck and prosperity, so for this it is worth investing heavily in his studies, and he began to tell her that he did not expect to meet her again in just 3 days, because his customers do not return to his store after such a short amount of time. Short. The girl, in response to these words, immediately thought that Mr. Lin was most likely very disappointed with her. It was obvious to her, having received such good instructions, she should have solved everything instantly, but halfway she came to the bookstore for help, and therefore she felt that she was the most useless among all his clients. But her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the gargoyle that Frank brought. Ji Jixiu knew very well that this was a gargoyle that was used by magicians, and even without special acura, it was very intimidating. She believed that Lin Ji must have discovered her by hiding her like an ordinary person. In any case, she continued to look at him and was still not sure that the man would continue to talk to her normally and would treat her as tolerantly. She realized that there was little point in thinking about it, so at some point she began to apologize to Lin Ji for upsetting him. Her words were suddenly interrupted by Ryan, who ran after her headlong and finally also entered the place where she so wanted to take him. But imagine his surprise when he realized that this was an ordinary bookstore. And apparently the owner of this store is also an ordinary person. Then why are they here? Ji Jixiu introduced her subordinate Lin Ji and added that his loyalty is absolute, so he doesn't have to worry. The guy mentally felt so sorry for the girl, because she's like a small child who is literally surrounded by scoundrels on all sides. And what did she even mean by absolute fidelity when she imagined this guy? But suddenly it dawned on him that if she had already taken revenge on that bastard, as he had advised, then she would not be so insecure. And apparently she came here for a reason. Besides, she just said that she upset him. Lin Ji decided not to guess and asked the girl directly if she was lucky. She nervously moved her hands and was not surprised that, of course, Mr. Lin had already known everything for a long time. Therefore, Ji Jixiu decided not to hide anything and began to say directly that she really failed and he ran away. And they don't even know where. She, of course, already sent someone to search, but so far there are no leads. She also added that her fight with him had not gone that far yet, and it was all thanks to Lin Ji. Yesterday, after 5 hours of fierce battle, despite great expenses, she was able to destroy his headquarters. But by that time, she realized that he already knew that his opponent was not him, so abandoning his ally, he simply fled. Now it seems to her that she underestimated her enemy too much, and the fact that everything went smoothly was an unusual warning, so she would like to ask his forgiveness for the fact that she got carried away so quickly. Lin Ji quite unexpectedly laughed in response to this and added that this was far from her mistake. Besides, he didn't understand a little how this lady turned an ordinary relationship into a war. Although everyone says that love is like a battlefield, Lin Ji understood that in this case, love is a battlefield, and perhaps this miss was used to using some business terms, so her descriptions became so strange. He began to replay in his head the thought that she meant that she had been communicating with this scoundrel for 3 days. But in the end, Ji Jixiu realized that this cunning bastard had already found a good way to get away, and apparently he prepared in advance, left his friend as bait, and disappeared with the stolen things of Miss Ji Jixiu. After such conclusions, he replied to Ji Jixiu that he understood everything, and now she became even more interested in finding out what he actually thinks about all this. Ryan at this time recalled how he spoke on the phone and told his interlocutor that the black faceless wild was now in Nozin. The interlocutor was shocked by this information and bombarded Ryan with compliments, so the man had to ask him to calm down a little, because he wanted to tell him that he wanted to lay low for a while, so contact his assistant with all questions. After which he turned to the girl and asked her to use the mark as insurance. Kate was not too pleased with the way he was communicating with her, So she immediately answered him and said that Miss Ji Jixiu was looking for him and reminded him that he was now Milady's servant, so it would not hurt for him to learn some manners. His face and words immediately changed, and he asked for forgiveness for his behavior and decided that he would immediately hit the road so as not to keep the miss waiting. And in his head, he had thoughts that the ability to freely control the ability to transform could make it possible to destroy all hunter organizations. Having received such data, even a sewer mouse could become the king of beasts. Now, when she stands in this ordinary bookstore and treats this person so respectfully, he was simply at a loss, because she speaks to him as if she had encountered a deity. Lin Ji at some point began to say that she did not need to worry so much, because in fact everything is much simpler than she could even imagine. Now her enemy is not he, but her fear. Lin Ji believed that it was just fear, and to solve this problem, she just needed to wait a little. While Ryan listened to all these words, at some point he caught himself thinking that this man uses boasting, empty words, ambiguity, and all this is the tricks of scammers, and he knows all this too well. Now he was almost sure that this man was just an ordinary liar. Lin Ji suddenly asked her and her subordinate to wait, because he needed to deal with someone. It would take at most 5 minutes, and mentally Lin Ji was thinking about how he could go to the toilet, because he didn't think that he would have guests, so I drank too much tea. As soon as he left, Ryan immediately turned to Ji Jixiu and began to tell her that she was making a huge mistake when she asked for advice from this man. She was not going to tolerate such words and then ordered the insolent man to shut his mouth, after which she added that she took him with her only because the information he possessed could be useful to her, but not because she trusts or values him, so he should show manners, otherwise there will be problems. Ryan apparently was not going to remain silent and continued to say that this man was just an ordinary liar, and he agreed that he had absolutely no manners, but he knew all the habits of liars, and as proof he could find at least 3 people who do. This is on the same level as Lin Ji. Ji Jixiu was not going to tolerate this, so at that very moment she took out her sword and warned him one last time. If it weren't so useful, then she would have killed him right now. At that moment, the man only thought that with the help of emotions, this girl is quite easy to manipulate. So he decided to act a little differently, and first he needed to divert her attention. Therefore he began to tell her that he was certainly faithful to her, and at the same time prepared his blade with poison in order to strike at one fine moment. But apparently he won't be able to do this, because at the same moment a gargoyle flew out at him, as if it sensed what the man was about to do. She grabbed him with one hand and was ready to literally break him into pieces and then swallow him alive. And apparently she still managed to do it, because Ji Jixiu didn't even have time to blink an eye before this gargoyle disappeared, and did it together with her subordinate. And the shocked girl was interrupted by Lin Ji, who was coming down the steps and at the same time asked her forgiveness for keeping her waiting. Then he saw that her subordinate had disappeared somewhere, so he decided to find out where he had gone. She didn't know what to answer, so she decided to say that he had a rather urgent matter, so he had to leave immediately. At that moment, the girl simply could not believe that this gargoyle had simply come to life and grabbed Ryan, and it seemed to her that it would be better to warn the owner about this. At that moment, let alone Ryan, even she did not have time to react, and if the gargoyle had attacked her, then the same fate would have awaited her. The girl looked straight at this statue and couldn't get out of her head the fact that she just grabbed Ryan and literally destroyed him in a second. Now she understands how it actually feels to meet the certain end. The blood runs cold. The feeling is too frightening. She was worried that he immediately noticed Ryan's disrespect and doubts, but did not dare to attack himself. Instead, he easily found an excuse to go upstairs, allowing the gargoyle to destroy this ignorant, fearless guy. Now she was thinking about how to correct the situation. Ji Jixiu now regretted taking Ryan with her, because she not only asked the master for help, but also upset him, because he might think that she literally ordered herself to behave this way. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Lin Ji, who became quite curious to know what happened here, and why Miss didn't answer his questions. But from her facial expression, he realized that apparently something terrible had happened here. So he decided first of all to calm her down a little. So he began to tell her not to worry, because here she could relax. Because of these words, she seemed to begin to worry even more, and immediately began to literally scream that she was incredibly sorry for the fact that her servant behaved this way, and that she shouldn't have brought him here in the first place. Lin Target didn't understand why she became even more nervous, because it seemed to him that he had said words of reassurance. In addition, it seemed to him that it was even a little in a comic form. Did she really decide that he would eat her? It seemed to him that he looked like a rather kind and harmless person, and that's why he couldn't eat people. So it seemed to him that this girl really seemed not from this world. Sometimes it even seemed to him that she believed absolutely everything that people told her. It dawned on him that apparently he wouldn't be able to build a dialogue in this way, so he decided to try to take the opportunity to chat her up. After all, it was very similar that she had gained confidence last time, so she came for help. But this time he decided that he just needed to control, and then everything would work out for the client. After which he asked her forgiveness and said that he wouldn't joke like that anymore. Apparently he just doesn't do it so well, and then he decided to get closer to the point. If she has any ideas, then he listens to her carefully. Such words apparently helped the girl quite a lot. She began to smile and think that Mr. Lin forgave her mistake, and in the future she would be more careful. So she decided to ask him to recommend a suitable book that would help her a little to raise the level of her will. He immediately got up from his seat and asked her for a few minutes so that he could think about it a little. And he thought about the fact that he had only been gone for 5 minutes, and she seemed to have experienced some kind of shock. He assumed that the reason might be that her subordinate had some business to attend to. Linji decided to add to the girl that her subordinate actually has not entirely correct views. The girl did not expect to hear such words. He explained to her what he meant, that he was not as faithful as he claimed. Ji Jixiu immediately understood that Mr. Linji would not just talk about such things. Suddenly she froze because she realized that perhaps something was wrong with the rune of fidelity. The white magician, with the help of runes, put a mark of loyalty, and only one person knows how to remove it. And the rune on Ryan's soul was placed by Haywood, a clan magician supported by her father. And if the rune stopped working, it means that Haywood most likely passed it on to another without asking to a person. This thought began to upset her even more because now she didn't understand what to believe anymore. Linji calmed her down and said a rather primitive phrase in this case, namely that she should only trust herself. He believed that someone else's soul is darkness, and no means can completely open the human heart to it. Therefore, when a person is invulnerable as steel, then no one can defeat him. And he said this for a reason, but because he found a special book for her that should definitely help her in this situation. Linji asked her to just read this masterpiece carefully. No matter what she found out, it would probably help her. The guy at that moment was sure that he needed to strike while the iron was hot, so he decided to cheer up the miss, using a famous phrase from the book, which was that the most valuable thing for a person is life. He only has one. A person's voice should be like this. Looking back at the past, there is no need to regret an absurd, vain life and wasted time. There is no need to blame yourself for despising people, leading a vulgar life, because each of us has our own purpose. And as soon as the girl opened this book, she fully understood what Mr. Lin was telling her. Her body literally moved to another dimension where she felt so lonely and defenseless. After a while, she realized that it was an indestructible steel will, a force acting directly on the soul. Now she was sure that her Haywood mark had in fact been removed. She was in a lot of pain, and the girl didn't fully know how all this could turn out. But finally, she was able to do what she wanted so much. She found Ryan's body and was very happy to see him. Ji Jixiu could not have expected anything else from Mr. Lin, who was able to easily change the structure of her soul, filling her body with a huge amount of ether. And now she has become so strong that she can finally break the frightening level. This fulfillment, quickly turning into a feeling of pleasure, was truly incredibly wonderful for the girl. But she couldn't stop thinking about the fact that she received such a huge gift, which could easily be called a second life, which she received from Mr. Lin Ji. Ji Jixiu assumed that perhaps Mr. Lin wanted to cultivate his strength in the hunters, and the ever-changing lifestyle of the hunters would provide her with generous help, and she finally understood what he meant. Therefore, she decided that from now on, he would be absolutely faithful to Lin Ji's will and his instructions, because her body was all she had, so she would give it to him and his desires. She promised herself that she would never upset him. Linji at this moment did not understand why she was still standing on the street and why she had not left yet. And why is her nose bleeding? What is happening to her? Not much time passed, and he began to think that she was crazy, and perhaps this happened because her boyfriend left her, and therefore she began to come to his store more often. But at the same moment, he forced himself not to make such hasty conclusions and tried to talk himself out of this stupid idea. Although on the other hand, he understood that there was no point in throwing away the idea that this woman could be interested in Lin Ji, although he is an ordinary person. The man finally found that very bookstore on 23rd Street, although it was difficult not to notice it among the empty street in such weather. Looking at this store, He had even more confusion in his head as to why this man came to this store in the first place, but in no case could he miss a single clue about this old man. And first of all, he believed that he was a knight, so he must do everything to restore justice. Linji at that moment pulled out a book from the shelf that was called The Little Prince, and a smile appeared on his face. Thoughts immediately appeared in his head that this is a complete philosophy, a fairy tale that tells about gentle and sweet stories, good principles, so he decided that tonight he would read it. When suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by the entrance doors to the store, which for no apparent reason opened. The thought immediately appeared in his head that a new guest had visited him, and what a wonderful day it was today. The old man who entered further thought only that this was really an ordinary bookstore. Also, looking at the owner of this shop and the situation here, he realized that there was no ether here, and this meant to him that there was no point in wasting time asking about the old earthworm. The young man must know nothing. But still, one thing confused him, and it was that same gargoyle. The man simply could not believe that that old man Frank could give it to an ordinary person because it was so stupid. Although I decided to check it out and ask the guy if he was the owner of the bookstore. Lin Ji at this moment was thinking that this guest was rather taciturn, so he believed that first he needed to address him friendly, while keeping his distance. Then he decided to call this man uncle and answered his question that this was really his store. But surprisingly, this angered the old man even more, who was literally bursting with anger. If the young knight had turned to him, he would have literally torn him into pieces. If this was not an ordinary person, then he would have done this to him. But since he cannot do this, he decided to ask him for this gargoyle. Is this his item? Lin Ji replied that one of his clients gave him this gargoyle, and it is not for sale. Every word Lin Ji irritated the man. He wanted to tear him apart because he was not going to buy this gargoyle, because at least it was made by a black magician. But this still helped him determine that Frank Wilde gave him this gargoyle, but still decided to clarify this with Lin Ji himself. The guy carefully answered him that this was exactly the case, but in his head he began to understand that apparently this uncle knew Wilde, and given his attitude, they could be enemies with him. The man himself at that moment did not understand how the old mole could reveal his name to an ordinary person, and also give a gargoyle to this ordinary person. From the very beginning, he believed that this place was apparently a stronghold of dark magicians. But this young man is completely ordinary. But if we assume that this is a secret connection code, then this may simply be a place for communication. Lin Ji still tried to understand whether this person was a good person or not. But still, based on his experience, although this uncle is aggressive, he is unlikely to be a bad person. Moreover, despite his strong aura, he did not break a single item upon entering the store. And if you look closely, he is a rather cautious person. So he decided that such a person had no special reason to quarrel with the ordinary linguist Frank. Once upon a time, Lin Ji watched Holmes, who in his film said that if you exclude all options, then the last one will be true. So after all these thoughts, he decided to ask directly whether he and Mr. Wilde are friends. The old man even squirmed a little from such a question. But still, he collected his thoughts and answered him that they were old acquaintances, whom they had known for many years. He even began to say that they were real friends, but 2 years ago they quarreled without saying goodbye, and until recently there was no news of him. Although in his mind, he only thought that when he saw this bag of sand, he would happily tear off his head and tear out all his insides. Lin Ji did not expect that the relationship between these two old men would be so close and touching. He even cried a little about this. Now it was not surprising to him that the man was able to understand at once that this was Mr. Wilde's thing. He was even a little envious that they had such a wonderful friendship. Lin Ji believed that Mr. Wilde would probably be touched when he found out, and the man could not disagree with him, and even asked the guy to make sure Frank knew about it. He, of course, did not know whether Frank left the guy his address, but if he did, then the man would be grateful to him for such information and could visit his old friend himself. Lin Ji replied that he would be happy to provide him with such information, but unfortunately Frank did not leave him his address. And besides, he took the book a few days ago and is unlikely to return back soon. Therefore, the guy suggested that he wait for him a little, and while he does this, he can rest a little and drink tea or watch a book. The man did not become polite and immediately asked him in response, "Does he really look so flabby and tired?" But what surprised him most was the fact that this guy had encountered someone like him and still paid quite a lot of attention. Since he became a knight, almost no one dared to communicate with him so carelessly, so he even liked Lin Ji a little. Still, he decided to add that a guy shouldn't underestimate old people, because he believed that standing for a little while was not enough to get tired, And if he wanted a man to just sit down and drink tea, then that wouldn't work either. He wasn't going to take a book either. Even after all these words, Lin Ji still thought that there was something in this. And as soon as the man spoke, the guy immediately realized that he was just a cold person who becomes soft and shy under certain conditions. Therefore, he decided to arrange such conditions and began to talk about how there was no charge for reading in his bookstore, only in the library behind him. But first, he still offered him to warm up with a cup of tea. The man still stood his ground and proved to the guy to the end that he didn't need books or tea. He just wanted to sit, and that's all. Although on the other hand, his head hurt so much that it would actually do him some good to relax a little. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a book next to him, and it was not an ordinary one. This book was called The Son of the Abyss, which was quite familiar to him. Lin Ji saw that the man turned his attention to this book, so he began to talk about how he had just read one very touching, warm, and healing fairy tale and invited him to look at it. It relieves stress very well before bed. The man still took the tea and started drinking, but reading fairy tales still seemed too childish to him, so he wondered why such a big boy like him still reads fairy tales. Lin Ji didn't like it when they said that, and this instructive tone even irritated him a little. But still he controlled himself and simply replied that he was very sorry that the man did not want to read such a book. But in the end, he still added that this is the best fairy tale he has ever read, in nosing it is in a single copy. Suddenly the man turned on and started asking the guy if he was talking about this book now, and whether it was really a fairy tale. Lin Ji didn't understand why he was so surprised, but still replied that this is a very good collection of fairy tales, an absolute classic. The man apparently saw more than the guy, because it seemed to him that this was the book of the Son of the Abyss, and not the little prince, which Lin was holding in his hands. In any case, he decided to take a closer look at this so-called fairy tale, so he extended his hand and asked the guy to give him this book so that he could look at it more carefully. He also couldn't help but add that this book doesn't really interest him, and he doesn't like fairy tales. He just wanted to take a look in order to satisfy the desire of the guy himself, who recommends it so strongly. This request only confirmed Lin Ji's theory that the rougher the gentleman and the fiercer on the outside, the more gentle and kind he is on the inside. Therefore, he happily handed the man this cute book and hoped that now he would succumb to the charm of the fairy tale. But as soon as the man took this book in his hands, his headaches immediately began to intensify and dizziness could also be observed. He began to see the magic sword candle, and the man did not fully understand why he began to see it right now. His consciousness began to seem to fall into an abyss, and he remembered the words that the guy told him that this book was perfect for falling asleep quickly. But he tried not to fully believe that this was some kind of dream, no matter how hard he tried. But his eyes gradually began to close, and the voice of the guy who was telling him something became quieter and quieter. Lin Ji himself was a little scared because he didn't understand why the man suddenly fainted. The guy immediately had ideas in his head that it could be a stroke or something like a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Therefore, he immediately decided to provide first aid and then call the doctors. But as soon as he touched the man, he realized that his breathing was actually even, but his heartbeat was too strong. The guy was able to exhale because he realized that this man's pulse was stronger even than his. Although he was an order of magnitude younger, this guy was definitely healthy. But the question of why he suddenly lost consciousness still remains relevant, and he immediately ruled out the possibility that this could happen because of his book. Lin Ji began to think that the reason must be that when looking at the book, the little prince in this world suddenly became dizzy and fainted. Therefore, he decided to first put him on the bed and wait a little while he came to his senses, and then ask about it himself. But as it turned out, this was not so easy to do, and Lin Ji had to make a lot of effort to at least lift this man. Lin Ji certainly expected that this man could be so heavy, but he couldn't even think that it would be so heavy. He even imagined that this guy literally had muscles of steel just like a bear, and this was too much for him. He practically did not carry such weights. Lin Ji would really like the man to be as skinny as Frank, but this is not the case, so he will have to come up with another option. It would be nice for other clients to come and help him a little now, but the problem is that no one will come in such terrible weather and it will be too late. Therefore, after considering all the options, Lin Ji realized that he really had no choice but to do this, and he could only hope that the man could forgive him. He grabbed him by his own cloak, which he was clearly proud of, and began to pull him towards himself. And strangely enough, he achieved little success. After some time, he still managed to drag this man to the sun lounger, where he could stay until he came to his senses. When he was finally able to lay it down, a mechanical prosthesis caught his eye, which he saw in Frank, but the strangest thing is that ordinary people should not use such a mechanical prosthesis. Moreover, this man's amazingly powerful physique and incredible energy makes Lin Ji think about something. namely that this man is actually a retired senior officer, who is very similar to the retired officer with whom he used to communicate, because both have innate firmness and impartiality. Now Linji thought that this man was probably cruel and exhausted due to the post-traumatic syndrome that he developed after the war. And apparently he lost his hand on the battlefield. Such old men are usually the most stubborn, so it's not surprising that he is such a rude person. As far as Linji knew, due to the moisture between the connection of the metal joint and the mechanical limb, a short circuit easily occurs, and it seemed to him that his uncle had lost consciousness for this reason. If it was an accidental electric shock, then it must have affected the nervous system. But on the other hand, Linji didn't understand why he suddenly felt like he was doing something strange. At moments, he felt like a butcher who had just killed a man on a dark, rainy night, and then dragged the corpse into a dark store to do immoral things, and this feeling literally took over his entire body. He again began to prove to himself that this was all nonsense and it was just his rich imagination, and it was simply impossible to think about such a thing. And now he only tried to think that even if this situation misleads him, he should still remember that he is Linji, a kind and honest person who is not afraid of slander. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted after he noticed that apparently his uncle really liked this book, since he did not want to let it go even after he lost consciousness. And the guy still believed that even such strong people can see sweet dreams, like a fairy tale, so he decided to let the man get some sleep and rest. Suddenly he heard a strange sound coming from behind the front door, and Linji realized that there was someone there. Near the door itself, he saw a clear footprint of a cat, although he did not observe the animal itself. So he decided to go outside and see if he could find someone. And he was right, because as soon as he went outside, he immediately saw a cat quickly running away. Linji decided to wish this cat to return home soon, because it is quite dangerous and cold outside right now. But as soon as this cat saw the guy, he began to run with all his might. And as soon as he managed to escape to a fairly comfortable distance, this cat miraculously turned into a human. This guy's name was Morrison, and he was an investigator from the Secret Tower's intelligence department who literally immediately began to panic as soon as he saw what happened to his boss. As Knight Joseph's #1 admirer, he did everything he could to get closer and enter the intelligence department of the Secret Tower. Of course, what seemed to be past affairs between the great Knight Joseph and the dark magician Wilde is something he's also clearly aware of. Out of curiosity and concern about the idol, he decided to carefully follow Mr. Joseph to this bookstore, but he never thought that this could happen. Before this, he only thought that there was no magical reaction. It seemed like it was just an ordinary bookstore. So he decided to take Mr. Joseph's autograph. He carefully stuck his head into this bookstore, and at that moment thought that Joseph was so slow that he was still sitting in this bookstore, but he really wanted to see what they were doing there. But then his opinion changed because he saw Mr. Joseph fall to the floor because he lost consciousness. Morrison was incredibly scared because he seemed to have just talked to the owner of the bookstore, and now he just fell. He immediately thought that apparently this young man had used some kind of dark magic to take down such a powerful knight. Morrison continued to look carefully at everything that was happening, and at some point he heard the guy say that the man could now sleep peacefully. But in his eyes, these were like the last words for Knight Joseph. The cat couldn't believe that the guy wanted the unsurpassed sacred flame to fall asleep forever, and apparently he had already succeeded. But at some point his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that the guy noticed him, and now he needs to run away as quickly as possible. That's why he started running as far as possible from this store, because he is not someone he can handle now. It was even too scary to engage in battle with this guy. Now Morrison was sitting not far from the bookstore, and his body was shaking with fear, because this man could have caught him, but still let him go. Apparently the guy wants him to come back and report to everyone about what happened. At least these are the thoughts were with this guy now. And he decided that this is exactly what he should do, so he began to run back to headquarters as quickly as possible. Joseph, meanwhile, opened his eyes and began to regain consciousness, although this was not in the real world. It was another hallucination of that damned magic sword Candel, although then he wondered why this time the illusion didn't hurt him. Out loud, he began to read the text that was in that very book. People are peering into the abyss. In the future, they find themselves under the close supervision of the abyss and recognize it. At some point, his head began to literally fall apart again, and this text was spinning in his head. It even seemed to him that his head would soon explode. But all this was only to feel himself again in his old body, which he had lost so long ago. He saw in front of him a huge sword that seemed to come out of a book, and his pain, which had bothered him so much for so many years, began to gradually go away. Joseph noticed that just now, these were the emotions of the magic sword. He seemed to be rejoicing. Now he wanted to reread such a wonderful fairy tale, which before that he considered children's. But now, when he came to his senses, he realized how wrong he really was. As soon as Lin Ji saw that his uncle had woken up, his smile appeared on his face again. And all he heard later from Joseph were words of gratitude. Lin Ji thought that he had nothing to thank him for, because he had to do it, and in response he decided to find out how the man was doing now. He immediately got up from the lounger and said in a confident voice that everything was just fine with him now. He again felt his strength and power. Lin was happy for him, although mentally he himself could not believe that the power of his uncle's body was like that of an animal. No one would even believe that he was a retired knight. It even seemed that his gaze was becoming more and more accurate. It would be quite reliable, even say. Seeing his uncle's pose now, his physique, he was still a little worried that one of his blows could become fatal for someone, because if Frank's weak body received such a blow, then most likely he would fly into pieces, and the only thing that reassured him was that they were close friends. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Joseph, who suddenly stated that he was very ashamed for just sitting here and receiving so much help from Lin Ji. The guy began to laugh in response and say that he didn't need to be shy. Besides, he also helped Wild because they were his clients, so it was literally his long time to help them. Joseph could only smile in response to this, and mentally he seemed to begin to understand the guy's thinking style. This guy only thinks that he should help customers. In other words, the bookstore owner has a neutral position, helping the customer no matter what kind of person he is. As long as a person enters his store, he will be the main object for his help. And this is his lifestyle he saw only in one species. And this species was the elves. This is a long-lived, graceful, and full of wisdom race. And if the owner of the store is one of them, then everything becomes quite logical. Only a long life could have caused him to lose the desire to distinguish between good and evil in detail, turning his attention to the desire for new pleasures. This warm and tactful manner of addressing people, calmness and grace, must have appeared as a result of a very long life. And as for the bookstore, this is the embodiment of the elves' respect for knowledge, because now people are not particularly keen on literature. In addition, legends have been passed down from mouth to mouth for thousands of years about Cadell, the prince of the ancient elven kingdom, and after the elven king Luna, who destroyed himself with his own sword, imprisoning his soul in it, after which the soul became a curse, making the sword with the same name as the prince's magical. And since then, every owner of the sword dies, going crazy from it. Joseph thought that until today, he had only once felt that his day was not far away. But the man could not even imagine that this book could calm Candell's magic sword. And even more so, he could not believe that the owner of the store, who had such a book with him, could be someone other than an elf. Although, on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that an elf who has such a book in his arsenal must be an old monster who has lived for more than 1 century, which means he used all his magical power to prolong life, and naturally there is not a drop of ether in his body. Therefore, Joseph began to say that the guy had just said that this book was in a single copy, and that he really loved reading it, but still he decided to ask him for it. Lin Ji was glad that the man was literally unable to tear himself away from her, and he was proud of himself that he was still able to cope with the man. So he answered the man that he could take this book without any problems, because if it were impossible to do this, then he wouldn't recommend it to him. And now everyone's favorite moment of healing by talking has come, and Lin Ji opened the topic of the fact that, in truth, he realized at first glance that this book was ideal for a man. A lot of people suffer like him, and all this from the emergence in the soul of such things as melancholy and regret. The feeling of a lack of one's own strength makes one doubt oneself and ultimately drives a person crazy. Lin Ji knew what he was talking about, because people who have been on the battlefield often worry about the mistakes they have made, and this war trauma that accompanies them all their lives can be called very painful and tiring. But the guy thought it was worth adding that they never lost to torment. They were defeated by their own cowardly kindness. Joseph slightly did not understand what was going on because he had never met the 2 owners of the magic sword. Their last regret was their own lack of strength. He decided to ask the guy if it's wrong to be kind. Lin Ji told him that kindness is good, but the key word was cowardly, due to the high expectations of other people arising from one's own integrity and sense of responsibility. Wanting to help and give as much confidence to others as possible, they seem indestructible to themselves, but in reality their defense is extremely fragile. And this kindness can save others, but not a person. Once a soul dies, anything can take its place. Lin Ji believed that if a person is an ordinary person, then there is no need to mistake himself for an all-powerful hero. Because to successfully escape and not destroy yourself is, on the contrary, a kind of courage. This is such custom-made wisdom. There was confusion in the man's head, but now it seems he began to understand that it was not because the curse of the magic sword was extremely strong, but because of the soul that was polluted. Joseph began to get angry again because no one could understand this for so long, and he wondered how long this would last after calming down. This made Lin Ji smile again because the answer was obvious to him, and of course no. But if he allows it, Lin Ji can help him make the effect last long. Joseph couldn't believe that the owner of this bookstore was willing to voluntarily take on the insane curse of the candle sword. Now he thinks that perhaps he was lucky in that he let everything take its course, and maybe this sword has finally found its true successor. Therefore, he decided to ask Lin Ji again if he was sure of this, because this could entail difficulties that were not so easy to cope with. The guy just smiled in response to his questions and thought that he and Frank really deserved each other. They were both such kind people. But then he immediately realized that he really needed to calm down, because he was first and foremost a professional and a mentor in life. So he pulled himself together and asked Joseph a question, asking if he had a problem that he couldn't handle right now, right? And given the complexity of the situation, Lin Ji invited the man to give him this book, which Joseph could not expect, and this was evident from his facial expression. But the guy didn't stop there and continued to talk about how the man had been carrying too much of a burden all this time, and how he and the heroes should at least rest a little. Joseph couldn't quite believe that this guy had such a selfless and noble quality, and it seemed to him that only an immortal could so strive for good that goes beyond common sense. But still, no matter how much the knight wanted to rest, he believed that it was possible to talk about rest only when there was peace throughout the world. So he added that he needed to think a little and asked his new friend if he could borrow this book for a couple of days. Lin Ji didn't mind, but he asked the man to register basic information, and then he could borrow this book for a week. It seemed to the guy that the time of the retired military man's sense of justice was really very painful. Apparently in the future, he would become a regular client for Lin Ji. But before that, he asked the man to make a cash deposit, after which he could take the book. He only needed to write the name and date, and if he did not want to take the book again, then Lin Ji would return half of the cash deposit. Joseph was slightly surprised that in such a place, he still had to fill out the paperwork that one would fill out in a real bookstore. But he did it without any problems, so Lin Ji had no choice but to wish the man good luck, and that he would be waiting for him in a week. After that, Joseph quickly headed for the exit, and was incredibly glad that he no longer had any mental worries. Now all he can do is stick to it and stand up for justice. And he also perfectly understood that Wilde survived, and the owner of the bookstore clearly helped him in this. But this does not matter, because he was going to destroy him with his own hands. And in his head, this was the main duty, a task that he needed to complete under any circumstances. In the dark basement, Mr. Wilde, meanwhile, worked tirelessly. He did not notice what fatigue was. He only said out loud that the breadth of knowledge is as vast as the sea, deep and incomprehensible like a gorge, and all this is only thanks to Mr. Lin. His head was literally splitting from such a huge flow of information. He was really excited. And this was not surprising, because he actually carried out such an insane and terrible ritual, which was also surprisingly compatible with rationality. Now it began to seem to him that now the time had come when the black faceless one would return to the top again. And these thoughts did not leave him. He even began to think that if the devil's tongue was the tip of the iceberg, then the rituals of the corpse eaters finally allowed him to contemplate this terrible lost civilization. For him it was so majestic and so charming, and all thanks to Mr. Lin, for whom he had already prepared a new gift, and the man was sure that he would like it. Claude could not believe what the cat was telling him, who finally arrived at the headquarters and immediately reported what happened to the teacher in the bookstore. He immediately began to think about gathering people and going to help, but he also understood that now he could not act rashly, even if it was a teacher, because the slightest mistake could lead to even greater losses, the consequences of which would be unimaginable. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call, which frightened the guy even more. He picked up the phone and immediately heard a voice that asked him what was wrong with the man who was sent on reconnaissance to that bookstore. What was the general situation? After several minutes of conversation, a smile appeared on his face again, because he heard that the teacher had left the store and everything was fine with him. Without thinking for a long time, he dropped the call and started calling the teacher to make sure that everything was okay with him. Joseph was very angry that they began to act without orders and immediately ordered Claude to withdraw intelligence from 23rd Street. Then he added a phrase that literally shocked the guy, namely that this store belongs to the secret rank level. Claude understood perfectly well that this was an indescribable level. So Claude immediately wanted to find out what had happened there, since they were going to classify this store as such a level. Joseph was in no hurry to tell such information, and first wanted to know if there was anyone else next to him. Claude immediately made it clear that he was not himself, and from the teacher's voice he immediately realized that he was incredibly angry. Therefore, he decided to immediately kill the informant who brought him such information, and then he began to apologize to the teacher for acting so stupidly. The man continued to not understand why he had not yet closed his mouth and started working. If he knew that he had made a mistake, or perhaps Claude wants the man to send him north to the mountains to grow potatoes. Claude realized that he should now work hard so that the master's threats do not come true. But still, he noticed from the conversation that the teacher spoke as if nothing threatened him, as if he had regained all his former strength. Claude reminded himself that a sharp tongue combined with a soft heart was the style of his highly respected teacher, Joseph. Therefore, he immediately made several phone calls and explained the situation, after which the elders of the organization created a new dossier. Claude turned to the teacher again and told him that the new dossier had already been approved and he would only need to sign when he returned. Before the guy had time to finish this, the teacher suddenly burst into the room and noticed that it was just great. I also didn't forget to note that Claude did a good job and was completely rehabilitated for his misdeeds, and reminded him that the one who was next to him just now should use the stigma of oblivion on him. The guy immediately decided to complete this task because he really forgot about it. After completing this procedure, he decided to tell the teacher that this was their intelligence officer named Morrison, who came from a family of magicians with great transformation abilities, and most surprisingly, that this guy was his big fan. After all, he has participated in 13 invincible flame fan meetings, spending nearly 300 million on various support activities every year, including last year's meeting, which was called Joseph's Golden Name, and therefore, it must be the man's biggest fan. He reacted rather coldly to this information, and in response decided only to find out whether he really did it and how rich his parents' magicians are. After all, if this is so, then he suggested that Claude make this guy pay for all the expenses that they have incurred recently. The guy inside was incredibly angry at the teacher because he didn't understand how such a great knight could be so greedy. Joseph, meanwhile, was very glad that everything he wanted was saved on his computer, and now he could create that same dossier, which in his opinion should warn all those who see it to stay away from that bookstore, of course. If someone sees this dossier and still wants to play with their destiny, then they can only wish them good luck. A few hours later, the man changed into his sleeping attire and discovered that his magic sword was still in a peaceful, joyful state. And it seemed that his psychological changes were not related to the effects of the book, which was good news. Before going to bed, Joseph decided to check on his daughter and remind her that she still needed to drink milk. Melissa, that was his daughter's name, got angry every time he reminded her of such things because she already knew it. She believed that she was already an adult girl and at least a captain of knights from the anomalous level department, so she did not need to be reminded of this all the time. But he believed that she was in vain to be angry with him because he was doing this only for her sake, and milk would only help her become taller and stronger and also help her get married. These words angered her even more, and she even considered him a stupid old man with muscles instead of a head. Suddenly, she saw a book on his table and was a little surprised that this stupid old man could read books, and she didn't just think so, because in fact, she had never seen him reading a book. She decided to familiarize herself a little with what this book was about, and it was clear from her eyes how surprised she was. Joseph at that moment was shouting at everyone who called him and asked if he died in that bookstore. Melissa at this time continued to read every page of this book and tried to catch as much as possible until her father noticed her. But at some point, she had to interrupt this process because a man left the room and she immediately closed the book. She passed by him and was only worried that he would not suspect that she was only reading his book, when suddenly he stopped and called her, which made the girl scared. But as it turned out, he just wanted to remind her to drink milk again. She snatched the milk from his hands and immediately ran into another room, slamming the doors behind her. The man understood that most likely she was just going through adolescence and needed to be patient, but he didn't like her behavior too much. Although later he looked at their family photo and remembered how good they used to be, so he understood what kind of relationship they had. The main thing is that she grows up healthy. At that time, Melissa was standing in her room and trying to understand how anyone could write such a book. And could the main character be the elf king Candela, who later became a magic sword? But what angered her most was the fact that she simply did not have time to finish reading and stopped at a particularly spectacular moment. For this, she again began to blame her father, who did not let her do this. But still, today he surprised her, because she couldn't even think that such a conservative person like her father could also read books. And the thought crept into her mind that perhaps she was too biased towards him. Based on Dad's phone conversation, the source of this book appears to be a bookstore with a particularly high level of confidentiality. But she didn't fully understand why this mattered, because it was just a bookstore, and it was unlikely that conservatives would go to such a place. Therefore, she decided to take advantage of a special right, namely the key to the database, which gives her access to all dossiers. Melissa knew very well that it was enough for her to use the rights of her mother's account, who was one of the great knights. She immediately thanked her for the fact that her mother gave her the opportunity to finish reading this book, and in return for this, she could not help but promise her that she would definitely become an excellent knight. But when she finally found information about this bookstore, which turned out to be friendly, it became obvious to her that there was nothing interesting here. And so she decided that nothing bad would happen if she went to see the continuation of this book. But first, she still decided that she needed to drink the milk that her father left her. Linji decided to entertain himself a little, because this downpour is quite long and has been going on for more than a week, becoming stronger and stronger. And if it continues like this, he was worried about leaving the house with oars. And his only occupation, and at the same time entertainment, was cleaning up the excess water that had accumulated due to the same rain. But the saddest thing for him was that in such terrible weather there is no point in even mentioning guests, and there are enough problems in ordinary life. Linji himself, when he got up in the morning and saw a completely flooded floor, almost decided to move. It's good that at least the books are in order. And fortunately, in the end he cleaned it up and it was really tiring. The floor after cleaning became shiny and as if new, which even made the guy a little happy. Now he could again hang the sign openly, and at the same time, he was thinking about whether that cat was able to get home or not, because in such weather, it would certainly be difficult to do. Meanwhile, Morrison was running around the room and was happy that he could see Mr. Joseph's office with his own eyes. It was literally heaven for him. The man continued to hit his TV because he didn't want to work in this weather, and he had nothing else to do except watch it. After examining it a little, he realized that everything was fine with the TV, and in fact with the wiring too. So he concluded that the problem was the broken plugs. He didn't know what to do next, because the electrical switch was outside, and in such disgusting weather he didn't want to go outside at all. Having thought a little, he remembered that he had a wonderful neighbor who would most likely be able to help him. He believed that that guy was always harmless, and willingly came to the rescue. Therefore, he decided to give him the opportunity to help, and then provide him with a reward for his assistance. He knocked on his door, and as soon as the guy answered, he began to tell him that he had problems with the TV. The traffic must have been knocked out, and he now has some business that he cannot leave, so he would ask the guy to go and see what happened there. He also did not forget to add that the switch is located right next to the back entrance to his store on the wall on the right side. Linji actually happily agreed to help and said that he would definitely go and see what happened there. Suddenly his body froze in one place and he did not fully understand what this feeling was, but it was worth noting that it was quite familiar to him. And apparently this feeling was caused in him by this huge black spot, which literally covered the guy's entire bookstore. But this didn't frighten Linji at all, because he understood perfectly well that this was just a little black boy whom they had not seen for a long time. So he immediately wanted to know what business he had with the guy. This small animal, as it turned out, pointed the guy towards the street. Linji realized that he seemed to want the guy to follow him. Apparently the little black one wanted to help him with something. Blackie began to shake his head, and apparently the guy's words were really true. The guy couldn't help but note in his head that this little black guy was so well-mannered. Last time he said that borrowing a book could benefit him. So, by appearing now in a new guise, he decided to help and thus express his gratitude. Linji immediately thought that refusal could seriously hurt this animal. And besides, he apparently came specifically to help the guy. So Linji still agreed to help him. A few seconds later, the little black guy was at the transformer and was about to turn on the TV for the guy's neighbor. And apparently he did it perfectly, because as soon as he lowered the switch, the man's TV immediately started working. After which he immediately shouted out great gratitude to his neighbor and promised him that next time he would definitely help him. Linji told him that there was nothing to thank him for, because he actually didn't do anything. The man, sitting in his chair, was incredibly glad that he had such a wonderful neighbor with a good character, who gave him the opportunity to continue watching TV. But at some point, his smile on his face changed to a frightened face that saw something that scared him so much. And there was nothing surprising in his horror, because instead of his favorite program, he was looking at a spirit that had crawled out of his favorite TV. Lin Ji, meanwhile, sat and thought that today was a day of good deeds. He also thought that his business would take off if the owner of the store next door constantly remembered him with a kind word, helping him to advance. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts in reading the book again, and apparently it was a new client because it was the front door that opened. And at the door, he saw his old friend Frank, who as soon as he entered the store, asked Mr. Lin for forgiveness for disturbing him. But the guy was actually only glad to see his friend, but still he could not help but notice that Wild surprised him quite a lot when he returned so quickly. This time, for some reason, Lin Jie noticed that, unlike the mask, Frank's clothes were really good, like an old gentleman's taste. The guy decided that since Frank came in such bad weather, it means that he most likely has something quite important to do with the guy. The man decided to answer him and began to say that given the guy's favor towards him, the weather does not matter. But this time he came to officially express his gratitude. Lin Ji immediately began to say that he was actually quite pleased with the gift that the man gave him, and if this time he intends to give him something valuable, then the guy will have to think carefully before accepting it. Frank never ceased to be surprised that Mr. Lin, even in this case, continues to reassure him, because the insignificant gargoyle is not even close to the gift that he prepared this time. But apparently Mr. Lin is still showing modesty, caring about his thinking. Now, thanks to his gift, he is one step away from the divine level. Only the value of the gift that he spent 2 years preparing can be compared with his favor that Frank received during this time. Considering all this, he replied to Lin Ji that he really shouldn't hesitate because it has no practical value to him. But for Mr. Lin, he thought it would be a rather useful thing, which would be of great importance, and if he did not accept this gift, then his soul would be unpleasant. Lin Ji thought that his words were too harsh because he actually did some work that was not worth the effort, and that was all. Besides, after such a long conversation, he can't even imagine what Frank could have prepared, so he asked the man to at least take a look at his so-called gift first. Frank then reached into his pocket, and before taking it out, he said that he had spent 2 years preparing this, after which he put a dream catcher on the table, which, to be honest, looked quite ordinary. Lin Ji didn't even think that the gift Frank prepared would turn out to be a dream catcher, and in fact, it caused the guy some nostalgia. A few years ago, before teleporting here, Lin Ji once participated in a folklore and culture exhibition, and there he found out some information about dream catchers. A dream catcher is a kind of symbol of Indian culture, which the Indians believed in. They believed that in the middle of the night the air is filled with dreams, and only a dream catcher can drive away bad dreams and attract good dreams along the way. After communicating with an elderly Indian, the guy learned that there were even more legends about dream catchers. For example, that they believed that the beads on dream catchers represent strength and wisdom, which increases during sound sleep and strengthens people's connection with the world of spirits. Therefore, he did not even think about the fact that he would someday be able to see the dream catcher again. Frank was even a little surprised that the guy knew that this was a thing, and therefore noticed that Mr. Lin was truly erudite. The man also believed that it was worth mentioning that the Indian talisman is a rare magical item, and the greatest value is actually not itself, but the dream inside it. Lin Ji at this moment was thinking that judging from the point of view of neatness and quality in general, it was clear that this dream catcher was handmade. Besides, recently, due to the downpours, he began to sleep poorly, and in fact, this is indeed Frank's best wishes, from the bottom of my heart indeed. Therefore, the guy accepted this gift with joy and added that this is exactly what she needs. In response, the man could only say that it was a great honor for him to be needed by him. Inside the networks, incomparable beautiful dreams are also fraught with a terrible threat. Without the spiritual power of the divine level, the soul will be instantly crushed by the world of dreams. But Frank still thought that for Mr. Lin, existing at such a high level must be a unique pleasure and pleasure. At the last moment, Kate was saved from the explosion. A little more and she could have said goodbye to her life. And she had to thank Max for this, who, with the help of his chain, did everything at the last moment to prevent her from dying. He immediately started shouting that they should all be extremely careful, because none of them expected that there would be a magician among them. But apparently Miss didn't care about his warnings, and she continued to go into battle, no matter what. Although she still should have listened to the guy, because at some point she realized that a huge snake was flying at her, the attack of which she was unlikely to be able to repel. At the last moment, she was saved by some paw of another animal, which actually saved her life. It was amazing to see that a huge wolf was standing in front of her, who was able to stop and tear this snake apart with literally 2 hands. The guys who called this snake simply could not believe that this girl was able to control the transformation into a beast, but they were more angry that Harris did not tell them about it. But one of them asked them to calm down, because wolf blood is afraid of fire. Therefore, he ordered them to prepare saltpeter and sulfur. One of them immediately noticed that it was raining today, and he had doubts about this plan, although their leader believed that they could handle it anyway and could ultimately win. Kate, looking at all this, could not believe that Miss decided to use this power, because this ability is the cherished dream of all hunters, and perhaps it will be the one that can open up a completely new world for them. But she also believed that we should not forget that all this is now possible only thanks to the help of that man, the guest from 23rd Street. Who is he anyway, and what is his goal? Max interrupted her thoughts and asked her to stop thinking so much, because now they need to focus on helping Miss. They only need to accompany and then share the glory. This is their main duty. She could not disagree with him, and immediately added that in fact he was right, and that is why they decided to continue their battle. Their enemies gathered together at that moment and were still able to activate the flame spell, which they were going to use against the wolf. They did not wait long and immediately directed the full power of this spell at the beast. This caused a huge explosion that could not be contained, and now the guys had to start worrying about Miss. One of them was sure that in Nozin there was a person who was helping this girl. Control of transformation was too complex a technique that even Wild could not do anything against. After which the man decided to check with his assistant whether he had seen Wild, because he had heard rumors that a man from a secret tower had seen the old man appear on 23rd Street. In response to this, the man said that he had not yet had time to do this. The head insisted that he do this immediately because Wild was his teacher after all. But his request was suddenly interrupted by a strange sound coming from behind. As soon as he turned around, he realized that in fact, the situation was stalemate, because he did not notice how the same wolf was flying towards him, which they thought should have already died. But what was more important for him was to understand how the girl was able to find out his location for the spatial jump. Considering that the beast had already begun to eat just his hand, it seemed that this question would soon not worry him. His colleague decided to try something, and so he used the dizziness technique. The girl who was in the body of this wolf at that moment could not believe that this man was able to release such a powerful spell, using such a refined language, a technique completely consistent with enlightened dark magicians. Her affairs were bad because she couldn't even move, and the dark magician immediately decided to take advantage of this. Next, the man took out a knife with which he was going to cut this wolf into several pieces and be done with it. But today the fight won't end for him just like that, because the girl decided to use her will of steel literally at the last moment, with the help of which she was able to bite off his hand and thus regain her fighting ability. But as it turned out a little later, this was not the main problem that would have to be dealt with, because she saw how another dark magician was preparing for a new attack. And for this he decided to use a flame spell called Rotting Sun. She understood that this was extremely dangerous, and if he didn't cope, he could die. And so far she really saw only one way out, and that was to run away as soon as possible. And for this she decided to use a forced jump, and it didn't matter to her that her body deformed. The man whose hand she bit off was her main enemy, Harris, who believed that he was completely fine, although he was worried that the guest from 23rd Street might be much stronger than they thought. And now, as he believed, their main task was to weaken their enemies. But first he restored his hand, which he had lost during the battle. His assistant wanted to know if the man said that her power was the ability to move through time and space. The man was already starting to get a little angry about these questions, because he was talking about how she could use Ryan's soul to obtain his intelligence network. And apparently she secretly found out their exact location, and even dispelled the spells associated with his soul. And now, given all these facts, he became even more interested in this power. It had been raining for more than a week, and Linsway discovered a rather unexpected problem for him, namely that he had run out of household goods. But still he decided that he would go buy them only after this downpour stopped outside. In the meantime, he decided to do more important things, and for this he went up to his room. And this matter was to hang a gift in the room, and Frank's handicraft, in the guy's opinion, was truly not bad, even if you do not take into account the meaning of the wish embedded in it. This dream catcher in itself is an incomparable product. Of course, he did not deny that the gargoyle was also a wonderful gift. Frank is really skillful. The guy even decided to talk to him about it the next time he comes. In the meantime, he decided to go to bed, and at the same time, he wanted to quickly check how his new dream catcher worked. Lately, the guy had been falling asleep quite quickly and suspected that this was due to the fact that the weather outside was so rainy, and today was no exception. He closed his eyes and almost immediately saw a dream, in which he seemed to be walking on falling snow, which was like ash. But it was not cold at all. On the contrary, it even seemed a little warm. And for him, it was not surprising. This is a dream. Everything that he would not pay attention to would be unusual. It was incredibly beautiful all around, and he literally could not take his eyes off for a second. He understood perfectly well that in reality there could not be such a huge tree that covers the sky and the sun, writhing like a snake, like blood vessels wrapping around a skeleton. But what he did not expect to see, even in a dream, was an elf girl. At that moment, a fragment of a melody that he had heard somewhere suddenly surfaced in Linji's heart. The words of this song told how he crowned the king of the sweet cold north with his carpet of needles and his crown of snow. Now the guy understood perfectly what Frank was telling him, because this is truly a wonderful world, like a children's fairy tale. It was somehow too simple but refined and refreshing. Even the aromas of flowers were much richer here. No matter how Linji tries to look, this flower cannot be real. Apparently this is a lucid dream about which he has heard so much. In this state, a person in a dream is able to think and remember clearly and even distinguish feelings from reality. Linji believed that that dream catcher must have some psychological properties, which, together with Frank's interesting speech, created this dream. This explanation is very scientific, logical, and romantic in accordance with it. But then he realized that since this was his dream, then in theory he could do whatever he wanted. Probably almost everyone, Linji still believed that even in a dream there should be boundaries. But still, he is curious why he dreamed of such a beautiful girl. In addition, he believed that people in dreams cannot have such an exact appearance and at the same time be complete strangers. But then he realized that this was actually still a dream and anything could happen here, even such things. Still, he was too interested in looking at the man from his dreams, so he decided to come closer. Linji decided that this girl was worthy of clairvoyance, so attractive, just like a perfect work of art. And since they are in a dream, Linji decided to be a little arrogant and do something that he would hardly do in real life. Linji considered this an offering for the charming conqueror, although she herself is as beautiful as a flower. This kind of action was a little exciting for the guy, and he wasn't entirely sure what he was doing, but he wasn't going to stop. Besides, they were in a dream, and he was sure that nothing bad would happen, when suddenly this girl opened her eyes and woke up. Linji walked away a little and didn't even notice how this girl stood up. The guy's face spoke for itself. When this girl was sleeping, he didn't even notice that she was 2 meters tall. Although he later reminded himself that this was still a dream and he shouldn't be surprised by such things, she suddenly interrupted his thoughts and asked him the first question herself. It has always been interesting for a guy to realize the fact that the people they meet in a dream are often the embodiment of the subconscious of the person himself. But dialogue is even rarer, so Linji decided not to detain her and immediately answered that he was actually just a person from a dream. She smiled in response to this because, in fact, she herself understood this perfectly well, because they were both in a dream. It was quite surprising for him that she even knew that they were in a dream. Such a mystical projection of the subconscious was truly worthy of him. At least he liked that she was giving him at least a truthful answer. Then it was his turn to ask a question, and he acted a little more cunningly and asked exactly the same question, but immediately warned her that the answer that she was from a dream would not be accepted. In general, due to the fact that this was a dream, he felt as if he had slightly exposed his impudent essence, which in real life is hidden far in his soul. The girl suddenly answered him that her name was Yin. That's her name. Linji immediately made her understand that his name was too little for him, and he would like to know a lot more. She noticed that at least this answer was truthful and she was not lying anywhere. But most of all, she was pleased with the fact that now it was her turn to ask, and she was so happy, and apparently this meant that she already had a prepared question. Linji actually did not expect that she would counterattack and ask her question in response, and things were quite bad, and it was all because of her killer smile. Yin continued talking, and at some point began to talk about how she had been in this place for quite a long time, that she had already forgotten what time it was. Of course, she agreed that it was incredibly beautiful here, but she always had the feeling that it was too quiet here. She wanted incredibly strongly to ask the guy to tell her what this feeling was. Linji thought this question was very strange because it was obvious that she was simply feeling lonely. But he was more embarrassed by the fact that apparently in a dream he could expand his business, and this, it seemed to him, was too much in line with his preferences. On this romantic, like a children's fairy tale, hill with butterscotch, he decided that he would use the best work to help this pleasant and graceful lady get out of the impasse. For him, it will be just a daily relaxing hobby that is simply impossible to refuse. The only thing that embarrassed him at this moment was his pajamas, which looked too casual for him. And if he were now in his casual suit, it would be much more comfortable. But before he had time to think about it, suddenly his favorite suit was already on his body, after which he had no doubt that since this is a lucid dream, he can to some extent change reality with his imagination. And since all this is not in reality, Linji decided that there was no point in him being cautious in any way. So he decided to take action and invited Bayin to sit down and talk to him for a while. This girl decided not to think for a long time and immediately extended her hand, accompanying it all with a smile. Linji couldn't help but notice in his mind that the feeling of touching her hand was just wonderful. Her skin was so cool and soft. They sat down on the ground and the guy, first of all, decided to find out the basic situation first. And the first thing he asked her was whether she was always alone in this world of visions. Her smile disappeared from her face and she began to tell him that no one had ever entered here and could not enter. And what was most surprising for her was that the guy was actually the first to set foot here. It began to seem to him that this was something like Rapunzel, who lived for a long time in a beautiful flower garden. She was always alone. Eternal sleep is her life. And really everything around is like an incredible fairy tale. At some point, he even felt sorry for the fact that, in the end, it was just a dream. Even after understanding the problem in reality, he would not be able to help her. But still, he decided to tell her directly that the feelings she had were simply a lack of communication, which led her to loneliness. These words could have hurt the girl quite badly, and you could tell it from her face. Linji decided to explain a little what he meant. So he began to say that the lack of communication is because she was always alone, and there was no one to understand her. And loneliness is due to the lack of new impressions and concentration in thoughts. The more she thinks about it, the more painful it becomes. It was noticeable that she began to get nervous because of his words, and most likely this was due to the fact that no one could understand her. Linji analyzed her every word and what she felt, and it seemed that the reason was in thoughts and misunderstanding, because from the very beginning there was a philosopher in her image. So he decided to get down to business. And the first thing he told her was that he once heard the following phrase, "When people think, then God laughs." He immediately added that there was no need to delve into the original meaning of this phrase, because the whole point was that he thought that if God saw the thoughts of such an unusual beauty, then the smile he would show would certainly be warm. With such a thought, he believed that perhaps thinking would no longer be so painful, and there would be a slight understanding with God without words. To summarize, he wanted to know if the girl thought this idea was too romantic. She was a little embarrassed and told him that this kind of thinking was really similar to what a romantic would say. Linji began to smile and say that, as she could see, he was truly an incorrigible romantic. But it's probably precisely because of this that they can talk here now. And the guy also thought that he would most likely be able to understand the girl. She actually knew this very well because he appeared in this dream for a reason. This actually means that he understands her and is on the same level with her. It also seemed to her that perhaps his thoughts were becoming more sublime. Linji blushed completely, and now he understood how philosophers actually know how to grab other people, and for him it was actually quite comfortable. After which he grabbed her hand and began to say that since she recognized him, then he took upon himself the courage to ask her, and he had great hope that she would agree. And then, in a rather slow and quiet voice, he wanted to know if she could become a friend for him. Looking at her, Linji understood perfectly well that when faced with a person who tends to withdraw into himself, it is better not to give the initiative to his partner. After all, due to the inertia of thinking, she will undoubtedly subconsciously immediately refuse. That is, you need to prevent her from doing this. But still, the girl apparently expected to hear a slightly different proposal, or so it seemed to her. Linji confirmed that he wanted her to become his friend because he believed that even though it was beautiful here, if she constantly looked at the same scenery, sooner or later she would get bored, and therefore he thought that she should have a friend and do everyday things together. It will be much more fun. And mentally, the guy understood perfectly well that when talking about division, he immediately thinks about recommendations. When talking about recommendations, he immediately thinks about promoting the book. Although he had not been to the store as before, he believed that it should be possible to restore the book from memory. Therefore, he concentrated, and a book appeared in his hands, which he decided to give to Bayin as a gift to his friend upon their first meeting. She was so happy about this gift that at some point she even became a little sad because she realized that no one had given her gifts for so long and how long it had been since there were people who wanted to talk to her. Bayin was a little embarrassed because she had nothing to give him in return, but she invited him to take the fruits on her tree and the honey and the flowers. Linji did not understand what she was talking about until he raised his head and saw a huge number of different fruits there, which he himself could not notice. But still, he believed that in fact there was no benefit in these fruits and flowers, besides the fact that they can probably be eaten right away, and before doing this, he decided to find out if they were really edible. This made the girl smile, and she replied that of course it was possible and even necessary. She waved her hand, and within seconds the fruit of this tree was in the guy's hands. Linji was even slightly shocked at how perfect everything was in the dream, but most of all he was interested in knowing what this fruit would taste like. He took a small bite and felt the crunchy and sweet taste. There was not even a seed. It was not too different from an apple. It seemed like the taste was taken from reality. Bayin watched him carefully and quickly wanted to know what the taste of this fruit was. Linji, without thinking for a long time, answered her that it was very sweet, but he really liked it. When suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a strange feeling, it seemed to the guy that he was starting to wake up, but he did not understand why this was happening so quickly because it didn't feel like much time had passed. Although then he realized that apparently time in the dream world also moves differently. Therefore, no matter how much he wanted to, he began to tell the girl that he already needed to go. But apparently she wasn't going to just let him go and immediately ran up to him to hug him. And she also didn't forget to add that she would be incredibly looking forward to him the next night. The man finished his cigarette and said that perhaps this time it really was a mistake to take Harris with him. But on the other hand, he did not deny the fact that choosing someone else would be even more wrong. Moreover, he and his colleagues, as he believed from the very beginning, did not have any special options. His interlocutor believed that subordinates were overstepping their boundaries, not knowing what was so special about this task. So he believed that a man needed a person who, even after receiving a decision, would take responsibility. So Miss G not long ago in a strange way became stronger because even she and Harris were going to engage in a fierce battle, and Old Man Wild, even being wounded by a lucky chance, did not die. He should have lived away from the world along with his pride, but apparently he did not want it to do. But what was most surprising was that they were both related to the owner of the bookstore on 23rd Street, and there was a feeling that their fate was rewritten there. This was the situation. So after the man told all this, his interlocutor answered him that in order to investigate the situation in the bookstore and the condition of its owner, he would need the level and appearance of the opponent, as well as the general layout and location of the bookstore. The man asked him to talk less, but rather to go and do everything possible to bring him good news. He also did not forget to add that that faceless man with black scales had become even stronger and appeared again. So now the man was afraid that even the authors of horror novels did not dare to easily accept this exaggerated setting. Meanwhile, on 23rd Street, near that very bookstore, there was already one of the scouts, who was glad that he had finally managed to find that very store. He immediately decided to get inside, and with the help of his special technique, he was able to do it quite easily. But as soon as he was inside, he realized that the situation here was quite strange, because there were no ethereal vibrations around, and, speaking from sensations, this was just an ordinary bookstore. The man began to think that his superiors had made a mistake, but still he decided to double-check the second floor. Maybe he would find something there. On the second floor, he realized that this was the only place where there were signs of life, but his breathing seemed quite normal and did not look like it was someone outstanding. He decided that apparently he was unnecessarily nervous, because he didn't even think that it would be such a simple task. It seems that Mr. Yui was too worried. The man suddenly realized that what kind of monsters there really could be in the shabby bookstore. Maybe this time he would kill the owner of the bookstore at the same time, and then return with a report, in which he will talk about how in fact the one they were worried about was no more than an ordinary person who had already fallen by the hand of a man. But as soon as he opened the doors of the bookstore owner's room, he began to realize how much he was mistaken. His room was literally overgrown with different plants, and it looked a little terrifying. And it was not for nothing that the man became scared, because as soon as he took a step into this room, his body was wrapped in all possible branches. Of course, he managed to get out of these networks, but it was not so easy, because he lost one of his eyes. He ran down the stairs and repeated the same thing 1,000 times, that he needed to inform the owner about all this, and that he needed to do this as soon as possible. The man stopped at one point and began to go a little crazy and talked to his master, whom he served faithfully. Half an hour had already passed since the guy went to the bookstore, and considering John's efficiency, this kind of non-combat task really took quite a long time. Considering all this, it began to seem to him that this bookstore was really not so simple. Apparently, the decision not to go himself out of caution was correct, but he really wanted to believe that everything around him was not so bad. And if something happened, he could escape without any problems with the help of John's abilities. With half the blood of a shadow spirit worm still circulating in his body, such a technique is capable of manifesting 200%, merging with the shadow, hiding his breath to hide unnoticed. For him, it is as easy as just returning home. Therefore, taking into account the attraction of attention, he decided that when John returned, he would be able to complete this task on his own. Suddenly, the man noticed a shadow that should have disappeared long ago, because he put out his cigarette. But why does he see it then? He realized that this was far from his shadow, so he decided to use a flame spell called Blazing Earth. An explosion occurred, and at that moment the man thought that the current situation was too unfavorable for him. The rainy day significantly weakened the full power of his fire spells, so it was obvious to him that he needed to retreat as soon as possible, although he does not know why John became a traitor, but now he will undoubtedly die. And to do this, the first thing he decided to do was use a flame spell called Burning Earth. But his opponent also did not wait for the man to destroy him, so he launched a counterattack with the help of his spells. And this caught the man suddenly. He literally did not expect such a quick response. But this was not the worst thing, because his hands were now chained with the help of several pins. Although he was not going to give up just like that, so even being chained to the wall, he still managed to use one of his fire skills. Even if this technique did not bring him victory, it would give him time so that he could free his second hand using the heating technique, which is what he did as a result. After which he added that in fact a man is much more skilled at treachery than he is. And he also believed that it was rather stupid to believe that he would not be on his guard. After which he used a large amount of his power to finally finish off his enemy, and apparently he is quite good at it. It seemed to the man that he managed to completely burn the body of his enemy, who attacked him. But this was only at first glance, because then he saw something that horrified him to the core. A huge dragon, if you could call it that, came out of the darkness towards him and was literally ready to destroy the man. Now it finally dawned on him that he was clearly not fighting with John. His fight was much more serious. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by this huge monster, who addressed the man as a master and called himself his servant. Ewan didn't understand what he was talking about, what kind of master he was, because as far as he knew, John was not a believer. Although then he realized that apparently this creature was not addressing him, but his real owner, who also owned a bookstore, and this was a kind of warning. The man allowed his assistant to enter the room, and he immediately reported that Mr. Ui was dead. This information obviously shocked him, and he immediately wanted to know what happened. The guy, instead of answering, decided to provide photographs of the scene of the incident and an examination of traces of the spell, which incidentally are reports on the restoration on the spot made by the black magicians of the Red Religion. It was a shock for him to see such photographs. The assistant continued to say that, on his orders, Mr. Ui sent a person to investigate the bookstore on 23rd Street. But as a result, after returning, the sent person unexpectedly rebelled, destroying Mr. Ui in the process. And the last photo characterized the guy's message before his death, in which he asked them to run away and do it as soon as possible. They understood perfectly well that John, who had returned from the bookstore, was parasitized by an unknown creature who managed to change his mind. Moreover, even dark magicians cannot find out what kind of creature it was, so he wanted to understand what they were going to do in the future. The guy immediately began to tell him that the dark magicians were going to hand over the collection to the general staff of the Red Religion, allowing the praying Murphy to decide. They also suggested that they discard the idea of reconnaissance of the bookstore and first ensure that the magic mirror egg hatches. In response to this, the man ordered him to inform them that the White Wolf would make every effort to cooperate. Is this really a warning from the owner of the bookstore? But who could have known that the method would be so terrible? Especially now, he didn't want to complicate his life because they were at an important stage of incubating the magic mirror egg. Therefore, the man gathered his will into a fist and finally decided that it did not matter to him what the essence of the owner of the bookstore was. In any case, he would not allow any uncertainty to interfere with his plans. After such a sound sleep and such a beautiful dream, Linji finally woke up, although he did not do so with much desire. Although he was still in a pretty good mood, and he immediately thought that he definitely needed to thank Frank the next time he came to visit him, because his gift really brought him good dreams. Now Linji only hoped that everything would be as she said, and that they would meet her again the next night. The first thing after sleeping, Linji decided to go to the bathroom and brush his teeth, but at some point he paused this process. And he did this because it seemed to him that something was wrong in his mouth. Surprisingly, he noticed that as many as 8 new teeth had appeared in his mouth. It was something out of fantasy. He immediately thought that perhaps this was the little black one's tricks. Maybe for him, the presentation of teeth was a kind of wish for happiness. Only this option came to the guy's mind. Lin Ji decided to forget about it for a while because at least God knows best what he did. He put himself in order and finally opened his doors, and now he could only wait for new guests to arrive. Suddenly, at one moment, he noticed one feature. Usually at this time, the neighbor's TV is on at maximum volume, broadcasting the news of the day, and Lin Ji did not understand why it was suddenly so quiet today. Has the traffic jams blown again, or has the video store owner suddenly fallen ill? So he decided to knock on his door and ask him directly what happened. In response to his knock, Lin Ji only heard a scream, which frightened him incredibly. But still, he pulled himself together and decided to check with his neighbor what happened and why today you can't hear the usually playing morning news. The neighbor at this time began to panic because Lin Ji still noticed a strange thing. People who exposed themselves in the film and realized that they were wrong end up dying. These were the thoughts this strange man was sitting with. But he still decided to immediately correct the situation and immediately began to turn on the TV, from which this black demon once again emerged, frightening the man every time he turned on the equipment. But after a few seconds, news began to be broadcast to almost the entire house, which said that today a wall collapse had occurred in the area around the district, as a result of which an adult man died at the scene. And for Lin Ji, it was strange not this, but the fact that he had the neighbor's voice is too strange. Therefore, he decided to ask the man again if everything was all right with him. The man immediately began to panic and think that his words were a warning, that he had not acted rashly, otherwise he would not be able to live well. It was obvious on his face that he did not want to die yet, because he was still young and did not want to die. Now it seemed to him that the guy somehow found out that the man wanted to ask the priest to get rid of the evil spirit. Lin Ji still tried to call him, but the man continued to stubbornly ignore him. And at some point, he finally decided that he had to send this message to the priest, because his life had become simply unbearable from the moment this spirit appeared. He did this, and it made him even more angry and scared at the same time, although he was aware of the fact that it was already quite late to change anything. Colin continued to pray to the priest of the Dome Church to save him, because he was just a poor little lamb. But he still had to answer Lin Ji, because the guy wouldn't just leave behind, and the man said that the guy didn't have to worry, because everything was fine with him. It was a little difficult for Lin Ji to believe this, but he still replied that if it was so, then he would not worry. Although in the guy's head there was still a feeling that this man was still hiding something, and that's why Lin Ji wanted to buy something and visit him to see for himself. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening, and Lin Ji, not yet seeing who entered his store, immediately said hello. But still, when he saw who came in, he was a little surprised because it was really a new visitor, but it seemed like she was quite unusual. Melissa at that moment was trying to examine as many details of this store as possible and understand whether this was the bookstore where her father took the book. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lin Ji, who decided to ask the girl if he could help her with anything. She didn't think through what to answer him, so she just looked at his face for a while. Still, she decided to come closer, and at that moment she only thought that this store was somehow too ordinary for the level that was put in its dossier. She walked up to the counter and immediately asked Lin Ji if he was the owner of this bookstore. The guy confirmed this information in a calm voice and added that if she needed anything, she could tell him. According to him, she could borrow a book, buy it, or even just take it to read. Melissa, instead of listening carefully to Lin Ji, thought that he did not look strong at all, and it already seemed to her that her father was simply mistaken. Now she felt a little uneasy at the thought of her doing stuff like that. She was literally causing trouble. Despite the rain falling, she risked being scolded by her dad after he noticed. And in the end, it was just an unremarkable store. The thought made her completely sick. It wasn't fun. But she decided not to just leave and decided to ask the guy again whether it was true what he just said about her being allowed whatever she asked. Lin Ji smiled, but in fact he didn't understand in his head what kind of thoughts were these children having right now. But still, with a calm face, he answered that of course she can do anything, unless of course her request goes beyond unacceptable boundaries. She slammed her hand on the table and said that now she wants to fight him in arm wrestling. If this, of course, does not cross the line. Lin Ji expected anything but this. This proposal was truly unusual for him, and his surprise could be explained by the fact that an ordinary person borrows books, buys them, or reads them. One of three options. But to be asked to fight in arm wrestling is something new. But still, his intuition told him that something was wrong here and she was offering it for a reason. Therefore, he began to inspect the details. The shoes were cleaned of dirt, although it was raining heavily outside, and only from these details can one say that the girl was pretty well brought up. Her thick red hair must have been styled, She must be from a very wealthy, rich family. And besides, he noticed a disappointed expression on her face. She must have purposefully come to the bookstore, and not just to hide from the rain. He felt as if he didn't understand why such a child suddenly came to his store and wanted to compete with him in arm wrestling. All this made him think that his store was not so attractive for children, and most likely one of the old clients sent her here. But who? But after taking a closer look, he still found blood ties between her and Joseph. After a few seconds, he no longer doubted it, but was almost sure that she was really his relative. The strangest thing for him was the pressure it caused. It was both full of strength and full of uncertainty. He continued to be silent, and she had to ask him again, or is arm wrestling not too difficult a task for him? Linji realized that he had been silent for too long, and this was very bad, so he told her that he really didn't mind such fun. But first he needed to ask her 2 questions. She was ready for his questions, or so it seemed, because as soon as he asked her the first question, in which he wanted to know if she had come because of Joseph, her expression immediately changed. Melissa was literally shocked by this because she didn't fully understand how he even knew this. Lin Ji began to smile because he understood that he was right. So he asked the girl not to look at him with such a surprised look, because they are actually very similar. She started screaming that this was not so, but this only proved that he was right. It even seemed to the guy that this scream was passed down the family line. Now he was ready to ask the second question, in which he became interested in knowing why she was looking for him. Was it really to play arm wrestling? Melissa realized that there was no point in hiding from whom she came here, and decided to tell her that Joseph told her that if she felt heaviness in her soul, then she should just play arm wrestling with someone. Lin Ji thought the reason lay in something deeper, because using arm wrestling just for this is quite strange. She added that Joseph said that if the partner refuses, he will look like a coward, and even in this case you can force him to do it, and this can already lead to a fight, and there will be an incentive to beat someone. Lin Ji could not say a word in response to this, because it was strange to him that a man was raising his daughter this way. This pattern of thinking seemed rather cruel to him, although he later realized that nothing else could be expected from a soldier of his caliber. Lin Ji realized that there was no point in refusing, so he decided to ask her how exactly they would compete. The girl invited him to play until one of them wins twice in a row. Lin Ji understood that she was here for a reason, and most likely she and Joseph had some kind of conflict, and now this girl needed something like a punching bag to discharge. But he did not want to think that he would have to become this punching bag. Against this background, he decided to take back his words, and now he believed that this child was a hooligan, and he wanted to immediately correct these hooligan thoughts. Therefore, he mentally asked Joseph for forgiveness and added that he could not make concessions to her daughter, because he believed that this would not benefit her. As soon as the girl took Linji's hand, she realized that he had the strength of an ordinary person, and this made her think again that her father had made a mistake. At first, she wanted to give in to the guy a little because she has no equal in arm wrestling. But before they could start, the guy laid her hand down in a few seconds. It was obvious from her facial expression that she simply did not understand how this could even happen. She still just didn't understand how this could even happen. How could she lose to an ordinary guy in arm wrestling? Lin Ji was pleased to look at the girl's expression, because it seemed to him that it screamed that she simply did not expect him to be so strong. Melissa was really very angry inside, because at 6 years old she could defeat 10 people with that level of strength. But then she didn't even understand how she managed to lose at a frightening level. It's just illogical. Lin Ji interrupted her thoughts and began to talk about how, to be honest, having such strength at such a young age was quite amazing, and it was very difficult for him, especially at first, when they were practically not inferior to each other. But instead of calming down, she began to get even angrier. She was annoyed at least by the fact that he was making fun of her. And this forced her to pull herself together and remember that she also has her own dignity, and even if she is just studying the art of knights, she will still do everything so that she does not just give up. Therefore, she immediately reminded the guy that he needed to win 2 out of 3, and this time she would definitely defeat him. It was clear from her look that she was not going to give up, and apparently she wanted to fight again more than anything else in this world. Lin Ji was a little surprised that she would want a rematch so quickly, because he thought that she had injured her wrist and still wanted to play with him again. But still, he realized that there was no point in refusing her, and on this basis he still agreed, and they proceeded to the second round. A few seconds later they began, and the girl immediately decided to use almost all her powers that were only available to her at that moment. Lin Ji knew that this was too little, but he still believed that it would not hurt to mention the fact that she is as persistent as her father, which is actually very commendable. But as he thought, this would be too little, and with a little more effort, he was able to easily defeat the girl in the second round. This was the end for her. She repeated 1,000 times out loud that this simply could not happen. But on the other hand, she understood perfectly well that it had already happened. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Linji, who added that this is just arm wrestling, and it's not so important to win. In addition, he noticed that if he had a knife in his hands, she would have simply died. So you shouldn't rely only on your own strength. Now she believed that he was simply a monster who did not let the child win even once. And Lin Ji at this moment was only thinking that he needed to make this child remember everything well. Even with such a small physique, she still competes with people in arm wrestling, and if things continue like this, then she might become some kind of boss. Therefore, he decided that he would simply save this hooligan by doing a couple of good deeds with her. And he immediately began to say that since he had fulfilled her demands, she was obliged to tell him what she really wanted. The girl, looking down, answered him that she really just wanted to take the book. It was quite obvious that this would make Lin Ji very happy, and he immediately changed his face and immediately wanted to know what specific book the girl would like to take. She began to talk about how she secretly read part of the book that her father borrowed for a while, but didn't have time to get to the end because he almost noticed him, so she wants the same book that he has, so that she can finally find out how the story ended. After this, Melissa immediately began to worry, because she understood that it looked quite strange, and she was far from sure that the store owner would give her this book. Lin Ji, at this time, realized one very important thing, that if you judge her by her cautious behavior, then she is very much afraid of her father, and it seems that because of the little prince, a conflict has arisen between the daughter and the father. And the guy decided to correct this situation a little, so he said that of course he had the book, but he still suggested that she get closer to Joseph and take this book directly from him. Melissa thought that this was a bad idea, because if he found out that she took this book from him, he would tear and throw, so she believed that she could not afford such a thing. But the guy believed that everything was not as bad as she thought, and he believed that if the girl showed understanding, the man would most likely answer her in kind. In response, he really wanted to hear few other words than a cry that her father never really understood her, because he is at work every day. And when he comes home, every time he checks the results of her training, after which he angrily lectures her about how she is not good enough. Before, no matter what she did, no matter how hard she put in, she could not get his approval. Now everything became clear to Lin Ji because he understood the real reason for their problematic relationship. In this case, he saw only one way out, in which he suggested that the girl first try to make him look at the situation differently. He understood that, in other words, this picture could be described, that a man busy with work was inattentive to his child's studies, which is why her performance fell. Retired military personnel who do not know how to express themselves correctly can only lecture children. But in the eyes of a child, it looks different. But fortunately, Lin Ji had a book that is ideal for this case. And he decided to solve this problem quite unexpectedly, loading the child with even more homework. And judging by his research, the main disciplines of this world are almost the same as those on Earth, especially the great and incomprehensible mathematics. He decided to embellish all this with books on physics and chemistry so that this child could have a more eventful life in his free time. He was just worried that he might go a little overboard. Although these are not the same worlds, they are still the same nightmare, especially for children of Melissa's age. The girl didn't understand at all what he was doing and why there were so many books, when suddenly Lin Ji interrupted her and repeated once again what he had just said, namely that they first need to force Joseph to look at the situation from the other side. She turned these words over in her head several times and still did not understand what they were talking about and how they should do this. Melissa suddenly remembered that since childhood she had trained all her fighting skills non-stop, but never received praise, only continuous teaching. It didn't matter how hard she tried. In the end, she always heard the same words. Naturally, many people have high hopes for her. After all, she is Joseph's child, and everyone around constantly compares her to him, and the man himself constantly repeats that at her age, he was already at a frightening level. So the desire to meet his expectations became some kind of goal for her in life. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Lin Ji, who decided to summarize that in the end, all her father wants is for her to grow up. And as long as she nobly walks the right path, although her father doesn't say it, in his heart, he is certainly happy for her. And Lin Ji also believed that he was able to guess Joseph's thinking. After seeing her progress, he would clearly change his mind. Melissa was more and more surprised every second that this man could know her father so well. But in any case, she felt that his words were inexplicably convincing. Therefore, she asked him again whether these books would really help her in gaining strength and gaining recognition from her father. The girl couldn't even imagine what kind of books these should be, since after reading them she would receive her father's approval. Perhaps she would learn in them about the technique of hardening the body, or about some special technique for mastering the ether. Linji put his hands on these books and added that if she wants to gain power, then these books will be the key to that very book for her. These words immediately made the girl reach for these books and start reading them, and at some point, huge doors appeared before her eyes, which scared her a little. Some kind of roar was heard around her, and she did not fully understand what she needed to do. But her hands literally reached out to these doors and opened them. A second later, she was flying off a huge cliff, and she wanted to scream as loud as possible, but she couldn't do it. At that moment, Mr. Lin appeared in her mind, convincing her that there was really nothing to be afraid of, and since she wanted to open this door, she would definitely have to pay the price. Suddenly, she came to her senses, and the first thought in her head was that she had died. But then she realized that all this was an ordinary vision that was created from a piece of her own soul. Now she knew that there was a key that could open any door. Within the framework of the concept of a knight, she could directly seek and receive the necessary knightly abilities, no problems or obstacles. Melissa did not go beyond the bounds of desires at all, but he still went beyond the bounds of common sense, even creating a completely new one, which both frightened and delighted her. At some point, it even seemed to her that this man was just a demon who could see right through her. Lin Ji, looking at her at that moment, realized that apparently this was caused by the same reaction as the shadow in the soul. Now it became clear that from the very beginning, mathematics was the weak point. And fortunately for the girl, Lin Ji believed that he could still conduct a consultation on high school level mathematics. While the girl was thinking that he was just a demon, the guy decided to ask her if she needed his help, which frightened the girl even more. He didn't hear anything in response, so he decided to say only that if she had any questions, she could always turn to him, because it seemed to him that she didn't quite understand this book. And at that time, the girl was trembling with fear, because she believed that the owner of the bookstore was thinking about something devilish right now. It even seemed to her that she was just some kind of toy for him. With a smile, Lin Ji pondered how best to schedule the future regime of study and leisure in the child's life, because he believed that he needed not only to overwhelm her with lessons, but also to resolve contradictions in the family. But for now, he needed to increase her strength, after which he would happily praise her, because this is what a girl like her incredibly expects. After which he came closer to her and decided to ask the girl what happened. Was she still afraid? And that's why she didn't want to read books. Melissa still could not get rid of this constant feeling that if she obeyed, she would take a path from which it would be impossible to leave. It seemed to her that these books seemed to spread great power in the name of a certain existence, and the store owner was a guide. She only heard the words in her head that she needed to try, and then she would definitely be able to master that part of the power that she needed so much, and in this way, she could make her father proud of her. Melissa realized that she simply had no other choice, so she decided to bow to Lin Ji and suddenly began to say that she was very grateful to him for his tolerance and guidance, and also promised him that she would not disappoint him in any way. The guy didn't expect that she would change so quickly. It seems his technique works much better than he thought, so he answered the girl that in fact there was nothing wrong. Such feelings were quite good. He only asked her to remain as modest and curious, and then the doors of knowledge will always be open. After which she paid 1,000 yuan and bought these books, which brought Lin Ji quite a good profit for the day. Melissa left this store and, standing in the rain, did not understand how she could buy all these books, because from the very beginning she generally came to take one book, and then only for a while. But then she discarded these thoughts, because she realized that she needed to return home as soon as possible so that she could start studying as soon as possible. Miss G woke up screaming because she had a rather terrible dream. She immediately turned her attention to her body, the right side of which was bleeding, and she remembered that she had to launch a second forced jump to avoid the dark magician's spells. The girl caught herself thinking that she didn't even know where Kate and Max were and where she was in general. Suddenly, her entire stream of thoughts was suddenly interrupted by a woman's voice, which asked her not to move because she had a rather serious injury. She immediately turned her head and saw the elf woman in front of her. Miss didn't understand where the elf came from in Nozin, even when she was in complete confusion in her head. But still, she decided to talk to her and ask directly whether she saved her. The elf, in response to this, only laughed and said that this is exactly how it is. The woman, looking at this elf, thought that she did not expect that upon returning to Nozin, she would feel such a violent vibration of the ether. Although the elf herself also noticed that they are extremely sensitive to the ether, so staying here is simply torture. But what was more surprising for her was that while returning from the store with purchases, she suddenly teleported to meet an unfamiliar unconscious girl who was covered from head to toe in blood. But without any doubt, she decided to help the girl and dragged her to her apartment, which was less than 10 meters from the place where she found her, and considered it important to note the fact that if she had left her unattended, she would have been very quickly discovered by the pursuers. Misunderstood how lucky she really was that she had landed in such a convenient place. The elf confirmed this with a smile and added that if they, of course, get closer to this house, they might be able to find her, but in any case, hiding here is the best option for her for now. But she immediately decided to calm the girl down a little and added that all elves are excellent hunters, so the ability to hide traces is in their blood, so she had already covered up all traces. After all these words, the girl literally blossomed, and in any case added that since she saved her life, she would definitely repay her for this kindness. But then her expression suddenly changed, and she immediately decided to find out how many hours she had been unconscious. The elf didn't understand why she was suddenly asking this question, but she still told her that it was about 5 hours from the moment she met her. In fact, Miss G perfectly understood that she was quite lucky, because in case of exhaustion of physical strength, the jump in space was completely uncontrollable. It would not even be surprising if she died right on the spot. Although then she suddenly realized that it was not a matter of luck at all. She was clearly helped again by Mr. Lin, who gave her a will of steel, and now her body has definitely become much stronger, which helped her survive this spatial jump. In the end, things are not really that bad for her. She can still fix the situation. The corrupted blood has already cured her injury, but the excessive depletion of physical strength is too serious, so she decided to rest a little, and then she will immediately find out the hidden reasons for this elf. This same elf interrupted her thoughts, saying that the recovery ability of her body was extremely unusual, so for a minute it even seemed to her that she was an outstanding hunter. Miss introduced herself in response to this and called herself Ji Jixiu, and she did this in order to ask the elf a response question in which she would like to know why she came to Nozin, because very few elves live here due to the unfavorable environment. The elf realized that she had made a mistake when she forgot to introduce herself. Therefore, after a second, she decided to correct herself and called herself Doris, and it seemed to her that it was quite clear that she was a purebred elf. Well, the main reason that she came here is to do everything to restore the lost glory of the fleur-de-lis family, from which she herself comes from. It was clear from Jijikshu's face that she knew very well that this was an old orthodox and noble elven race. She immediately remembered reading similar entries in a book when she was a small child, and according to legend, the magnificent elven state was completely wiped off the face of the earth after Candela's madness passed and turned into scorched earth. Some of the elves, under the cover of pitch darkness, entered into an agreement with the witch Vapusis, thus gaining a new patron. Therefore, the elves and others who received the protection of the witch, as well as the witches themselves, are called travelers. Jijikshu was almost sure that the fleur-de-lis family had not existed for several centuries, so she decided to check with Doris if she was here to find the witch who once signed the treaty. Without any doubt, Doris told her that this was the case, and that was the only reason she came here. She was one of the 4 first witches, the most mysterious, whose true face no one saw. According to legends, it was known that she was fast asleep in a dream world, covered with snow-white snow and frost. In that world there were only white irises and the remains of ancient dragons, which became a tree supporting the sky. And the name of this wonderful and mysterious woman is Bayan. It was so sudden for Ji Jixiu. Is this the very first witch that no one outstanding knows? Ji Jixiu always believed that these were just fictions, and she never thought that the faith of the first witches and their patronage really existed. On this basis, she decided to ask another question, in which she was interested to know why Nozin, because the society's surveillance system covers the entire city, and it is impossible that a dream world capable of housing one of the first witches would even exist. Doris asked not to ask her this question because in fact she herself does not know the answer to it, because she is only fulfilling the sage's prediction. After which she added that Lady Bai Yin, who has the greatest control over the snow, will descend in a dream to the steel city of Nozin and bless the one favored by the stars. But to be honest, she would like to admit that all these prophetic verses were not understandable to her at all. It seemed to her that this was complete nonsense, because it was obviously incredibly difficult for her to understand them. Ji Jixiu continued to question her, And this time she became quite curious to know how long she planned to stay here, because it would be quite dangerous for the elves in this city. In addition, she believed that Doris must have sensed this abnormal situation here. She understood that Ji Jixiu meant these endless rains, but immediately calmed her down, because her tolerance for unfavorable conditions is quite high, and for her, this is not a problem at all. But Ji Jixiu still recommended that she better not leave the house for a couple of days. Especially in the current situation, it is extremely dangerous. In response, Doris could only laugh and say that it was actually obvious, and it also seemed to her that Ji Jixiu was in an even more risky situation. Ji Jixiu told her that she is a hunter, and therefore, she always has to peer into the abyss and becomes it, wandering in the dead of night between life and death, and her main duty is to hunt wild animals and destroy them for the sake of the peaceful sleep of good people. Doris suddenly caught fire and began to say that Ji Jixiu allowed her to see her predecessors, and this is precisely the meaning of the existence of hunters, from ancient times to this day. Ji Jixiu couldn't believe what she just saw. This seemed to be an ordinary tone of speech. What did she just see, really? But she didn't have time to decide what exactly it was, because Doris suddenly remembered that her soup on the stove was burning, so she quickly ran to the kitchen. A few minutes later, Ji Jixiu was already sitting at the table and was about to eat the soup that Doris had prepared, especially for the seriously wounded. After the first spoon of this dish, Ji Jixiu immediately realized that it was incredibly tasty. Doris said with a smile that she was actually incredibly confident in her culinary abilities. Besides, the ingredients were fresh, and apparently Ji Jixiu confirmed this by eating this soup very quickly. And while Doris was giving the girl more of this soup, she suddenly started talking about the fact that since Ji Jixiu is a hunter who is tied to Nozin's territory, then she must be well-oriented. And she started talking about this only because she wanted to ask Ji Jixiu as a reward to help her with orientation, if possible, because she doesn't have any clues about Mrs. Bayin yet. Ji Jixiu confirmed with a smile that she is indeed the best at navigating the area, but still she is unlikely to be able to help her because her situation is truly incredibly dangerous. But as soon as the rain stopped, he could go to the bookstore on 23rd Street and ask Mr. Lin. Ji Jixiu believed that he would surely be able to give her the answer she needed. Doris was a little surprised by such strange advice, so she decided to find out in more detail who this Mr. Lin was. Ji Jixiu told her that he was the one she had sworn to serve faithfully, an outstanding person who spread the gospel throughout the world. Although she still did not fully understand who he really was, his personality was like God for the girl. Doris began to joke that it seemed to her that he was a great man, but in order to better integrate into human life, recently she had been studying the name list of outstanding people of the Truth Society, and it seemed to her that there was no one like him. Ji Jixiu actually understood her doubts very well, but she only stated the facts as he sees them. Mr. Lin is a real hermit, but she didn't think so, because it was this man who showed her the direction in the darkness and supported her strength so that she could defeat her enemies. As she just said, he is an outstanding person who spreads goodness throughout the world. It seemed to Doris that her faith was as strong as their faith in Lady Bayin, and besides, for 1,000,000 years they had never violated the contract of the night concluded with Wapusis. Ji Jixiu decided to interrupt her and suddenly began to undress, and the body that Doris saw shocked her incredibly. For Ji Jixiu, it was still surprising that she possessed such enormous power, and for this she was grateful only to Mr. Lin, who helped her, because even, for example, now she feels almost healthy, although a few hours ago she was dying. Now Doris began to believe a little. Apparently the owner of the bookstore, Mr. Lin, is really so strong and extraordinary. Ji Jixiu once again confirmed this and also added that he is extraordinary. He is the kindest and most decent of all the high-ranking people she has ever met. Doris answered her that she had finally convinced her, and after the rain stopped, she would certainly visit the owner of the bookstore she was talking about, and now she hoped that he would help her solve her problem. In the meantime, she advised her to rest a little and stay with Doris for a couple more days. And first, she would like to change the woman's clothes. There is hot water in the bathroom, so Doris asked her to take a bath and relax properly. Ji Jixiu was incredibly grateful for Doris's care and for giving her the opportunity to stay at her home for a few days. The girl was glad that she still managed to meet such a nice elf as Miss Doris. The man wanted to know if there was any news from the scout and whether he had returned at all. The man's assistant immediately gave him an answer, in which he stated that the stalker, who was an anomalous level hunter, had disappeared and contact with him had been lost. He immediately wanted to know where the information was lost and what the people from the gangster group were saying. The guy didn't have time to finish saying that he didn't know such information when suddenly the man grabbed him by the neck, after which he lifted him above the ground because he sincerely did not understand how a guy could not know such information. This literally infuriated him because it seemed to him that the gang of criminals were just scum who did not understand the seriousness of the situation at all. Through the pain, the guy still tried to tell him that the traces were completely erased. Even the examination failed. The man didn't care what he said. He ordered them to immediately continue looking for people, and no matter how many of them died, the main thing for him was the result. And before letting the guy go, he decided to check with him how things were going with Charles. Fortunately, the guy knew the answer to this question, so he said that he was already fully awake, and UI kept his body in good condition. And also the priest Murphy took part in this process, who resurrected him and gave him the new consciousness that they so needed. He liked this more because finally he heard at least one good news. After all, the man knew very well that Charles, according to information from Ryan's intelligence mouse, was indeed Wilde's favorite student, which should play into their hands in the future. Because he was interested in at least finding out what Wilde would do when his own student returned from hell, and even wanted to destroy his teacher, the man could only hope that he could provide the eggs of a magic mirror for incubation. And what would he do with Wilde? It was all the same. The guy suddenly stopped, and not because he was tired from the rather long and exhausting road, but because he had finally arrived where he needed it. He immediately began to talk about how his teacher was the oldest king of souls and words, the Black Emperor, the Dragon Charmer, the last descendant of the giants. And this man's name is the Lord of the Giants, Slater Augustus, and his name is Wilde, and he came to visit him. He also added that if he could sympathize with his students, Wilde began to ask him to look at his work. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted, and they told him that now he did not have to use spells just to talk. Although he is called a living fossil of dark magicians, but in the end his body is ultimately not yet completely rotten rock, after which he seemed to rise from the ashes and noticed that he was very glad to see Wilde, his best student. He decided not to wait long and immediately find out what business the guy suddenly came to him for. Wilde was happy to say that his student had already completed the work that he asked him to do, and this is the result that he asked the gentleman to evaluate. After a short pause and prolonged silence, the big man roared and called this work almost a masterpiece. And then he kept silent, because he believed that fate had actually already made its choice and everything would soon be clear. But what he could tell him for sure was that Wilde's training was officially over. And now, from this moment on, he is officially an independent dark magician who decides how to decide his own destiny. The guy decided to thank his teacher for this and for what he did for him. For him, as a dark magician, his recognition became an honor for the rest of his life. He asked him only not to forget about the fulfillment of his own destiny, and finally wished him good luck in his long and difficult journey. Then Wilde did not attach much importance to the words of the teacher. At that time he dreamed of the future, and rejoiced with all his heart that he was finally recognized by the teacher. Then all his movements corresponded to a classic dark magician. In other words, they were permeated with mysticism. Remembering this now, he understands that perhaps precisely because he was too young and frivolous at that time, a whole series of events happened. A short man led Wilde into the room where all the orphans were, after which he could not help but add that he never expected that such a big man like him would return here and want to adopt an orphan. The man continued to talk about how recently there have been too many orphans, and they are no longer able to take care of them. But at some point he was interrupted by Wilde, who wanted to know the name of the child standing in that corner. The owner of this orphanage noticed that this child came here not so long ago, so he does not yet have a name. Wilde decided to carefully approach the boy and greet him, and then tell him that his name was Wilde, and he was a dark magician. The boy did not say a word in response, so Frank decided to give him two options. In the first, he would go with him, and in the second, he would remain to rot in this place for the rest of his life. He didn't have to wait long for an answer from the boy. He literally immediately asked the man to take him with him, because he most of all would not want to die. Frank smiled and told the man that he would take this boy with him. The man immediately told the child that he didn't have to worry, because in the future, he would become his student, and now he was under his protection. After this, Wilde realized that the boy didn't even have a name, so he decided that now the guy would be called Charles. The boy didn't mind, and he even liked the name, so he easily agreed with his new mentor. Since that time, Frank has had an official student, follower Charles, and since the transmission of heredity occurs in the form of language, dark magicians and their students usually have closer relations than relatives. Later, Frank took on another student named UI, And with his experience and power, protecting the guys was not a problem for him. At that time, he really thought so. But later, it seemed to him that he had protected that child too much and ended up letting him lose the vigilance that a dark magician should have. And as a result, it was too late. Despite the fact that he later found the one who killed Charles, he could not find the guy's corpse in his soul, even if he wanted to find Augustus to resurrect Charles. Without these two things, it would have been easy impossible. On that day, the man lost his Charles forever. It became his lifelong, inexorable sin. Frank, sitting in his house, could not believe that he dreamed of his teacher. It seemed to him that this was connected with the fact that he presented Mr. Lin with a gargoyle as a gift. Now the man understood the full depth of the words that his teacher once told him. And if he had at least half the wisdom of the teacher, he would not have destroyed his student. Perhaps Charles was able to escape through the cracks of the dream world and not die. Frank had such hopes because he knew very well that this was possible, because before he also had a similar power. There were two sides in his head at that time, the first one that believes in a miracle, and the second side completely denies it and believes that thinking about such things is simply ridiculous. Suddenly his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door, and the man was incredibly scared. And all because this is the safest and secret place in Nozine. Not a single person knows about it except one, and that person could be Charles. His thoughts turned out to be true, because he heard the guy's voice. Charles said that he had finally returned. After which he added that the teacher should know that that dark magician, Fred, wanted to take revenge on him by destroying Charles. But the guy, as it turned out, did everything to prevent this from happening. And for this, he rushed into the crevices of the world, but he did not hear in response not a word. So the guy decided to wait at the door, just like in that orphanage. But before that, he added again that he did not want to die and asked the man to take him with him. Frank opened the doors and really saw his student lying on the floor. Wilde could not believe what he was seeing. Could it really be his student Charles? Lin felt more and more every second that something was wrong, but he didn't understand what was wrong. Although his appearance has hardly changed, he still constantly feels that his character is becoming more and more like the head of multi-level marketing. It seemed to him that if he now put on a priest's cassock, it was possible that there would be a person who would confess him right on the spot. In the end, it's all because of 8 extra teeth that suddenly erupted. For some reason, he remembered that in Buddhism, there is an interpretation of the 32 bodily signs of the Buddha, among which are 40 teeth. Beautiful and smooth teeth symbolize the gentleness of the Buddha's words and his fatherly kindness to the world. Lin Ji used to read similar literature when he collected folklore, but now he is the owner of a tiny bookstore, so he didn't understand how he could be considered ideal. But he still decided that he would not worry about this question and would simply ask the little black one next time. Suddenly he stopped thinking about it, but only because he heard someone knocking on the store doors. So he went to open them with the thought that working hours had not yet arrived, and the weather outside was nasty, so he did not understand who could come to his little shabby store so early. But as soon as he opened the doors, he immediately saw Frank, whom the guy clearly did not expect to actually see. The first thing the man did was apologize for the trouble and wished Mr. Lin good morning. Lin Ji decided to clarify with the man what had happened so urgently, because if he was still sleeping, he would have to freeze under the door, and at his age there is a high probability of accidents, so he asked him to be extremely careful next time. And in his mind, the guy was thinking that Frank had been making frequent visits lately, and for him it was quite strange. It seemed that he had encountered a problem in his research. Simply put, at this time it is worth diving deep into study and quickly getting research results. But the man decided to visit the bookstore again. Has something really happened in his life? Therefore, the guy decided to take his time and find out everything properly and told Frank to first drink a cup of hot tea to warm up, because it was clearly not so easy for him to get here. The man thanked the guy for his concern, and Linji himself at that moment was thinking that it looks like Frank is not going to take the book today. Apparently they will just talk today to strengthen their relationship. And the guy decided to start this conversation with a short story about a farmer and a viper. Frank had not heard this story, so Linji was even more interested in telling it and began with the fact that it is extremely simple but worth it. On the side of the road lay a frozen snake that was about to die. But a farmer passing by at that time noticed a sick snake, and out of pity, the farmer took the snake in his arms to warm its body. Feeling the warmth of the farmer's heart, the snake slowly came to life and came to its senses. And the first thing it did after waking up was instinctively bit the farmer on the chest. As a result, the man died, and this ended this tragic story. And at the end of the story, Linji would like to know from Frank what he thinks. In the end, the farmer did the right thing when he picked up the snake, After all, it seemed to the guy himself that this was a completely unfair story because the farmer paid with so-called kindness and in the end died anyway. The guy was interested to know, having died, would the farmer blame his own ignorance and weakness or the cruelty and indifference of the snake? Frank couldn't believe his ears, because it seemed to him that this story was a kind of warning, and apparently Mr. Lin knew everything very well. But still, he answered the guy that the farmer was not right. He was just kind, and the snake was not wrong. It just obeyed its instinct. Lin Ji could only praise the man for his good and rational idea, after which he himself added that after all, this is just a story for people, and should also be thought about from a human point of view. But still, Lin Ji wanted to continue thinking and asked the man what he would do and how he would act if he were in the farmer's place. This question took Frank by surprise, but he still replied that most likely in that case he would regret his choice. Lin Ji began to smile and asked him to discard the credit because the farmer's great regret should be that he did not discern the essence of the snake earlier, and only his own blind kindness was to blame for his death. The guy believed that there were so many bad people in this world, so he asked Frank not to trust others so frivolously and asked him not to lie to himself, and certainly not to be soft-hearted. After Lin Ji said that he does not have a heart because he can be touched by his kindness, the reason for his smile is nothing more than the joy of losing vigilance. Frank did not quite understand how a person can live without a heart, but then he had the idea that the returning Charles is not the same guy after all. Lin Ji noticed that the man was clearly lost in thought after his words, so he became interested to know if Frank understood him. The man, looking into the guy's face, confidently answered him that he understood everything. The guy was glad to hear this, and now he understood that Frank had relaxed a little, and it seemed that his little warming story was a good start. And now that they had already started talking about it, they first needed to find out exactly what problem Frank was facing. All Lin Ji knew was that he was a lonely old man who lived alone all year round. Ordinary household little things would undoubtedly not be any problem for him. Then he realized that there was only one problem left, and most likely it was connected with relatives. And as far as he knew, Frank had no one except 2 adopted sons who treated him badly. We still don't know anything from one of them after he left to work, and the second found his biological parents and moved away, because of which Frank didn't even want to mention it. But it seemed to him that Frank wouldn't react that way to the return of the second son. Therefore, Lin Ji decided to clarify some points about Charles. Frank was surprised that the guy realized so quickly that Charles had returned, and Lin Ji probably already guessed that this was the reason he came here. The guy immediately asked the man to calm down because he actually understood him perfectly, and the situation was really quite complicated. Lin Ji thought that in many TV programs about resolving disputes between neighbors, the topic of dividing up the property of lonely old people is discussed. And it often happens that an elderly person who has lived for many years suddenly falls ill, and a bunch of strange relatives appear out of nowhere. In addition, those who work for many years away from home without ambition unexpectedly return home mostly because of money. So Lin Ji asked Frank to be extremely careful, and he should clearly be on guard, although this may sound like an insult. He argued all his words by the fact that the returned Charles is no longer the same one he remembers. Such people who so suddenly return and mislead relatives with sweet speeches often passionately desire something, want to receive promises or benefits. After all these words, Lin decided to reinforce all this with his own question, in which he wanted to know if Frank was sure that Charles had really returned now. The guy understood that saying what he was about to say was a little cruel, but did he really want to turn into a farmer who gave his feelings to an insensitive viper? Frank recalled every moment he lived with Charles and understood that in fact Lin Ji was right. All this was just self-deception. But the man could not forget those moments in his life when Charles burst into his office without knocking, and how Frank scolded him that he must behave differently, because he is at least a black magician who should be full of respect, and call him a teacher. Although little Charles answered that he would do so, he immediately forgot about it again and called Frank his mentor. Frank obviously didn't like this, but he realized that he couldn't do anything about it, so when UI left, the man finally asked Charles to help him with the experiment. To this day, the time that comes up in memory is still so wonderful for a man. Of course the memories were fuzzy. He probably wouldn't even be able to make out what was true and what was a lie. So much so that knowing the truth for sure, he was still mired in the pretense of loss and gain, out of longing for his students. In the end, he decided to be voluntarily deceived, hoping to return to those old warm times. And if it weren't for Mr. Lin's instructions, he would probably still be confused. But now he firmly decided that there is no more time to remember the past. But those who insult his disciple with their rotten corpse do not even deserve to continue living in this world. But now the man admits to himself that he only wanted to spend more time with him, even by deceiving himself. But now these are just dreams, and he urgently needs to wake up and understand that this guy is no longer his Charles. So he gathered his things, stood up and thanked Mr. Lin for the instructions. It was really useful for him, and he finally knows what he should really do. Lin was glad to hear such words, but still considered it necessary to add that since Frank understood everything, he was obliged to cope with it. The guy understood that it could be difficult, because he was, after all, his child. But if a man acts differently, then in the future he may regret it even more, although it will be difficult to face reality. But exposing this kind of deceivers as early as possible will be a benefit for Frank. The man apparently wanted this no less, so he agreed with Lin Ji and added that this time he would deal with this matter as quickly as possible, so he didn't have to worry about it. Now the man was not going to give him a second chance. Charles, if you can call him that, was proud of himself at this time, because his current mission was going smoothly and he was able to gain Wild's trust without any problems, and therefore, the guy was confident that the man would soon teach him the remaining spells. And he did all this only for the sake of Murphy and for the sake of the group, when suddenly his monologue was suddenly interrupted by some noise, and most likely it was his beloved teacher returning. He immediately changed his appearance from the sinister guy to the same sweet Charles that Frank always knew. As soon as the man entered his home, he immediately asked the guy to go and bring him a knife for sacrifice. Charles was not against doing this, because he believed that Frank would want to experiment with spells. Wild answered him that there was one important spell that he wanted to test as soon as possible, and he needed to prepare something here and help with this. He would like to ask Charles. The guy didn't even fully understand what was going on, so he was gladly ready to help the man. There were even thoughts in his head that it looked like Wild was going to give him a special spell, and if it went like this, the mission would soon be successfully completed. And he believed that when all the benefits were squeezed out, the man would be destroyed by the hands of his beloved student. At least that's what it seemed to Charles himself, who did not expect that the man would simply pierce the guy's head at one moment with the sword of sacrifice. Charles couldn't quite believe what his teacher had just done and tried to say a few more words, but apparently it was too late. Frank finally added that finally his beloved student could finally rest in peace. At the headquarters of the bandit group in a secret prayer room, the girl saluted her faith. But at some point, she opened her eyes and literally started screaming about how Wild could even do this. Suddenly, her words were interrupted by a meteorite that flew straight to their headquarters. The girl barely had time to dodge this blow, or so it seemed to her. Her assistants immediately ran out to help because they heard a loud explosion, which is why they began to worry about Mrs. Murphy. There was literally nothing left of the prayer room, and none of them could even imagine how this was even possible. But in any case, they believed that now the most important thing was to find Mrs. Murphy. But as it turned out, everything was fine with her, moreover. She just stood there and thought about how this was even possible. There was only one question in her head. What was it at the end? Why did the ether explode so suddenly? How could it get out of control? She could not even imagine that forcibly interrupting the spell could cause such a powerful backlash. For a long time, Murphy tried to look around and understand where the mistake was and what really happened. The coffin of eternal sleep is a mind-boggling object that goes beyond powerful magic, which is capable of resurrecting the dead and is a dangerous thing. So the lady's assistant believed that if she could use it to resurrect Wild's student and use him as a puppet. She told him that for her symbolic subject of magic, his research was extremely understandable. And this assistant was the second student of the black faceless Frank, Mr. Ui, who believed that the lady praised him too much, who is also a former student of Frank. So if she agrees with his plan, then he would like to ask her to provide him with shelter for his personal safety. After these words, it seemed to her that he was a little confused because it would be good if Wild excessively singled out the first student as his favorite. But she immediately warned him that if he thinks that he is more gifted and can escape by destroying his brother out of jealousy and greed, then all this should still remain between him and Wild, and it has nothing to do with her. Did she want to clarify with him, or should she become enemies with him against a dark magician of a destructive level? Although this was a rather unexpected question for the guy, he still believed that this time, he still managed to find the right person. Therefore, he began to talk about how, as far as he knows, the hatching of the magic mirror egg requires life as food. And although Wild is of a destructive level, he still lost to Joseph, and also has a weakness in the form of Charles. And he tried to convey to the girl that if the plan succeeds, then wouldn't his life become the best food for the egg of the magic mirror? She listened to him carefully, and on the one hand even agreed with his words, because the life of a dark magician of a destructive level, as food is indeed extremely rare. And now Wilde has been defeated in battle, he has become an even more pleasant target, and even if Yui is thinking with her toe, then his strength is definitely not as good as before. And yet he is right that this is quite a good opportunity. So she decided that she would help him so that the plan goes smoothly. But now she has changed her mind, and their journey is not as smooth as they expected. Murphy simply could not understand how, after leaving for half an hour, Frank Wilde returned and destroyed Charles, whom he considered his son. What actually happened during this time? Now she was only interested in this question, because she couldn't even imagine what he ultimately went out to do. In any case, she almost immediately decided that this was not the main thing she had to think about now. So she immediately began to summon the coffin of eternal sleep, with the help of which she wanted to test one very important theory. And unfortunately for her, this still happened. He still lost a part of his soul that was so dear to her. Now Wilde is stuck in her head for a long time. She's unlikely to be able to forget him when suddenly her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by her ward, who told her that the head of the White Wolf, Harris, had arrived on a visit and wanted to meet her. Murphy asked him to tell him that she did not want to have guests now, but her assistant assured her that it was important enough, because, as it turned out, he knew the reason for her defeat. That was the only reason she allowed him to enter, and upon entering, he immediately began talking about what a great honor it was for him to meet her for the first time. After which he added that of course he visited her many times, but apparently today is a special day, when he can finally achieve what he has been waiting for so long. Murphy immediately interrupted his speech, and asked him to get down to business immediately, because she didn't have much time. And she wanted to know why he was so sure that he knew the reason for her defeat. And besides, he went to her from the hunter's territory, even before everything happened. All these facts led her to think that if he failed to convince her, then she would believe that it was he who was involved in this, which made the man a little warped, because he understood what would happen in that case. And this was not surprising, because he understood how enormous and pressing power Murphy had. Harris decided not to hide the truth and immediately asked for forgiveness for speaking frankly now. After which, to her surprise, he said that the reason for the defeat this time was purely her own. He asked her to remember about the spoiled blood and flesh, and the girl did not let him finish, when she suddenly added that she understood perfectly well what he was talking about. Then she added that she remembers very well that the corrupted blood and flesh are the remains of some parasite of the dream world. And in her opinion, although this can destroy the frightening level, its viability is still extremely low. And besides, she believed that this did not pose any threat to her, to which the man answered her that that was why she ordered to abandon the study of the bookstore while devoting all her efforts to hatching the egg of the magic mirror. But the thing was that half an hour before that, it was Wilde who visited the very bookstore that the girl decided not to pay attention to. She was quite surprised by this news, because deep down she understood that it was really her mistake then, which cost her too much. But still, Harris considered it necessary to say it out loud, that the culprit of her defeat and Wilde's victory was precisely the owner of this bookstore. Linji finally waited for the moment when he didn't have a single client, and finally he could relax a little, and it was time to reread the classic books and at the same time analyze that dream, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a door buzzer, which meant that a new client had apparently arrived. The guy was already starting to get a little angry, because he didn't fully understand what was happening lately, that the clients were coming straight one after another on such days he doesn't even have time to even read a book. But he understood that he was the kind of person who was not able to refuse help to any client, so he smiled again and greeted his new client. He also did not forget to add that if his new client has any questions, he can contact him, of course, if it concerns the activities of the bookstore. But suddenly he interrupted his speech because he saw how wonderful his guest was today. And he immediately noticed when he looked at her that no matter how you looked, she looked very much like a forest elf. Linji could not believe that this was really an elf, and the thought was born in his head that perhaps this was the kind of professional cosplay with a high degree of reference to the source. For the guy, it was such nostalgia, because behind the earth, under the influence of various cultural products, such as anime, films, computer games, and so on, the cosplay industry was very developed. But he didn't expect that he could see such a professional cosplayer and no zine. For a moment, he even thought that in front of him was a real elf, and that romantic feeling, when a blue-eyed, beautiful elf invades a shabby bookstore during a rainstorm, she is really good. Linji did not think that such a cute characteristic of the elf race would touch him. It is not surprising that the Bayin he saw in his dream was an elf. The more he looks at this girl, the more aesthetic pleasure he gets. Doris, looking at this guy, began to doubt a little that this was really the all-knowing owner of the bookstore. Although later she noticed the fact that he did not express any surprise. So she began to admit the fact that he could have known about her arrival in advance. However, she did not think that when he saw her, he would be too calm. But the expression in his eyes was a mystery for her. All she could notice was a feeling of deep nostalgia, which can only be experienced by long-lived people who cross time and space. But she did not fully understand how an elf could cause nostalgia, but she decided to solve this riddle later. But for now, she will walk around the store with using ether. After just a few seconds, it began to seem to her that this man was not so ordinary, unlike his appearance. But what bothered her most was the feeling that the owner of the bookstore had 40 teeth, and she understood that this was clearly not a disease or a deception. It absolutely contradicts the structure of human physiology. And all this made her think that he was not a person at all, but she could not fully understand what kind of entity he was. She was thinking that if we assume that the bookstore owner is truly omniscient and omnipotent, then maybe the price he paid for this power is to act only in the store. An ancient and unknown creature with the appearance of a human and the heart of a species of centenarians gained powerful power, but was driven into a corner by various means of hiding the past. Then she suggested that it could be that feeling of nostalgia due to the fact that he had already met representatives of Fleur de Fox. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the fact that the flow of ether returned, and she felt the breath of the primordial witch Bayin, whose name was etched in the souls of the Fleur de Lis clan. Doris simply could not believe that her dream world stopped here. She was almost sure of this because the elves of the Fleur de Lis clan would never confuse this trembling of the soul. And judging by her feelings, the stream was coming from the second floor of the bookstore, and it seems it was in the bedroom. The breath of the kingdom of dreams belonging to one of the primordial witches. This means that the great witch Bayin, who commands snow and frost, descended to the earth in a dream, blessing a person. And for her, it was actually obvious that here she could only show concern for the young owner of the bookstore sitting opposite her. Now her breathing was interrupted because she began to understand that he was exactly the person spoken of in the prophecy. He was the one who was favored by the stars. Now it seemed to her that this meeting was not accidental, and most likely it was Mrs. Bayin who arranged it. It was she who decided to bring her to a person whom she was favorable to, and it seemed to her that this could only mean that she did not need to enter into a new agreement with the Fleur de Lis clan. After all, if she manages to conclude an agreement again, then she will be able to bring good news to the clan. On the contrary, she will most likely become a sinner for them, so she believed that she needed to act carefully. Therefore, to begin with, she decided to introduce herself that her name was Doris, and that she learned about this bookstore from Ji Jikshu. She said that they helped her a lot to solve her problems here, and also mentioned that Lin Ji is like God. This couldn't help but shock him, and it was clear from his facial expression. And this was not surprising, because he actually did not expect that he occupied such a high position in Ji Jikshu's heart. And it seemed to him that perhaps her image of a mentor in those circumstances had become too deeply absorbed in her consciousness, producing the effect of a suspension bridge, and thus giving birth to idol. He was even a little embarrassed to hear that she was praised after helping to recognize one bad person. However, such a development of events was unacceptable for him, and he decided that next time he would explain to her that first of all, she should rely only on herself. Apparently that's why he decided to say that such a comparison towards him is actually too exaggerated, because he is just an ordinary person who opened a bookstore, and perhaps she just relies on him too much, which is why she thinks so. Doris, in response to these words, laughed and noticed the fact that he was too modest, in fact, although she mentally thought that apparently the owner of the bookstore was proclaimed knowledgeable and omnipotent only because Ji Jikshu was under his patronage, therefore, and treats him like God. Doris added that her admiration is actually quite eloquent, so she would like to ask, after he found out the dire situation she and her clan are in, does he see a way to solve this problem? Linji once again repeated her question out loud and pretended to be thinking about how to solve this problem. Although mentally he understood that this is how it is, being the only child of the head of the company, and now it seemed to him that it was not at all strange to know one or two families of the aristocracy. Nozin, in addition to the area where ordinary people live, and the area where sick people live, there is also a central area where only rich, powerful, and powerful people live. Linji understood that mainly noble people with great heritage lived there, and as far as he knows, this lady is a young lady of blue blood. Therefore, it is not surprising to him that she has the money to do this kind of cosplay. But what pleased him most was the fact that lately, people have been relying solely on recommendations, and it seemed to him that it was time to collect the fruits of his connections with old visitors. This was so wonderful for him, because in a little more time and at this rate his business would flourish thanks to his reputation. Therefore, Linji decided to get down to business as soon as possible and asked the girl to ask him the question that was bothering her so much. Doris thought that since Lady Bayan gave her an omen that the dream world would descend in this place in the future, then she should put the decision into the hands of a family member, because she believed that Linji was a member of the Bayan family. And this only meant to her that she was literally obliged to please him. So she began to say that she herself came from an ancient clan, and in her family the glory that belongs to the fleur-de-lis family was passed on from generation to generation. But having lost support in the form of faith, she gradually began to fade away, and as a result she turned into a dreamless wanderer. Now Doris wholeheartedly wanted to change the family's past, while allowing fleur-de-lis to bloom again, so she is here because she hopes that Mr. Lin will help her do this. In his head it sounded as if this question related to his old field of activity. He did not even think that in this world he would be able to learn new customs of nationalities. Folklore usually refers to relatively stable cultural phenomena that were gradually formed and passed on from generation to generation by an ethnic group over a long social life. They also include comprehensive aspects such as art, mysticism, chronicles, calendar system, and so on, and the family coat of arms, which is one of the important priorities in the inheritance of aristocratic families. And it seemed to him that serious and unforeseen changes were about to occur in this family, which gradually eroded their beliefs and faith. The inability to fully restore the value of their coat of arms led to the loss of their place among the aristocracy. Then Linji thought that what he said meant that she wanted him to help her find the family history, piece together the meaning of the family crest, and then stand firmly on her feet again. The guy understood that this should be done by a trusted and reliable specialist. Otherwise, if people notice even the slightest inaccuracy, it will become a matter of trust in the clan, and this is not some small thing. And this already meant for him that he would have to pay a good amount of money for this. Therefore, Linji, after his thoughts, told her that this was actually not such a big problem, which made the girl quite happy. She literally immediately lit up and believed that her problem was almost solved. But there was one problem that prevented them from starting. At some point, the bookstore room lit up with a bright spotlight. Linji initially believed that it could be a new guest who arrived rather unexpectedly. But then he realized that the light they see seemed to be specially directed in his direction, like a sight aimed at a target. And it was strange for him only because the road runs parallel to the store, and if you don't aim intentionally, then the headlights won't be able to get here. It was obvious to him that only those who did not come with good intentions could deliberately act so rudely in such weather. Then he saw a police car and realized that perhaps they had found out that he was, in fact, not officially registered. Then everything was classic. One of the policemen got out of the car and started shouting that all the people who were inside would be immediately arrested for violating Nazin's law, namely illegal entry into the country, falsification of documents, and smuggling. Linji thought that this was all too much, but he couldn't just stand up and say that this whole situation was actually complete nonsense. He understood that in fact thinking like that was not a solution, but still this light was too blinding, so he decided to first go out and see what was happening there. In addition, maybe, taking advantage of this opportunity, he will be able to find out under what conditions the Blackie appears. But Doris did not allow him to do this, who asked the guy to wait a little because she herself would like to go there and sort everything out, and then continue their dialogue. Linji was slightly surprised that this girl's face looked as if she was more suspicious than the most uninvited guest. And then he noticed in his head the fact that when the guest asked him for help, and he was about to answer, then suddenly a person who suddenly appeared interrupted them, just like a person who had jumped into the queue, and he knew this feeling very well. In addition, he noticed that the miss was standing on the outside of the counter, so she must have better understood the whole situation on the street. After all, the miss is of aristocratic origin, so she must have dealt with situations where strangers found fault many times. At that time, she was saying that those people who arrived here had no limits to their arrogance. Linji understood that apparently he was not mistaken, and people discovered that they really came for him, and judging by the tone, those people unceremoniously shining their headlights outside were not even a hindrance for her. But no matter how you look at it, being the owner of a store, it's not very good to shift your problems to customers, so he decided to say that he himself can solve this problem, and she shouldn't strain herself. Lin Ji believed that with his oratorical skills, the issue could be postponed for a while, and then contact the regular guest to finally resolve everything. But she interrupted his thoughts and asked him not to worry because she would do everything to solve this problem. She was confident in her actions, although her identity might be revealed due to problems, but since Lin Ji gave her the answer, even revealing her identity would not be a problem for her. Doris only asked him not to worry because she believed that no matter now or in the future, she could still guarantee him that they would not have the opportunity to embarrass him, especially since it was a great honor to solve this problem for him. Now it seemed to the guy that if he suddenly refused her help, he would look down on her entire family. And for him, this is actually the worst thing. He can't even afford for the girl to think that he is looking down on her. So in response, he said that he understands everything. And since she really wants it, then let her solve this problem. But he immediately asked her to be extremely careful. Doris listened to him carefully and at some point caught herself thinking that most likely he agreed only because this was a test and a requirement of the store owner. She believed that when he said that this was not such a big problem, he meant that it would not be difficult for him to persuade Bai Yin. But then the enemy apparently came, and now everything was too obvious for her. Apparently the owner of the bookstore asked her to deal with the people outside, and in this way he would test the determination of the sea otter, Fleur de Lis. When she came closer to the door, she realized that in fact, the light source was not a couple of meters from the store. About 1,500 meters above sea level, at the top of the clouds, she saw a bright light, which most likely was shining into the store. And in the center of this light, there was a girl whose name was Murphy, and apparently she had finally come to correct all her mistakes. She tried to concentrate, but at one moment she was interrupted by her ward, who suddenly notified her that people from the secret tower were already alarmed and were heading here. They were blocking them on their way, but there were not enough workers. They must be able to detain them only for 10 minutes. But apparently she didn't care at all, because the perfect beam was already ready, so she asked not to delay them and ordered them to prepare for teleportation. Murphy knew that such a close attack with a perfect beam would have wounded even Wilde in his prime, so she was confident in her attack. Now she believed that no matter what kind of bookstore it was, no matter who its owner was, this would be the biggest warning that they would all remember once and for all. Doris at this time thought that it would actually be difficult. Dark wizards are really a bunch of irrational, crazy thugs. And the perfect ray spell is generally included in the frightening level spells, and this is quite unusual. She also knew very well that as soon as the energy of this spell was released at such a close distance, then most likely the entire region would disappear from the face of the earth. But the store owner reading the book was calm. Probably this kind of spell is not even worth his attention. Perhaps that is why he is so confident in this test for her. And all these thoughts only gave the girl confidence that she would successfully pass this test, because in any case, she was doing all this for the sake of restoring the glory of Fleur de Lis. With her hands folded in prayer, she turned to God in prayer and asked him for a blessing for the dead. This is the daily life of Murphy, a praying nun in the plague church, day after day. Every day, from year to year. Initially, her life would not have changed until the very end, until one day she was pushed into the abyss of hell from where there was no way back. No one knows why the priest's kind face suddenly acquired an animal grin, and why did she even have to experience this? At that moment, Murphy did not understand this. All she could do was pray to a certain creature with even greater devotion. And at some point, these prayers actually helped her because the head of this sick priest was broken. Murphy didn't really know why she was saved. She only knew that the object that appeared before her eyes came from the image to which she had prayed. And at that moment, he responded to her prayer, so she thought that this object given to her by God became the treasure of only one person, namely her. The coffin of eternal sleep, a destructive level witchcraft item that has the power of resurrection. Due to its power, Murphy formed the Red Religion as gratitude. Her own power suddenly reached the level of destruction, turning her into a terrifying black wizard. Now her essence gradually became filled with arrogance, not allowing anyone to go against her will. And in her opinion, for her chosen by God, it was natural that she was superior to ordinary people. That's why she was especially angry when she received a retaliatory blow from Wilde. Now she didn't care at all that she would be discovered by the secret tower. She believed that she was obliged to give a warning to the unknowing servant from the bookstore because how dare he interfere with her plan. These rays have already almost drained 4 of the 5 of her ethers that she can use. It is definitely worth teaching him a rather deep lesson. Murphy believed that it would not cause any harm, of course, if he was on the divine level list, but unfortunately, as far as she knows, he is not on this list. The girl wanted to make him cry out loud and repent of what he had done, and this would be the price for sin before her, the great Murphy, after which she confidently launched perfect rays. Everyone who came to watch this show on Murphy's side was impressed by the enormous power of these rays. For them, they were truly worthy of the name of destruction. And Mrs. Murphy herself, in their opinion, is truly insanely strong. The girl smiled because she understood perfectly well that a little more, and even from here it would be possible to see how everything would collapse to the ground. But apparently she won't be able to do it that easily, because Doris came out onto the street and was going to do everything not to disappoint the owner of the bookstore. For Murphy, this was truly incredibly unexpected, because she did not expect to see an elf here. Where did he even come from? Doris did not wait long, and decided first of all to create her own sage's staff, which was supposed to help her in destroying Murphy. Now the girl was not so sure of her victory, because she saw the snow-white fleur-de-lis. Doris hit the ground once with her sage's staff, and now it was clear who had the real power. And the girl herself at that moment asked Lady Bayine to bring the dawn of victory for the sake of Fleur-de-Lis's family. And she did this solely in the name of the great elven sage, so she literally ordered the forest elves to guard her lord's door. A few seconds after she uttered these words, trees miraculously began to grow from underground, which was the basis for blocking Murphy's magic rays. No one could have expected this because no one believed that there was a person in the world who could prevent the destructive witchcraft of Mrs. Murphy. This is simply impossible. Murphy herself understood that this elf clearly stood out from the rest and had a destructive level. At this time, Doris was reading a prayer that connected her with Bayine, and the girl thus asked her for a little strength so that she could deliver the final blow and emerge victorious after this battle. And with the words that she predicted that her arrows would be the main reason that the enemy would die, she released the arrow. Murphy was far from stupid and understood perfectly well what would threaten her if they stayed here any longer. So she immediately shouted to all her subordinates that they should leave immediately. But then she and everyone else realized that the main goal of this attack was the portal, which now they probably wouldn't have time to reach. And so it happened. A strong explosion thundered behind Murphy's back, which meant only one thing: the portal was no more. The girl simply could not expect that she would suddenly target the portal, destroying their escape route. Was she really that confident in her strength? Murphy understood that now she and the elf were on equal terms. But if she waited until the people of the secret tower and the Society of Truth arrived, then she would have no way to escape. Therefore, she decided to use all her power to emerge victorious from this battle. She called on each of her people to come to her and become her food. All of them, without any doubt, were ready to give their lives so that Mrs. Murphy would win. With the help of this special technique, a huge dragon appeared in the sky, whose power was quite enormous, and this monster was called Shantak. The girl herself did not expect that the coffin of eternal sleep could resurrect even a dead beast of dreams and force it to serve her by force. Now, self-confidence again prevailed over her, and she began to say that when she destroys the elf, this monster will personally come for the owner of the bookstore. And now, in her opinion, the outcome of her victory is a foregone conclusion. Doris, in response to these words, noted that without cultural understanding, she was too short-sighted, and this would be the reason for her death. Murphy did not stop for a second, because she simply did not understand what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The elf realized that talking to such a person was simply useless, so she asked her to just wait a few seconds and she would soon understand everything herself. After which she concentrated and said out loud that she was canceling the short-term prediction. And she also decided to say that boasting about the Beast of Dreams to a member of the Fleur-de-Lis family, who is under the patronage of one of the first witches who controls the world of dreams, is simply incredibly stupid. These words couldn't help but hurt Murphy, so she started screaming even more, because she didn't understand how this big guy could not impress someone. For Doris, all these words still remained laughable, especially when she had the false feeling that she did not understand how to summon the beasts of dreams. Now Murphy realized that apparently she had made a mistake when she so thoughtlessly went into battle against the elf. From the expression on Murphy's face, Doris immediately realized that apparently the girl really didn't fully understand who she was fighting with, but this huge monster of dreams would put everything in its place. And before striking her blow, Doris asked her to remember and transfer this knowledge to the next life, that until the prophet spoke, she would not be able to solve any of her business. Lin Ji was calmly drinking his tea at this time and had no idea what was happening on the street, but at some point he was visited by the feeling of an earthquake. He, of course, knew that natural disasters are quite a common occurrence near Nozine, but today it seemed to him that this was not related to nature, and he began to worry a little about the lady, because on this gloomy and foggy day, nothing was visible from the room. He was only glad that at least the headlights were turned off. It seemed that the negotiations were very fruitful, and at some point he even decided to go outside and see what was happening there. But he was prevented by Doris, who at that very moment entered back into the bookstore. She immediately asked him for forgiveness for the wait, although it took her a little time, but she was happy to report that everything was successfully resolved. And now Doris hoped that they would return to her question, since nothing else was stopping them. Lin Ji at this moment was thinking that although Miss Doris's face looked pale, her clothes were in perfect order, and it seemed that it did not require much effort, which was actually to be expected from a person of aristocratic origin. Therefore, the guy decided to answer her in the following way, saying that now nothing seemed to bother them, except that there was very heavy rain outside, and almost no voices could be heard because of it. Doris actually did this specifically, so as not to disturb the family member. She specially put up a noise barrier, and even used the protection of trees to prevent any damage. But for her, it was quite surprising that the guy did not notice this barrier and decided that it was rain. She began to think at that moment that perhaps he meant something else when he spoke about this rain. And how does this even relate to the current situation in Nozine? Right now, be it hunters, dark magicians, the secret tower, or the Society of Truth, they all together form a huge whirlpool. Even if in the midst of this whirlpool, the battle of two destructive levels, it seemed to Doris that for Lin Ji, this was nothing more than a splash of water, in which even voices were not worthy to linger. She actually couldn't even imagine what role the bookstore owner played in this reign, but letting a destructive-level dark magician hit the bookstore would be too stupid. In any case, she decided to add that she was very glad to hear that nothing bothered him and that she was able not to disappoint him. Lin Ji responded by thanking her for her troubles, and also considered it necessary to add that lately, the weather in Nozine has become increasingly disgusting, and she doesn't even know when the situation will improve. But still, he had good news. Lately, many more guests began to come to him than usual. But in fact, Lin Ji admitted that he liked those times more when there were relatively few guests. But life was calmer. When he was bored, he could bask in the sun or read a book. It was not boring at all. And given all this, he decided that it was time to put an end to this terrible weather. And so he said that he believed that if everyone united and made every effort, then the situation would improve later. Doris at that moment was thinking about the so-called nostalgia for the past, because the guy talks about boring and uninteresting days, and for her this was obvious sarcasm. So, in reality, feeling that in his current situation he had few clients and all he could do was read books, he decided to deliberately take advantage of the situation. Lin Ji noticed that Mrs. Expression was getting worse and worse, and therefore it seemed to him that he had miscalculated that there was wind and rain outside. Now it seemed to him that the young lady hurriedly went out to resolve the issue with those rude guests. She must be very tired, and he was also ranting, so he decided to take care of her a little by serving warm tea. And he also suggested that she not think about it, but rather talk about the fact that she had just worked hard. So he invited her to drink tea and rest a little. Her gloomy face immediately turned into a smile, and she was quite pleased. But in her mind, she only thought that she needed to be extremely careful, and in no way anger this guy. In the end, her fate and the fate of her clan are entirely in his hands, but her thoughts about this were interrupted by a sip of tea, which turned out to be too wonderful for her, because the girl did not feel any impurities in it, only the original aroma of brewed tea leaves, leaving a delicate aftertaste, and after a sip of a warm drink, it becomes so comfortable. Such a natural understanding with the elves, as far as she knew, people in Nozine liked to drink black tea with milk and sugar, but this tea was special, and it seemed to her that it was prepared especially for the elves. Therefore, in her mind, he was worthy of being Madame Bain's family. The guy seemed perfect for her, even in terms of such small details as tea. After all, he's not only calm and unshakable towards the battle of two destructive levels, but also made a cup of tea. Of course, she understood that this fight was organized for her as a test, and judging by her current mood, the bookstore owner seemed to be completely satisfied with her. So she thanked him again for the tea and wanted to finally find out if they could finally move on to their long-awaited conversation. To her surprise, Lin Ji immediately responded and told her that now they could do it. Then he added that he can help with her problem, but it's not easy, because regaining recognition will be a long process, and he will try his best. But the most important thing is her own assistance. Lin Ji specifically emphasizes the complexity of the task in advance, because later it will be much easier to ask for more money. Moreover, he is not exaggerating. This matter is really quite complicated, because the fact that now we need to save this dignity and honor of the family is like throwing a sheet to a drowning man. Judging by her words, she belongs to the aristocratic family of fleur-de-lis. Also, the family once had a brilliant history, and if it is necessary to carry out rational replenishment and restoration of the original status, then it was forbidden to make mistakes in the details. In addition, he knew very well that they categorically could not show their true colors and could not help but know everything, because if a person who is not trustworthy does this, it will be almost impossible to predict all the bad consequences of this choice. But this only made him think that at such a time he should show his true abilities. Lin Ji was certainly not a person who had such talents, but he still had some research in the field of heraldry. In the past, these studies were almost not valued within the country, and he himself was endowed with the powers of the heraldic society. Thanks to a friend, it so happened that at that time he was writing rituals and folklore, which is why he began to work on a series of popular science books on folklore. And the book that he is trying to find right now is the result of research from that time. As soon as Lin Ji managed to find it, he immediately handed it to Doris, who asked her to first carefully read this book because it would be useful to her later. She understood that since he advised doing so, then he was right. Besides, if he was saying that it would not be so easy for her to regain fame. And as soon as she picked up that very book, her body seemed to immediately move to another dimension, and the girl could not fully understand what was happening because this was actually the first time this had happened to her. Doris began to guess that she had found herself in some other world, where she watched many cracks appear from the world of dreams, which was quite surprising and incomprehensible to her. And the worst thing for her was that these dream beasts were still not of the level that she could summon, and most likely they could easily destroy her. But at some point she realized that some force was holding them back and preventing them from attacking her. Suddenly she found herself back in the real world. After such a vision, she began to breathe rather difficultly, and this was not surprising, because she saw there something that would frighten anyone. Doris knew that what really mattered was that this book strengthened her inspiration and allowed her to see the meaning that was associated with this symbol. In her head there was a set of words: seal, resist, dream world, patronage, retreat, and this sign seemed to her to be aimed at creatures from the dream world. In addition, it seemed to her that this book had just put her in a state close to an omen, which went completely against the common sense of the prophet. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Lin Ji, who continued talking and added that this book could help her better understand what he was going to do next, and if she could remember the relevant content, then everything would be much easier. Then he simply won't need to spend too much effort to explain and guide at least a little, because it will be much more troublesome. Doris immediately answered him that she understood everything, and she would definitely carefully study his work. She had thoughts in her mind that a prophet requires a long time of preparation and enough talent to enter the state of omen, and it took her hundreds of years to get a lead from Lady Bayin, and finally, she received such a simple and vague prophetic poem. Moreover, she believed that this book could instantly awaken her inspiration and lead her straight into a state of omen. The power contained in this tiny symbol terrified the girl. She did not know what mysterious knowledge this book or even this entire store contained, but she was already sure that everything would work out. Suddenly, Lin Ji began to speak again because he wanted to emphasize one very important thing. Since this matter concerns her entire clan, he suggests that her entire family take a close look and study the contents of the book so that when the time comes, he will not have to work so hard to save them from danger. He also added that she should keep in mind that lately, many people have been asking him for help, but he doesn't have much time to waste. Doris understood perfectly what he was trying to tell her, and she also understood what she needed to do. And Lin Ji himself at that moment was only thinking that now is the time to use several techniques, hungry marketing, so that thanks to the increased sense of crisis, the guest realizes that the matter is truly urgent. Doris at one point interrupted his thoughts and said that she understood everything since his book had a price tag. He must have several copies of it, and if so, then she would like to buy them so that her family, as he advised, could also study. She also asked him not to worry. They will certainly study everything as soon as possible so as not to waste his precious time. Since this is his requirement, then they will try to do their best no matter what. Lin Ji liked everything the girl said, but still he was confused by her tone. The guest was on the right path, but not quite yet. But he decided not to think about it and show a little sincerity because this is his first big client. A few minutes later, Linji counted and said that there were only 30 copies at the moment, so he would pack them all for her. But that was not all. Linji decided to show kindness and give this girl tea as a gift. After all, it seemed to him that she liked him very much, and if this is so, then later she will be able to come again, and he will certainly prepare such tea for her. The girl was incredibly grateful to him and added that if the glory of the fleur-de-lis family was restored, they would serve him faithfully. Joseph could hardly contain himself when he saw that they had destroyed everything here. These people were just crazy. The little girl who stood next to him decided to tell him that the head of the department, Mr. Andrew from the Truth Society, said that he was already conducting an examination of the spell and asked them not to walk around here in vain, so as not to destroy the barely surviving traces of magic. But these words obviously angered him even more, so he shouted at his assistant so much that she dropped her notebook. He didn't like the fact that they allowed some black magician of a destructive level to do whatever he wanted in Nozine. One of the guys was incredibly annoyed by this, and he had already begun to say that if he could defeat him, he would immediately take this stone. But his friend immediately asked him to calm down, because this stone was also blown up by magicians of a destructive level, and his character was always like that. Suddenly, their fascinating conversation was interrupted by Joseph, who said that in the end they would cooperate with the likes of these two until they put things in order here. The girl at his request also added that the investigation of the information department shows that the target of the black magicians was that bookstore. Therefore, she would like to go and inspect everything there. But the man suddenly turned around and looked at her as if she were an enemy. And then he immediately added that this should not be done under any circumstances. The girl, out of fear, still tried to say that they needed to do this. Therefore, Joseph had to shout and tell her several times to call everyone off immediately. Meanwhile, at that place, one boy had already begun to trace traces of magic. And after some time, he said that these black magicians were really crazy for using sorcery of a destructive level here. Moreover, his broadcast network detected absolutely nothing, and apparently the situation is simply terrible. George also noticed that either black magicians have a method to bypass the ethereal network, or there is really a split in society. He is a civilian, and this kind of research should not be carried out by someone like him, because he believed that his specialty had always been the logistics for the production of various alchemical instruments. But now he had to count the death toll, which included the founder of the Red Religion, Murphy, and several other magicians. And judging by the nature of the attacks on both sides, everything was quite simple. And this time it seemed to him that the attack of the Red Religion was obviously aimed at those who interfered with their activities. Presumably, it was the Secret Tower and the Society of Truth, with which they had previously conflicted. Even with their joint efforts, they were unable to discover the place where the Red Religion was hiding. He also understood that on the one hand, they were acting extremely carefully and opening portals for escape, and on the other hand, the reason was that Murphy was continuously creating zombies using the coffin of eternal sleep. There were countless numbers of these zombie puppets. Although they were generally weak, they managed to create a lot of problems. But the main target of this attack was a splinter organization of hunters called the Spider from the White Wolf. This organization intercepted Ryan's network, and under the leadership of Ji Jixiu, created a threat. And if we take into account all these facts, he came to the conclusion that the last battle was here, and Murphy personally led the detachment. But it turned out to be unexpected that this time it was Murphy who took the wrong actions, and not her subordinates. Apparently, the Supreme Leader probably died during the battle at this place. This unexpected attack was obviously targeted towards the bookstore on 23rd Street, but the people of the Red Religion had previously fought with the Secret Tower and with that organization of hunters, so he could not understand why they suddenly decided to come here. And the most important question he wanted to ask was who in this bookstore they were even looking for. Therefore, he decided that it was time to find out the answer to this question, and at one point he warned his people that he would go to this bookstore. One of his colleagues immediately started telling George to stop because they had been asked not to, but the guy didn't care at all. And he just continued to confidently walk towards this store, thinking that all this was so strange because this store looked completely ordinary. And in fact, he was even more drawn to look into it because it seemed to him as if strange magic was hidden here, which arouses curiosity in people. So he wanted to quickly go inside and understand what was inside this bookstore. But at one point he was interrupted by Joseph, who in a calm voice asked the guy to stop, after which she wanted to ask George what he was going to do. The guy didn't understand why he was asking him such strange questions, because it seemed obvious to him that he was going to investigate this suspicious bookstore. After all, as far as he himself believed, his job was precisely to find out what happened. And in this bookstore, there was most likely another person involved in this. And that's why he wants to go in there even more and finally get to the bottom of the truth. The man listened to the guy quite carefully and in the end still advised him not to go there for the sake of his own sanity. George didn't understand why he was telling him this, because he believed that knowledge gives him peace of mind and reason is what every scientist should have, so he would never change his decision, and also added that with such words, a man insults his personality. After which he could not restrain himself and said that even if he is a destructive knight, respected by everyone, this does not mean that Joseph can mock his reason. The man at that moment was only thinking about how stressful it was for him to conduct a dialogue with these empty-headed scientists, because these guys were incredibly stubborn, and if they had already made a decision, then it was simply impossible to convince them. But then he had an idea, and Joseph at one point wanted to just hit this guy once to stop him and shut him up at the same time. Although then I changed my mind, because I realized that this would not change anything. It would only lead to unnecessary problems. So I decided that later I would simply send Claude here so that he could solve everything here. But still, before leaving, the man decided to add that this store belongs to the H level. This information has not yet been entered into the Truth Society database, because the owner of the bookstore is now helping. So he asked him once again not to do anything stupid. Joseph once again strongly recommended that he not do this, because he was almost sure that he would be unhappy with his intervention. George's face changed because it all seemed strange to him. Does society really know about everything in Nozine, and how could they even not notice a store of this level, having lived nearby for so many years? Their ethereal monitoring network was created by the sage of this sinful world himself, and theoretically they could not miss anything. Joseph understood from the guy's face that it seemed to him that all this was a lie, and that's why he said that the black magician would deliver such a crushing blow. But their etheric grid didn't even recognize him, and the bookstore owner had to figure it out himself. The man believed that they were not even keeping up with the secret bash and advised them to start exploring themselves. George stood silently at that moment because he simply could not believe it all. Suddenly, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the door opening, from which a bookstore client came out. And what a surprise both men were when they saw a real elf. George fell into shock. He simply couldn't even imagine where the elf came from in Nozine. But then he suddenly realized that he was actually right, and now he is almost sure that this elf is the owner of the bookstore. George knew that elves are a very proud nation. They practically do not interact with people. And the elf who came out of the bookstore was not only purebred, but the look she looked around the store expressed respect. Joseph at that moment was thinking that he needed to return the book, and the magic sword that he owned needed to find a new owner. Doris was also a little surprised when she saw two people on her way, so without thinking for a long time, she took out her staff and immediately wanted to ask them what they were doing on the way to her master. Now George was close to hysterics because if he understands everything correctly, then there are only 4 original witches whom the elves call masters. Is one of them the owner of a bookstore? But then he began to mentally convince himself that this was simply impossible. In such a bookstore, there simply could not be the original witch from the magical world. Doris, meanwhile, was angry at the fact that the Truth Society was becoming more and more impudent, so she told them directly that they were showing ignorant courage towards her master, and she could only explain this by saying that their curiosity had clouded their minds. But the most important and terrible thing for them is that they looked down on her teacher. George began to realize what he had done wrong. He ignored Mr. Joseph's advice and even argued with him, and now this has led him to the fact that he is facing an evil elf who will not even give him a chance if it comes to battle. He swore to himself that he sincerely did not want this, although at the moment it did not help him in any way. But he still did not fully understand what to do next. Suddenly, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Joseph, who asked Madame Elpha for forgiveness for this boy, and added that he did not want to cause harm or offend her in any way. The man believed that he only wanted to fulfill his duties by understanding what happened here, and based on this, he needed to make a report, that's all. Moreover, he added that her master was so generous, and Joseph was sure that he would not find fault with such an ignoramus. She calmed down a little, and still told him that they should have been grateful, because for some reason black magicians appeared here. In addition, they were going to send a perfect ray to the bookstore and the surrounding area, which would most likely destroy everything here. But they were all very lucky here that she was nearby, and was able to put an end to this by destroying all of them, and that's the end of the story. Now everything has finally fallen into place in Joseph's head, The appearance of the magic mirror egg is in its final stages, so the red religion held its last celebration. And it seems that the owner of the bookstore did something outrageous towards the red religion, which is why he became their target. And now he allowed his subordinate to deal with the head of the red religion. Now Joseph was sure that the owner of the bookstore was simply the chosen one and how good it was that he was on their side. These thoughts made me ask Doris what she thought made them do this. The girl did not understand why he was asking her this question, because she represents the fleur-de-lis clan, and she arrived in Nozan recently and immediately saw that the master was unexpectedly attacked by villains, so she decided to fight back. Moreover, she believed that she helped get rid of them, but she does not see a shadow of gratitude from them. Besides, they also interrogated her, which the girl really did not like, and she already began to think that this is how it is customary to greet guests in Nozine. Joseph did not argue with her in this case and added that he recognizes this omission, and in fact, he treats the owner of the bookstore with exceptional respect and gratitude because he once lent him one book that solved many of his problems. And he considered it quite important to note the fact that if it weren't for today's misunderstanding, he would have already talked to him. George at this time intervened in the dialogue and began to say that since they had already figured out everything, he invited them to return to the report, and he said that the Truth Society thanks them for their invaluable contribution to Nozine. They didn't have time to answer him when suddenly the guy started screaming because he saw who was calling him, and it was the chairman, who first asked George to calm down and then asked him to convey a few words to the great and wisest girl from the fleur-de-lis family. The man was literally talking about Doris, and at one point he said her name and asked him to say hello to her and also that they had not seen her for about 300 years. About 300 years ago, in the settlement of the fleur-de-lis clan, the girls were delighted with him. But at the same time, they were upset that he would apparently really have to leave, so they asked him with all their might to do everything to stay a little longer. In response to this, he answered them that he was very grateful to them for their love and for their care in these few days, because it allowed him to learn a lot of new things. However, he still needs to continue his research in the Truth Society, although he doesn't want to leave at all. But he really can't stay here, and he hoped that they would understand him correctly. Andrew, that's the guy's name, didn't forget to add that they don't have to worry because no matter how much time passes, their faces in his heart will never fade. He convinced them that he was actually very annoyed that he could not admire such a charming expression all the time, and if such a thing was possible, he really hoped that he could share an unforgettable time with Miss. She asked him not to cross the border, at least not here because everyone around them was looking at them, but apparently he didn't hear her. And at some point they were interrupted by Doris, who asked him to stop pestering her people, after which she wanted to ask the guest from the human world whether he was returning home today. It was clear on Andrew's face how embarrassed he was, and how hard it was for him to talk about the fact that he was just about to say goodbye to her. Doris herself was actually not delighted with this, but still added that this serious prophecy concerned her fate, so she believed that it was almost impossible to get results right away. But this was not really a problem, because the advantage of elves is that they have a long and almost eternal life, so in order to return to Milady's favor, she must receive the guidance left by her, no matter how long it takes. Andrew, in response to this, told her that the time would come when she would need knowledge, and then she would be able to turn to the Society of Truth for help. And this, in his opinion, was the only reliable option, because everything in the world changes. Only the truth will be eternal and unchanging. In addition, the guy believed that in a maximum of 100 years, he would definitely become one of the most influential figures in the Society of Truth. And if by that time she needed his help, then he would certainly do everything to help her. In response to this, she came closer to him and thanked him for this, and also added that everyone thought that elves were arrogant and neglected to communicate with other races. But in fact, they simply do not know that it is precisely because of the long life of the elves that they value precious things and people in this world. The simple problem was that there are very few things in the world worthy of remaining in the memory of the elf. After which she suddenly changed the atmosphere to a more relaxed one and decided to talk about the fact that she incredibly missed his hair, and since the last time she touched it, he had grown quite a bit. These words drove the guy crazy because I didn't like being considered a child. To this she replied that if he does not want her to treat him like a child, then he just needs to say so. After which she also made it clear to him that this time she would not die yet. She would keep this in her memory, and therefore she wanted to ask him to tell her his name. The man repeated on the phone again that his name was Andrew, and also that he was very glad to hear again the voice of his mistress, whom they had not seen for so long. In the central district of Nozine, at the headquarters of the Truth Society, in the office of Deputy Andrew, two men were playing chess. One of them was called Leonard, who during his move said that it was really unexpected that after several hundred years, the Fleur-de-Lis clan, from which there had been no word or breath, reappeared, contrary to expectations. But now, looking at Andrew, he noticed the fact that the formerly beautiful young man had now become an old man, and having been a womanizer all his life, in the end he was never able to catch up with the woman he really liked. Such words caused his rival to warn Leonard to be careful in his statements because they could suspend funding for alchemy. He also added that the vice chairman is still one of those men whom the women of the central region most wanted to put into bed. 300 years have passed, but has that guy changed his views? Roel, that was the name of his interlocutor, and he asked the man not to talk like that because a monetary reward had recently been announced for Wild and a large amount of expenses was required. Leonard was slightly surprised by this news because it seemed quite strange to him that for more than 2 years no one cared about this task. And now everyone who is not too lazy is ready to take on this task. In addition, he believed that that despotic and cruel magician of a destructive level is someone who does not worry about the little things. Roel saw how excited Leonard was, and with a smile noted the fact that this was a good topic for conversation, and advised him to leave the strange laboratory for walks more often, since everything was fine with him. But still, it was not surprising to him that no one had taken on this task before. After all, ensuring the peaceful life of citizens is the responsibility of the Knights of the Secret Tower. And as Leonard said, he is a vicious person who has been known for a long time, but still he did not know a person who, without the power of a destructive level, would dare to take on this. Even the greatest Joseph did not take on this matter. The man agreed with him, because indeed, in case of failure, the damage will be more than the benefit, only he will bring trouble upon himself. And the one who has reached the destructive level will not have enough of this reward money, and it's better to say how an influential person of the destructive level may not have enough money. Roel noted the fact that as a result of this award, funding is very limited everywhere and his erratic research programs are expected to be suspended. Leonard didn't wait long and immediately answered him that if his designs are messy, then his mechanics are completely useless. And isn't he spending all day studying how to implement automatic hair washing while standing upside down? And in the end, this junk can only be bought by investigators of the Secret Tower for torture. Roel believed that all that the guy mentioned were masterpieces created by his subordinate, and therefore he would pass on all his valuable comments, because the man actually believes that the next time he develops a new product, he will be very happy to invite him as technical consultant. Leonard told him that he was trying to use all these words to distract him and thus win a game of chess. These words made the man laugh, and he added that even though he had offended him so undeservedly, he would still treat him as his best friend. Leonard noticed that anyone can become his friend if a person has money. Cunning and ruthless Roel, who has only money in front of his eyes. The man reacted absolutely calmly to all these statements and even answered him by saying that he most likely misunderstood him, but he must say that his research is actually very useful. For example, the Deity Idol project has entered the final stage, and now, as soon as they get the wisest, the last step can be completed immediately. And all this thanks to the help of Miss Doris. The quality of the stone of the coffin of eternal sleep is much higher than that of the alchemy masters. Leonard, in turn, believed that the proposal that the last step could be carried out immediately, and he had heard it more than a dozen times. But every time a little more than 10 days passed, someone must again report failure and continue to request funds for experiments. Sometimes it even seems to him that all this is being done in order to steal even more funds. Now Roel answered him in a raised tone and said that this was all because the stone he provided had an insufficient degree of purity. But Leonard believed that it was all the fact is that his technique is simply not good enough. After these words, the chess game was interrupted and both men turned in different directions from each other. After a few minutes of silence, Leonard finally decided to find out who had taken on the task that was connected with Wild, which of the destroyers had nothing to do. Roel answered him in a calm voice that the man would never guess, because this time the person who took the reward was not of a destructive level, but a hunter of a frightening level. The man didn't understand how this happened, because he definitely remembers that he left another monster here. When suddenly a huge creature jumped out behind him, which believed that it would launch a surprise attack. But this was only at first glance, and in fact the man perfectly expected such a turn of events, So he was able to strike in time and literally cut this monster into two parts. With this, he can calmly move on to the next task, which was the black faceless one. It seemed to him that this was a pretty good catch, especially considering his strength and fame. Roel proudly talked about how the hunter of a frightening level was the pale night watchman Burton, who offered to use the award for Wild as his own merits, and in a standardized test, his strength after being injected with tainted blood reached destruction, so they accepted his application. How suddenly their dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Deputy Andrew, who became interested in finding out what the men were talking about. They decided not to answer this question, but to ask him a question in response, in which they were interested to know if his problem had been solved. He answered them a little with disappointment that he simply did not expect this. And now it doesn't matter anymore, because about 300 years have passed, and he has already grown old. But she is still the same as he remembers her. Even the tone has not changed. He felt as if he was in a dream, probably melancholy from seeing his secret lover again. Andrew knew that Doris was originally an immortal species. No changes were inevitable, and there was nothing good in it. Moreover, when he was young, he created romantic connections everywhere and did not think about others. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Leonard, who finally decided to find out what happened to that bookstore. Did the Fleur-de-Lis family really take him for the head? Andrew answered him that in fact this is not the main problem, but what kind of creature is behind him. In addition, the archival data of the secret tower has already been transferred and they can look at it themselves if they are so interested. After which he suddenly decided to add to Leonard that after organizational studies, it was decided that his funding for alchemy would be reduced by 30% starting next month, which obviously caused a negative reaction in the man, and he wanted to know why this happened. Andrew also added that he initially did not believe that there was an undetected god level in Nozine, but Joseph personally wrote this dossier, so it needs to be taken seriously. And since the attitude towards the camp is good, they can slowly check, but such a creature in Nozine is still a problem. By these words, he meant that Wild also maintains contacts with this bookstore, so he asked to send Burton there so that he could become their eyes. Both male advisors believed that they needed to be more careful and first should have better found out whether the danger of this divine level was high. Andrew knew very well that the magic mirror egg is now the main priority, so he wants to let Burton find out all this. He believed that this is the best option at the moment. In addition, he does not deny that using it they can get new problems, but at least they need to know the behavior pattern of the store owner and general intentions. This is not something that can be explained by friendliness, so they must be responsible for tens of millions of people, nose in. This incident is enough for them to think about what they are doing in the end. After all, the meaning of the existence of a society of truth is not only the pursuit of knowledge, but also the maintenance of order. But when any organization becomes authoritative and has too much power, then it will definitely begin to rot from the inside. The men both understood what Andrew was leading to, and most likely he wants to say that there is a traitor in the society of truth. Andrew responded to this suggestion by saying that there is no real doubt that the failures they kept under control led to the fact that the Red Religion and the White Wolf were able to repeatedly escape and hide until now. And if this issue is not resolved properly, then trust in the society of truth will fall, and they cannot afford this. In addition, he knows very well what kind of people they are, and what the society of truth now lacks is the internal control department, and he hoped that both of them could become a good addition to it. Thus, he wanted Burton to first go for a check, and if there was no need, then they would not be at all afraid of the divine level. In the end, no one is immortal in this world, and everyone will die someday. Everyone except the truth, which will live forever. Lin Ji, meanwhile, was listening to the radio, which was broadcasting that there was an accident at a factory on 23rd Street, as a result of which the street suffered serious damage, but fortunately the firefighters arrived on time and quickly carried out a rescue operation. The guy immediately ran to the doors to see what was happening on the street, and as soon as he opened the doors, he realized that this accident had happened very close to his bookstore. Linji was angry because he dozed off a little and he was sleeping so soundly that he didn't even wake up from the explosion. It seemed to him that yesterday, apart from the sale of 30 books and the expulsion of suspicious people checking unregistered residents, it seemed that nothing else had happened. But as a result, when he woke up, he discovered that there had been an explosion on the opposite side. Sometimes it seemed to him that life was such a magical thing, because fortunately the fire stopped there. Otherwise, his life and journey through time and space would have come to an end. Speaking of Miss Doris, he remembered that before she left, she slipped him a flower in a pot, And it really wasn't entirely comfortable, because the guy didn't expect that he would have to accept such a gift from her. And judging by her explanations, this seed should be quite valuable. And it also has its own thoughts and feeds on desires. For the guy, it was such a mysterious trick that attracts little ladies. He thought it was so sweet that Miss still believed in it. After all, Doris is not that old, and she still has a child's heart, so he could understand her. But in any case, the plant is a useful thing, because when it grows up, it will filter the air in the store. Linji even jokingly talked a little to this plant, saying that he would like to improve the interior and atmosphere of this bookstore. So if this flower really hears him, then he asked it to grow into a huge bush. A week later, a beautiful rose had already grown from this pot, which could not but please Linji's eyes. It was not in vain that he carefully looked after the flower for a whole week and it finally blossomed. It looks pretty good, even good, and the guy himself actually always wanted to grow plants in order to form his temperament, but so that he didn't plant everything died, but this once the plant finally survived. But the fact that it grew in just 7 days seemed a little wrong to the guy. Besides, a rose is a shrub. It's really strange that only one flower grew. But then he realized that since Miss Doris said that it was a rare variety and it must have its own characteristics. And it's not a fact that this is a rose. Maybe it's a new variety altogether. But with external similarities, it grows quickly and is not picky in care. It should be profitable when selling. In the end, even he was able to grow it. Linji even wanted to talk to his new flower, and he asked him to show his dear guests all its beauty, because he believed that this detail in the interior would morally satisfy the guests after reading the books. And who knows, maybe he will be able to sell some more books. As they say, details determine business opportunities. In any case, it was time to wrap up talking, because the time had come to open the store, and this upset the guy, because he remembered that no one had come into his store for a whole week, and he really wanted someone to visit him. Burton, meanwhile, came to the very address that the organization had given him, and the appearance of this store seemed to him not quite the work of some businessman. He could even say that the owner of this store had never seriously thought about selling books. While he was finishing his cigarette, it seemed to him that this store was deliberately left deserted. And if you think about it like that, it seemed to him that he really wanted to appear that way on purpose. Although later he noticed the fact that some time had already passed, and this subtle ether that had dissipated in the rain was indeed from Wilde's aura. He thought with a smile that this was actually a good shelter, worthy of a black faceless one, but unfortunately for him it could not get past his nose. He understood that apparently the source of this aura was a certain type of creature of life and soul, not very powerful, but guarding well. Now he believed that the Society of Truth was not mistaken, and Wilde really had a stronghold here, although now it looked more like a hidden transit point. According to information provided by the Truth Society, Wilde stopped at this bookstore twice, and judging by the rare traces of airwaves nearby, he is a more frequent visitor than others. And if this was really the case, then Burton was sure that he would return here again, and this would give him a chance to finish him off once and for all. The Truth Society's decision not to attract his attention must be based on such considerations. They have enough trouble right now with the White Wolf sewer rats and the Red Religion. The smell of blood and gunpowder smoke from the recent battle could still be felt in the air, so he believed that he needed to clear up the fighting site and divert the attention of the locals. And apparently the Secret Tower and the Truth Society were really good at hiding such things. However, in his opinion, the troubles will not last long, because as soon as Murphy died, their fate was sealed. He incredibly liked to think that before he died, she clearly realized exactly where she had gone wrong, although she was unlucky to encounter the wiser elves before the visit of the Truth Society. But even without the appearance of Doris, their defeat was predetermined long ago. But it was still strange for him to realize the fact that the magic mirror egg really had such great power that it could make people lose their minds. In any case, Burton believed that hunters do not die from curiosity. This is their main professional quality. And now he believed that his main task was to simply wait and then establish his destructive level. Burton thought that even if there were no traces of ether in the bookstore itself, he shouldn't let his guard down, because this time he just needed to pretend to be an ordinary guest, conducting the most basic reconnaissance. And the most important thing is not to complicate matters in any way. So with such thoughts, he entered this bookstore. When he entered, he immediately confirmed his thoughts that the interior inside was too ordinary. The aura was not felt. It was also difficult not to notice Wilde's creation. He believed that it was a good job. Indeed, everything was as he thought. A creature that instantly reacts with an attack to the desire to destroy. But he understood perfectly well that if there were no bad thoughts in his head like destruction or the like, then he was actually completely safe, and this made him smile, because he was confident in his disguise. After all, even if he is of the same level, he will be able to make sure that the enemy does not suspect anything until the attack itself, and then he will be able to deal with the owner of the bookstore, who, apparently, is Wilde's informant. As soon as a new guest arrived at the bookstore, Linji immediately greeted him with a smile. Also along the way, he thought that these few days there were not a single visitor, as if he had returned to a time when no one came. Although free time from work is not bad, but who doesn't want to chat and earn money at the same time? Looking at this guest, it seemed to him that it was time to make repairs, because in this way, he could certainly attract many more clients. But now he just wanted to start a conversation because after a whole week of silence, he got bored with simple conversations with clients. Therefore, he started this conversation first and asked the gentleman if he would like to rent a book, or maybe he would like to buy it in any case. If he needs something, he can contact the guy without any problems. Burton replied that for now he would just like to look at the availability of books. The man understood perfectly well that such an answer fits perfectly with a person who came to look at the ruins and while walking came across a bookstore by the side of the road. Therefore, to begin with, he decided that he would simply go here and there and carefully find out all the information. But so far it seemed to him that nothing here deserved attention. That was until he saw the very rose that Doris gave to Linji. He himself didn't really understand why he paid attention to her, but the thought immediately arose in his head that she was so beautiful and most likely should be worth a lot. It seemed to him that it was just an ordinary rose in the middle of the store, but it was incredibly eye-catching. But mentally, he forced himself not to pay much attention to it. At least he thought so, until a small eye came out of this rose and was hidden in the petals, which with just one glance was able to make the man stand still and not move. And at that time he did not fully understand what had happened and why he could not move. It seemed to him that this flower literally separated part of his soul, and now Burton began to worry that they could catch him, and he fell into a trap. But how could this happen if he did not even feel any vibration of the ether? Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Linji, who once again repeated that if he still had any questions, he could turn to him for help. He also added that a man can watch as much as he wants, especially since it's free. At that moment, the man had only questions in his head, because he did not understand how he could look when his body was literally chained to the floor. Burton immediately began to suspect that this had been planned from the very beginning. Apparently, the owner of this bookstore immediately realized who Burton really was. And looking at the guy, he only thought that his look still says that he is just a non-entity who has driven himself into a trap. This smile addressed to the guests looks like it is full of courtesy, but in fact it is full of mockery and anger. And apparently all this was due to the fact that he recently recognized him as not knowing anything and considered himself a smart guy, pretending to be an ordinary guest and saying that he would just take a look for now. Apparently, the owner of the bookstore answered him with a sarcastic tone that he could watch as much as he wanted, but in fact it was intimidation in its purest form. Apparently the guy just wanted to see fear and helplessness in the eyes of the uninvited guest. Looking straight into Linji's eyes, the man believed that the guy was right now thinking about how he would finish him off. It was so obvious from his face. But then he pulled himself together and decided to pull himself together because Burton had never been so insulted before. Although looking at this eye, which was in the very center of the rose, it seemed to him that this creature was destroying all visitors at the nod of the store owner, and it was really scary. But what frightened him more was precisely the fact that he might actually be right, and he would simply be destroyed here. And with every second he panicked more and more because he didn't understand what was happening, because his strength and will were in place, but he still couldn't do anything. Unable to stop his opponent, he can only feel his own despair as he is eaten piece by piece, and the consumed parts can no longer be returned. What is even more terrifying is that he is doomed to remain in this state until the very end. Burton gradually began to cry and mentally literally begged the guy. In this case, it would be better to destroy him right away. At least it wouldn't hurt so much. He believed that the owner of this store must be a devil who plays with people's hearts, and apparently he was wrong, so he just wanted to give up. Linji looked at him carefully, and at one moment noticed that strange things were happening to the guest, so he decided to ask if everything was okay with him, and if he had any questions, because he said that he would look around, but he himself stood still. But then it dawned on the guy that apparently the man also appreciated this flower, which looked so beautiful, and was so glad that this rose attracted the man's attention so much. Burton noticed that after these words he could move again, although the feeling of fear did not leave him. It seemed to the man that right now he felt anger, fear, powerlessness, and even a desperate plea. And even if he wanted to sob at the top of his voice, he could not, because his last strength had already left him. But he couldn't say anything else except to say that this flower really looks wonderful. Although mentally he thought that if it were not for the realistic sensations of the depths of his soul, he would have considered that he had injected too much tainted blood and began to see hallucinations. But now it didn't matter to him at all about some kind of confirmation of the destructive level, some kind of wild. Burton had completely lost the desire to fight. Now he just wants to sit on the couch and think about the meaning of life. Lin Ji was incredibly happy that the man liked his flower. The guy thought that the plant was also quite flattered to hear this. It seems that the guest really likes indoor plants, so Lin Ji was glad that it was not in vain that he grew this rose. Besides, respect for flowers is also a kind of romance. Therefore, at that moment, the guy had thoughts in his head that the truth of making money lies in gradual accumulation. And apparently it's not in vain that they say that success or failure is determined by the details. In addition, Miss Doris explained that this flower has a soul. If only out of respect for Miss, he believed that it was worth taking seriously the advertising ploy of the mysterious merchant from whom she took it. If Miss Doris saw how much attention he paid to the flower, she would probably feel important, and this could lead to the guy getting one more regular customer. Burton didn't fully understand what was going on because this owner not only loves to play with people's hearts, but also treats the flower so warmly. It's as if he takes this monster for his own child, whom he loves very much. He even thought that the dark magician Murphy, who broke the taboo, at best admired the resurrected beast of sleep as an ideal creation, but not so much as to mistake this disgusting monster for her own child. The man couldn't even imagine who this bookstore owner was, what kind of creature he was. The thought even crept into his mind that he was not human, and assumed that he was the same species as this flower, only covered with a layer of human skin. But then he did not understand why the aura of the ether is not felt at all, why its character is so disgusting and changeable, and why it is so powerful for no reason. Probably because the creature in front of the man is nothing other than the highest form of life. Burton pretended to the end that everything was fine and even answered the guy that he just saw how much he cared about this flower, so he simply told the truth. Although in his mind he believed that there could be no mistake, the Truth Society knows absolutely exactly what the real state of affairs is here, and apparently they deliberately say nothing and called him here as cannon fodder. But what puzzled him most was how Wilde could have the right to use this place as a transit point. Burton understood that it was really too dangerous here, and now he wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible, but he still needed to remain natural before the owner saw what he was going to do. Therefore, the man decided to start from then on. Time flies so quickly, and apparently Mr. Lin himself, in his opinion, was very busy, so he decided that it was actually time for him to go. The man's answer shocked him a little, because Lin Ji noticed that his dear guest seemed to be sick since he was behaving quite strangely. Lin Ji continued to say that his face looked quite pale, so he hurried to suggest the man to rest a little. Moreover, as it turned out, the guy had already prepared a chair especially for him, which he usually offers to his guests to make the holiday even more relaxing. Burton immediately realized that things were not going well for him, because somehow the owner of the bookstore noticed that he wanted to escape, and apparently the hypocritical praise he had previously said upset him. Apparently, he would not be able to leave so easily. But the man tried again to say that everything was actually fine with him and he didn't need rest. Lin Ji replied that he was worried about him and asked him not to torture himself and to rest a little, because he did not doubt for a second that the man came here after a long journey. Mentally, the guy thought that the character of this guest is really strong because even being exhausted both physically and mentally, he does not want to show his fragile side in front of strangers. But judging by his appearance, the new guest is a typical office worker at the age of 35. And for office workers with a midlife crisis, what with their bosses and wives, a reluctance to part with their youth is characteristic. This is a period of intense pressure, combined with this look without a goal. It felt as if he was completely confused. What Lin Ji saw was worth deceiving him a little, because he believed that when dealing with such clients, he should first make him lower his guard by using oratory. And for this, Lin Ji decided to ask him to sit down again. But this time he added that there were no other people here, so no one would see his slight weakness, and he could rest peacefully. The guy also added that he could completely relax and consider that he just went to visit his old friend for a cup of tea and talk about his problems. After all, the guy actually, in his opinion, understands people very well. Panic raged in the man's head, because if he understood the guy correctly, then he literally understands people. And this is already a direct threat. Now he should have figured out what to do next. He understood that if he did not sit down and explain his goal clearly, then most likely something very bad and terrible would happen. The meaning of the bookstore owner's words is very clear. But he didn't fully understand how best to say it. Whether it was even possible to say it. Probably not. Because if he said it directly, then he would have incredibly huge problems. So he decided to do something a little different and say that he just wanted to ambush Wild in this bookstore, but was beaten by the owner of this store. That's the thing. After these words, the man's imagination ran wild as he began to see the bookstore owner's face literally splitting into pieces. After which the monsters climb out of him and tell him that since this made him feel unhappy, then perhaps he will help him open his heart. Burton believed that if he said that, then he, the owner of the store, would certainly turn into something like that, and then he would literally have no chance. When suddenly his thoughts were again interrupted by Linji, who began to say that he had completely forgotten that his guest was on his feet, and it was time to fix it. Therefore, he rather kindly asked the guest to sit down on the chair that he had already prepared for him. At that moment, the man began to think that he was gradually getting used to the feeling of humiliation. He nevertheless sat down on a chair, but a whole anarchy was going on in his head because he thought that his body and mind were being arbitrarily played with, without leaving even a drop of strength to at least try to resist. At that moment, he wanted to cry incredibly hard, but he understood that if he cried here, his career as a hunter would end, so he endured it with all his might. Linji liked it so much that he still managed to go through the first step, and the man still sat down on the chair and was now finally ready to talk. However, he understood that getting a client with this type of personality to express everything that was in his soul would be quite a difficult task. Therefore, he immediately decided for himself that in this case, it would be best to take his time and take the initiative in questions, as if gradually opening the hard shell of an oyster in order to eventually see that softness is hidden behind the hardness. While Linji was thinking about this, he involuntarily took out his tongue, and now Burton's only thought was that he was being looked at as food. Apparently, he should think carefully before saying anything. Linji also forgot to add that it's okay if he doesn't want to talk about it, because the guy actually guessed that it could concern his cultivation. The man was even more frightened, because he didn't understand how the guy even knew that he was now in the process of confirming the destructive level. Although on the other hand, he realized that it would be strange, on the contrary, if he didn't know. But now he is embarrassed that he knew everything perfectly well. He did nothing. On the contrary, he even chatted with him, and the man did not understand at all what goal the guy was pursuing. And Linji at that moment was glad that his technique of fuzzy oratory worked, and the next step he planned to use talk therapy. The guy understood that the confusion of this guest was so obvious that he simply found himself in a difficult situation. This word can be called a targeted measure, and he did not believe that it did not touch him. Burton couldn't withstand such pressure, so he thought that he really wasn't qualified to hide anything in front of this person. Basically, he just wanted to get a certificate to advance to a destructive level. But it turns out that now, he sits face to face with such a terrifying creature. Due to the fact that the source of the hunter's power comes from tainted blood, Burton believed that no matter whether a black magician or a scientist from the Truth Society, in their hearts they all do not perceive them as people, looking down on them. That's why he started talking about how he actually gave up a long time ago, because they use him as a weapon and throw him away as soon as the work ends, and now he realized this. This kind of organization, speaking about justice, actually stands above everyone else and despises people like them, and it is obvious that their own strength is determined only by their own will, and this seemed incredibly unfair to him. Linji listened to him carefully, and it was a little surprising to him that it was actually just a matter of pressure from his superiors. Therefore, he thought that this client wanted a promotion, an increase in salary, but the immoral boss constantly oppressed him, and the awareness of his own worthless position led to psychological fatigue. After escaping, he walked around the area aimlessly until he came across his bookstore, so Linji decided to pour him some tea, and then they could look into his problem in more detail. Burton did not expect that after such stories, the guy would pour him some tea and say that he absolutely understood his problem. After which he suddenly decided to ask the man a question, in which he wanted to ask him if he had ever thought about finding another way. Burton, sitting with his mouth open, simply could not understand what these questions were all about and what new path they were talking to him about now. Lin Ji tried to explain to him that now that he already knows that in their eyes, he is nothing more than just a tool. The guy didn't understand, would he really allow them to use him like this after realizing it? Would it really be worth it? Lin Ji believed that they did not bring him the slightest benefit and even demanded a lot from him, but never showed him due respect. Looking the man in the eyes, he said that he believed that he was smart, and therefore the guy hoped that the man would understand him. Burton really wondered if it was worth it. Of course, he's not satisfied with the attitude towards him. This is understandable. He knew very well that the hunter's extraordinary power came from the corrupted blood extracted from various dream beasts, and this power was borrowed, unstable, and its manifestations were irrational. If the power of transformation into a beast ignites in the blood, it will gradually unite with the dream beast, and the mind will gradually become polluted. Some powerful hunters, at the last moment of madness, combined with tainted blood and turned into new dream beasts, which led to great destruction. For the Society of Truth in the Secret Tower, the hunters are just a group of gamblers, which can turn into a disaster at any moment. Burton recalled that before he came to the Truth Society, in order to voluntarily pass the certification, he had to go through many stages, such as assessing rationality. He cannot blame the Truth Society in this regard, because it is the responsibility of the hunters. But he is still proud by the fact that he became one. The so-called hunters with the flesh and blood of ordinary people could lure out the dream beasts with their blood and soul to use them as personal weapons, and then hunt the ferocious dream beast every day under the cover of darkness, fighting to the death. He understood that hunters do not have the spirit of knights, nor the inheritance of magicians, much less the wisdom of scientists. But the soul of a hunter is not a bit inferior to any soul of an ordinary person. And now he has already lived for about 30 years as a hunter. For an extraordinary person, his age is nothing. But as a hunter, he is already considered old and is bursting at the seams. His tainted blood came from the pale-faced one, and the amount he administered had long ago exceeded the permissible threshold. And every time the blood was excited, his mind was on the verge of destruction, and his willpower gradually became weaker and weaker. Therefore, lately he has been worried that his body simply will not be able to withstand it. He eats pills in packs, but it doesn't always help him, or rather almost never. And if he did come to his senses, he simply could not believe that even the powerful tranquilizers produced by the Society of Truth were gradually stopping their effect on him. And if this continued, then sooner or later, one day, it would be impossible to maintain his mind. Therefore, in order to get out of this hopeless situation, he took up the task of capturing Wilde, which no one wanted to take on. And as his qualification to cross the destructive level, he decided to do it. But he couldn't even imagine that he would be deliberately misled by making them a tool. And now he understands that even if he receives confirmation of a destructive level, it still won't change anything. It doesn't mean that he will receive due respect. Considering all this, he replied to Lin Ji that he had never really thought about the fact that he had other options, because they control everything and touch everything. And if he wants to fight for his place, he will need to cross their path. Now Lin Ji realized that this is a company in a monopoly system, and apparently a very large one. If there is not enough determination to burn all the bridges, or the company is too shady, then it is not worth it, however. Since the guest said that he had not thought about other options, it means in his, the heart is dominated by a certain attitude. In this case, a few encouraging suggestions should help him overcome his predicament. So the guy decided to find out if he really thinks they are so powerful. Is it really possible that if a man leaves them, he will lose the opportunity to exist? Should his place in life really depend on them? Lin Ji asked him to just think about the current situation, think about his future, and then asked him to think about the people who were in the exact same situation. The guy immediately warned him that he was not intimidating him or trying to incite him to do anything. He just hoped that Burton could make his own right choice. After these words, a smile appeared on the man's face. Apparently, he really understood what Lin Ji was trying to convey to him. The man believed that they should rely on their own strength to control the future. A fire lit up in the man's eyes when he thought about this. Now he understood that while he despised and criticized the Society of Truth, he subconsciously never considered them an absolute authority. But now he believes that hunters should not let others decide what to do. After a few more seconds, he was literally engulfed in fire, and now he thought that the words of the store owner were really strong. His words were so expressive that he already began to see clearly. This couldn't help but make Lin Ji happy. Although this guest was confused before a midlife crisis, it seems that his heart still hasn't admitted defeat since it wants to beat to the last. Therefore, he decided to add a little more motivation so as not to make a mistake. So he said that sometimes blind compromises will not bring him the desired peace of mind, but on the contrary, will make them feel that he is weak, and this can complicate everything. And he also did not forget to say that his strength would not be enough against them, but he is not alone. He still has comrades who are able to unite, and this forced the guy to offer Burton an attempt to change everything. Of course, Lin Ji did not forget to say that everything depends on his train of thought, so he advised him to think it over carefully and not allow himself to regret it later. And if he understood everything, then he could offer him a new job. And without waiting for an answer from the man, Lin Ji told him that he had a guest named Ji Jixiu, and perhaps she could help him. The man's surprise was actually not surprising, because even Lin Ji himself did not expect that he would offer such things. From the expression on his face, Lin Ji realized that Burton understood who the guy was talking about, so he added with a smile that this was exactly what he was thinking about. Now the man was incredibly curious to know what he wanted Burton to do. Burton understood that most likely the owner of the bookstore had arranged everything long before the man even came to this bookstore. And this simply shocked him, because he sincerely did not understand how this was even possible, because no one can foresee everything unless he is an omnipotent god. Lin Ji at this moment was thinking that for now, this is a situation that can be solved with words and remains under control. Although he himself understood that, faced with such reluctance to trust, the guest must first combine a series of questions based on known information that does not have a clear content in order to direct his thinking. In practice, the person himself decides how to understand them. And he himself has many ideas to cover all possible options. And now that he has directed the sitting man to his innermost thoughts, all he can do is help him get rid of his anxiety. Lin Ji considered it unacceptable to be bullied by his boss in the company, to the point of being used as a tool, destroying him psychologically and physically. Therefore, he believed that it was better to choose another path as soon as possible than to continue this one. And for the guest in front of him, this would definitely be the best option. But it was still worth understanding that the transformation from a middle-aged social animal into a pioneer entrepreneur is quite a difficult task, not only in terms of determination, but also in terms of finances. And in order for the client he acquired with such difficulty not to quickly dry up again, Lin Ji believed that he literally needed to play it safe, and Miss Ji should be able to help him with this, at least to ensure that the client does not lose his job. One great man once said that it is necessary to use monopoly against monopoly. At least in Nozen, there should not be a company that knows more about monopolies than Roll. This is the company that Miss Ji's father owns. This giant company has the mining rights in the lower city and has penetrated almost every area of Nozen. In Nozen, the influence of this corporation is immeasurably great, be it clothing, food, housing, or transport. Any industry, wherever you dig, traces of this company will be found everywhere. Even a person like Lin Ji, who has only lived in this world for 3 years, deeply feels its influence on life. Out of interest, he even studied a little about the history of this company as soon as he arrived here. In the process, he discovered that this company had been around for an incredibly long time, if you count from the very beginning. Its predecessor, surprisingly, was the army that ruled the lower region. The historical reasons for this are very complex, and many of the records were already unreliable at that time. In short, the first reason for such a monopoly is precisely that throughout Nozen, the ideal structure of life that such companies enjoy is not in effect. The overall structure of the city is divided into upper and lower districts. The upper district is completely detached from the ground and is an artificial city built of steel. Nozen occupies an area the size of a Chinese province, and the streets near the central area have their own names, and the rest are numbered with letters and numbers. And if you imagine, according to this design, the upper region itself is a completely artificial creation, there are no natural resources here. All real natural resources are concentrated in the lower district, which refers to underground and above-ground pedestrian zones. But at present, only the Truth Society has access to the lower district, and usually it is strictly blocked, and there are reasons for that. The inhabitants of the lower city are sick. They are infected, like their future descendants, because they touched the high foggy wall on the border of Azir. They were subjected to forced separation over millions of years and developed a completely different ecology than in the upper region. The little creature was suddenly stopped to ask what she was doing here. This strange-looking girl saw her grandmother and immediately began to smile. Her so-called granny told her that after some time she would be in a completely different place. But for now, she asked her to come with her so that they could eat normally. While they were walking home, The girl told her grandmother that she had dug up an extra stone, and she thought that she could get an extra bowl of food for it. And the woman replied that she was just a wonderful child, and today she would get a little more food for it. At some point, the child decided to ask her if this was really the place where their ancestors lived. Did the people who lived there really have to work as hard as they did just to eat? The woman did not know what to say in response to this question and simply said that one day she would be able to go up there and see everything with her own eyes. She was already getting old, so she would tell her stories when the time came. Lin Ji spent a lot of time at the computer, but still found out that people who live in the lower regions suffer from the plague, and today it still remains the main problem for the residents of the lower region. In short, the urban areas are completely divided for various reasons, and this led to the emergence of a number of agencies specializing in transportation between the upper and lower areas to collect resources, and eventually, due to competition, they absorbed each other. Lin Ji understood perfectly well that now this is the only company that has the right to independently issue passes to the lower region. At some point, the guy is even scared to think that if only such a rich man became interested in his small store and bought the rights to distribute his books. At that time, he did not yet know that the only daughter of the owner of this company would become his regular client. Of course, he owed his success to his eloquence. And now that they had a good enough relationship to maintain, he believed that they should start helping each other properly. And he was also sure that it would be quite easy for such a lady to find a job. Therefore, Lin Ji was confident that she should be able to somehow help him deal with his difficulties. Besides, the other day she had some minor problems and he helped her. She rented a book that needed to be returned soon. Burton simply could not move away from the information he had just heard, but it actually explained a lot to him. Now he began to understand why the situation in Nozine is as follows. The reason for the alliance of white wolves and black magicians of the Red Cult was that Harris lost the battle against the Spider Organization, which is headed by Ji Jixiu, and as a result, he had to escape alone while destroying the second leader Kaji, and the reason for Harris's defeat was that Jixiu, who was previously at a disadvantage, suddenly became stronger. And she did this only thanks to the help of the bookstore owner. Now everything became clear to the man. It was this intention that he considered the main reason why the bookstore owner decided to help him. But what is most surprising is that with his words, he incites a conflict between the hunters and the Truth Society. Burton could not believe that he wants to bring down the authority of the Truth Society. Playing with hearts and inciting quarrels is exactly what the devil does to have fun, but the words of this devil intoxicatingly dig into the hearts and make them so happy. And now Burton thinks that perhaps the bookstore owner has planned a mission for him in which he will need to unite all classes of hunters to create an organization that can rival the Society of Truth and the Secret Tower. If this is so, then the whole of Nozine will change as a result. It is essentially a game of chess for superhumans, and Burton has the honor of being a small pawn in this game. Thinking about it, the man now understands what the bookstore owner was up to. He just wanted Burton to be useful, so he let the flower suck out his deepest desires instead of consuming him. And now he doesn't have the slightest idea of how to gain approval from the Society of Truth, much less establish his destructive level. On the other hand, now he really wants to try and he won't regret this decision. After all, we are talking about raising the banner that belongs to the hunters. This is truly something worth fighting for and worth waiting for. Burton at this point thought he was crazy for wanting to do this. But there was one more thing that bothered him a little. And this thing was in one phrase that Lin Ji said, namely that he would need to take the books. This obviously made the guy smile because finally, after all this effort, they were finally able to get down to business. So he began to say that he was just about to say this. For a person like Burton who is doing this for the first time and does not have much experience, he will certainly face a lot of difficulties in the subsequent process. And to prevent this from happening, he has one very useful book, which he would advise a man to buy first. Burton didn't expect that Mr. Lin would now offer him to buy the book, although he remembered that he had already said that Ji Jixiu took the book, and apparently it helped her quite a lot. And to do this, she followed the instructions of the bookstore owner. And if you connect the dots, it becomes clear that the bookstore owner uses his book to give her strength and guidance. And does this really mean that all these books contain forbidden knowledge? His thoughts were once again interrupted by the bookstore owner, who reiterated that this book was perfect for his current situation. And he also did not forget to add that he believed that he could find in her a new way to achieve what he wanted and never again be used as a tool. While Burton was reaching out to this book, he noticed that it called The Sacrifice of the Void, and just by the title he could understand that this book was not so simple. But the real magic began when he opened it, because it seemed to him that every page of this book seemed to fall into emptiness. And he, along with them, his body moved to another dimension, where there are no feelings, no emotions, only two colors, black and white, in which his body was at the center of the universe, and it was he who controlled his destiny. But a few minutes later, the horror began again, in which he saw several dozen monsters from his dreams, and each of them was ready to eat a man. Without thinking for a long time, he immediately decided to close this book, because the horror that he had just seen was enough for him. Burton could not understand if this was an illusion due to the spoiled blood, although on the other hand there was still a feeling inside his body that this was not so. Suddenly he heard Linji's voice again, who told him that if he chooses this path, then speculation is a necessary skill. And he also added that everyone would be happy if everyone had a win-win option. But in the real world, this is a gift for those who manage to reach the end of the road. So he advised the man to take his fate into his hands, and then it will become much easier. Burton agreed with him and mentally thought that the passage through the void created as a result of the piercing of the body was ready to open. And now the man perfectly understood the fact that he was at one end and the invisible emptiness at the other. And if he offered the entities the right tribute, then in return, he would receive a reward. This brought an incredibly wide smile from the man, because he would essentially be able to grant the opportunity to get closer to the divine level of power. The ability to grant others existence on a divine level in the form of power at will. He simply did not know what words to use to describe the power of the bookstore owner. So he decided to simply thank him for his teaching, and now he finally knows what to do next. Linji immediately warned him that it would be a long journey and all he needed was to be strong mentally and physically. He also asked him that he should understand that it is impossible to achieve success if he only speculates. So Linji will hope that when he sees him next time, he will get what he wanted so badly. Burton promised him that he would do everything possible not to let the bookstore owner down. Mentally, he now considered the guy incredibly noble. Being a pawn for such a creature was already the greatest honor for him. The road that awaits him ahead will probably be much more interesting than it was before. Therefore, it was time for him to set out on the road, and he left the store after saying goodbye to Mr. Lin. The guy himself was incredibly pleased with today because another person filled with determination who came out of his confusion under the leadership of Lin, and this is exactly how he wants to live further. 2719. Jijishu could not fit in the chair for a long time because the process of preparing to read books took a lot of time. But finally she finished and can now start reading. A few minutes later, her consciousness was exhausted again, but the girl liked it incredibly much because a few days ago, she could not even imagine that she would have such a powerful force. She also noticed that as she became stronger, it became easier and easier for her to control her body. It's gotten to the point where she can control even small pores in her body, of course. She hasn't had the need to use this ability until now, but it's still surprising. And the most important thing is that she is close to taming the bloody beast within herself. And if she can do this, she can thus move to a frightening level. And she was not going to forget that all this was only thanks to Mr. Lin. In fact, everything she had now, she believed that it was only thanks to him. Much more than just controlling the tainted blood in her body, she is now well aware that blood and flesh are a kind of currency in life, and as they are exchanged and circulated through the body, ether particles are created. But she understood very well that controlling blood was only the first step. Using blood to force the beast to obey her was not the real goal she was pursuing. In any case, she believed that before thanking Mr. Lin, she needed to achieve high results in her body. So she thought about using the corrupted blood of other types of dream beasts. Then all the hunters could become much stronger. Strength is nothing more than power, and she blindly believed that in the future, hunters would be able to communicate on equal terms with the Society of Truth and the Secret Tower. But she understood that to achieve this goal, she alone would not be enough, and she needed allies. She practiced this method for a number of hours, but did not teach other people only because she understood that she was still a beginner herself, and it would be dangerous to teach others, because the power is enormous, and if used incorrectly, there could be disastrous consequences. Not now she thought that everything was different. She personally practiced the blood control method, and now can confidently say that it is completely safe, and now she can begin to teach others. In her head, there was an ideal picture that she would be the first to give incredible power to the hunters, and the one who gave her this power would become the guide of all hunters. Linji was doing his daily routine at this time and enjoying such a calm day. But Jia Jixiu apparently won't be allowed to be in peace, and as soon as she heard the steps that led to her room, she then decided to put the book in the nightstand. It was her assistant who informed her that it was already dinner time. She left her room without a word and went to the place where the whole family gathers to have dinner together. But suddenly she had to stop because she saw one very important person in front of her. And it was her father, whom she decided to ask if he wanted to give her some task for her to complete. This expression angered him a little, because he didn't understand that he couldn't just talk to his daughter. She answered him with a smile that it didn't look too much like him, which is why she was so surprised by it. The man assured her that he just wanted to spend time with his daughter. Is this really so surprising to her? The girl answered him that she was more than sure that he would never have dinner with someone just like that. Even if it was his daughter, moreover, he never returned to dinner and did not specifically ask someone to remind her of him. So she can't think of any other reason other than that he needs something from her. After such a monologue, he did not hide it and said that he was sad that everything was so obvious. Ji Jishu smiled again and added that he could not hide his intentions and something needed to be done about it. He told her in a calm tone that she had grown up quite quickly. She felt even funnier. Had he really called her here to talk about this? He continued to say that he was a little ashamed because he remembered her as a child, and now he was a little embarrassed to see her as an adult. The man understood that she was already old enough to make decisions on her own, but still, as a father, he should at least sometimes give her advice. The girl calmed down and was ready to listen carefully. The man began by saying that he never asked about what she was doing, because whether it was the white wolves or any other group of hunters, they were all just children in the sandbox, being used by someone else. He sent her Kate and Max, and that should have been enough. But recently things have changed, and if she is really going to participate in this, she will have to represent the company that her father now owns. Unexpectedly for the man, the girl answered him that in fact she understood everything perfectly well, and from her smile it seemed that she was even expecting this. At some point this infuriated the man, because he believed that she should be more reasonable if she understood everything. She noticed the fact that because she really understood, this was the main reason why she was sitting here now talking to the man, and it seemed to her that he had read her plans in the diary, so he came to convince her. But she was in a hurry to upset him because, as it turned out, she wrote it on purpose. This made him incredibly angry, because he could not believe that she deliberately wrote all this in the diary and allowed his people to discover her notes, and all this was done in order to draw him out. Ji Jixiu didn't understand why he was so surprised by this, because it was quite obvious that she would keep all her plans in her head. What kind of fool would write them down, because anyone could read them? Smart people, in her opinion, use diaries as trap. Now the man was ready to admit that it seemed his girl had really grown up, but he still treated her like a child, and it seemed to him that this should be corrected. These words made her laugh, because she didn't understand how she could deceive him if he didn't treat her like a child. The man changed his face and realized that apparently the girl was going to convince him of this, so he asked her to provide her trump cards. The girl with a calm soul asked her father, didn't he send a person to her team to find him? Obviously this scared the man a little, because he didn't fully understand how the girl could even find out about it. Ji Jishu couldn't help but be happy that this time she apparently took him by surprise. Therefore, she decided to put pressure on him and began to ask him to finally give up, because she was sure that his people would no longer bring him answers to the questions that interested him. At that moment, she thought that all living things in this house were under the control of an iron will. Therefore, the girl was no longer really afraid of anything, and since her father wanted to know her plans so much, she was ready to tell them, and the real plan was developed by her master, and she is just a small pawn in this game. And what about that very trump card? She also didn't mind showing it, and took out the very book that Mr. Lin gave her. In Nozine, Jibonong's name is well known to everyone as the head of the RRD company. He must maintain close ties with many different organizations and authorities, and also with important organizations in the city, such as the Secret Tower, the Truth Society, hunters, magicians. So he dealt with all of them, and they all behaved decently towards him. He dealt with all of them, and all of them behaved decently towards him. Under his control, the RRD company has not only monopolized the mining rights throughout the lower region, but also has a close connection with the hidden world, so strong that it can be said to be located at its very center. Someone once said that if you look into his iron golden eyes, you can see what is happening inside. Kate was very worried about Miss, because she works too much, so she advised her to rest a little. She didn't have time to answer when suddenly her father entered the gym, interrupting their dialogue. First of all, he wanted to ask his daughter how she had been feeling lately. She didn't understand what this question was about, but she still answered that so far everything was as usual, And at the moment, on the recommendation of the man, she was training her body and mind. He was pleased to hear this, but he was not going to stop there, so he asked Max to show what he had brought for her. As soon as the guy opened this case, the girl immediately noticed a syringe and 2 ampoules of dirty blood. She was literally shocked because she did not expect that the time would come so quickly. The man answered her that he believed that now was actually the most opportune moment. And he announced that starting today, she is one of the hunters. But first he wanted to know if she was ready to take responsibility for the power that she would now receive. Ji Jixiu, without thinking for a long time, answered that she was ready for this, and this made the man happy. Therefore, he began to say that as far as she knows, most of the inhabitants of Nozine are ordinary people, and the shortest way to become a hunter is an injection of dirty blood. And the price of shortcuts is the risk, which in this case concerns her entire body. He believed that she should learn to control the power because there is still a 10% chance of infection. So he asked her to prevent this. He asked her to concentrate as much as possible and be prepared for the fact that if something goes wrong, the whole process will be disrupted. This dirty blood is a product from a recent batch of his company. This product has excellent quality because the likelihood of a threat is minimal, and the maximum is that the ends of some limbs, ears, and other parts will be slightly bestial. But in any case, he thought that these were complete trifles, because on the other hand, this should not affect her appearance in any way. Well, when he told her all this, he believed that it was time to present her with her special gift, which he had prepared especially for her, after which he placed a high-level philosopher's stone into her hands, which has the ability to resurrect, made by white magicians, and it is called a tear of flame, after which the man added that the world, which has always been a barrier for him, can open completely for her. She squeezed this stone in her hands and answered him that she understood everything perfectly and asked her father not to worry because she would do everything not to let him down. And before leaving, he turned to Kate and Max and told them that from now on, everything that concerns Ji Jixiu is their responsibility. The girl began to rejoice at this news so much because she would finally be able to become the hunter she had dreamed of becoming for so long. And until that day, her father had only kept saying that she was not ready, but finally, he agreed. Kate told her that she didn't have to worry, because if something happened, she would crush all her ill-wishers. Miss T was grateful to her, although that wasn't what she meant. She said that her father has a high status. He is very famous among the inhabitants of the hidden world. What is even more important is that he is a businessman, and as long as he has an interest, he is willing to take risks and put everything on the line. And now her father decided to let her join the Society of the Hidden World, and to support her, he took on the cost of resources. And now she will be able to become much stronger, although this was her desire. But her father also had his own views on this. It can be said that her father's test was whether she could live up to his expectations. For this reason, she had to grow up as quickly as possible. Kate believed that this was only for the best, because overcoming trials, she only became stronger. Miss was grateful to the girl for her words, and so she asked her to extend her hand and from now on go through all life's trials together. Kate was so glad to hear such words and was ready to do anything for her mistress. Even if she wishes Kate to sacrifice herself, she will definitely fulfill her wish. Jixiu's father was happy at this moment because after all, she is his daughter, so it is not surprising that she was able to come up with this on her own. Then he added that the intelligence network of the Truth Society had collected information about all hunter organizations in Nozine, and he would like to ask Max which organization he would like to join. The guy, to his surprise, had already resolved this issue, and his choice fell on the organization Harris White Wolf. The businessman knew that according to the information, he was a wise, calm, and rational person who knew how to plan well. But at the moment, something completely different was important for the man, namely that the guy understand why he assigned him to Ji Jixiu. Max, without a doubt, understood what the men were telling him, but still repeated out loud once again that he was with Miss in order to watch her every move. The man once again decided to repeat to him that he needed only one thing from him, and that thing was that if someone dared to attack his daughter, then he would do everything possible to protect her. He believed that his daughter has a calm, balanced character. She is patient, and she is also very talented as a hunter, so she wants to become a hunter, which is why the man is worried, but will still do everything so that she can gain a foothold in the organization of hunters without any problems. But that is why he is afraid that in the near future he will not be able to lead her further, because Jixiu's loyalty and strength are not in doubt. But she is too impulsive to be useful in situations where rational thinking is required. So he turned to Max, whose wisdom will not hinder her. If there is a hunter at the head of such a large company as RRD, then the big shots at the top will not be happy with this. So a fire may break out, and then all the paths with resources will be blocked. So there is really nowhere to rush. The man said that part of his plan was that he planned to distance himself from Jixu in public and would keep her away from everything related to the company. He believed that the more rebellious Jixu appeared, the better. He was confident that without having the slightest idea of resources, but instead striving to control a group of hunters and preferably disdainful attitude towards the group, it was this image that would allow Jixu to develop freely, and this was just the beginning. The man finished there. That's all he wanted to tell Max until his daughter became truly independent. He asked the guy to protect her. Max immediately got down on his knee and promised the man that he would serve him and his family until the very end. After the guy left, the man thought that the day always comes when the chicks leave their native nests. Having chosen this path, there will be no turning back, so he was very interested in finding out what surprises Jixu would give her. As a father, he will look forward to this day. He doesn't know what expression he will have on his face. But when she exceeds his expectations, maybe it will be a relieved smile, maybe not. But this time he will have to admit that he missed, because he did not expect that he would lose 2 times in a row against his own daughter. The person he thought knew everything in turn was ahead of his actions and thoughts. He could not have imagined that the girl who was still awkwardly learning manners had become a confident girl who had turned into a huntress, capable of luring her own father into her trap with a confident look. The man could only notice that this trump card made her much stronger than she was before. However, he still believed that this was not enough to convince him, because it is not the book that is important, but its source. After which he began to say that this plan was a threat. The stakes were too high, and such a decision meant too much for RRD employees. Therefore, the man believed that his acceptance should be approached carefully and not taken lightly. He told her that the important thing is that they can benefit, but he is more interested in the person who guides his daughter. Who is he? Ji Jixu thought at this moment that she actually should have guessed that her father already knew about the owner of the bookstore. But in any case, she was not going to put everything on the table for him. So she decided to come from afar and started with the fact that she had heard the saying, in which a businessman can do anything if there is enough profit, and it seems her father is no exception to this rule. The man was still going to argue with her because this saying, as he believed, only works with ordinary businessmen, but he is different. But the girl no longer cared, because she began to say that she would never have been able to become so strong in her life if she had not poured even more dirty blood into herself. And all this became possible only thanks to this book, which she planned to sell in the future. If, of course, the bookstore owner gives the go-ahead, but first she would like to ask her father whether he thinks this will benefit or harm the company. He told her that based on the information provided by the secret tower, it appears that the position is currently still undecided. The girl interrupted him and immediately began to say that from the few times she was in the bookstore, Mr. Lin has his own principles and rules and behaves the way a bookstore owner should behave. In fact, it seemed to her that he was very kind and friendly. Although all this while a person obeys his desires, nevertheless, she is not an expert in such matters. After all, she doesn't have the authority to talk to Mr. Lin on behalf of RRD, and so she turned to her father, who she told that if he thought it was feasible, then he had better go and talk to him himself before making a decision. Is it her suggestion to throw it in the trash? At the next training camp, the man was literally shouting to his ruler that this simply could not continue like this. Their people were dying, and they could not continue the fight against the secret tower. At some point, Harris got tired of this and shouted at them to finally shut their mouths, after which he reminded them that their main goal was to make the magic mirror egg hatch, and not to defeat the secret tower, and if they could make it hatch, then they will defeat everyone. After which she added that in 3 days the Truth Society will deliver a batch of heavenly silver stones to 78th Street, and they must get them at any cost. The preparations were finally over, and the man thought that heavenly silver stones alone were not enough for the magic mirror egg to hatch. But if this does not happen, then he understood perfectly well that the white wolf would seem to cease to exist. Suddenly he heard a voice in his head that repeated to the man that he could help him solve his problem. This scared Harris, so at one point he simply screamed and wanted to know who was talking to him. At one point, it became too hard to breathe in the room, and the man noticed a liquid of strange origin flowing down the wall. But what he saw next shocked him, because he saw the silhouette of Wild, who was walking straight towards him, and at that moment said that the egg of the magic mirror is a torch, and the best fuel is life. At the headquarters of the secret tower, in the meeting room, Abraham Joseph was sitting on a chair enjoying his drink, and at the same time he was going to answer the question about what he thinks about the owner of the bookstore. But in order to continue this conversation and answer this question, he would like to first find out what his interlocutor imagines when he hears about the divine rank. He assumed that some kind of terrible primeval dragon or something similar immediately pops up in people's minds. Perhaps some army of giants that simply demolishes everything in its path. Or some kind of elf king who, without any problems, is ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Joseph didn't deny the fact that all of these beings were powerful, but the owner of the bookstore gives a completely different impression. Not just powerful, but literally a superior being who is above every option they have given so far. And to use a metaphor, a moth is an insect that has what is called phototaxis. So following instinct, they will approach the fire. But most often, they are not stupid enough to set themselves on fire. After all, even a moth is small, but it still has a basic instinct of self-preservation. After which he suggested that if a moth with such instincts were given the opportunity to look directly at the sun, what would it do then? Will he admire the light and warmth of the sun, or maybe the magnificence of the view before him? Of course not. The only thing he could do is give up rational thinking and follow his instincts, despite the fact that his spirit and body will turn to ashes. And if he understood, then this is exactly what a ruler is for ordinary mortals. That's what a bookstore owner is. And the most amazing thing is that the owner of the bookstore wants him to leave the problem of the magic sword to him, and Joseph is not going to refuse him. The interlocutor who was sitting opposite was already starting to worry a little about his health, and that he would leave this room safe and sound. The candle magic sword is an abyssal weapon that can instill fear in even a divine rank. No matter how strong he is, he will not be able to withstand the erosion of his soul and mind and will inevitably collapse. The secret tower will choose the best of the great knights of light, who will become the master of the magic sword, so that it can be temporarily subdued and subdued by people. But as the chosen great knights died again and again, the secret tower became helpless in the fight against the curse of the sword. But the book that the bookstore owner lent to Joseph has the power to suppress the magic sword, which means the bookstore owner has the ability to take better care of it. And the reason why he wants this sword so badly is because he saw how Joseph was suffering, and so he wanted to save the man. Publicly and privately, he should transfer ownership of the magic sword to him, and this would be the best solution. But his interlocutor at some point could not stand it and still shouted and asked the gentleman to wait, because he wanted to ask him if Joseph had ever thought about the consequences of using a magic sword for evil intentions. The man turned around at the same moment and immediately made it clear to him that he did not know, because in fact he had never thought about it, so he invited the man to leave this question open. He believed that now this was absolutely not important. For him, as for all the knights of the city, only justice in their hearts was important. After which he left the meeting room, and while walking along the corridor, Claude immediately followed him, who wanted to tell him that they had checked the latest events related to the White Wolf, and general analyses are here. Joseph asked him to read out these results, and the guy immediately began to say out loud that these hunters had a better understanding of Nozine's structure than they did. They were like a bunch of rats running along the walls. Claude also noticed that every time their people chased them, they all disappeared, and therefore they had to comb the entire area. But this was too slow and inefficient. So they came up with a new approach, namely to link the time and place of their repeated appearance. As a result, they managed to find out the location of some of the non-existent tunnels. And as a result, thanks to this, the territory of action of the White Wolf was reduced several times. Joseph interrupted him at one point to say that this city has existed for too long, and the real maps are in the heads of the old people who have lived here for a long time. Therefore, he believed that it was almost impossible to obtain a detailed map, and among the White Wolves there was no one who would be capable of this. From all this, Joseph decided that most likely someone was helping them. Claude listened to all this carefully and added that over the past few days, they had managed to defeat almost 3 of their major strongholds. And this gave them the opportunity to capture more than 20 White Wolf hunters, whom they are now actively interrogating. However, Claude also noticed the fact that they are not very talkative. They tried to use spells to control their minds, but the spirit of these hunters themselves is unusually fragile. Therefore, it was enough to introduce a minimal amount of dirty blood, and they immediately went crazy. This made Joseph laugh because he knew that they have some methods that allow them to make sure that unnecessary information is not disclosed in such cases, and this method is to become crazy in advance. Claude believed that the White Wolf probably understands that they have no way out, and now it becomes even more insane and illogical, because they are not limited to intercepting resources. but even causing riots and destruction everywhere, causing serious panic among the population. In response to this, Joseph could only say that for ordinary people, mystical creatures are just legends, so it is not an easy job to clean up the garbage after the antics of various organizations. Claude at that moment realized that he had not really even thought about how difficult it would be to cover up the actions of another world so that no one would know about its existence. Joseph, at some point in this conversation, suggested that the guy stop talking about it and immediately asked him a question in which he wanted to know if there was any pattern in the actions of white wolves. But without waiting for an answer, he immediately told Claude that one should never believe in everything they say, because the nature of the magic mirror egg is such that it is a temptation to the heart. Their thirst for the magic egg must exceed their own desires, so it is unlikely that they do this simply of their own free will. Of course, if this is not a distraction for another purpose, then we can assume that it was somehow necessary for them. Claude, in response to this, said that all that had been discovered so far was that they collected certain body parts of the corpses after the massacre, and as far as they could guess, they were trying to perform some of Murphy's rituals. But after comparing them, they did not find appropriate conditions for the ritual of sacrifice, and therefore Claude had a question about this. Is the Truth Society really incapable of creating a complete map of Nozine? The man answered him that it was possible to create only one part, and this would be quite enough to analyze the architecture of the area and determine the location of other possible secret passages and hidden tunnels. And some of these tunnels and chambers were built by the people of the Truth Society themselves, and so he asked Claude a question in which he was interested to know if the guy understood why the Truth Society refused to give them such information. The guy looked at him silently because he didn't understand why they were doing this. Joseph laughed and said that Claude was still a little stupid. Since he did not understand such things, the man believed that there was a hole hidden in his small head because of which he could not use his brains to the fullest. Although the teacher offended the guy a little, Claude was not upset and only thought that the man was apparently in a great mood today, since he was behaving this way. But it still dawned on him that since they could not count on the help of the Society of Truth, they would have to look for other ways. But the thought did not leave him about what these secret passages and catacombs were used for. The man asked the guy to treat this as a normal training session because he was sure that the White Wolf would actually not last long. If they ask the hypocrites from the Truth Society, they will most likely answer that the job of the secret tower is to collect and store information, analyze evidence, track down traces, and so on. And if they cannot do this, then they will simply unravel the organization, and that's it. Therefore, Joseph believed that the ridicule of strangers was actually much harder to bear than what he was saying to the guy now. But on the other hand, he believed that if they can find out where the secret passages of the Truth Society are, then they will definitely have finances for the next year. And if the Truth Society is really so rich, then he is sure that they will pay them a considerable amount for this information. In any case, this is not that important now. So the man decided to ask Claude how things were going with the gangster group. The guy, without thinking for a long time, immediately said that after the loss of Murphy, the Red Religion completely collapsed. He also added that most of their members were the living dead who were controlled by Murphy, and now that she died, these living dead lost any ability to move. The rest of the black magicians either left without saying a word or went over to the White Wolves. In general, Red Religion no longer exists. Claude did not forget to say that the elven sage was a very powerful creature of destructive rank, and judging by the remains from the battle site, Murphy was simply crushed. Then the guy realized what he said and immediately corrected himself, saying that of course Mr. Joseph's strength is much higher, and he has never seen a more powerful destruction rank force than his teacher. The man himself believed that the more important figure in this situation is the owner of the bookstore, because the fact that the great sage of the Fleur-de-Lis clan recognized him as his master means that almost the entire Fleur-de-Lis clan is ready to become his subordinate. And given all this, Joseph wanted to know what those who know about it think about it. Claude immediately told him that only a few people from the intelligence department and the top management of the tower knew about what happened that day. He also added that there were many rumors and speculations about the owner of the bookstore, but their attitude was unchanged. But the guy considered it important to note the fact that they were not only convinced of this, but were also delighted. This made the man smile, after which he said that this is exactly what smart people should do, but he did not stop there and decided to add that they need to thank Mr. Lin this time. Otherwise, they would have to wait for Murphy to cause even more damage. This is why it would be pure stupidity not to take Mr. Lin seriously, which is why Joseph made this request, And judging by this incident, the elders should have already weighed the pros and cons and given an answer. Again, there was no prior warning of this incident, which led Joseph to believe that the Truth Society was indeed a bunch of idiots, and the intelligence network they were so proud of was more suitable for catching fish than for work. Andrew, meanwhile, was literally a coward, so his assistants could not help but pay attention to this. The man told them that there was no need to worry. Everything was fine with him, just a sudden, inexplicable feeling of discomfort. At this point, the conversation between Claude and Joseph ended, and the man asked him to continue going about his business. After the guy left, the man decided to check his email address, which received a letter in which it was said that the application for the transfer of the demonic sword Candel was rejected. However, his opinion is important to the elders, so they sent their people to investigate. Obviously, this caused an incredibly huge anger in the man, and he began to scream so loudly that Claude, who had just left the office, stumbled with a blast wave and began to fall. The girl was walking down the street and trying to hide from the rain with an umbrella, and her main goal was Area 113, where she successfully arrived. Area 113, seemingly an ordinary bookstore. But this place was described in the report of the knight Abram Joseph himself. This bookstore had a huge influence on the events associated with the Mirror Egg. It also contributed to the rapid defeat of the White Wolves and the Red Religion. One of those present was surprised that this was the first request in history from the owner of a bookstore, and it was very strange that his goal was a magic sword. He also added that according to Joseph's report, the bookstore owner wants to save him from hellish pain. But they are elders. They cannot give the magic sword to just anyone, simply relying on Joseph. Moreover, the secret tower has not yet collected enough information about the owner of the bookstore. Therefore, following the meeting of the elders, they decided that it would be better to conduct a thorough assessment and observation, the task of which would be to determine the personality, motives, purpose, and strength of the bookstore owner. No one had any objections, but the person who was to be evaluated supposedly had the power of God, and therefore one of them believed that it was very important to carefully choose who would go to evaluate him. One of them understood perfectly well what his colleague meant. Not everyone gets the chance to observe and appreciate a divine being. And this time he proposes to send the deputy head of the logistics department, Lucy Caroline, to this task. Because she has a quarter hawk pedigree, she also has an innate talent for mind control. With natural sensitivity, he can easily determine whether a person is kind. One of them suggested that perhaps she is not the best in the secret tower, but she is undoubtedly the most stable, and in this task this is very important. Lucy Caroline acted as the deputy chief of logistics, a destruction-ranked knight, and a specialized expert of the secret tower. She was already standing near her new goal for assessment, and was thinking that now she needed to go through the plan again, because there should be no mistakes. After all, as a representative of the secret tower, she had to pose as a buyer of the bookstore, and her main task was to talk to the owner, thereby adding as much information as possible about the Area 113 to provide a basis for the elder's judgment, and she hoped that everything will be fine. Without thinking for a long time, the girl went inside this store, which has been talked about so much lately. And the first thing she saw was that same legendary bookstore owner, the figure who was at the center of the terrible events in Nozine. Of course, judging by her appearance, this is a completely ordinary person without any traces of the ether, but she perfectly understood that she should never pay attention to appearance, because something more global could be hiding behind it. While Lin Ji was sitting at his workplace, Lucy gradually approached him, who at that moment was thinking about what they say. He is a powerful creature who knocked out Joseph without a single word, without lifting a finger. And when you are faced with such a creature, you need be respectful and not show displeasure towards him. So she tried to calm herself down from the inside and push her nerves as deep as possible. She just thought she needed to follow the plan and act like an ordinary person. So after she sat down opposite him, she immediately said hello. Today the guy was a little unprepared for guests, so he didn't even get up when she came in. But looking at her, he immediately got the feeling that the girl was somehow strange. He immediately realized that this was not a new guest, because even looking at her smile, it became immediately clear that she had too much professionalism. The guy noticed the angle of the smile, the facial expression, and the level of skill at a fairly high level. Linji understood that the focus might be a little different because the interlocutor was a woman, but this feeling of warmth could not be faked, and he was almost sure that she was a professional in her field, and he was his equal. In other words, Linji believed that this silver-haired woman was not a guest. Most likely she was not only not a guest, But perhaps she would try to lure him into her network. But what should he do? Endure this? What he had in his head was that a standard hello and a smile already gave her away. Of course, the thought crept into his mind that she might be selling something or might now ask to fill out some form because he had seen too many such people. But he knew for sure that the arrival of such a person meant not only a waste of time, but also that she was not going to buy or borrow books. And he didn't understand if it wasn't a waste of time, since she dared to come to him today. Even if for marketing purposes, then she should become his buyer no matter what, so he was only waiting for the first actions from her. He even decided to guess what she would say next, something like, "Excuse me, are you the owner of a bookstore?" How much it struck her that he literally repeated word for word what she had just said. How could he have known this? Lucy understood that he was a very strong creature, and most likely he simply read her thoughts. But the point now is not even that, but whether this was some kind of warning, and what should she do next? The girl immediately remembered that Joseph said that he was a friendly person, but now it didn't seem so to her, and every second it became more and more scary. Linji noticed that even after such a small test, she immediately broke down, and this could not help but please him. He already sees right through her. Now the guy thought that the first thing she could do was to stun the enemy with her appearance and disrupt his rhythm. This was tantamount to knocking half the blood out of him, but the effect would be lost if the conversation was interrupted. In addition, he perfectly understood that all words are ultimately psychological tactics, and she must deeply understand the psychology of the enemy and speak words that cause goosebumps throughout the body and penetrate straight into the heart. The most important thing, as it seemed to him, is not to let the enemy hesitate. The person must be stable and precise, drawing the interlocutor directly into the rhythm and area in which you excel. And the easiest way is to ask questions, because in this way you can quickly bring the other person into the desired rhythm. Looking at her, he understood that she wanted to carry on a conversation, and therefore should have taken the initiative to start asking questions, and she should have done this after greeting. But something went wrong. Suddenly, this awkward and terrible silence for the girl was interrupted by the guy himself, who suddenly told her that since she had already decided to come here of her own free will, hadn't she thought about the consequences that could happen? And he still doesn't say that she headed towards him, and does she really think that he doesn't know what she's up to? Linji actually knew very well from the very beginning that she was purposefully heading towards the boss of the store from the very beginning, but he saw through her too quickly. Now he thinks that she is some kind of upstart, so he decided to tell her about it directly. It seems to him that her step was too purposeful. The girl visibly sank, because mentally she was well aware that the owner of the bookstore knew her goal from the very beginning. Since this act seemed rather reckless to him and caused dissatisfaction, he still decided to warn her. She blamed herself for initially making the mistake that helped Linji expose her. Lucy understood that by uttering her words at the same time as her, he made it clear that she could not hide her secrets in front of him. Looking into his eyes, she understood that her mind, her soul, everything was used according to his desire, and it was so terrifying. But she still decided to say that she was sincerely sorry. If something upset him, then she apologizes sincerely, and she is very sorry that she bothered him. Lucy literally begged him to forgive him, but she needs to ask him a few questions if of course he doesn't mind. Lucy decided that everything was actually okay, and most likely the owner of the bookstore figured out her motive and just wanted to intimidate her a little, because until then he had taken a peaceful position. So all that is required of her is to maintain a respectful attitude. So she tried to speak quietly, but confidently that this was very important both for him and for her, and she would be grateful to him if he assisted in responding to these questions. It also means a lot to Nozin. At this moment, Linji could only think that this pretty girl had a very determined expression on her face. But on the other hand, this determination could be regarded as offensive. He understood that apparently she had decided to conduct a survey, the purpose of which was either to collect information to find a suitable product to sell, or she was conducting research for some project. However, what shocked him most was that she decided to hide behind Nozin. In any case, he decided to talk to her and find out how he could help her. After this question, the girl was a little relieved. Now she thought that apparently this gentleman has a good character. At least this shows that he is not on the side of evil. Therefore, she decided to ask the first question, in which she would like to know why he opened a bookstore here. Linji immediately understood what the question was. Then it turns out that she is not trying to sell some product, but is conducting research with a specific purpose. But he didn't fully understand how to answer this question. He couldn't say that he was moved here by some strange and unknown creature, and he had to sell books to support himself. That would be too humiliating for him. Therefore, he decided to do things a little differently and said that the answer is actually quite simple, and the reason is interest, which dictates his fate. The girl understood what he meant and wrote down that he was interested in the fate of people, so this became the main reason. This was followed by the next question, in which she was interested to know what he thought about the recent incident. How did he feel about it? Lin Ji didn't really understand what incident she was talking about. A gas explosion. Could it be that they are planning to make some kind of development on these ruins? Why exactly such thoughts came to him at that moment? So he answered that he was quite positive about it. But then he realized that he had said it out loud and quickly corrected himself, saying that this incident was truly unfortunate for him. He also added that some people really deserve what happened to them. He believed that life is precious and cannot just be trampled on. Lin Ji said this because he heard on the news that the gas plant was poorly maintained, and years of lack of repairs ultimately led to this tragedy. Obviously, some people should take responsibility for this. This answer struck the girl no less strongly than the previous one, but still she did not show it, and simply said that she understood everything. She asked him to ask him one more question, in which she would like to know from him what he thinks about what he is doing now. Lin Ji did not expect such a question, because he did not understand at all what this had to do with the previous questions. Did she really come to him just to have fun? But then he suddenly realized that he was asked why he opened a store here, to find out how things were going with the advantages of this area. And the purpose of asking him what he thought about the gas explosion was to find out how much it affected sales, and the fact that he was asked about it proves that the other party's goal was related to the gas explosion. And then she combined everything that had been said before by asking him about the situation in the store. This question actually means that she was mainly trying to understand the general situation with the stores in the area. Now everything becomes clear. There is some big company behind her, which is trying to conduct a study to estimate the cost of developing this site, and then take over the rights to redevelop and build on the ruins. And the reason for this rather subtle approach to the study lies in the need to maintain secrecy in competition with other rivals. And the location of his store is just a coincidence. In this study, it falls into the category of useless data. However, he believed that even in this case, it would be a good idea to take the opportunity to advertise himself. Lin Ji believed that judging by her skillful business appearance, outstanding appearance, and temperament, the company behind her was definitely large. Otherwise, she would not have such level of skill. Therefore, he finally made up his mind and said that he likes what he's doing now, and for him, his work is the meaning of life. He provides the right books to the right people, hoping that they will come out of their momentary confusion and be able to understand themselves so that they can move forward on their own paths. He also added that despite his small income, every time he sees how clients find their new path, he feels very happy, and therefore he is always happy to help and guide people to get them out of difficult situations. And as an example, he cited a girl who, in his opinion, was clearly worried about her work. Lin Ji did not say this by chance. He thought that since he had already spent so much time answering, then it was time for him to get something in return. Mr. Lin's professional warm smile for business negotiations. The girl thought that he had a strange power that makes people feel affection and a desire to continue the dialogue. And the guy thought that it would be great if the advertising had a greater effect. And if that doesn't happen, then in any case, Lin Ji believed that at least he would have a new client. But the most important thing is that he opened such a small bookstore here because he wants to make everyone happy and see smiling faces, and not for the sake of money. Lucy could not even imagine that she would be entrusted with assessing the owner of a bookstore, but more importantly, that she was now very tired of her job. She was quite interested to know whether the owner of the bookstore noticed this or not, although on the other hand, what difference does it make? The only thoughts in her head were that recently the entire logistics department had been busy with those battles between the White Wolf and the Red Religion, that every day the entire department was racking its brains over how to cover up the consequences of their battles for her as the deputy chief. Department, this is a separate headache. She, like no one else, knew that the logistics department provides support for the entire front line, and their task is to provide material assistance and completely cover the consequences. And now she received an order from the elders to evaluate the divine rank and provide complete information about the area, which shocked her even more. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Lin Ji, who quite unexpectedly began pointing his finger at her and saying that she shouldn't be so surprised. The girl didn't quite understand what the store owner was telling him, so he asked her another question, in which he wanted to know if she was going to be held responsible for what happened there. Now Lucy imagined that she needed to answer this question, so she confidently said that of course she would do it. After which she also added that they must take responsibility in this area. Otherwise, everything could get even worse. And her main job is to eliminate the consequences. Linji, having heard this, thought that it seems that the company where the girl works is very ambitious, and the requirements for them as employees should also be very high. As a researcher, she had to be responsible for a large area of questions. Research staff had to go door to door to make assessments before getting a more accurate picture, and this he considered a rather sad state of affairs for a corporate slave. Linji felt quite sorry for her, so he suggested that if she wouldn't mind resting here, he suggested that she read some books that would help her relax. As a child, little Lucy realized the fact that the vision of the world around her was different from hers. After all, since childhood, only in her eyes the world was black and white, and later she realized that it was a gift called mind control. This gift gave her the ability to recognize good and evil on a subconscious level, which made her alienated and hostile towards people. One fine day, she was literally grabbed by a man who said something about a secret tower and believed that it was ideal for her, the only way they could preserve the interests of the family. This man was her father, who at every opportunity reminded her of her ancestry and every time asked if she knew what eagles do when their children leave the nest. But every time the girl forced him with her silence to answer himself, and every time the answer was the same, the eagles pushed their children off the cliff. But even hearing it for the 100th time, Lucy was still as scared as if it was the first time. The man believed that all these cubs become simply useless if they do not perform such rituals because they simply crashed and only a select few became real eagles. Therefore, he incredibly wanted her to be as useful as possible because he actually cares about her the most. And all this was just to save her life, and little Lucy's tears were proof of this. But this time the man really let her go and said that she could go and collect her things. Later, he would send people for her to pick her up. Finally, he did not forget to add that she should always remember that she could never escape from him. After that, she went to the secret tower by order of the master. She was sent to the logistics department, which was loaded with tasks, and thanks to her ability, she completed many dangerous tasks and constantly improved her position in the secret tower. But he never said a word of support to her or rejoiced at her achievements. Everyone just kept their distance from her, who had the gift of recognizing good and evil, and then she understood that what is really important is not she as a person, but her gift, which is so convenient for the secret tower as for her as a person. This has never bothered anyone and will not bother anyone, although she knows that people like her have no right to think so. But sometimes she cannot restrain herself, and she could not understand what is the meaning of her life in this world. When she once again came to the leadership, she was told that she had a new task, which the Council of Elders would entrust to Lucy Carolyn, who would go to Area 113 and conduct a thorough assessment and observation of the object in order to determine the identity, purpose, and strength bookstore owner. She knew very well that only when there is an urgent need, the chairman of the Elders resorts to her method, and as she thought, this is another rather troublesome and dangerous task. But over all these years, the girl has really gotten used to such treatment. This is what she deserves it. Lucy, sitting in her office, only thought that Area 113 was the place where a being of divine rank was discovered, and there was no such information yet. But in any case, she knew very well that it was very important to prepare well before make contact. Right now, she had all the files related to Area 113 in her hands, and for starters, she just wanted to figure it all out. And the first thing she did was to analyze the report provided by Mr. Joseph, which also included information about other clients of the bookstore that were registered at the moment. She also had at her disposal several different opinions and assumptions left by various departments of the secret tower. The girl was almost sure that all this information could help determine the logic of the behavior of a master of divine rank. The girl understood that, firstly, he was playing the role of the owner of a bookstore, which offers 3 services: borrow, buy, and read a book. It was also known that as long as a person does not have bad intentions or disrespect towards him, he will not do anything, or rather, he will not do it himself. Therefore, Joseph, who came in not in the mood, simply lost consciousness. Secondly, he has almost all the knowledge, so it was obvious that it was better not to plot something against the owner of the bookstore. And finally, all books have unusual power. The books themselves cannot give superpower. But she had information that they were probably carefully selected by the bookstore owner to solve the problem the person was facing. As for the fee they charged, it was nothing compared to the cost of the book. She believed that it was a kind of entertainment for him. Therefore, as soon as she suggested that she relax a little and read a book, the girl was happy because she had been waiting for this moment from the moment she entered the store. She of course understood that there was so little information about these books that this was the most important goal of her research. So now she wanted most of all to describe the power contained in at least one book and present it to the elders. Lucy believed that it would be absolutely wrong to say that she did not feel a sense of anticipation of the unknown, but what she most did not understand was what kind of excitement mixed with a feeling of fear. Everything that appeared in front of her was like an illusion, and her soul seemed to want to reveal this secret, because she was clearly aware that something forbidden was tempting her to plunge into this secret. So based on her feelings, she would like to know if she can take a look herself. After this phrase, she literally immediately began to become hysterical, because she herself did not understand why she said this. Because what if, with her words, she insulted the owner of the bookstore, who was already planning to recommend a book to her? Lin Ji at this time took another sip of tea and was mentally happy because he realized that in fact, now this girl is also his client. Although he was pleased with the fact that with just 3 words, he could turn a market researcher who had no desire to buy into a potential client, he literally admired himself because he thought that this guest already looked like she was a big fan of books. Therefore, in his head, there was the thought that a person who loves books cannot simply hide his thirst for knowledge. Choosing a book on his own is more pleasant than when it is recommended. This feeling is well known to him. This was a serious business for him. He does not sell books by force, but simply convinces his clients to buy them, because it seemed to him that it was much more pleasant to simply allow guests to choose books themselves in a relaxed atmosphere. Lin Ji always believed that instead of recommending obscure and difficult books, it was better to recommend shelves of fiction and prose for relaxation. Therefore, he told her that first she could cheer her up around the store on her own, because it seemed to him that there was no need to rush when it came to a book. He also did not forget to tell her that if she needed anything, she could just tell him. This is part of his job. Lin Ji thought that such words would help her relax because when a guest is relaxed, he can buy more books. He believed that such an obvious hint simply could not go unnoticed. The girl did not pay attention to this hint at all, and thought only that from the very beginning it was clear to her that she had come today with the intention of making an assessment, and the owner of the bookstore knew this. But he was so generous and relaxed with her that he didn't even reproach her for her harsh request. He was too friendly for her, because having such enormous power, he still behaves very friendly. So it was not surprising for her that Lord Joseph decided to give the magic sword to him, and in principle, the results are already clear. All that remains is to choose some book to complete the job. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Lin Ji, who decided to tell her that the front part of his bookstore was too crowded and there weren't many books there, so if she wanted to wander around longer, she'd better visit the back part of the store. More precisely, he added that he advises her to go there if she really wants to see something magical. Lucy was a little shocked when she saw that such a space existed in the bookstore, because none of the reports mentioned such information. In other words, no one had ever set foot there before. Her body was shaking with fear, because the owner of the bookstore had just opened for her an uncharted territory where no one had ever been. But she couldn't even imagine the intention of such an act, what he wanted from her. In any case, she decided to pull herself together and literally forced herself to calm down, because she realized that on a whim or with some meaning, she had no choice but to follow the wishes of the bookstore owner. So she simply thanked him for his kindness and followed his advice. Lucy really couldn't even imagine what she would see there, because as soon as she stepped and entered this space, she saw a huge number of shelves there, and it was all incredibly huge. The girl could not understand why it was called a bookstore, because in this place there were more books than in the entire continent, if not on the entire planet. Now she had an understanding that the inside of the bookstore did not match the outside, and that a very strong space spell had probably been used here. Lucy still couldn't believe that creating something like that was just something, but now she wasn't surprised that it was in this store that all the most powerful books were collected. The girl understood that each book contained forbidden knowledge, and if the owner of the bookstore had distributed it publicly, then all of Nozine would have been in danger. But she decided not to think about it for now, because her psyche would not be able to withstand it for long. She believed that she just needed to find any non-dangerous book and quickly leave, because she felt that if she stayed here even a little longer, she would most likely simply lose her mind. But it won't be so easy for her because looking at all these shelves, the names alone literally make her shiver, and she needs a lot of strength just to read the name, and not to mention completely mastering it. Although the thought flew through her head that in fact she simply had no other choice but to ask the bookstore owner to offer her a suitable book. Suddenly she changed her mind after she saw a book called A Closer Look, and it seemed to her that it was connected with the skills of some appraiser, and the skills that are described there could be useful to her in her work, and therefore this is actually very important information for her. Lucy really wanted to take this book, but she had the feeling that someone was whispering in her ear that she needed to read all the books strictly in order. Suddenly, her body seemed to have moved into another dimension, where she literally immediately felt the fact that she was simply unable to speak. And then, in general, it seemed to her that some huge bull was running towards her, which was also being led by a small man. Before the girl had time to look back, she was grabbed by some nets that literally tied her up, and did not even allow her to move. The girl's torment did not end there, and her body was literally pierced on each side by some kind of thorns, which drove her to incredibly strong hysterics. The girl saw in front of her a small man who seemed to be tearing out her eyes. From such horror, the girl immediately woke up and started screaming. She didn't even notice the fact that she was back in the bookstore again. Now before her eyes there was only this book, inside of which, as it seemed to her, spirits were imprisoned. At some point she realized that it would be best to leave right now because now it is unsafe here. Linji continued to drink his tea and think that he did not force her to go there at all. He was even a little pleased to realize the fact that for the first time a visitor, on his own initiative, asked to look at the library. The guy could only imagine what a happy face she had now, because he was almost sure that for a book lover, it was no different from heaven. Suddenly Lucy interrupted his thoughts and at one point put the book on the table and asked Linji to borrow this book. The book was called Living, and Linji knew very well what kind of book it was and what the plot was because he himself had read it more than once. But it had a too depressive narrative style, which in this case is too unsuitable for relaxing a little. Moreover, looking at the girl, he understood that she literally needed to relax, because her strength was leaving the girl before her eyes. A little more, and she would faint. Therefore, he decided to calm her down a little and told her not to worry, because in his opinion, everything would be fine, because it is normal when people look at this book and feel unwell, but still asked her to describe how she felt. She immediately answered him that she was actually fine. She just saw the souls that made her feel bad. She just asked for a little rest from such a surge of emotions. Lin Ji thought that she had read too much into some book. Apparently, she had too much empathy for the characters. Therefore, he decided to help her a little and asked her to sit down first. But mentally, it seemed to him that she simply had a too gentle and impressionable mind, or that, due to her life experience, she imagined herself in the character's place, immersed in the plot headlong. Although in appearance it seemed to him that she was a rather strong and attractive girl, and most likely both of her assumptions were correct. In this case, it seemed to him that he should offer after-sales service in order to also get more money, and Lin Ji's favorite part of sales had come, the time for sweet stories. And he began with the fact that in fact it seemed to him that her state after the first contact with that book was quite natural. But he asked the girl to gather her thoughts and still finish reading this book, because he was more than sure that it would bring him a lot of benefit in the future. Lucy was actually pleased to hear this, because with these words, the guy essentially confirmed her choice. But still she felt that her condition was far from normal. She felt unwell due to the fact that she was too weak and could not simply suppress it. Therefore, she did not hide the fact that she was not yet able to accept the truth that was written in this book. Lin Ji only asked her not to take trifles in her direction and not to take all this to heart because in fact nothing bad would happen. In addition, he believed that people tend to empathize because, in fact, suffering has never spared anyone. But still, it seemed to him that people live with each other in order to receive support and kindness from each other, so such feelings are normal. The girl actually agreed with him because she, like no one else, knew that everyone experiences suffering, but not everyone knows how to empathize with people. It seemed to her that they were talking to him about this only because he is the person who best knows how to empathize with people, and now she had no doubt that he was of divine level. Now all the questions in her head had disappeared, and it really wasn't surprising to her that the elf from the Fleur-de-Lis family was so devoted to him. And the point here is actually not only his enormous strength, but also his kindness. Previously, she thought that everyone who had a divine level thought only of themselves, but the owner of the bookstore was not like that, and this surprised her the most. Therefore, most of all, she wanted to understand why he does this. Lin Ji at first didn't understand why she was asking him such a question. He could only guess that she was talking about customer service. He decides to answer in a rather unusual way and said that every time he tries to understand the reason why his visitors are depressed, the guy literally felt them in his gut, and every time he believed that he was obliged to pull them out of the cycle of suffering. Otherwise, it would be too inhumane, that's all. Mentally, Linji understood perfectly well that along with saving them, the guy was also saving his wallet. That's how kind he is because he can't look at other people's suffering. He's been like that since childhood, but he asked the girl not to consider his deeds great. He also added, looking straight into the girl's eyes, that if a person has a heart, then he too can do such things. The girl took these words too close to her heart because she saw a hidden meaning in them. It seemed to her that the store owner liked her ability, and did he really want her to help him settle inside the secret tower in order to change the situation in Nozine? Now she understood why he intimidated her when he learned about the purpose of her visit, and then decided to treat her like a client, even allowing her to explore a little the place where the knowledge was hidden. Looking into his eyes, she understood that he was literally implementing his plan step by step, and now it was time for her to express her real opinion. Although she understood that initially she did not have a chance to resist his pressure, and this actually irritated her a little, but unfortunately, she could not do anything about it. This store was the first time in such a long time that she remembered so many bad memories. So she decided to ask him again, is she really suitable for this? Linji at that moment understood her surprise, because it seemed to him that it was difficult to resist his speeches. Besides, she herself began to ask questions, and someone who is curious can easily be interested. But the most important detail that he noticed was that she said whether I was suitable, and not what she should do next. This meant for the guy that she subconsciously does not value her opinion and acts only based on the reactions of others. But on the other hand, he understood that they were colleagues with her, so he understood this perfectly well. But some things were still worth saying, and he began with the fact that the important thing is not whether she is suitable, but how much she considers his opinion, and therefore he asked her to answer a question in which he was interested to know where such self-doubt came from. Lucy didn't expect to hear something like that, so she was surprised. But before she could say a word, the store owner continued talking. He believed that due to the nature of her work, she faces the suffering of the world more for others, and therefore she shows compassion much more often. Of course, this is commendable. However, Linji asked her not to forget that empathy helps others, but cannot save her. And in such a situation, the stronger the ability, the deeper the empathy, and the more often the torment. But because of her job, where she spends so much time, she has developed a syndrome that makes her doubt herself. After these words, she had no doubt that he simply saw right through her, her origin, her gift, which helped her complete various tasks. At that moment, she literally felt like her whole body was being squeezed by chains, and she only heard words far away in her brain that convinced her that she had long ago become a suitable tool for her ability. Lucy understood that sitting in front of Linji, she literally had no options left. But she was still worried that she would not be of much use. Linji actually thought the same thing because hard work and official position force her to play a role. But on the other hand, it would be wrong to say that work is the meaning of life for her, because she is susceptible to the usual psychological problem of a wage slave. The guy remembered his previous client and realized that in fact the situation was not the same as his, because a simple change of environment would not help here, and he believed that the girl needed to make her realize her worth. That's why he told her that the only important thing is that she chose this book herself and understood the deep hidden meaning. Lucy, listening to him, didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and especially what hidden meaning he had in mind. Linji began to tell her that he was once lucky enough to witness the revival of a magnificent ancient civilization, and he still often thinks about it. How the ancient people worked hard at that time, developed the land, they literally got a place to live. But not for a moment did they dare to be content with just this. And as a result, he once again reminded her that the book was actually in her hands and also a memory of greatness, that culture. He recalled that her main trait was endurance, the source of which was the courage and perseverance found in the depths of her soul. And Linji believed that this was exactly what Lucy needed most right now. The girl began to suspect that everything in this book was real, and as soon as she wanted to say this, she was interrupted by Linji, which seemed to read the girl's thoughts and said that this is exactly how it is. They are all real. The souls that are described there are living beings, at least they once were. It was so amazing for the girl, in fact. For her, it was such a great, incomprehensible power that was placed in one book, and the fact that the owner of the store was a witness to the history of cultural development meant to her that he was there. But suddenly, she finally decided to pull herself together, because she really shouldn't go deep into thoughts, especially in such a place. because since he gave her such a book, it means it must play some important role in her life. Lucy decided to clarify whether she understood him correctly, so she asked if this book should help her. Linji was glad to hear such questions, because they made him understand that the girl grasped it literally on the fly, because an intelligent person does not need to chew every word. Therefore, with a smile, he answered her that she actually understood everything correctly, and added that if she read, she would definitely understand what he was trying to convey to her, and thus find everything that she was missing. When in the continuous flow of life a person runs out of strength, people often turn to their inner world, but everyone finds the strength to continue to fight. Such is the test of life. He said all these words for a reason, but so that she clearly understood that she was mistaken when she said that her abilities were actually important. After all, he believed that first of all, you need to appreciate what her human essence is. Listening and looking carefully at the owner of the store at that moment, the girl at one moment did not understand how he began to evaporate, and the last thing she heard was that he suggested that she cleanse her soul and try to live for herself. At the same time, accumulating wisdom and life experience, gradually weaving the web of life and thus allowing you to finally find peace. And to calm the mind is, first of all, to get rid of all delusional thoughts and look inside yourself. This way he was sure that she would eventually be able to come to terms with herself, which was actually very important. Until then, he asked her to tell herself that she really tried incredibly hard and did everything in order to live happily. This is all that the guy understood after he decided to read this book. After this, the girl could not restrain herself and still began to cry because she understood for herself her real meaning in life. Linji obviously did not expect such a strong reaction, and he didn't really understand why the girl burst into tears at all. He believed that this girl clearly lacked passion, because a couple of sentences about which book was good in terms of price and quality ratio, and she was already crying. The guy tried to calm her down, saying that everything was really okay, and if it was really so difficult for her to accept it, then he suggested that she just not force herself. But as it turned out after a few seconds, she was actually crying with joy, because she thought that this was a pretty great book for her, and therefore she was incredibly grateful to the guy. She actually felt incredibly better. Obviously, this also only caused him to smile, and all he could say to her in response was that apparently she was too deeply imbued with this book, since the situation was quite close to her. But most of all, he wanted to know if she understood what to do further. She confidently answered him that yes, now she knows how she will live further and will make every effort to understand this book and apply the knowledge gained for herself. And from now on, she is completely at his disposal and will definitely meet his expectations. Linji was incredibly happy for her, but still decided to give her a little more time and asked her to take her book and return home, where she needed to think about everything carefully. As soon as the girl left the store, the first thing she did was decide to use her special skill, which he is so proud of. This is the power of the soul's gaze, with which she could look directly at the soul and see information about its true essence. And now she realized that since her soul was turned to others, it needed to be strengthened in order to be able to obtain more detailed information. She thought that before she only used the ability for work, but Mr. Lin showed her that it could also be used to do the same things as he does. And she is actually very flattered by this, because even being his eyes is a great honor for her. As a child, she was told that when it's time for an eaglet to leave the nest, it is pushed off a cliff and the eaglet that doesn't have enough strength dies. But in real life, it's actually not like that. It doesn't matter whether a person is strong or weak, a new life begins the moment a person spreads his wings and shows what he is truly capable of. A few days later, Lucy was already in Joseph's office, who was listening attentively to her report on the evaluation of the bookstore owner, which she completed quite quickly. And as a result, she said that the investigation showed that the elder had finally admitted defeat, and in this regard, he officially accepted Joseph's statement. As expected, this made Joseph smile, and in response to this, he said that this bunch of stubborn, ossified old men had finally begun to see the situation sensibly, which could not but rejoice. After which, the man said that it was time for the secret tower to find out about the current state of affairs. Lucy believed that only by collaborating with Mr. Lin, they would be able to protect Nozin's peace, but they would only believe it if they heard it from Joseph's company, because she believed that in the secret tower has no one so crystalline. Apparently, the man didn't fully understand what she meant because he started talking about how it's just that the great knight's uniform shines so much. She believed that now the elder would restore him to the position of great knight, and he would certainly once again become an example for knights to follow. Joseph decided not to answer this, and the answer only asked her to give him a document confirming that the application had been submitted. He would like to provide it to the elder as an additional report. Lucy was a little unprepared for such a request, so after she gave this document, she immediately said goodbye to the man and said that she urgently needed to leave. But as soon as she turned around, she almost immediately heard the man begin to laugh slightly at what he read there, because the girl wrote there that she began to feel as if she had been born again, and all this after talking with Mr. Lin. Although then she realized that there was actually nothing funny about it. So she turned around and said that now she felt much better, because she had literally been given a new life. At this point, they said goodbye to the girl, and after standing for a while in silence, the man still said that he had already finished talking about work matters. That's why I asked him to come around the corner, even though he didn't know what he needed. Claude stuck his head out from around the first corner, laughing because the teacher noticed him so quickly. After which he still said that he was here because the education department had just sent Joseph an important document for signature, and he saw that the man was talking about work, and therefore decided to wait a little until he finished, and only then come up. Joseph asked him not to do that again, because after all, it is the man who teaches the guy, and it's pretty obvious that he knows everything the guy is thinking about. In addition, he knew very well that if this document were really so important, Claude would have called first, so the man asked him to be honest. Was he interested in the fact that the head of the logistics department had changed? The guy understood that there was no point in denying this, so he said that before, Night Carolyn behaved openly with strangers and strictly with everyone else. Now he noticed that she was completely different because being next to her, people feel at ease in their souls. And what's most surprising is that there hasn't been such a wonderful atmosphere in the secret tower for a long time. He also decided to remember how the night of Darius was the last time, but then he suddenly realized that he had blurted out too much because this name cannot be remembered in the presence of Joseph. So he immediately began to ask him for forgiveness for this. The man let go of his head, and in response only asked the guy not to think about those who were missing, but rather to give him the documents that needed to be signed, and in general, could Claude really be wasting time on his dear mentor? But he still decided to give advice to Claude that he had better stop messing around, because this way he might miss the chance to confess his feelings to her. The man was obviously right in this case too, because looking at Claude it was clear that he was head over heels in love with Lucy. But he still pretended that it wasn't so. Besides, he didn't understand how he could just walk up to her and say something so embarrassing. He believed that first, he needed to make friends with her. Joseph interrupted him and said that it doesn't really matter what he wants to say. It's just important to be able to do it. After all, the man knew better than anyone that if he didn't make it, he would regret it incredibly later. After which he wished the guy good luck and said that if he didn't succeed, he would ask to transfer Claude to the logistics department, then he would deal with it himself. Claude understood that in fact the mentor told him about his experience for a reason. He clearly did it so that the guy would think. Previously, he could not even approach her because of embarrassment, but today he believed that this was a rare opportunity and could not be missed. So he began to repeat to himself that he would succeed. And besides, he understood perfectly well to get out of Joseph's shadow, he definitely needs to talk to her. But on the other hand, you cannot confess at the first meeting, because this is at least a banal violation of etiquette, and it is unlikely that the mentor will be so cruel that he will transfer him to the logistics department if he does not confess. Therefore, for now, he decided to keep his calm, and at first he thought that he should establish basic contact, and in this case he should speak casually, without giving away his true intention. Lucy was walking down the corridor when she suddenly heard a guy addressing her, and as soon as she turned around, she saw Claude there, who introduced himself and asked her if she had time to tell him what damage the White Wolves and the Red Religion had caused. The girl unconsciously but literally immediately used her skill, with the help of which she saw the real Claude, who was head over heels in love with her. She immediately felt awkward, so she turned away from him, saying that she had already finished with the report on the dead, and if it was not difficult for him, then he could go to her office and read it there. This was actually enough for the guy, and he was glad that he could simply talk to her. And even though it seemed to him that he didn't show himself that he liked her, the conversation, in his opinion, turned out to be completely ordinary and nothing special. Joseph at this time decided to visit his old friend and think a little about the night of Darius, which Claude reminded him of. He immediately remembered a story when he was young and was already one of the most powerful knights. But her wife Daria was no less talented and strong knight, who in her youth went on missions even more often for a man. One day she decided to find out where Melissa was and if she was with him, To which Joseph replied that they had just finished fencing training with her, and she had gone to bed. At least it seemed so to him, but in reality little Melissa was lying in her room and crying because she simply could not remember all the techniques. Daria believed that he was training her incorrectly because he was too strict towards her, because she was very tiny, and she needed more time to rest. Joseph, in response to these words, could only laugh because Melissa told him that Daria was training her too strictly because the woman simply could not wait for her to become a knight. The man still believed that their daughter did not have enough activities. Here he is at her age. But Daria did not let him finish and threw a towel at him, adding that now was not the time to brag. Moreover, she, like no one else, knows what a strong and great knight Joseph is, so she believed that there was no need to remind him of his brilliant merits again. Her only regret was that he was such a strong knight, but even with such strength he was not able to cook dinner for himself. He thought that this was complete nonsense because he can cook, but for some reason no one wants to eat it, and in general, if he starts cooking deliciously, he will have to do it all the time, and he doesn't need such happiness. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by another attack, which began to appear more and more often in the man. Daria immediately asked him not to say anything, and to first lie down on the sofa so that she could give him a massage with hot water. After some time, the man finally felt better, and he noticed the fact that she was doing better and better every time. Daria was sad every time because even he was unable to stop the curse of Kandel's sword, and he had already killed so many great knights, so she asked to leave him. The man thought that she was talking nonsense. He agreed that finding a receiver for a magic sword is not so easy, but on the other hand, if the curse eats away at him, thereby bypassing the lives of many others, then he would better keep it for himself. She still thought that all this was nonsense, because if this continued, he might die. But the man assured her that he was not afraid of dying. He was much more afraid of the sight of crime, because being a great knight, one must firmly adhere to righteousness, and the possession of such an ability places duty on one's shoulders. Moreover, now he simply does not see any other option, and as long as he manages to be an example of justice and take care of her and Melissa, then he doesn't need anything else. In response to this, Daria leaned towards him and said that she hoped that if one day he had the chance to lift this curse without consequences, then she would really like him to do it. She sincerely wished that her husband did not have to take on so much responsibility, and she so wanted him to take his own life into account. Joseph answered her that as long as she was next to him, he was not afraid of the curse of some sword. Suddenly she almost fainted after these words, and the man was slightly frightened. In fact, everything was fine. She was just embarrassed to hear such words, because she understood perfectly well that knights don't act like that, and you can't say that. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Joseph, who approached her as close as possible, because for some reason it seemed to him that she had a fever. She couldn't stand it and even started screaming at him because he said all sorts of exciting things to her, and then suddenly attacked her without even giving her a minute of rest. Daria could not stop with her words and began to beat him because she considered him a stupid person, because in fact, he has nothing more than strength and beauty. When suddenly she stopped and told him that she wanted him here and now to say that he loved her, otherwise all those words were emptiness. This caused the expected panic in the man because as a knight he simply could not utter such embarrassing words. So he decided to give himself some time and said that he would definitely tell her this when she returned from the mission. Only she immediately warned him that she didn't want to hear any excuses, but he promised her that he would definitely say so. But still she believed him, but warned him that this was the last time she trusted him. Now looking at his reflection in this sword, he thought that if only he had gone with her then everything could have turned out completely differently. Time cannot be turned back, and there is no other future for their past. But this time Joseph decided that he would make a choice only for himself, and all this for the sake of his beloved Daria, whom he loved so much. Linji at this time was looking at his magazine with visitors, and the first of them was Wild, who returned all the books to the guy, and it was quite interesting to find out when he would come for a new one and whether he had taken action regarding that problem with Charles. Next in line was Ji Jikshu, who was about to return 2 books. There was, of course, a chance that she might not give them back, but it was too small. But it would be sad, because then the guy wouldn't get the money. Next was Melissa, whom he doubted most of all, but still also worried about her. And as a result, he decided for himself that he actually had only 2 clients whom he could single out, the elf Doris and Old Man Wild, which they brought during the book and even gave him gifts. But in any case, Linji decided for himself that if any of them had problems, he would be ready to help each of them, of course, to the best of his ability, but on the condition that they return all his books. Looking further through his magazine, he thought that opening a bookstore is not an easy task. Even taking, for example, Joseph, who is a retired military man, he does not need to worry about returning the books because Linji offered to provide him with psychological help and leave the man's problems to him, although Joseph refused. But Linji still did not give up hope that he will become his regular customer. And Linji was sure of this, only because he liked the book that he gave him. But he believed that Melissa could be fooled, or rather convinced to buy as many books as possible. The guy believed that this was a very good marketing ploy with which children manipulate parents. Such thoughts entered the guy's head for a reason. He really had nothing to do, so he thought about different things. 3 days have already passed since Lucy took the book called Living from him, and no one has visited him since then. Although then the guy realized that in fact, before, no one had come to his bookstore for several months, so he even thought that this was a temporary surge in customers. And just as he was thinking that he would like to talk to someone, suddenly the doors opened and Joseph entered the bookstore. Linji was sincerely happy about this and immediately told the man that he was literally just remembering him. Joseph, in turn, said that he was a little ashamed to admit, but lately all sorts of trifles had been creating difficulties for him, and now it was time to go return the book. And as the man could see, the guy had apparently been waiting for him for quite some time. Linji answered him that in fact not so long ago, although in his mind he was thinking that he should never say that he was counting on the man to come as soon as possible, because if this had not happened, then he would demand compensation. In any case, this is no longer so important, so the guy decided to ask the man if he had thought about his proposal, to which Joseph gave him a specific answer, and then put the sword on the table and said that he had already decided everything. Linji did not expect such a sharp answer from him, but when he saw this sword, he thought that the man was going to give him a souvenir, just like old Frank. His thoughts were interrupted by Joseph, who also added that he was very grateful to the guy for his kindness and for this book, with which he emphasized quite a lot of useful things. Linji was no longer surprised by these words, because even in his opinion, the book The Little Prince is simply magnificent, so he answered the man that he actually looks great, and it seems that the book really helped him quite well. Joseph proudly stated that it significantly reduced his pain and made him feel more relaxed than ever before, so he is very grateful to the guy for that, because it was thanks to what happened that he was able to make the final decision. Linji was smiling at this time, but in fact he didn't fully understand what the man was trying to tell him. What other solution? The guy understood that apparently he was talking about the fact that last time he offered him to give away his inner experiences, but he didn't understand why the man brought such an expensive sword. But when he looked at Joseph again, he realized that his eyes were actually filled with determination and calm, and this seemed to only mean that he was not joking. And in principle, he doesn't look like a person who likes to joke, and apparently handing over the sword is Joseph's response to his proposal. Linji thought that if you look more closely, this sword is truly magnificent. Even without taking into account the cost of gold and precious stone, the ornaments and shape of the sword, even a layman will understand that the work was done amazingly. It seemed to him that it was a ceremonial sword. And if he is right, it means that it is unlikely that anyone would fight with him, unless of course it was an accident once upon a time. By the way, he then remembered that Melissa is by nature a born hooligan, but her manners and appearance are not what you would expect from an ordinary family. Perhaps Joseph inherited the title of a military family. This means that the sword is a symbol of the past military past filled with duties and honors. And if this is really the case, then it was clear to Linji where such a strong sense of justice came from. After all, this is exactly what he was taught since childhood, and the fact that he wanted to hand over the sword to him means that he intends to let go of his burden. Everything fell into place, so Linji, with a serious face, decided to ask Mr. Joseph if he really wanted to give him this sword. After all, as far as the guy understands correctly, it was handed down to him by inheritance, and suggested the man to think about it again. The man didn't think for a second and immediately made it clear that he was firmly confident in his decision. Then he added that his strength was actually no longer the same, and even if it had been transferred to him, he no longer had the right to continue carrying it. The man believed that it was time for him to give up the sword. This burden was no longer up to him, and so he brought it here. Joseph will be very grateful to Mr. Lin if he can accept this sword. The guy, listening to all this, understood that apparently their family was one of many that faced decline. After all, there is no war now. The aristocracy is in decline, to say nothing of Joseph's family of hereditary military men. If you want to survive, you need to find a new path. Probably with this logic, the man was guided when he brought this sword. Although judging by his determination, One could absolutely say that the path had already been mapped out. In addition, Lin Ji thought that it was quite nice that he was given such a nice gift, which in principle was expected for him, because he helped both father and daughter, although this made him even more embarrassed. After all, the sword was very expensive, but this was the decision of their family, with which the guy did not want to argue anymore, so all that remains is to accept this sword. He replied to Joseph that there was no need to be so polite, because he was always happy to help clients, and he was so happy in his soul that he was able to help Joseph. As soon as Lin Ji picked up this sword, he was immediately surprised that it was much lighter than it seemed. Apparently, it was actually a ceremonial sword. Although this, according to the guy, should actually be expected. The handmade sword, which is worthy of aristocrats, is so heavily decorated. But this did not affect the weight at all. Lin Ji thought that later, when he had more time, he would need to twirl this sword a little and look at the details. Joseph was smiling at this time, although mentally he simply could not understand how Mr. Lin could swing this sword so easily, without even using ether, although it looks the same as an ordinary one. But in fact, the sword is made of materials from the world dreams. After such remarks in his head, the man began to assume that perhaps Mr. Lin's power was directly related to the world of dreams. Lin Ji at that moment thought only that the elegance of this sword is manifested in the high level of artistic execution of the product, and it did not matter to him whether it was a bladed weapon or a firearm. It corresponds to the romance of the thirst for fight flowing in the veins of every man. The guy was glad to receive such a gift, so without thinking for a long time, he thanked Joseph. After which I decided to take this sword out of its case, but before that I decided to clarify if Joseph was okay with it. The man's face immediately changed because it began to seem to him that Mr. Lin understood everything, because the man knew very well that the bulk of the magic sword's curse was concentrated on his blade. Since King Candela was prone to madness, it was with this sword that he committed suicide. This sword is like a brand that forever imprisoned Candela's soul in the blade of the sword. During the time of the ancient kingdom, the legendary King Candela was a being who was capable of rivaling the gods. In the ancient records of lost and damaged times, there is one common passage. Candela serves the lion and the eagle, and millions of people support him. He raised light and flame like the sun. He is the one who rebelled against the tide in the era of darkness, the only one who dared to challenge the nameless deity. Alas, he was defeated. Despite this, the power that he left behind is still incredibly strong, but it was chained in a magic sword, and the one who touches him will be instantly damned. And looking at how the owner of the bookstore wants to remove this cover, Joseph thought that this is a special invention of a secret tower that holds back this curse, but if the blade is drawn, then the curse will be imposed on the holder, and if his will is not strong enough, then he will lose his mind. Therefore, before Lin Ji did this, Joseph asked him to be extremely careful. Lin Ji already understood this, because he himself did not want to cut himself. He felt at first glance that this gentleman was incredibly kind and made the right decision when he gave this sword to the guy. But the main surprise was when the guy took the sword out of the case and saw the blade like a white stream of flame that illuminated the entire bookstore. Looking at him, it seemed to Lin Ji that he was like a mirror, as thin and sharp, which blinds with its brilliance. Joseph at this moment was not as happy as the guy, because he was well aware of the fact how dangerous this blade could be. And unfortunately for him, his main fear was reality again, because he again looked at the sword, which extracted an incredibly huge amount of energy, and this meant only one thing, that the curse of the sword would materialize. He literally saw a small stream of dark energy flowing from the blade, which most likely creates that very curse, which, it seemed to Joseph, would first attack Mr. Lin, who at that moment did not even suspect that he was in great danger. The guy at that moment looked only at his reflection in this blade and read what was engraved on it, but could not understand what was there, because the inscription was in some ancient forgotten language. But he was not going to give up and continued to do everything to read what was written there, because he believed that he had a unique chance that he needed to use, and for this, he could not rush. Joseph at that moment was very nervous, and it was not surprising, because the owner of the bookstore had not yet made a single move, and this magical energy was about to reach his body, but he was not sure that he could help with this. He could only hope that Lin Jie has a plan. Although his confidence in this was falling with every second, he remembered even the most terrible battles in his life, where he almost died, but even in them, he had more confidence than now. He had a feeling much more exciting than when he holds the button from the star ethereal cannon in his hands. In this tiny store, it seemed to him that he would witness a battle between the gods. Joseph could not fully understand what Mr. Lin was planning, and this made him even more worried, and a little more, and he would have been overtaken by a feeling of panic. At that moment, Joseph was sure that he had seen something forbidden and indescribable. Although he did not understand who was sneaking up on him in the dark, his instincts and mind reacted violently, bringing him to the point of chills. The spirits of this sword were incredibly close to finally touching the guy's body. But at some point, they seemed to change their minds and turned their attack on Joseph, who simply stood aside and prayed that it would not affect him again. And his prayer was heard, and at the last moment, this dark energy that wanted to get the man's soul stopped, and at the last moment disappeared. Joseph could not fully understand what was happening, but he definitely saw how this insanely evil energy that so greedily captured everything around was in a state of shock and fear, dying along the way. If you describe it, the situation is similar to a scene from a horror movie, where a maniac grabs the victim and pulls him, about to destroy him, but a powerful thirst for life forces the victim to pitifully beat against the glass window of a secret room. And in such a tragic struggle, you can hear silent screams and squeals that can be heard through the ether. At some point, the man even felt sorry for the curse. Lin Ji at one point noticed that the blade at the bottom had turned a little black from the moment he took it out of the sheath. But he decided that it was just his imagination, and apparently he was just a little dirty. The guy realized that he had nothing at hand, so he decided to shake it off with his hand. And he succeeded, although he had no idea what he dropped from this sword. Imagine the guy's surprise when he saw that the sword was shining like new again, as if some special effects had been applied to it. Now he realized that it was not dirt, but a kind of optical effect. It was quite interesting to watch this, so he told Mr. Joseph that the sword was very interesting, and he really liked it. The man was amazed by such words. He really did not expect anything like this. At first, he could not even believe it. What was running through his head was that this sword, the thing that had been troubling the secret tower for so long, the curse that had destroyed so many lives, suddenly decided to disappear. But the most surprising thing for him was that the store owner simply called the curse dirt, after which he chickened out. It seemed that for him, it was just some kind of game. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Lin Ji, who told the man that he was very sorry, but he had nothing to repay for such a generous gift. Therefore, he decided to offer Mr. Joseph the book for free. He could choose it himself, and Lin Ji would not take money from him. Joseph decided that it would be better if the store owner himself recommended this book to him. Lin Ji thought that he had received such an expensive gift, and it would actually be wrong to return it. But he did not stop there, and decided to take advantage of the situation to sell the book to this man. But after Joseph asked him to recommend a book to him, Lin Ji began to think that this process helps deepen communication and trust between the client and the seller. That's why he answered that he no longer had books that he could recommend, but if a man had a book that he would like to read, then Lin Ji was ready to give it to him for free. Joseph tried to say again that it would be nice if it was Lin Ji who recommended the book to him, but the guy didn't let him finish, interrupted him, and said that he could walk around and look at the shelves because he had a huge library on his own. The man laughed and thanked the guy for his trust and attention, but still he continued to believe that only those books that the store owner recommends are worthy of attention. This reaction from the man was a little unexpected. Now it seemed to him that his words had too much influence on the man. In any case, this is a good chance to recommend something beneficial for him. At that moment, it seemed to him that he would have quite a lot of regular customers, and he incredibly liked such progress. It was only a pity that he did not have the opportunity to demonstrate his excellent book taste. Joseph carefully watched the owner of the store, and it seemed to him that he was disappointed with something, and this even frightened him a little. But then the realization came to him that apparently the store owner was simply disappointed with the curse that the man had brought him. It was too weak for him, and now he believed that Joseph was too weak, and with him, the entire secret tower. And this option seemed to him the most suitable, because compared to the strength of the store owner, Joseph felt like a weakling. So much so that he couldn't even save the life of one important person for him, and this upset him even more. And now he can only rely on the instructions of the store owner. He didn't understand at all who dares to choose books on their own. Aren't they scared? While Lin Ji was choosing a book, he thought that Joseph apparently liked fairy tales. So he had the idea of offering Joseph Fairy Tales by Hans Andersen. But on the other hand, he had the idea that one cannot constantly recommend the same thing. After thinking about it a little, he took into account Joseph's situation and decided to pick up one very familiar book, which he believed should be suitable for a man. Lin Ji turned to him with a smile and began to talk about how he should read this book. The guy believed that it would be quite useful for him. The book was called When the Stars Returned, and Joseph had a strange feeling in his head at that moment that he could not explain in words. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an incredible trembling all over his body, and he realized that in fact this was not surprising, because he was too impressed and scared. Because he had literally just watched the battle he had fought his entire life end in the blink of an eye, all because of the store owner's immense power. But he was also sure that this was just the tip of the iceberg, and if there is a God in this world, then he is right in front of him. At all times, the starry sky has always represented the highest power, and behind the darkness of the unknown lies an abyss, and no one knows what exactly is there. But everything would have been fine if Lin Ji had not just taken out a book about the stars, because now Joseph was sure that he was a godlike being. His thoughts were again interrupted by Lin Ji, who extended his hand, which contained a book, and he also added that it might seem a little complicated to a man, but he should just think of it as a fictional novel from another world. Joseph was already shocked, and now he was also given a book in which there was something about the starry sky. Could there really be other worlds beyond the stars? It seemed to the man that what the store owner was saying now was an ancient secret, or the truth about the world. Through fear and trembling, Joseph finally decided to open this book, and quite traditionally, rays of light entered his eyes. But this time, everything was much worse than the last. The man seemed to have found himself in another world, in which it was quite difficult for him to be. After all, it was essentially endless darkness, in the center of which he himself was. But apparently this was not the main problem, because as soon as he began to think about it, his thoughts were interrupted by some scary voice, which asked the guy not to be nervous, because nothing threatens him here. The man immediately turned around and asked who he was talking to, but instead of answering this question, he heard that this strange creature became calmer when Joseph also returned a little to normal. After several seconds of silence, this strange creature suddenly started talking about how it was a good attempt to look beyond the stars, but not as successful as we would like, because the man was still mortal. Joseph interrupted him and immediately asked for forgiveness, but he still wanted to know who he was and who the man was talking to at the moment. This stranger answered him that in fact in this case the name does not matter. But he still added that if a man needs something positive, then he can simply call him L. Joseph realized that there was simply no point in asking about who he was, so he decided to ask the guy to tell him about what kind of place this was. The answer for Joseph was quite unexpected, because Mr. L told him that this place is nowhere, and one can say that he currently finds himself in an endless madness, where again and again one encounters echoes of the past. He also did not forget to add that if he just leaves now, nothing will happen, but if he decides to move on, his spirit will leave his body, and it will become vulnerable. Only the one whose will is not subjugated by the stars will be able to get out, and the light will guide his path to the house. And after all this, he decided to find out whether he will go further, although he barely understood what the mister was telling him, and he was not sure that he would be able to find that very light. But if it helps prevent future tragedies, then he is ready for it. Mr. L answered the man that he should not make hasty conclusions if he does not fully understand, and so that everything would fall into place, Mr. L suggested that he first play a game. The next thing Joseph felt was that he was simply unable to move. Thoughts began to come to him that this was the very test that Lin Ji was talking about. Just one word made him freeze, and what did he even need from him? Suddenly, L interrupted his worries again and said that everything was ready and he should follow his partner. At the same moment, a shadow appeared next to Joseph, which seemed incredibly strange to him, but still he was sure that it was alive. But the most important question was, is the creature friendly, and have those words clouded his mind? L continued to tell the man that he and his companion would find themselves in an abandoned quarter, and as he could see, this place was extremely neglected. At one fine moment, his consciousness seemed to have moved to another dimension. Joseph still couldn't believe that this mister only needed a couple of words to create such a thing. Is it possible that this was all a dream of some powerful being, or did he cover reality with a dream? If this is really the case, then Joseph began to worry even more, when suddenly his consciousness was again disturbed by the voice of Mr. L, who said that this time everything was finally ready. And this meant that they should feel heavy gazes on them, as if from 1,000 observers behind them. It was as if he was reading some section from a book in which the hero at some point turned around and saw something incredibly indescribable in front of him. Joseph understood that he was apparently the main character, but even in this case, he believed that he was not immune from anything, so he convinced himself that he needed to continue to resist. But the problem was that he was simply unable to collect the ether, and without it he could not use his abilities. In the end, this led to the man being bitten by the monster, and the feeling of pain was too realistic, so he began to scream at the top of his voice. And Mr. L continued reading a section from his book and got to the point where the main character looks at something forbidden and comes into contact with it, and an innumerable number of images invade the mind and infect it with madness. The main character is no longer able to distinguish reality from illusions, and under the pressure of oppressive horror, he gradually loses consciousness and feels as if he has plunged into endless darkness and is no longer able to touch anything else. Existence is about to be swallowed up by this inexplicable force. And this story was approaching the most interesting part, because soon they will be able to find out what the main character will do in order to preserve the last remnants of reason. Joseph seemed to be in a rather unfavorable situation for himself, but he still continued to smile, and all this was because he understood how he should act further. So at one point he said that he would accompany his companion. After these words, this reality seemed to be interrupted, and his body began to fall into an endless gap, and at that moment, he could only hear the words that he managed to do it. A few seconds later, he woke up in another world, and was glad that he was still alive and that he could not hear his voice. It seemed to him that this madness was finally over. At least it seemed so to him, because as soon as he thought about it, a huge monster appeared in front of him. Joseph immediately leaned over and began to think about the fact that he had already read this book, so he decided that he wanted to go out and scream at the top of his lungs. But his brain at that moment was overloaded, and it seemed to him that it was about to explode, so he believed that he should calm down and stop thinking about it. After all, only now did he understand what the owner of the bookstore was trying to achieve. He wanted to say that this was just a fictional novel that was supposed to scare him, and the man was sure that he wanted to find out if the voice of reason would remain in him after all that he just experienced it. There was a smile on his face at that moment, and it was only because he had learned self-control well, but he still admitted to himself that this was a pretty good way to test him. And it seemed to him that Mr. Lin's assessment did not correspond to reality, and it could not be said that the previous one was incorrect. The man simply believed that according to the classification of the secret tower, this was the maximum rank. Therefore, he decided to check with Mr. Lin Ji whether they were representatives of those civilizations in these biographies. The guy didn't understand why he was even asking him such a question. What was this for? Lin Ji understood that perhaps these biographies were a little difficult for him, so he asked about it. In any case, he decided to give an answer and said that they are the creators and thinkers of ancient civilizations. Moreover, as everyone knows very well, nothing lasts forever, and no matter how great a person is, because in the end, they all face the same fate. Joseph mentally agreed with him, because he really felt that something powerful was printed in the book. They can be summoned under certain conditions, but also do not forget that something irreparable could happen. He understood that according to Mr. Lin, they were once great representatives of higher civilizations, but the civilizations perished, and they, in turn, were sealed. As for the one who sealed them, there is no doubt that this person was Mr. Lin. At that moment, the guy, looking at Joseph, thought that the man had apparently come to some strange conclusions, since he was smiling so much. Therefore, he decided that he needed to give him some advice. This would most likely help him in the future, and he still said that he understood the man perfectly well, that the contents could confuse him. In the end, there are many moments that are difficult to understand, so as not to bother yourself, and the main thing is to understand the meaning of these stories. At least that's what Lin Ji thought. Joseph partly agreed with him, because it was really difficult for him to understand some points. But the guy asked the man, first of all, not to despair, because in the guy's opinion, he at least did everything to achieve his goals. So now you can let go of the past, whatever it is, and look only to the future with a calm soul. The guy also added that, in fact, problems are inevitable, especially when a person tries to start from scratch, and this book that Lin Ji gave to the man should help him. But for this to happen, the guy asked the man to use it wisely. Joseph was very pleased for what seemed to him a generous gift, and he also thanked the store owner for the instructions, with the help of which he learned a lot of new things. This made Lin Ji smile because, according to him, he said what was once told to him. But he didn't finish there and added to the man that he would like to say something else. Then he added that a nation can consist of 1,000,000 minds and only one will be a genius. Hundreds of years may pass before that very finest hour of humanity, but when it comes, the course of history can change forever. I also did not forget to note the fact that when a strong will collides with fate, the sparks that flare up can illuminate the whole world, and such moments are the time for heroes. Of course, Lin Ji warned the man that he was not asking to be his hero, because in this world there are not many opportunities to become one. First of all, he asked Joseph not to forget that he is a man, and human powers are limited. Therefore, Linji asked the man to do what he considers necessary, but at the same time try not to treat himself too harshly or frivolously, and at this moment simply decide his destiny as he himself desires. After all, it seemed to him that there was no need to be as magnificent as a star. It was enough to simply do everything possible to fulfill his will, and at the same time be firm in his convictions, and then Joseph would be quite enough to illuminate the path ahead. And no matter how dark the night is, it cannot hide the light coming from within. These words reminded Joseph of the day he officially joined the ranks of the Knights. That day his teacher asked young Joseph if he vowed to devote his entire life to serving the light. Joseph did not doubt for a second then and immediately swore to serve justice. He believed that the sword in his hand would always fight for the light. At the end of his speech, Linji reminded Mr. Joseph that everyone has their own destiny, and he believed that perhaps this book would allow him to better understand what his purpose was. As soon as Joseph left the bookstore, he was literally immediately filled with a feeling of nostalgia, but still he decided that he needed to calm down as quickly as possible. And he succeeded because he went out into the cold air, which very quickly brought him to his senses, and now he is ready for new adventures. The man even thought that he had not felt so good for quite some time, because for many years, the demonic sword had been destroying his mind, and fighting it was a complete headache. He believed that it was quite difficult to be in good shape when a person cannot control his own body. And for knights, rather than the meaning of life being battles, this is many times more dangerous. And after old Frank lost his hand, Joseph found it even more difficult to cope. But he believed that this was not the end. And decades later, the cursed sword disappeared, and moreover, Mr. Lin simply absorbed the curse of this sword, which only played into Joseph's hands. He had a wonderful feeling as if all his pain had simply gone away, and right now he could finally feel like a happy and free person. He understood that although he lost the weapon, but in return he gained something more, he essentially regained his resolve, and also received a gift from Mr. Lin. He definitely benefited from this deal. Moreover, he had the idea that in the shortest possible time, he would return to the peak of his strength, and by this time, he could only get used to the changes. At some point, his thoughts were interrupted by a man who, according to him, accidentally pushed Joseph, so he immediately asked him for forgiveness. The man stopped, but not because someone pushed him, but because he felt a very strange aura that reminded him of a white wolf hunter. It was obvious to Joseph that this strange man was deliberately suppressing his aura, and this could only mean one thing, that he was very strong. Joseph did not know anyone so strong, so he decided that this man was most likely a lone hunter. But this clearly did not make him happy, because the news that such a strong man, especially a hunter, was in Nozin, only alarmed him even more. Joseph was willing to bet that he wouldn't want to talk for good measure, so the man had already mentally begun to gradually prepare for battle. Although later he still decided that it was rather useless, because at least he had no real evidence, and this tied his hands. Such actions would only create trouble. In addition, the man did not feel the desire from this guy to destroy someone, so he doubted even more that he was up to something. On the way home, Joseph called Claude, who told the boss that they were now looking for white wolf hunters. The work was going slowly but surely. Joseph interrupted him at one point and asked the guy to find information about the language of the Elf Kingdom in the Age of Fire, because the bookstore owner became interested in the inscription on the sword. But at the same time, Joseph asked Claude not to forget about the white wolf, because these people could come back to haunt them too badly in the future, so they also needed to learn as much as possible about them. After which he told his assistant that he had important things to do, and therefore he would be absent for several days. He decided to leave the solution to emergency situations to Claude, so he asked the guy not to call him unless absolutely necessary. Joseph finally decided to take a little break from all this paperwork, which he was already so tired of. It was time to relax. The man decided that he would give himself at least a week's vacation and no business could interfere with him. And if he remembers correctly, there were several scientific books in his office that he decided to read. Joseph also hoped that Melissa would be at least half as smart as Mr. Lin, but the chances were so slim because he knew very well that she had not liked books since childhood. But be that as it may, he personally taught her, because she had no need for books without him. She simply did not open them. His thoughts and the smile on his face were suddenly interrupted by the fact that he entered home and saw a bunch of books scattered on the floor. My first thoughts at that moment were that something bad had obviously happened. He looked at his watch and saw 7:30 in the evening, and immediately remembered that Melissa usually prepares dinner at this time. But there was no food or a corresponding smell from the kitchen. Joseph knew that Melissa was actually an excellent cook, and logically, She should be in the kitchen right now. And cook a juicy, fatty steak with potatoes and basil, as well as 2 fried sausages sprinkled with rosemary for flavor. Then he believed that she should have seen her old father, who returned from hard work and put several dishes on the table. Something like this should have been, at least that's what it was in his head. But instead he sees a bunch of scattered books on the floor, and his daughter is not at home. He picked up the first book he came across from the floor, and it was called The Knight's Justice. This book literally immediately pulled him into the amazing plot of this story. Joseph Winston, who was the main character of this book, told his men that he would soon cease to be a great holy knight and leave his post as chief, because some vultures reported that his fighting style was not suitable for knights. His assistant tried to say a few words in response to him, but instead only heard the story of his boss, who said that they believe that he will create a new radical faction, but he still sticks to his opinion. After which he lost his temper and began shouting that as long as there is faith in the righteous light, they will be able to overcome everything. Besides, he believed that the spirit of chivalry is not limited to the method of fighting. This is the inconvenience of a knight. Joseph knew about whom this book was written, because all of Nozen knew how to stab this knight in the back. He used flying poisonous knives and said that if a knight cannot destroy, then he is definitely an amateur. But if we talk about his students, then they are still the problem that he left behind. The first one was named Cole. He was a knight commander of a combat unit of a secret tower, who also believed that if a knight is weaker than his opponent, then he needs to be studied, which is what weaklings should do in his opinion. Once upon a time, an incident occurred in Nozen that was imprinted in history. One day, a knight-errant came to the house of a local nobleman and asked for lodging for the night. That knight was Joseph, who in that story was not very kind, because he literally broke the nobleman's house. And if it weren't for Claude, who was then with him, then perhaps the situation would have been much worse. Therefore, Joseph decided not to remember the situation, because the slightest mention already makes him angry. The man at that moment only thought that if his students were excluded, then he would not make any impression on him until his retirement. But reflecting now, he thought about whether he turned out to be good in the end, of course, if we exclude his students. Although later I realized that all this is somehow connected with the basic but very useful knowledge for beginners in the matter of knighthood. But Melissa, as the daughter of a great holy knight, received a good education, and all the books were usually ordinary decor for her. And now he has returned home and they are all scattered, as if someone was rereading them very carefully and quickly. Therefore, the man immediately wanted to know what was going on here, and he immediately went towards her room. But the main surprise awaited him when he entered the room and saw Melissa there, sitting at the table, rereading the 100th book. Joseph could not get over the shock for some time and just stood looking at this whole mountain of books. Then he still couldn't stand it and shouted to his daughter and asked her a question in which he wanted to know what she was doing. She didn't even raise her eyes and didn't look at him to answer, but still said in a rather quiet voice that she was studying at the moment. This finally finished off the man because, as far as he knows, school was always in last place for the girl, and she would never have sat down to read a book herself. Therefore, he came closer to her and said that, as far as he remembers, she had been saying since she was 4 years old that what she didn't like more than anything in the world was studying. The girl did not delay in answering and immediately told him that she was wrong, and also too ignorant, and did not understand the importance of studying. And because of her limited talent, she literally could not feel the joy of knowledge. She also added that if she could meet her 4-year-old self, she would hit herself very hard on the head, and then she would tell her to sit down to study. Joseph, without thinking for a long time, after these words put his head to hers, because it seemed to him that she was sick and just had a fever. She pushed him away and immediately said that she was fine. Moreover, she believed that she had never felt so cheerful. She then added that she realized how weak and ignorant she was, having previously used ineffective methods and solved problems in roundabout ways. Even now, when she has approached the destructive level, she still cannot really do anything, and in her head, it looked like a failure. The thought immediately appeared in his head that maybe that same capricious and simple-minded, but his sweet and good girl Melissa began to study. It seemed to him that it was as if someone had replaced her, when suddenly his thoughts were once again interrupted by Melissa herself, who told her father that his method was too barbaric and he relied entirely on his experience. And this was very bad. These words reminded the man of his wife, who said the same thing. Joseph tried to squeeze out at least one word, but he couldn't. So Melissa continued talking, and this time she asked him not to worry, because she had read and studied all these books. And thus it seemed to her that she was practically able to find her own path, and was sure that it was not too late to start all over again. The man listened to her quite carefully, But in any case, he was a little shocked by what he had just heard. But the girl was more serious than ever, so she repeated once again that she was really starting her journey from the very beginning. Joseph couldn't stand it anymore and shouted a little to find out how many days she spent on this. Melissa did not delay and told him that it took her 1 day to take it and 2 more to study them. In the end, she spent 3 days. After this answer, Joseph could not stand it and literally immediately snatched the book from her hands. Her eyes were incredibly red and she didn't understand what he was doing. But before she could finish speaking, she realized that at some point she simply lost consciousness. Joseph managed to catch her in time and caught her before she fell to the floor. The man felt very sorry for his daughter and still did not fully understand what made her start studying so much. The man standing in front of the huge articles never thought that he would be able to return here again. In the depths of his soul, he always hoped that he would never set foot here again. The environment in this place was too uncomfortable. He thought that in the life of hunters, there is nothing but destruction, atrocities, and endless chaos, a bunch of maddened animals in human skin. This is the complete opposite of the society of truth, which worships knowledge and reason. Even the local smell alarmed him, which was too persistent, monotonous, the sterile aroma that almost all members of the union leave behind, also known as the aroma of curiosity. No luxury can hide the cold of this place. As soon as Burton entered the office, Andrew immediately noticed the fact that he was late. Burton answered him immediately, and immediately said that hunters are never late because they come exactly when they want it. The hunter also added that perhaps this is due to the fact that his patience is only enough for banquets, where he can wait for the nobles for just an eternity. But immediately after these words, he asked him for forgiveness because he understood that it was perhaps too rude. Andrew didn't like these jokes, and so he asked Burton to get straight to the point. And so, with his first question, he decided to ask the man if he would like to accidentally give up the hunt for wild. Burton looked at his interlocutor with a smile, and instead of answering, asked him a counter-question, which was rather rhetorical, but still he clarified, could he really not do this? In response, Andrew only wanted to know why Burton decided to give up only now. The hunter continued to joke, and it seemed to him that this conversation was one big joke, so he continued to ask, is he really not allowed to do this? Andrew understood that the person sitting opposite him was too confident in himself, so he needed to talk to him differently. But still, mentally, he did not understand what had happened during these 3 days, because it was difficult for him to believe that such an ambitious hunter had decided to abandon the mission. Andrew guessed that it was unlikely that he himself decided to do this, and most likely just someone helped him. Besides, this time should have been enough only for preliminary reconnaissance. And as far as he can tell, Burton has already made his first move, and according to them, he has explored the area around the store and also visited it. In addition, the ethereal observation device did not pick up powerful vibrations in the ether, from which it could be said that the bookstore was quiet and it did not look like a conflict. In other words, although this is unlikely, it is possible that Burton decided to abandon the mission without even starting work. But on the other hand, Andrew didn't understand what the point was in this, because it was impossible. He just went to chat with the owner of the store for a short time. Did he really lose his fighting spirit after such a short conversation? For Andrew, this defied rational thinking, and there must be something he simply doesn't know. So he decided to ask again Mr. Burton, who just a couple of days ago had assured him that he was interested in raising his rank. Burton did not hide it and confirmed this information, and also did not forget to add that he was even looking forward to it. Now Andrew doesn't understand at all why he suddenly decided to give up right now, because capturing wild is certainly one of the simplest goals. He meant that if it's only a matter of complexity, then this mission is the simplest. In addition, the reward was quite large, and Andrew remembers it well. Burton himself was determined to get it. The man laughed in response to this, because it seemed to him that the Truth Society was not obliged to know why he abandoned the mission. After all, he knew very well the rules, which did not say that the hunter was obliged to talk about why he abandoned the mission. It is obvious that Andrew did not like such answers, because at the very least, he was going to use Burton to explore the zone of indescribable rank. And besides, he himself was not against it. But now the situation is not turning in his favor. It was quite obvious that the initiative was not in his hands, and if you tried to convince him to change his decision, it would reveal that he had ulterior motives. But then he realized that now there was no time to think. He urgently needed to convince him. Therefore, for starters, Andrew agreed with him and added that for the sake of Nozen's safety, he would advise him to listen to them. After all, the city has been quite restless lately, and it would be great if someone helped them solve this problem. And Enryu believed that Burton understood what they were talking about. Burton was thinking at this moment that if he originally thought that the reason was the enormous power of the bookstore owner, Now it is obvious that the vice captain has ulterior motives. Good try. The Truth Society really wants to use him to capture him. He understood that although the life of a hunter is filled with destruction, it is not limited to this, and without sufficient insight in this cruel world, survival becomes impossible. Burton decided to answer him that he was not really interested in maintaining order, and he was abandoning the mission for personal reasons. So he added that he was 100% sure that Andrew knew very well what kind of person he was, or rather, he knew a lot about hunters. But still, Burton decided to remind him that they are rather selfish animals who are only interested in prey, and animals like no other know how to seek benefits and avoid trouble. Burton at that moment thought only that he wanted to create his own organization of hunters, but in this case he would immediately become an enemy of society. And it seemed to him that these slow-witted people still don't know how influential the store owner is, who continues to keep everything secret. So the man decided that he too would not reveal all his cards to them. Andrew was sitting at that moment and could not fully understand what Burton was talking to him about. What benefits and troubles were he talking about? To say something like that so suddenly, Andrew could of course assume that he didn't mean wild, but then who are they talking about? The man understood that if this was not the owner of the bookstore, then apparently he was hinting at the Society of Truth. Did Burton really understand everything? But then it seemed to him that there was no point in this, because his decision changed immediately after visiting the store. After this thought, he almost immediately thought that Burton had learned something about the owner of the bookstore, and in this case it was clear why he changed his mind so quickly. The owner of the store must have provoked him into this conversation. Now Andrew had problems because he actually had a lot of questions that he unfortunately couldn't ask, so he said that since Burton was so insistent on it, he wouldn't stop him. But he still added that the news that he has already received a reward is known to everyone, which means that his refusal from the mission will also be made public. Andrew pretended to be very worried about Burton, so he found out if he had problems with this. And Burton himself understood that this was a direct threat to damage his reputation. But still he decided not to bend under him, and confidently replied that he actually had no problems with this, and mentally thought that seeing a fleeting weakness, Andrew immediately decided to attack. This is worthy of the title of deputy captain. Burton heard that in his youth he was an outcast in the Society of Truth, a famous womanizer, and the most famous case was falling in love with an elf from the fleur-de-lis family. In the end, it all ended in nothing. Until today, the hunter thought that Andrew was just a freaky mattress, but he could not expect such intelligence and cunning from him. But even so, regardless of intelligence, everyone makes mistakes, and therefore Burton believed that threatening his reputation was one of those mistakes. And he thought so only because even a fool knows that what is important for a hunter is its presence, not its absence. And he, like every hunter, absolutely didn't care how bad or good it would be. Previously, Burton was a nameless hunter of a frightening level, but now he thought that he needed to forget about everything and focus on the primary goals. So on that great note, he ended this conversation and left the room first. After such an outburst, Andrew thought that the white night watchman had previously seemed stupid to him, but apparently he was not what he thought. After all, today when he talked to him, Andrew realized what he was and how dangerous he was for the Society of Truth. The man thought that many people say that he's like a bell ringer in a bell tower, a bell ringer who waits all night for the dawn and is patient in the face of prey. And indeed, he is exactly as they describe him. But still, he did not fully understand how a simple hunter of destructive rank dared to treat the Society of Truth so disrespectfully. What recklessness. Although Andrew accepted the fact that the mysterious bookstore owner was behind all this, and if the person was truly friendly and blindly helping as written in the report, then he should have simply helped Burton with his mission. But still, as it seemed to Andrew, instead, the bookstore owner not only did not help him, but also ruined his reputation. But he did not think that the bookstore owner could not have predicted such an outcome of events. And all these arguments led him to think that perhaps this book king was also helping Wilde. In any case, he believed that now was not the best time to be upset. Now, in his opinion, it was important to contact this person as soon as possible. So he took his mobile phone and called the intelligence department of the secret tower first, and it was not Joseph who answered the phone, whom he knows so well. And how did he know his assistant Claude? Andrew introduced himself and said who he was and what organization he was calling from, and then he would like to know where Joseph is now. Claude immediately told him that the teacher had gone home on vacation, and also added that if Mr. Andrew needed something from Mr. Joseph, he would try to take it upon himself. Andrew realized that he simply had no other option, so he decided to ask Claude if they had detailed information about the level 113 area. Claude choked a little when he heard this question, but still answered that they had just updated information on this case. But before going into more detail, Claude decided to add that the newer the information, the more valuable it is, although in his mind he thought that he could not ask for additional payment with the same serious face as a teacher, because he still has a conscience and I'm still ashamed to do this. Andrew sighed in response to these words and simply asked how much they wanted for this information. Claude didn't expect the answer to be so quick. He didn't even prepare any amount, so he had to quickly think about how much Joseph usually cheated this man. But as soon as he decided to tell him the amount, he received a letter from Joseph in the mail, which said that he needed to move file 113 to the archive and change its status to classified, which meant that he could not sell this information to anyone. No matter how much Claude wanted to sell this information, he still had to tell Andrew that this information was no longer for sale. Quite expectedly, Andrew got angry. It seemed to him that he had heard incorrectly, or perhaps this was some kind of joke. And he thought so because it seemed to him that the secret tower and the Truth Society had been successfully cooperating for many years, exchanging information to update the list of ranks. Even if this information costs a huge amount, it was not a hindrance for Andrew because he was willing to pay any price, and until that day, the secret tower had no reason to refuse. But still they refused. And what irritated him most of all was the fact that this little assistant had literally just bargained with him, and he did it with the accent of the old bastard Joseph. It seemed to him that the information was available just a moment ago. Andrew did not fully understand what could happen. Apparently someone forbade him to sell it, and this someone must have great power. Andrew understood that this was the one whom Claude would listen to without hesitation, the one who went on vacation, leaving all responsibilities to his student, and this man's name was Joseph. Therefore, the man's answer was quite expected. He asked Claude to talk to Joseph directly. Claude continued to tell him that this was not possible at the moment because Joseph was busy and he could not contact him right now. He also did not forget to add that if a man has any questions, he can still ask them to him and he will try to answer them. Andrew decided not to wait and asked Claude to explain to him why he couldn't sell him this information because they had just bargained. The guy explained to him that this was his omission because he forgot that the status of the file had been changed from confidential to classified. Now even he would not be able to receive it. Well, he didn't forget to add that he would be severely punished for trying to sell, so he was only temporarily replacing his teacher, supporting intelligence work, and was not yet familiar enough with such situations, which is why he made a mistake. But fortunately for the guy, he managed to notice it before the deal was concluded. Otherwise, it could have led to irreparable consequences. And as for the rest, he really doesn't know anything. And in the end, he said that if it was really that important, then he could personally talk to his teacher when he returned or contact the elders directly. This made Andrew very angry, who was literally bursting with anger, because he was sure that this Claude clearly knows something, but he can't verify it in any way. And the worst thing is that if what he said is true, then all his actions comply with the rules. And this only meant that no matter how angry he was, it was simply impossible to get to the bottom of him. Andrew at that moment noticed that the last time he was so angry was when he was considered a clown. But now he is still questioning why this information was so suddenly changed in status. In any case, if he gets angry, it will not help him in any way. So he asked himself to calm down and keep a clear mind. So he asked that only half a month had passed. Why did the status change so suddenly? After all, he knows so much that the topic is the owner of the bookstore and his motives. And therefore, Andrew did not understand at all why they refused to provide information about him to the Truth Society. Claude could only tell him that everything is not as simple as it seems. What he means is that after detailed research, some of the information from file 113 was allocated to file 114. As Claude said, the first file is a report on the area. The second is a dossier, and they are both classified. But as for the second question, the elders had already sent a professional expert, and his assessment coincided with Joseph's assessment. The owner of the bookstore, according to Claude, behaves friendly, but at the same time has his own motives. However, according to their information, he is not prone to evil acts, and the likelihood of such an outcome is negligible. Andrew believed that this was complete nonsense, and if he does not show hostility now, this does not mean that this will continue in the future. But what if his inaction leads to danger for the residents of Nozen? The man was quite disappointed with their behavior, but still added that their previous offer to visit the elders was quite good, so he decided that he would definitely visit them in the near future and convey Claude's words. The guy could only breathe a sigh of relief and say that he was quite glad that the man understood him, and now he can only hope that his meeting will go quite smoothly. Andrew couldn't help but notice that the guy was acting too strange, but he couldn't understand him. There was too little information. Claude interrupted his reasoning because he needed to know if Mr. Andrew had any more questions. The man at that moment thought that he had almost finished the guy off, so he decided to repeat his question again, in which he was interested to know why the status of the file had changed so dramatically. Claude once again repeated to him that this was no longer within his authority, because he could not change the status of the documents and could not influence it in any way. In addition, it already seemed to the guy that the man would talk to the elders, so he thinks that the conversation with them will be more productive than with him. Andrew, listening to all this, understood that apparently the student was as cunning as his teacher. They were worth each other. The man was already too angry, so he decided it was time to stop this conversation before he lost his temper, so he said that he would personally check out the bookstore. Claude did not dissuade him. Moreover, he wished him good luck in this, and also added that he is the owner of the bookstore, not only very friendly, but also helps with solving problems. After such a not entirely successful conversation for Andrew, he decided to pour himself some more wine in order to calm down. A few minutes later, he realized that he had said incredible stupidity, that he would personally visit this store, so he decided that it would be better to forget these words. Although then he thought that he could try to use the curiosity of truth seekers, and so far, it seemed to him that this was the best option. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city of Nozin, in the mechanical plant of the Truth Society, life was in full swing, and everyone only dreamed that the idol project would end. After all, each of them understood that research was becoming more and more complex, and they had to collect data from morning to evening, and the main ones refused to further finance the project, and experiments did not bring results. And in addition to everything, they had to literally live in the laboratory. Some asked not to complain about all this, but one of them simply could not continue to live like this, because he was tired of dealing with all this rubbish. They said that more than 3,000 copies had already failed, and if this continued, they would simply go crazy. But still, they had one specimen with worthwhile indicators, which they considered the best experimental body to date, from which they expected to achieve 200% affinity indicators. But unfortunately, this achievement cost the philosopher's stone in her body. And this meant that, according to their calculations, she would live no more than a year, and then the power of the stone would gradually outgrow being absorbed. And according to the scientist, this will lead to an explosive increase in affinity with the ether, and eventually the influx of ether will become uncontrollable, and the specimen will inflate like a balloon and then explode. Therefore, the man believed that they, together with the experimental plant, would not have to work overtime. But his interlocutor believed that this was too dangerous for them. But he asked him to think about the good, because this is the only research plant in all of Nozin from which you can see the moon on rainy days, and this makes overtime work more pleasant and therefore more effective. Jixu stood on the roof of the building with her friends and wanted to know if all the spiders had gathered. Max immediately answered her that in order to capture the stronghold of the White Wolves on 52nd Street, they had gathered all their forces. The girl felt that this was the last base of the White Wolf, and capturing this place meant that they would put an end to the White Wolf, and perhaps this would put an end to the events caused by the mirror egg. It also marks the finale of her revenge, and no matter how strong the nascent organization of hunters may be, it will not be able to quickly establish itself, unless, of course, other organizations recognize it. But she understood that today the spider and the white wolf are not able to coexist, and Nozin does not need two strong organizations of hunters, so she believed that they needed to destroy the white wolves and seize everything they had. A few years ago, at the White Wolf headquarters, people were talking about the dirty blood recipe formula. One of them believed that this was the basis with the help of which the White Wolf was built in Nozin over many years. Although Jixu had been promoted to the position of third leader, she was still a newbie, and she wasn't sure if giving her access to such significant secrets was a good idea. Her interlocutor believed that all this did not matter, because sooner or later they would still recognize them. Besides, this is an order from Harris himself, and it seems that he has a high opinion of Jixu, and he did not discard the option that he might soon have to give up his place. Kaji was the name of the girl's interlocutor, who asked the girl to relax, because in the end Harris may look angry, but in fact he is not. He is not a bad person, because he has worked with him for many years and knows him well enough. The guy was almost 100% sure that they would get along well with each other. As soon as they came to Harris, Kaji immediately asked him if he was still working, and if he was still trying to improve the dirty blood formula, In any case, he asked him to take a break for a second, because he brought Miss G like him, and asked. Therefore, he asked him to take a break and not rush so much because it is not so easy to master the dirty blood formula. So he suggested that he take a break and talk to Miss G. Harris thanked him for his work. Harris was already the leader of the White Wolf at that time and was glad to see the famous one and only Miss G in front of him. The girl at that moment thought that he had a terrifying look, like a wolf looking at its prey, and now she understood why he was the head of the largest organization of hunters in Nozen, and he fully justified his reputation. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Harris himself, who began to say that she was still young, but it was immediately clear that she would make an excellent hunter, and from today she would take on part of the responsibilities of managing this organization. He also added that he would give her part of the original wolf canning formula, which she could use to develop her own subordinates. He believed that the blood of dream beasts was toxic, and without proper handling, it would be poison. Therefore, he immediately made it clear to her that each original formula is extremely valuable, and only by knowing the complete recipe, the organization will be able to steadily replenish its ranks. He believed that these formulas were the result of blind experiments by ancient hunters, but they are incomplete and have severe side effects. The probability of not surviving the first injection is very high. But the strength that can be obtained is much greater than from experimental formulas created by pharmacists. In order for the White Wolf organization to develop, she had to accept this power. Therefore, now she was convinced that the basis of every hunter organization was the dirty blood formula. And if the spider took possession of the canting wolf blood recipe, then even if she said that she was actually from the White Wolf, then no one should have any questions. In addition, she needed the White Wolf's intelligence to hide her own sources, and this gives more freedom of action with Ryan's soul in her hands. And the information she has is 100% likely to help her organization. A few seconds later, she said that she had found what she needed, after which she turned to Max and told him that he was going to the last line of defense of the White Wolf to find the original formula. She asked Kate to order all the spiders to kill all the White Wolf hunters, and she herself would go with Jixu to find Harris and put an end to him once and for all. On 52nd Street, meanwhile, a man was lying in the sewer system with serious injuries. At some point, he noticed that several people were heading towards him, which, as he thought, were not going to bring him any good, and as soon as they came closer, one of them stepped on the man's foot. But this was only the beginning, because immediately after that he took out his sword and cut off the man's head. This madman looked too disgusting, and it seemed that he looked like a wolf in a human body. Harris carefully watched the process, and was very glad that everything was going according to plan, and he was sure that a little more and he would return. At some point, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who hurried to inform him that, as he had ordered, all the hunters had been injected with dirty blood, and very soon they would lose their minds and become machines for destruction. In response to this, the man could only laugh and add that the girl, whose name was Telsey, did her job well. They both knew full well that repeated injections of dirty blood significantly exceeded the norm, and this method was used by the black magicians of the Red Religion to strongly maintain a state of vigor. In a sense, you could say that there were no more people here, but it seemed to Harris that it didn't matter at all. After all, he was ready to do everything for the birth of his new creature, and it did not matter how many sacrifices he would have to make. For this reason, he asked Telsey to prepare a new batch of fuel and bring even more bodies, which she would do without any problems. The man stood and thought that this altar incredibly reminded him of a huge fire, which, as it seemed to him, would burn all possible ether until it was enough for a mirror egg. With every second, he went even more crazy, and the reason for this was that it seemed to him that he felt a powerful wave of ether that shook the very space around him. It was like a heartbeat. He even began to shout that this creature was his god and his salvation, the only light that he would protect until the moment he came into this world. Harris was incredibly glad that his days as a scared rat in the sewer pipes were already numbered. Everything is as the man with the snake pupils said. Dark magicians are really good fuel for such a process, which couldn't help but please him. The deplorable arrogance and complacency of the dark magicians led to their collapse, and with the death of Murphy, their only support simply disappeared along with her. They looked like headless flies when, after a few of his phrases, they themselves decided to expose themselves to attack. Having lost only once, they immediately fled from the secret tower, prowling everywhere. In addition, he knew very well that dark magicians have an excellent affinity for the ether, and almost merging with it and releasing it for spells, their flesh and blood are an ideal ethereal vessel. Therefore, for this reason, they are an excellent fuel. Although he didn't know why that mysterious man decided to help him, he didn't deny that it was an elaborate trap, just like how they turned the white wolf into the hope of the dark magicians. Even so, he essentially has no choice but to step into it. Suddenly, he heard a rather familiar voice behind him, which told him that he could burn and do it for his own pleasure. And besides, this ritual was much more effective than his previous method of directly extracting life force. Harris felt terrified of hearing this voice, but he continued to listen to the man asking him to take a map of Nozen's development and burn everything to the ground. Life and fresh blood are the best fuel that brings terrible suffering to everyone. The man remembered this with pain, how a mysterious man led his first sacrifice on the altar. Like firewood in a fire, the invisible ether flared up with a bright flame. That time he came to his senses and attacked the Red Religion, causing panic throughout the city. There were few magicians left in the Red Religion, and in just a few days they were all burned. But in any case, this turned out to be not enough. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by his assistant, who informed him that the bodies of the dark magicians were exhausted. Therefore, she invited him to continue the hunt, although she still warned him that there were almost no people left in the Red Religion, and the survivors had fled and were very difficult to catch, and this led to an unjustified risk. The man was incredibly dissatisfied with this news, although he understood that even without dark magicians, there were many candidates whom they could sacrifice. But still, he decided to answer her in the following way. He said that there was no need to hunt anymore because very soon they would not even have to worry about such things. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a voice that addressed Lord Harris directly and said that he had news for him. And it was a huge man who informed his boss that the Spider Organization had found them and their stronghold on Street 52, 2 steps from here, had been discovered. Harris understood perfectly well that this was Ji Jixiu, and she was most likely already here. And this angered him even more, because he considered her even more disgusting than the hyenas of the secret tower. Although in any case, he perfectly understood that there was no point in getting into a fight with them. So he noticed the fact that it was no longer safe here, and they would soon leave here. But first, he wanted to finish one thing. Then he asked his assistant to open the case that she brought with her, in which there was a syringe filled with dirty blood. And he was for this big guy, whose name was Dogon, whom he asked to take this dose of dirty blood, and also added that this is the fate of the White Wolf Hunter. After this injection, nothing and no one will scare him anymore. After which he turned to Telsi again and told her that the time had come. She was so glad to hear this, because she had been preparing all her life to become one with a man. It was a great honor for her. After this phrase, she literally immediately gave him her head and wished victory to her master. The man had thoughts in his head that he really liked the hopes of this girl and would do everything to find a worthy use for them. After which he said that since the spider is on the way, let them come to its lair as respected guests. This stronghold and everything inside must be destroyed. But he believed that since they came here on their own, he immediately warned them that they should be prepared for the fact that they would remain here. On 52nd Street, meanwhile, explosion after explosion was heard, one after another. Kate and Miss G stopped at one point because they noticed something quite surprising. Looking at this, Ji Jixiu thought that now she is not surprised that the White Wolf managed to hide from the secret tower in the Society of Truth for so long. After all, until you see this deep mine, you will never think that in the upper region of Nozine, there is a fault 50 meters deep. But what shocks her even more is the hell that is unfolding right before her eyes. None of those present simply could believe that people were capable of doing such a thing. These madmen from the White Wolf crossed all boundaries of what was permissible. The girl had already heard about the dark affairs of the White Wolf, including mass destruction, but she never thought that they would dismember people like in a slaughterhouse. And judging by what she saw, this has been going on for quite a long time, and this is just one of these bases, when suddenly her thoughts were interrupted after she heard some characteristic sound behind her, and when she turned around, she saw just a huge monster. At that moment, she realized that relying on an iron will, she was too focused on exploring from the inside and noticed the attacks, and was already preparing for the fact that now she would be in great pain. The big man, without further thought, struck her with a blow that she would never have had time to block. But she was very lucky that today she was not alone, and Kate managed to block this blow. Although it was incredibly difficult to do this, because the strength of this big man had long ago exceeded the permissible norms. But Kate's willpower could be envied. She will defend her miss no matter what, and this monster is no exception, so she immediately let him know that now she is his opponent. Although the miss herself didn't think so, and as soon as this monster was distracted for a split second, she pounced on him. It was the strongest blow the big man had seen in his life, and most likely it would be his last. After all, Jixuji literally pierced him through with her strength, but she decided not to stop there and continued to strike him with blow after blow, which he could not block. After she dealt with this monster, Jixu immediately ran up to Kate, who exposed herself to an attack that was not even aimed at her. So she believed that she would have to spend at least a few weeks in the infirmary because it was not really worth it. But the girl assured her that it was her duty to protect Miss, so she could not just stand still when she was in danger. But still she overestimated herself, so she asked Miss for forgiveness for this. Jixu asked her not to worry about this. Kate was definitely not to blame, because she believed that it was she who was not careful in the first place, and that she needed to apologize. She would never again allow her subordinates to suffer through her fault. After which she asked the guys to escort Kate back to the base and also asked them to make sure that she was completely safe. As soon as she said these words, she was visited by a warning from an iron will, which she receives only in one case. And this incident comes when she is in serious danger. This time, her iron will did not fail her, and as soon as she turned her head, she immediately saw an explosion from which they were able to dodge at the last moment. This explosion was provoked by the White Wolf's people, so Jixu immediately asked her friends to take Kate and leave because it was too dangerous here. She took off her cloak to begin the battle, but her attention was diverted again, and this time it was lightning that suddenly appeared in front of her, and it seemed to her that this was a signal from the white magicians. In any case, it was a bad sign, and a few seconds later, a lightning explosion thundered right in front of her. She understood that things were bad for her, and she needed to immediately figure out how to get out of this situation. But this, as it turned out, was not the main problem, because then she noticed how some kind of ritual was being carried out at the bottom of this mine, which most likely was launched by Harris, who at that moment was carefully watching the girl from above the building which had not yet been destroyed. He decided to be the first to speak, and the first thing he said was that he was so glad to see her, because they had not seen each other for a long time. He even missed her a little. After which he struck her with the words that luck is on her side, and the intelligent blood that she uses can be subjugated to her will. The girl gradually began to transform, and the man noticed this very well, so he decided to find out where she got such power. Was it really the owner of the bookstore who gave her such power? This question remained unanswered, so he continued talking to her, and this time said that he would actually also be happy to visit him and talk to this person. However, now it seemed to him that it did not matter, because now, in his opinion, there is no way the bookstore owner can help her. Jixu immediately realized that there was something wrong with the hunters behind him, so she decided to ask him what he had stuffed them with. He didn't keep her waiting long and gave her an answer, in which he told her that this was a little secret, but still said that a large concentration of spoiled blood changed their consciousness, but in return, their strength increased many times over. In other words, their animal essence finally awakened, but as soon as the energy runs out, the body will die. This was the price. The man believed that hallucinations and torment serve as a source of incomparable will, and as long as they are able to move, they will be ideal machines for destroying all living things around. After this monologue, he became interested to know what Miss herself thought about it. It's ironic, isn't it? Such a simple way to seize enormous power, but the price will be a person's own life. She answered him quite sharply, asking him what the hell is injustice if it is he who takes their lives. And now that she understood his plans, she will definitely tell the hunters about everything. She also did not forget to say that he had gathered all the remaining ones to defeat their organization. And for the girl, it was such an honor, in fact. In the end, even the secret tower did not receive such treatment. Jixu felt like her small organization was really has weight. In response to this, the man could only laugh and say that now she has become quite sharp-tongued, but in any case, this does not change her fate in any way. Neither for her nor for him there is no turning back. And this meant only one thing, that their problem would be solved only by a battle, for which the miss was completely ready, because she asked him to stop chatting and finally start. These words were a kind of start, after which they both turned into wolves and prepared for battle. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The animals fight until their last breath, and in this decisive battle, Jixu was sure that she had enough strength to destroy Harris. But still, there was one moment that incredibly bothered her, that she underestimated the degree of madness of her opponent, and now a war had broken out between the spider and the white wolf. She understood that someone who had only recently received intelligent blood would not be able to resist hunters with corrupted blood. In the event of any collision, the spider's losses will be huge, and she could not foresee this, which means that she will be responsible for all the victims. Now she can only try to reduce losses to a minimum, and if they can somehow read her thoughts now, then she asked them to run and do it as quickly as possible. She ran with all her might and thought only that they needed to escape as quickly as possible. Jixu understood perfectly well that she needed to quickly inform the head of what was happening. The white wolf hunters were simply out of their minds and had become too uncontrollable. With tears in her eyes, she remembered the captain who saved her at the last moment, and they continued to fight with him together. Initially, they were more than successful, but this was only the first time, until creatures appeared that only vaguely resembled people. But when they realized what was happening and in what environment they found themselves, it was already too late. After a few seconds of battle, it became obvious that their forces were in fact far from equal. Very soon the battle turned into a one-sided massacre that could have ended much worse. After all, when Jixu was literally on the verge of dying forever, a man with pistols who looked like a cowboy intervened in the fight, but in any case, he appeared quite on time. After such a wonderful rescue, he immediately shouted to the girl to get ready and run away as quickly as possible, while he would try to delay them for as long as he could. She didn't understand a little what was happening, and in order to somehow cheer her up, he began to say that their sacrifices should not be in vain, and she must survive at any cost. And for this, she needs to leave as soon as possible. He is the captain of the first combat squad of the Spider organization, Isak Virgil, and he asked her to leave as soon as possible. Besides, it's an easy task for him to deal with a couple of opponents, and even more so, to buy her some time. Jixu ran and replayed his words several hundred times. He told her that she should just take the opportunity and run, and remember that she should not stop for anything. She continued to run away and silently asked him for forgiveness. She was incredibly sorry that it all turned out this way. Suddenly her thoughts and escape were interrupted by a body that literally flew over her, and she managed to see Captain Isak. But then she realized that stopping was a mistake, because behind her she heard footsteps and a voice that told her that everyone around them was too weak, and looking at the girl, he asked if this was the spider that Harris was so afraid of. It was too funny for him to look at all this, but Jixu did not waste time and rushed out of her seat and threw several kunai at him, simultaneously asking him who he even was. He was too easily able to repel every attack the girl made. And moreover, he went on a counteroffensive with the words that everything she decides to do against him will be too useless. After which he struck the center of Miss G's body, from which she flew as far as Captain Isak. And this guy who did this to her could only say that she was too weak, and he would now fall asleep from boredom. He was expecting a real battle, but it looks like he should head straight to the main thing. After which, showing his face, he said that she could be proud because she had a wonderful chance to die at the hands of a hunter of frightening rank, the unsurpassed Mr. Babar. The guy slowly approached her and thought that perhaps Harris should give way to him, since he could not deal with such a trifle himself. But at one moment he fell silent because he saw an iron wire in front of him. Babar immediately realized that she had managed to braid everything with steel wire. While he was distracted, he had to admit that it looked quite interesting, but in his opinion it was still useless. The girl hardly spoke, but still told him that he was now within a radius of 20 meters under her control, and if he wanted to leave alive, then he just needed to let her and the captain go. This obviously caused laughter from Babar, who immediately called her a simpleton who does not understand anything in this life, and it was funny to him that she thought that she could at least scratch him. He believed that in order to deal with her web, a few movements of his weapon would be enough for him, and therefore he was interested to know what she would do then. And as it turned out, he was not so confident for nothing, because he was not actually fighting alone. And his assistant Clara was already ready to enter the battle, to whom he would leave finishing off these guys. Clara was able to destroy all the strings that the girl had left in one jump, and moreover she added that it was stupid to think that she could harm someone with this toy. Next, she turned to Mr. Babar and asked him to keep an eye on this girl, but he was firmly convinced that she was his target. After which he walked closer to her, grabbed her by the hair, and lifted her above ground level, asking how about becoming his next trinket, thus giving them a chance to earn a living. Babar tried in every way to persuade her to agree to this proposal and please him with a reasonable decision. She answered him that he might not even dream about it, because it would never come true, which was immediately followed by a blow. Babar decided to explain a little to her again, because it seemed to her that she was not sufficiently aware of the situation she was in, because initially he wanted to let her die happy, but now he is not in the mood for such favors. He grabbed her tongue and thus intended to teach her manners. Babar was about to pierce her tongue so that this chatty organ could no longer function, But at one moment he stopped, because Captain Icarus shot straight at this guy and hoped that it would at least somehow hurt this crazy guy. Although he didn't achieve much with this, he still had a smile on his face. This made Babar laugh again, and he noticed the fact that apparently the man simply couldn't wait to go to his ancestors. Therefore, he called Clara and said that she could take the girl and play with her a little, and for now he would have fun with this cowboy. Clara was so happy about this, because she was going to show her everything she could do, and she would torment her for 7 days and 7 nights. Although the girl at that moment did not care about herself at all, she first of all wanted to help her friend. After all, she understood perfectly well that if this continued, they would simply die here and no one would be able to help them. But in any case, she didn't know what they could do about it, although then she remembered that before she went here, the head told her that all this was the plan of someone great and their existence was nothing to him. However, if he is really omnipotent and omniscient, then he could at least take a look at them with one eye. Therefore, she asked with all her might to save at least the captain, and at some point a shadow appeared, and behind it a voice that said that he was finally able to find them, and apparently it was these two who made the noise. After which he began to say that the guys from the community are really so ineffective. You always have to personally monitor the process, and he's really tired of it, because he just finished all these damn things and was hoping to get a good night's sleep. But apparently it's today for him this will not be possible. A man came out of the darkness, who once again said that he could no longer tolerate this. Besides, he emphasized that it was quite rude to behave this way, to not sleep in the middle of the night, to come into an alley, to destroy people just like that. And the most important thing about this is disturb others' sleep. Babar immediately answered him, but in a ruder form, because it seemed to him that absolutely no one here cared about his sleep, and in general, did he really come for this to spoil his mood? Or perhaps the stranger also wanted to die. But before arranging a fun life for him, Babar decided to ask him one question in which he wanted to know who he was. The man answered him quite simply, he is nobody and his name is not, but in fact he's just a wandering hunter. It seemed that Babar laughed at everything in this life, and this time there was no exception. He was literally bursting with laughter at this pathetic phrase. After he calmed down a little, he began to say that the so-called lone hunters are nothing more than people from marginalized sections of society who could not get along in any organization, and therefore he believed that a man with a cigarette could not do anything to him. The lone hunter also laughed a little when he repeated the word organization, after which he began to say that among all the organizations of Nozen's hunters, only the nascent spider and the white wolf, dying before our eyes, remained. And since he had seen a little of life, the stench of spoiled blood, which was impossible to forget, and the characteristic arrogance made him understand that they were guys from the white wolf. And as soon as he saw them, he could say that they fully live up to their reputation. Two people of frightening rank are mocking two newcomers of abnormal rank. Words are unnecessary here. Babar didn't fully understand what he meant. Was this guy really looking for a reason to fight? The lone hunter told him with a chuckle that of course not, he just wanted to explain something. After which he began to say that if they were going to make noise again, disturbing the peace in the middle of the night, then he only asked them to decide which of them would die first, although it seemed to him that they had already decided on this. Quite expectedly, these words angered Babar, who responded that he really had not come to interfere, but to die on the spot. After which he immediately took off and flew into battle at his opponent, who at that time was standing quite calmly. He dealt quite a serious blow with his stick, saying at the same time that the man had a pretty good tongue, but it was time to check how he behaved in battle. But he interrupted his speech as soon as he saw that the man was gone and his blow simply missed. But Clara was so unlucky that at some point she realized that she had been grabbed by the neck, after which her consciousness was literally immediately shaken, and she did not understand what this man had even done to her. Then she only heard how the stranger asked the girl who she was and why the white wolf was hunting her. Through pain, she answered him that she was actually a member of the first fighting squad of the Spider Organization, and her name was Paula, and she came to the aid of Jixu to divert attention for her, and she also did not forget to thank the man for saving them. At that moment he thought about this organization and was a little surprised by the fact that right now a quarrel between the spider and the white wolf began. Suddenly she interrupted his thoughts because she began to talk about how their squad was surrounded and the captain ordered her to leave and inform the head of the organization. But she only managed to get to this place because she couldn't escape from these two. She also considered it necessary to say that they were not going to give up, but without him they would not have been able to fight back. When it seemed to her that it was all over, She remembered the words of the captain, who always repeated to her that all this was the plan of someone great. The man froze because he understood who the girl really meant. All this was skillfully played out by the owner of the bookstore. He knew very well that the owner supported Jijisuo when she broke off relations with the White Wolf, and also instilled the confidence that was necessary to create a new organization. It was he who contributed to Burton abandoning the mission of the Truth Society, and also hinted that he could get Spider's support. Burton would have thought that it was just a coincidence that he was met with the pursued hunters from Spider, but if he thought about it, if it weren't for the Society of Truth, he would not have been here at such a late time, and it all started with that very hint from Mr. Lin. So now he was. I'm sure this is not a coincidence. This is part of the plan. In his opinion, it was the owner of the bookstore who arranged everything so that helping this girl would become the impetus for their future cooperation. The plan and its execution instilled awe in the man's soul. Burton fully believed that if Mr. Lin was in front of him right now, he would definitely say that he knew what to do, and therefore the man said only one word out loud, and it was the word, "I know." After which he added that now that the time had come, he needed to take a suitable position on the chessboard, and for this he injected the girl with one very useful substance. After which she literally immediately felt much better. Her wounds healed and her energy was also restored. Burton told her that it was an activator of spoiled blood, which hunters needed to survive, and he also noticed that the quality of the spoiled blood in the girl's body was very good, so it worked quite quickly. But he decided not to stop there because, since he had already decided to help, he believed that this matter needed to be completed. Burton reassured the little spiders by saying that these white wolf animals would no longer harm them. And besides, he believed that leaving such prey was not in the hunter's style. He finished with this, and finally asked the girl to say hello to the head from him. But their dialogue was interrupted at one point by Babar, who laughed like crazy, and said that if they thought that he would sit idle while they were talking some kind of nonsense, then this was far from the case. He considered them scum who rely on the blood activator. In the end, they simply cannot control it. What could not be said about him? Because he considered himself a genius who perfectly controls his power. Therefore, he believed that the simplest and most effective way was to directly increase the concentration of dirty blood, and also suppress the beast inside so as not to lose your mind and use your true strength to the maximum. He talked about the ideal use of dirty blood. This is something that only a genius like him is capable of. At least that's what he himself believed. Paula began to worry very much, because she really had no doubt that he had become much stronger. So she asked Burton to be extremely careful. But the man believed that all this was only so beautiful in words. But in reality, he was just a dog who is unable to accept defeat. With such confidence, he was not afraid to say out loud that he was not equal in strength to the beast, and his mind, in the man's opinion, was too low. And the fact that he even called himself a genius was simply ridiculous. Paula, who was nearby, did not understand why he was making him even angrier. The guy who had already turned into a wolf was too angry because he was not happy with the fact that a man even dared to look down on him. Burton immediately began to say that he could not do such a thing, although he still added that if it were not for the situation, he would not have even paid attention to him. After all, in his opinion, spending such great efforts to preserve the remnants of his mind was simply stupid, because it was obvious that he would never need it again. The man in the body of a wolf immediately took off in order to attack the man, who, in his opinion, talks too much. Burton actually did not expect this. He did not fully think that this creature was so fast, and at some point this became his main mistake, because the wolf managed to pierce through him. Clara could not believe that Babar really used this technique because she, like no one, knew that he uses this technique only when someone really pushes him. As she explained, it's unclear to anyone. The whole point of this technique is that all the internal organs will be torn to shreds. In other words, it could be described that even the strongest hunters who have a high level of regeneration will still die in the end. But apparently this rule does not apply to Burton, who at one point grabbed the stick of this monster and began to talk about how one careless movement and he caught it, although he still admitted it was a pretty good trick, and if someone else had been in his place, then most likely he would have died, but today Babar was unlucky. Burton even decided to teach him a lesson in which he said that if he wanted to destroy the man, then he should have aimed straight for the head. Babar was too frightened because he could not fully understand how this was even possible, and how this man was still alive, because after such a blow no one had managed to survive before. Suddenly, the guy's body and head were consumed by a feeling, as a result of which it seemed to him that his spear tip had simply disappeared. There was just emptiness left there. His thoughts on this matter were interrupted because he saw how his hand was becoming overgrown with strange threads, and literally, after a few seconds, he could no longer move. And Babar was not the only one who was captured by these strange things. Clara also fell into this trap and literally begged Babar to save her. But her scream was interrupted by a rather quiet voice, but at the same time so loud, which told them that no one would save them. After which the man turned into a huge monster and began to say that they would become his first sacrifice to the beast. But he did not understand why they did not rejoice with him, because this was actually a great joy for him. Their life, strength, talents, and aspirations are all part of existence. Babar was very scared because he didn't understand what kind of sacrifice this was. But the man asked him not to be afraid, because there's really nothing scary about it, and it's enough for him to plunge into absolute emptiness and be swallowed alive by it. That's their new purpose. A few seconds later, Babar found himself in some other dimension, and not understanding where he was, he became incredibly scared, and he asked everyone he could to help him, and finally let him out of this trap. But all this didn't work, and he practically resigned himself to it, because in this state, he didn't even have a weapon, which for some reason also disappeared, and the only thing he understood at the moment was that he needed to leave as quickly as possible. Although apparently everything will not be so easy, because he just looked at his hand and saw some kind of muck there, which he felt was sucking the energy out of him. Then his brain began to go a little crazy, and he began to hear sheep shouting to him. But taking his lighter from his pocket and shining it, he realized that it was not a sheep but a huge monster, from the sight of which he apparently began to scream incredibly loudly, and his pupils changed their shape. For Paula and the captain, it didn't look any better. They were looking at a huge monster that looked very scary. The monster, meanwhile, said that for the first time he turned into a beast of this level, and he felt a really big load on his mind. It seemed that the beast was extremely pleased with this sacrifice. Burton even heard approving comments about this. But still, he was not sure that this time it would be enough, and as soon as he thought about it, he felt that they were asking for more. Clara begged with all her might that he would take pity on them, although she mentally understood perfectly well that this monster, who was currently in front of her, was famous for its cruelty. She knew that the hunters who injected this blood could not withstand the inhuman rage and simply died, but now she is watching how this hunter controls him and does not even lose his mind. How is this even possible? Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by some rather scary voice, which told her that learning something new before dying was a great opportunity, although a little useless. The monster addressed her directly and said that her partner had said something about experiencing true horror, and that was great because he was currently going to give them that opportunity. Before that, he turned to the little spiders and asked them to go and find their leader, because now they would only get in the way. He also asked them to inform everyone that the Pale Night Watchman had joined the hunt tonight. At that moment, Paula realized that this scene made it absolutely clear that they could only do one thing at this moment, and that was to run away as quickly as possible. Lin Ji, standing at the window, was still surprised at how terrible the weather could be, and every day it was getting worse and worse. Although he was upset by this rain, he still couldn't get enough of Joseph's gift, who simply took and left such a precious thing. The guy even thought about buying a suitable stand for it. But for now he decided to just take it to the bedroom. He decided that this legendary sword would become for him something like an amulet from evil spirits. After which she lay down in her bed and decided that it was time to fall asleep, with the hope that today he would have good dreams. But as soon as he fell soundly asleep, his body was transported to the world of dreams. But this time everything was not so rosy and bright. But on the contrary, there were only ruins around. Linji understood that this was a dream, but still he expected a slightly different picture. The guy so wanted to see that same beautiful girl again, because he had been waiting for this moment for so long. But something apparently went wrong. In any case, he was well aware that he really couldn't choose his dreams. Therefore, to begin with, I decided to look around a little and understand what he was dreaming about this time. Was it really some kind of role-playing game again, where he would fight the boss? Linji remembered that according to Freud's interpretation of dreams, dreams are the embodiment of subconscious desires. So he was a little incredulous that he had not played video games for so long, that his desire had deliberately started manifesting itself in dreams. It was very similar to that, but if his wishes are true, then nothing can be done about it. Nozine's technological development is incredibly behind, and along with it, the gaming industry. The guy even had tears in his eyes, because now he would give everything just to play a little console. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted at the moment when he had the feeling that characteristic music was about to start playing, to which a massive and brutal boss should come out. After walking around the area a little, the guy discovered a small detail, and as an expert in this field, he could say with 100% probability that it was simply magnificent. After all, just from this one fragment, as well as from the still majestic ruins as a whole, one can easily imagine how grandiose the place used to be. However, it was not just a small tile. He had clearly already seen these patterns somewhere, but he could not remember where. When suddenly the thought came by itself, he remembered that the sword that Joseph gave him, most people would not have guessed, but it's good that he is an expert. Lin Ji at this moment was thinking that identifying folk art and architecture is an integral part of the study of folk culture, and it can be said that this was exactly what was included in his field of research. Now he understood that this seemed to be a feature of his subconscious, which essentially transferred his recent experience into his dreams. He also understood perfectly well that he should not forget that most of the work was done by his rich imagination. In any case, first he should have looked around here a little, because he was wondering what awaited him this time. This dream was very different from the previous one because the area became larger, but no less interesting and moreover, unimaginably realistic. Although it was worth noting that the degree of destruction of the ruins is even difficult to imagine, although a second after I touched one of them, it literally crumbled in an instant. But on the other hand, it was so cool. He loved how the whole section collapsed. He even felt some inspiration, such a small but pleasant prank. He wanted to do this at least a couple more times. Because of this, he had one unusual idea in his head. Since he cannot play his console, then no one forbids him to be a part of it, and from that second, he decided to enjoy it. However, his stay here cannot be called fruitless because at least he found many bodies of different people. And it seemed to Lin Jie that most of them had already merged with the ruins due to the fact that they had been lying here for an incredibly long time. But what confused Lin Jie most about these bodies was that each of them had abnormally huge ears. He turned his body, and his eyes immediately noticed that in the center of the ear, there was normal cartilage that was connected to the head, and this was not just an ornament. The physiological structure was familiar to humans. That cute girl immediately came to Lin Jie's mind. Her elf cosplay really impressed him, and he still couldn't get over it. Now it seemed to the guy that this dream really seemed to be a mishmash of his subconscious, because all the recent events were mixed here in one place. All this was somehow connected with each other, and reminded him of the times when he went to a distant village for his research. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he decided to describe and document everything here. He had the idea in his head that when he woke up, he would try to draw everything he saw, and perhaps this would provide the necessary inspiration that would help Doris's family restore the significance of their history. But at some point he stopped because he saw a bright light in front of him, in the center of which there seemed to be a man. As soon as Lin Jie took a step in his direction, this man immediately turned to him and began to talk about how he was a savior and how long he had been waiting for him. According to him, his soul has been waiting for him for many centuries, and now he is finally here. It seemed to Lin Jie that he had inadvertently somehow started a stage scene based on computer graphics, if of course it was still a game. But the guy didn't think that everything would be exactly like this, because it didn't look like a final boss scene. Most likely, this is the initial scene in which an important character introduces a new player to the storyline. And he understood this from the typical appeal to the savior. In traditional role-playing games, this is how it all begins. In addition, he thought that if he compared the area with the protagonist's remarks, then Lin Jie already approximately understood the plot of the game. Lin Jie was almost sure that a great disaster had occurred here, and this elf was either the culprit of what happened or the one who lacked the strength to prevent what was to come. Waking up in the middle of the massacre, this hero was full of guilt and decided to either commit suicide or seal himself. And he was in this state until a person appeared who could save the world or correct his mistake. Lin Jie believed that it should be something like this. But when he came closer, this whole story changed a little in the guy's head, because he saw a sword, and it seemed that it was the same sword that Joseph gave him. Now the guy began to understand perfectly well that it seems that his dreams really have a close connection with his memories, because he studied the sword during the day, and now it is part of his dream, and apparently part of some kind of game. As expected from his subconscious, it's so perfect to fit all the fragments into the overall picture. It seems it's not for nothing that he reads so many books. This main character, who was next to Lin Jie, suddenly spoke up and began to speak on behalf of the entire kingdom. He should thank him for restoring the shine of the sacred sword. And if you believe his words, then this is the third of the unforgivable sins he committed. Lin Ji, listening to him, understood that apparently the sacred sword he was talking about was the sword that was stuck in his body, exactly the same as the one at home that Joseph gave him. The guy previously didn't understand why he was a little dirty, but later he discovered that the matter was in the material of the sword itself. Lin Ji seemed that in a dream, its purification was precisely the merit of the guy. All this was incredibly interesting for Lin Ji, and he liked this video game plot. So he decided to continue the dialogue and answered this strange elf that he was glad to help him. Although mentally he was still thinking about the fact that mostly people experiencing severe bitterness are usually lonely, and the lack of communication only further aggravates their problems. It so happens that recently there have been no clients other than Joseph, so giving advice to this man seems like a very good decision. But first, Lin Ji wanted to find out something else. So he began to say that the elf mentioned that this was the third sin, and he was interested in learning about the other two. The guy really wanted to hear his story. Lin Ji believed that forcing him to speak was not a way to rub salt into the wounds, but an opportunity to get rid of the trauma. Moreover, since he himself mentioned it, he clearly wants to speak out on this topic. In response to this, he heard the elf tell him that if the master is ready to listen to the confession of a sinner, then it would truly be an honor for him. Just as Lin Ji thought, this man is eager to share his pain with others. That is why the antagonists feel a strong desire to declare themselves and deliver a monologue at the moment when their plans are about to come true. Of course, it could also be that some screenwriters wanted to quickly reveal his true intentions and also give time to the hero for a counterattack. In any case, there is no point in guessing how it was or how it will be, so the guy decided to ask him again what he meant by talking about his sins. The elf began to say that many thousands of years ago, in an era without light and fire, he was arrogant and tried to destroy God, wanting to expand the lands for his people. Finally, looking straight into his eyes, he plunged into madness, and this is his first sin, which he himself called cowardice. He was their king, but he destroyed his own people. He almost destroyed them. He destroyed the entire kingdom with his own hands, and this is his second sin, which is known to everyone as betrayal. The sacred sword was stained with the blood of his people. In it, he sealed his own dirty soul, thereby causing it to lose its shine, and by tarnishing the last sacred symbol of the once great kingdom, he essentially acquired a third sin, which was called ignorance. The man essentially raised the kingdom to the top and then personally destroyed it, and after many thousands of years, the crown became his shackles. Now people call him the exiled Candela, who was never able to atone for his sins. After listening to this whole story, everything was as Lin Ji expected. Its current state, like the state of the sword itself, is quite pitiful. Now he decided to ask the elf why he considered him a savior, because Lin Ji understood so much that he did not save him and his kingdom. It was destroyed, and no one could help him. After which he extended his hand up and showed him all that was left of his kingdom. These are just ruins, and does he really want to ask him for something now? Candle raised his head, and for a moment hope appeared in his eyes. But then he still added that he was not worthy of such kindness that Mr. Lin was offering him. After which he believed that it would be quite important to add that the master should not think that he was asking for redemption. He had already helped him a lot, because his kingdom had already become a speck of dust in a long history. And given all this, he believed that he no longer had the right to try. Despite his desire, he had no way to atone for his sins. Lin Ji was very similar to a child who was scolded by his parents for an unreasonable request. This elf, over the course of many years of imprisonment, constantly condemned himself. So his psyche adjusted and works in such a way that everything he hears is perceived as criticism. Outwardly, he looked calm to the guy, but any word could upset his internal fragile balance. But all this only forced Lin Ji to figure it out. And to begin with, he decided to tell Candel that he just wants to give up. And since he has already said that he has sinned, then his unwillingness to atone for his guilt now is simply an evasion of responsibility. But in reality, his behavior makes no sense, because he is really just a coward. At least that's what Lin Ji himself thought. He did not stop there and continued to say that he even knows what happened to his kingdom after all this, and what happened to his people who survived. Where do they live now? Lin believed that he had enormous power, but all you do is complain and sit here, thereby deceiving yourself, making excuses so as not to bear responsibility. The punishment for him should be suffering in the eyes of others, and not staying here indifferently. Lin Ji had already begun to raise his voice because he believed that the issue was not that he had no right, but that the price he had to pay for his actions had not yet been determined. Although during all this time he did nothing, he just ran away and hid, hoping for forgiveness. And while he was inactive here, his people suffered much more than he himself. After which the guy came closer to him and said that he should think about what to do next because no one can save him except himself. These words brought a tear to the elf's face because he actually agreed with Mr. Lin. But still, he believed that his body was rooted here, and without his guidance, he really couldn't cope, because he was very afraid of making the same mistakes that he made earlier. Linji knew that what he most likely meant was that he should give him some instructions regarding future actions, and that actually made sense too. Candle lowered his head and once again decided to ask the master for another request from the sinner, first asking forgiveness for such insolence. And this request was that he would like to become his sword. Linji didn't fully understand what this could mean. It was some kind of mystery to him. He assumed that this could mean that he wanted to serve him faithfully. Is this something like a newbie meeting his first comrade, or does he mean that he wants to give him the best sword? In any case, he decided to ask him if he was sure that this was the final decision, because Linji did not fully know how long this dream would last. But still he decided that he would help this tragic character with psychological help, and he could use a little sedative with the help of which he would again find the meaning of life. So he told him that he could not decide for him. It was up to him how he would act. Candle's choice should do it yourself. Linji believed that this should not suppress his zeal, but rather encourage him to take action. It was like a breath of fresh air that filled his body with hope and desire to do something. At least that's what Linji himself thought. He also decided to add that after seeing his abandoned subjects, no one would give him forgiveness. And if he was still full of timidity in his soul, then Linji asked him to continue to hide like a turtle in a shell. In response to this, Candel told his interlocutor that his soul had long been scattered into the mists of time as punishment for sins, and the hatred was so strong that it haunted him and turned him into what he is now. But after the curse is broken, the only thing that keeps him here is the will of his soul. And now he understood that Mr. Lin was right. He wanted to get someone's forgiveness, which would serve as an excuse for his cowardice. But now he understands that he is not really worthy of not doing something for the kingdom and its inhabitants. He is not worthy of being weak again. This time he is not the famous elf king Candela. He is only an exile who has returned to his homeland. But before he disappears completely, he must do something serious and not just ask for mercy. He believed that even if his kingdom disappeared many years ago, his subjects continue to live in this place. 10,000 years later, giants and elves have all sunk into history. Countless innocents have been cursed by this sword, and their hatred and resentment haunt his soul to this day. His soul witnessed the history of Azir and saw how two once prosperous states turned into fables of legend. On the site of the ashes, people built a huge city and gave it the name Nozin, which flourished like his kingdom once. Time cannot be turned back, and the kingdom of the elves cannot be revived, so he believed that he should do something significant, and this time he would use his last strength to protect his people and their land. Instead of dying quietly and silently, it seemed to him that it would be better to give himself everything so that there would be no ashes left. So he told Mr. Lin that he was now capable of one single correct decision, after which he asked Lin Ji to take this sword and with the help him to destroy the god of dreams who appeared in this world. Lin Ji at some point began to think that this was some kind of task, but something told him that it was not entirely intended for beginners. This dream seemed too strange to him because he had just appeared, spent a small amount of time in it, and he was already being asked to destroy God. Suddenly his thoughts were again interrupted by Candle, who continued to say that 10,000 years ago he wanted to destroy God, but he let go because he became insane from one of his glances, which ultimately led him to the destruction of the kingdom. After all this time, he wants to complete what he started, but he would like to do this not for his own sake, but for the sake of his subordinates, whom he left on these lands. He would like to give Mr. Lin his loyalty and the most precious thing to him, and therefore he has the hope that he can ask him his last wish before he dies. But at one point, he was interrupted by Lin Ji, who stopped him and asked him to stop talking about it, because at least he is not that strong in fights and all such matters. And in his mind, Lin Ji thought that in truth, he was just the owner of a bookstore and had absolutely no combat training. He couldn't do this in reality, but the thought came to him that maybe in a dream he could do this. There were a lot of thoughts in his head at the moment because it seemed to him that even if he understood that he was dreaming, he still could not do with peace of mind what he could not do in reality. It's one thing that he's not particularly good at fighting, but it's a completely different thing to beat someone up, even if it's just a dream. But at the beginning, he tried to set him on the right path. He read sermons to this elf. And now he wants Linji to take and destroy someone. And even if he wins in the end, his reputation will still be over. This will completely destroy his glory. Because being a mentor to others, he cannot just destroy his image. Because if he disgraces himself at least once, then how will he instruct people? Candle saw how the guy began to noticeably worry, so he decided to enter his thoughts and interrupt them, saying that Mr. Lin need not worry, because he will become his strength, and if he wants, he is even ready to become his horse and sword at the same time. The elf believed that even though he was no longer a king, he wore this crown until his death, and after the kingdom was destroyed, no one could inherit it. Therefore, he wanted to believe that it would have no value for others, but it was his most precious treasure, so he literally begged the guy to accept it as a gift, after which he could renounce his former glory with peace of mind. This even shocked Linji a little, because this decoration looked so skillful, although the product itself seemed very light. Suddenly this crown began to glow with a bright light that blinded the guy's eyes. And when this flash passed, Linji noticed that this crown literally disappeared from his hands, and a strange sign appeared on his left hand, which he saw for the first time in his life. After this, Candle told him that in fact this crown had long become a part of his soul, and this mark on the guy's hand was the designation of the King of the Elves, and the only thing he could give to Lin Ji in gratitude for his help. You couldn't tell from the guy's face that he was very happy about this. Moreover, he had the feeling that he didn't feel anything at all, no matter how stupid it sounded, as if they had simply drawn a bracelet on his wrist. But apparently, this was a special process for the elf, because after he applied the mark to the guy's hand, his body began to glow like the brightest fire in the world. After which he stood up to his full height, and Linji felt a little awkward because this elf king was an order of magnitude taller than him. But his request was even more surprising. He asked Linji to pull out the sword, and then Candle would fight for him. As soon as Linji took hold of the hilt of this sword, Candel's body literally melted into thin air. The sword he took in his hand crumbled into small pieces, in which one could see a bunch of different memories that Candle had experienced throughout his life. But in addition to good memories, one could also find bad ones, among which was the same story when the elf met God, which unfortunately for Candle turned out to be much stronger than him, and he had to lose this fight, which suffered incredibly bad consequences. After this battle, which actually lasted a few seconds, Candle saw only devastation and gradually entered a state of depression in which he later spent his entire life. This was Candle's whole life, although at times there are bizarre shots from which it is difficult to understand what happened after his madness. But in that era without light and fire, which he mentioned, only he dared to raise the light and go against God. At some point while watching footage from Candle's life, Linji noticed that now his eyes were seeing a completely different location. He had the feeling that his body had moved to a completely different world. A few seconds later, when he realized that his voice had changed too much, the guy realized what really happened. It seems that following fragments of memories, he was transported inside Candel's body and became himself. It was difficult to describe in words, but it seemed to Lin Ji at that moment that he was in a dream, which was in the body of another dream. This dream is very touching and at the same time logical, which means in this case the King of the Elves had enormous power, but even he feared God. Apparently for this reason, he asked Lin Ji for advice on how to destroy the newly minted god with the help of a sacred sword. And now the guy has become the mind, a kind of guide that leads Candel along with him, the one who controls him directly. In other words, Lin Ji now controls his soul. It's almost the same as eating a devil's fruit, which transfers consciousness into the body of another person, with the help of which he can now control Candel's body and feel the pleasant griffin that he could squeeze for an eternity. He was a little distracted and decided to get back to business again. He remembered that Candel mentioned that he again wants to protect his people, and apparently now they are on some kind of battlefield. And judging by the atmosphere of this place, a boss should soon appear that Lin Ji will need to defeat in his new body and with his new friend. But first, he decided to talk to Candela, who had become the soul of his own sword. And the question was that Lin Ji wanted to know from him. The god whom he so wanted to defeat is there, high in the sky, which is surrounded by lightning. Xixiu, meanwhile, continued her hardest battle and mentally understood perfectly well that they had really gone crazy. She understood perfectly well that there were too many enemies around, and she would hardly have enough strength to defeat each of them, because they had absolutely no instinct of self-preservation. and in their eyes there was not even a hint of reason, only anger and the desire to destroy everything around. All of them are no longer people or even creatures, but monsters from the world of dreams, who absolutely do not care who they destroy. The girl had a bad feeling because she noticed that during the battle, Harris did not move away from the abyss and seemed to accidentally push all the bodies of the hunters there. Jixu understood perfectly well that he was apparently doing this on purpose, but she did not fully understand why he needed this. She had the idea in her head that they were deliberately hanging around in this place so that they would think that this was a destroyed incubation site, but in fact everything is not so, and the process continues, and Harris is doing everything to divert their attention. Suddenly the battle stopped, and Harris uttered only one phrase in which he informed both her and himself that he finally had enough victims to fulfill his destiny. Now Jixu understood what the matter really was. They absolutely did not care about their own lives, because what Harris needed were the bodies of the hunters. And when he has achieved his goal, he can now continue his ritual, because he now has plenty of fuel for this. Miss Jixu began to tremble, although she did not want to, as if her inner fear itself began to come out, and it was all because of what she saw. And her reaction was actually not surprising, because she saw a huge monster coming out of the sky, bringing with it only fear and destruction. Harris at this time stood up and began to salute his god, in whom he believed from the very beginning, and finally he was able to see him. Then he started shouting for all the people around to rejoice because the rain god had finally been born. As soon as this creature came to the surface, the first thing Jixu felt was an incredibly strong pressure, and without a doubt for her, it was a divine level. This creature was too strong, and if not for the steel will that supported her mind, she would have long since gone mad with fear. The same could not be said about Harris, who apparently had already gone crazy because he walked through the lake of blood that had been made from the bodies of the hunters and shouted that he had prepared a gift for God in the form of several hundred victims. But the closer he came to this God, the more pressure and fear he received in his body, which ultimately led to the fact that his body simply could not stand it and was torn into small particles. What a pity! Jixu was even a little sorry that Harris, the former head of the White Wolf, would have such an end. Until the very end, besotted with the mirror egg, Harris remained faithful to it, so he will destroy all the dark magicians of the Red Religion. He secretly destroyed countless civilians and sacrificed the White Wolf, which he had so persistently created for decades, and the god he cried out to with all his heart was actually very close and did not even bother to look at him. In any case, she no longer cared about this person, and she had nothing to do here, so she needed to leave. Moreover, against such an opponent as the Wind God, there is only one option left, and that is to run with the hope that he will not be able to catch up with her. Jixu understood perfectly well that in fact she could use all her strength, but in any case the chances of victory here are extremely small, because this is a being of divine level. She decided to leave this difficult task to the Secret Tower and the Truth Society, which in her opinion should specialize in this. Burton, who also observed all this madness, could not believe that this madman would actually call upon God from the world of dreams. He himself understood perfectly well that this is not something that can be realized with the help of an ordinary mirror egg. In a sense, it can be called a parasitic demon, and in the fetal phase, it has the ability to seduce people's hearts and create an insatiable desire to possess it alone, and the longer a person owns it, the more severe the effect. The second phase occurs when the egg absorbs enough nutrients from which the dream monster will hatch under favorable conditions. It will be able to penetrate into reality. Otherwise, the egg was actually a disposable living portal, and the supernatural beings of Nozin must have sensed this. It was obvious to him that this was no longer reality because a rift had appeared between the worlds. The boundary between sleep and reality was beginning to blur. This monster at that moment began to expand its borders. So Burton decided that he should run away as soon as possible, and if the gentlemen knights and scientists do not do something soon, then most likely something irreparable will happen. Although on the other hand, this is not too much for the man strongly concerned. All that interested him now was how he could get out of here as soon as possible. At that moment, there was a meeting at the general headquarters of the Truth Society, at which they held a vote on the use of fourth-class weapons. And this weapon was the ethereal annihilator cannon, the use of which has already been confirmed. After making this decision, the first thing Andrew did was order all units to return to their positions so that they could carry out the first strike. One of the main detachments led this process and loudly ordered the detachments that were left without work to begin guarding the cannon. And he immediately warned them that if anyone decided to shirk, he would send them all to Old Man Joseph to dig potatoes, This stern man's name was Gresham Winston. He was the head of the fighting department of the secret tower, and he was also one of the 10 great knights. One of the warriors still could not contain his emotions in fear and, sitting still, simply screamed in fear. But suddenly his crying was interrupted by a rather familiar voice, which called his name, and the name of this crybaby was Greg. And Claude called him, who radically changed his appearance. And now it was clear why he was Joseph's deputy. Claude began to tell Greg that in an official setting he was obliged to call him deputy chief, and even if he was just an intern, then even in such a situation he was obliged to behave appropriately. Greg understood him, but in any case he wanted to know what kind of monster this was, and weren't the White Wolf and the Red Religion destroyed by the secret tower? Claude confirmed this information and added that they acted quickly and took action, and under normal circumstances, it would have taken much longer for the mirror egg to finish incubating. However, this time the power of the White Wolf madmen was much greater than they could have imagined. They killed many civilians, but even this was not enough to create a rift leading to the world of dreams. They even sacrificed the bodies of their comrades, and, in Claude's opinion, this was the reason why such a creature appeared in their world. Greg lost consciousness from such information because he did not understand what to do next, and besides, Mr. Joseph was not with them. How could they cope with this monster? But Claude didn't think so, and decided to slap Greg so that he would finally come to his senses. After which he began to shout at him and say that now is not the time to make snot. Now you need to gather all your strength into a fist and fight. Once during training, the teacher told him one very important phrase. At one point, Claude simply could no longer train, and his body seemed exhausted. But Joseph didn't think so, and in order to cheer up the guy, he slapped him in the face and asked how he could dream of becoming a knight when he himself was an incredibly huge weakling. After which, Joseph told him that if he is a man, then he must become stronger in order to be a support for others. And even if he fell, then he needs to grit his teeth and get up again. Joseph at that time tried to convey to him that, as his student, Claude must understand how heavy the burden of responsibility lies on his shoulders, and his tears will not help him save innocent people. Therefore, if Claude understood anything, then now he needs to get up through the pain and continue to train, because this is the only way people become stronger and more powerful. And now Claude would like to ask Greg, if even the Knight of the Secret Tower is not able to fearlessly go forward at such an important moment, then who else can the people entrust their city to? Without waiting for an answer, Claude told him that it really doesn't matter whether he's strong or not. It doesn't matter whether they can win or not. Now the most important thing is to get up and move forward. Tears will never help in battle, and fear in inaction will finish him off. So for now he recommended the guy to get up and go into battle at all costs. After all, if he didn't do this, then Claude was sure that later the guy would be incredibly ashamed in front of those who died. These words made the guy jump up from his seat and start shouting that he actually understood everything, and now he is ready to do everything so that he won't be ashamed later, and therefore he will give his best. Their motivational moment was interrupted by Joseph, who decided to find out how things were going with them. So he called Claude, who immediately took the phone and began to report that he, as his first student, had prepared everything for the battle and was now just waiting for further instructions. But when he finished talking to the teacher, his motivation disappeared somewhere, and this was due to the fact that the teacher told him that entering into battle against the beasts of a dream is very dangerous, so he believes that it is better for them to leave everything as it is. Tifa reported to Winston that when they contacted Mr. Joseph, he first asked where this monster appeared, and then told them to leave everything as it was. It was very surprising for Winston to actually hear something like that from Joseph, because he didn't understand since when did the man become so self-confident. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an explosion, and it immediately became clear to him that it was an explosion from an ethereal annihilator cannon. But the only thing the man didn't understand was how they managed to do this. But then it dawned on him that in fact it was not her. But then the question arose before them. What is it? Andrew literally trembled with anger and thought that a small nuisance in the person of a white wolf had grown into a huge danger and forced him to activate the cannon. A small blemish in his plan was costing him too much. It even seemed to him that if the Society of Truth went against a being of divine level, this did not mean at all that they could easily resist him, especially since everything happened too quickly and they simply did not have a chance to prepare. He also understood perfectly well that most likely this crazy diamond had long ago dumped all the responsibility on his head. It was not easy for a man to experience one misfortune after another. The ethereal monitoring network was disabled by that magic circle, and even the fact that they had so much information about Nozine's device This very thought could not fit in the man's head, because he actually understood perfectly well that the insignificant White Wolf organization could not have pulled off all this, and he had long suspected that the owner of the bookstore probably had a hand in this. Also, earlier they found ethereal traces of Wild at the abandoned White Wolf base, and most likely the owner of the bookstore could not have done it here either. When suddenly all his thoughts and reasoning were interrupted by an emergency notification that appeared right in front of his face. Without thinking for a long time, he pressed the screen to see what happened there, and the next thing he saw was a huge fireball that looked like a comet flying towards them. But in fact, it was far from a comet, but simply Lin Ji, who was in the body of Candle, who at that time was on a small griffin. First of all, he struck this monster on the head, and it seems that this will be the first and last blow. And so it turned out, the monster's body literally crumbled into small particles, and the greatness of the wind god was over. A divinely majestic sight appeared before the eyes of the people, and all those present froze in amazement, unable to utter a word. Andrew, who also watched all this, simply could not believe his eyes. At that moment, the elf king, shining like the sun and emitting rays of light, whom everyone was gradually beginning to forget, appeared before their eyes. But he decided in an amazing way to remind each of them of his appearance, which was like a deity. The man literally immediately, as soon as he saw Candle, he froze in place. He simply did not know what to do next. His groups demanded orders, because at the moment they were in positions and did not even know what to do. So the head of the first detachment had to tell them to await further orders and not yet engage in battle. In fact, he perfectly understood that the battle was far from over. So he took out his sword and decided to help a little in the battle with this god. But before that, he did not forget to tell Tifa that she should be on the alert and prepare for defense, and also asked her to contact with the Society of Truth, because they still don't fully know who came down to them. The man understood that there was actually a chance that this guy who had suddenly appeared was incredibly dangerous, and apparently he could also be a monster of the dream world, and most likely he had such enormous power, although he couldn't help but think that this guy was incredibly similar at the King of the Elves from that very story. Referred to as the Elven King, Luna Candle was a deity from whom it is difficult to take your eyes off. In the past, he emerged from the shadows and became the great king of the elves, and did this for the sake of his subjects, with whom he expanded the Lightlands. And despite the tragic end, he is known as a valiant and fearless spirit, but as everyone knew, Candle cannot be resurrected, because 10,000 years ago, having committed suicide, he personally sealed his damned soul in the sword. Therefore, the man guessed that someone had awakened his soul. But to do this, you need to have not only enormous strength, but also have that same damned sword with you. Suddenly, the idea came to him that the last time he saw this sword was with Joseph, who was the temporary keeper of this curse. So he immediately picked up the phone to call him. But as soon as the head of the first department called him, he heard Joseph's voice, who asked the man not to be nervous, because he was actually already on the battlefield. Although Joseph himself knew that the bookstore owner would definitely make his move, he could not even think that he was capable of such things. His thoughts were interrupted by the head of the first department, who told Joseph that he knew very well what the old man was up to, and miraculously remembered the fact that a few days ago the sword was handed over and it was approved by the elders. Joseph, in response to these accusations, immediately made him understand that there really was no need to doubt this. He could even swear that this was the real King Candela. The old man was so sure of this because he had heard the voice of this king in his head for more than 10 years, and now he could not confuse it with anything else. Winston didn't care about all these words. He was primarily interested in the fact who he handed the sword to. Who was it? Joseph did not hide this information this time, and almost immediately told him that it was related to case 113, and he handed the sword directly into the hands of Lin Ji. In any case, Winston wanted to know what would happen next because, for example, he had no idea what he could do with it and how he even summoned the king's soul. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a purple beam that appeared far in the sky, and this could only mean one thing, that this bright light can only be released by the canon of the Truth Society, which they apparently have not canceled. Andrew at that moment was shouting at his subordinates because he didn't like the fact that they couldn't understand that that guy came from there, that that monster was there too, and simply put, he considered him an enemy. The subordinates, of course, did not really want to argue with their boss, but still one of them risked noticing the fact that perhaps the spirit of King Candle was on their side, and they should not try to destroy him. A few seconds later, he regretted that he had said this, because Andrew threw some rather heavy object at him, and after that, no one tried to contradict him anymore. And Andrew himself literally went crazy and shouted at them because he believed that this simply couldn't happen. They didn't even understand what the dream monster was. After which, he added that if you hurt any creature, it will feel pain and fear and make a mistake. But this does not apply to the monsters of the dream world, because when monsters from the dream world fight among themselves, the fight becomes endless, because they are not limited by flesh. So until they are all dead, they must attack. Andrew believed that their mere existence was dangerous for them, so he didn't understand why they were still procrastinating. After these words, each of the Truth Society lost any doubts, and they began the countdown on the use of this gun, and all units were ordered to launch orbital calibration and put martial law in all systems. After some time, confirmation came that the units had completed the launch, and now all three vehicles were accumulating energy. The energy supply systems were normal. There were no problems, so there was no reason not to shout fire, which is what one of the commanders of this unit did. After which, the first launch of energy occurred and a shot was fired, which was supposed to hit the target in an incredibly short amount of time. Linji didn't understand what was happening and what kind of wave of such crazy energy was this. Was this the second stage? And they called for something unexpected and unusual? Although, on the other hand, he understood that he absolutely did not care about it, if only because he could easily cut this fireball with his sword. Standing on the balcony, the man was surprised that the rain, which had been falling for more than 2 months, seemed to have stopped. His colleague interrupted his surprise by saying that even if the sky were to fall, no one had canceled their work. So he asked him to pull himself together and continue doing something. The man agreed with him, although he still could not help but notice that the area that was located between the lower and upper regions was set aside specifically for the study of the Society of Truth. So there are a lot of people from the lower region here, and this actually could not help but please him. Now finally you can admire the views. When suddenly his calm face changed to a panicked guy who was shouting that they had a problem. A mechanical plant working on the idle project reported an attack, and the situation was extremely dire. He also added that someone had invaded the machine loop. Factories number 1, 7, and 13 were attacked, not to mention the materials and things brought. There are valuable specimens in the third batch of Philosopher's Stones. Therefore, the man believed that they urgently needed to escape from here, because the 7th factory was very close, and the melting of the Philosopher's Stones could cause a powerful explosion. But his colleague immediately warned him that if they followed this path, they could escape from here very easily. Without thinking for a long time, they decided to do so, although they were very sorry. After all, these specimens were perfect. On the way, the man decided to ask Rick who could have done this, because he believed that someone took advantage of the fact that their attention was focused on the dream monster, and apparently they had chosen the most inopportune time to attack. Rick, in response to this, asked him not to think about it now, because now it was more important to come up with a further plan for which they would act. And this plan must be one that will give them the opportunity to escape from here as quickly as possible. Because if these stones really melt, then most likely they will not live until tomorrow morning. Suddenly, his words were interrupted by a strong explosion that occurred from above, and he only signaled to them that they should hurry up with their decision. But in this case, nothing else arose in them except panic, and the man only confirmed several times that they would really fly up into the air if they continued to stand like figurines. Suddenly, they stopped, and the reason for this was that the man saw a message in which they were informed that the gun had been destroyed, and now the situation was urgent. Rick couldn't believe it, so he literally immediately ran up to him and started trying to grab the phone to read the message that he had just received. It really was written there that the cannon was destroyed, and a state of combat readiness was also declared. So the head of Rank D asks everyone not to leave their posts under any circumstances, but at the same time asks them to go to safe zones. But the most surprising thing about it all was that this message came 3 times in a row, and he immediately remembered the emergency notification protocol, in which it was clearly stated that each notification should be sent only once, and everything would be fine. But now it seemed to the man that since 3 notifications had just arrived, then all 3 of their guns were destroyed, one after another. After Linji was still able to cope with the rain god and all these guns, he now believed that they had officially passed the boss and could finally leave. At some point, he even noticed the fact that he thought that it would be much more difficult. But it turned out that these opponents were too weak. Mentally, he thought that even if it was just a mechanism, the last enemy was the most difficult, because he took him by surprise. but it seemed very easy to him to fend off the guns. Linji was a little uncomfortable because this so-called dream game was too realistic, and he was a little lacking something truly breathtaking. The abilities of Candela's body and the soul in his sword allow him to fight as if he were a boss in some game with a high level of difficulty, and in simple terms, even if Linji turns off the connection, Candela will still continue to fight, and he will simply give guidelines for him. Although this power is frightening to people, Candela himself could cope with it after all. This is not the same god from whom he went crazy just by looking at it. Now it seemed to the guy that after several thousand years, some new god had finally appeared. The coming of which could in fact create a huge threat to the people, and it is good that Candela followed his advice and saved his people from destruction. It seemed to Linji that he had once again defied God. While facing his past and using this experience, he decided to atone for his guilt. Although in any case the guy was happy for him because realizing his own mistakes, he is worthy of respect. In addition, Linji understood that there was nothing to be afraid of here, because at least he was simply dreaming of this great power, and most likely it was his dream, and no matter what he did in it, there would not be a single scratch left on him later. Although he had a thought in his head that everything was too elaborate for a dream, and the appearance of the boss, and that feeling of excitement seemed quite real, in reality, his combat strength left much to be desired. He just wasted his strength. Suddenly, Linji's thoughts were interrupted by Candel, who began to tell him that his wish had come true, and he was again able to protect his people. Even after so many years, he still did everything he could. He had been running away from his fears for so long, but he was still able to face them only because Mr. Lin led him, and he was always afraid of himself and considered him crazy. But now everything had changed, and he was finally able to calm himself and his soul, so he was incredibly grateful to Linji. Linji understood that these were most likely farewell words, and if this was really the end, then most likely Candle had finally calmed down, and his soul, full of hatred, did not want to be sealed in the sword, and for many millennia, it simply suffered. He constantly insisted that he sacrificed himself in the name of protecting his people, and therefore Linji believed that he deserved a happy ending. Linji was so glad that, as usual, he was a great student of life and helped not only deal with people's worries, but was also able to free the spirit imprinted in the sword, although in his opinion, he really shouldn't have expected anything else. The guy was actually pleased to see that even though he died, he was still able to return to his native lands in the end, and therefore Linji believed that this was actually the best ending for him. Linji was well aware that most likely this was the end of the quest, and overall he thought that he did a great job, and the ending turned out great, but it was still not clear to him what actually happened in the past, so he partly regrets that couldn't find out. But on the other hand, he understood that his subconscious had reproduced this story. Then how could it be incomplete? When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voices, which he heard after he thought about it. In the distance, one could see some small room in which so many elves had gathered today and were dissatisfied with something. They shouted that he didn't dare do that and he should be damned after doing that. This entire evil crowd believed that Candle wanted to see the elf race simply disappear from the face of the earth, but he himself did not understand why they made such conclusions. They continued to shout at him and say that as a king he must make this choice. In order to save the lives of others, sacrifices were necessary, although they already knew very well his love for the human race. In addition, one of them noticed the fact that, as could be seen, they themselves agreed to become material for experiments in order to save the elves. And if he asks them right now about his desires, then all they will answer him is that the most important thing for them is to benefit the state. And after all this, does he really want to not live up to their expectations? At some point, he got tired of listening to their every word, so he hit his staff on the ground and ordered them to close their mouths, after which he added that for such experiments, at least they would not use children, because this way he could plunge into darkness again. After which he decided to go to the place of experiments and look at how his unsuccessful samples were suffering, who literally begged him not to reproach himself because he does so much for all of them. They also did not forget to add that he is truly a wonderful ruler. They are just bad subjects. One of them even said that he was very sorry that he saw him in such a state, but still, he was glad that he was currently in front of such a merciful person and hoped that the man would be able to fulfill his last request. And they asked King Candle to destroy them, which he could not refuse them, so he did it immediately. After a while, on a high mountain, he, as the last king of the elven state of Candel, was ready to do anything, pay any price, and in return he asked only the witch for protection to protect his people, and allow him to move on. He didn't have to wait long, and she gave him her answer a few seconds later, and it was positive, but apparently not for him. After which he was literally forced to destroy himself with the help of his own sword, from which Linji woke up. But as it turned out, this was not the only dream for him today, because almost immediately after this, he felt the gentle and slightly cool hands that he had once felt. It was Bayin, whose appearance even frightened him a little, but he was pleased to hear her voice, which told him that she was also glad to see him, because they had not actually seen each other for a long time. Linji continued to enjoy her soft and pleasant hands and did not want to go anywhere. The guy suggested that he could accidentally invade her dream, although the thought that she had thought of it all in advance did not leave her. Bayin did not hide this, but still clarified the fact that it was he who caught her dream. After which she added that she felt that before being here, the guy clearly made a lot of noise, and compared to the last time, his soul was much more tired, so she wanted to know what he just saw. Linji told her that he had actually just seen the past of a man who called himself a sinner. Bayin heard doubt in his voice, so she decided to ask Linji if he thought the same. Linji believed that this was only his point of view, and he could not objectively evaluate all this because he did not know the whole picture to the end, but he heard that Bayin knew it to the end. In response to this, she laughed because in fact the guy was absolutely right. She really knows this story to the end. Of course, this is a reproduction of his subconscious. It would be strange if she didn't know this. Linji understood that she actually just seized the initiative, and so his damned curiosity manifested itself. But he continued to believe that it was a good quality to listen to a beautiful woman's stories about the past in a dream, and this was quite enough to show interest. So he asked her to talk about it, and he would listen with pleasure. She began to talk about how it was during the second and third eras. It was the time of truth. And then Kandel and the entire race of elves encountered a certain creature from the darkness. His excessive strength was the reason why he had to face the transformation of people. But these were not all the sins of the elf race. Weakness and greed were also present. Bayin added that in an attempt to control the power of transformation, they began to conduct experiments, which surprised Linji. The girl understood his surprise, so she decided to explain in more detail that they needed a large number of experimental subjects to find a way to control such power. And when they reached a dead end, not only innocent people began to suffer, but every child of the empire was made a sacrificial lamb, which ultimately led to the forces of the abyss getting out of control and most of the elf race being transformed, and after that, the last king tried to destroy God and complete the transformation. But it is obvious that he failed, because he could only raise his sword to protect his subjects or commit suicide. Linji realized that in this case it was not Candela who was in madness, but his people, and Candela's mind was disturbed from beginning to end. When he destroyed them, he must have really suffered incredibly much. Bayin believed that one way or another he was still a king who himself exterminated his people, and no matter how we looked at him, he was still so crazy. The former people and state disappeared forever, and even Candela's soul left this world forever. In fact, their king took upon himself the sins of the entire people. Linji thought that this was actually really sad, because the exiled Candela, who was a victim of his obsessive thoughts, who destroyed himself with his own sword, was actually the one who exiled himself. After all, if you think that he, being the king of the country, would not have been able to protect his people and his lands, this became his sin. He did not ask for atonement for sins, and did not consider that he was able to atone for them. But he knew that he was ready to endure endless torment. Bayin still thought whether he was crazy or not. No one removes the stigma from him, and no one wants to believe him. This period of history is already far in the past, and it won't even be possible to embellish it. Linji still believed that he was a good ruler. At least he would always remember him. Listening to all this, Bayin, after a few minutes, still understood why he put a mark on Linji. After which, she told him that this is the symbol of the Elf King, which means that he essentially handed over the throne to him, and if Linji can find the remnants of the elven race, then perhaps they will want to make him the new king. These words made Linji start to worry a little, because he was just an ordinary bookstore owner, and he can only manage books, and he himself doesn't want to do this. Bayin was amused by his words, and she added that he was a little lazy, but maybe not a little. But the happy news for them is over for today, because the world of dreams is disappearing. Although it was sad, the girl still told him that they needed to say goodbye. But before that, she invited Linji to look at the result of the fact that the Elf King gave all his strength to protect his people. Meanwhile, in the real world, the soldiers of the secret tower watched as the sky crumbled above their heads. The captain asked them to keep the formation in full combat readiness and to remain calm and not to panic. But what was falling from the sky made them literally go crazy, and it was incredibly difficult to bear. Winston understood that at the moment it was practically useless to say or order anything, because in this situation it was simply impossible to carry out the order. And to be honest, even he got chills. This King Candela is a real god of war. After some time, everything finally ended. And now Winston didn't think at all that this bookstore owner was not a good person at all. Moreover, he was a terribly strange person. His whisper was heard by Joseph, who even frightened the man a little with his words that such thoughts were actually normal. If a terrible evil dog suddenly burst into his home, misbehaved everywhere, and ruined his lawn, Joseph was sure that it would be difficult for him to accept such a dog as a decent one. Winston was not happy to see his old friend because just the sight of his face made him angry. So in response to this, he decided to ask a question in which he would be interested to know, in his opinion, the monsters of the dream world are evil dogs or good ones. Such questions always made Joseph laugh, and after talking with the owner of the bookstore, he became even more confident that they were all just fleas in a huge world. This answer obviously angered Winston even more, and he thought that if he only had any strength left, he would now hit Joseph with all his might. But still, he decided to gather all his patience together and calm down. Besides, he is the head of the combat department, and he simply cannot lose his temper. Therefore, having calmed down, he decided to answer him that he believed that no matter how, this whole long story was finally over. Joseph immediately noticed that in fact the problem still remained, after which he said that his intelligence department had been trying for a long time to find the source of the appearance of the mirror egg, but they had never achieved a result. The man believed that someone had staged an attack on Nozine and that this was their real enemy, who was still invisible to them. Winston, looking at Joseph at that moment, caught himself thinking that he had never seen him in such a determined state. But he remembered the story of how once 10 years ago in a secret tower, Winston came to talk to Joseph, who was still young and quite sharp-tongued, so he talked to everyone quite nicely, and Winston was no exception. But Winston never liked this, and this time he did not forget to ask Joseph to shut his mouth, after which he began to talk about how he again took his fighters without asking and drove him on his missions. And today the man was sure that he would have to explain everyone, and even the elders will not save him. Joseph tried with all his might to calm him down, because he perfectly understood that the old man's blood pressure would now rise, and this was of no use to them. But this angered Winston even more, and he asked Joseph not to change the subject. After which the following words were heard from Joseph. He believed that it was very easy to manage them, and Winston, in his opinion, trained them well. Besides, his tasks for them were nothing more than training, so he sincerely did not understand why Winston was so nervous about this. These words did not help, but only worsened the situation, because Winston began to scream even more and say that he was not asking for his opinion. After which he decided to punish Joseph for such impudence and ordered him to deal with a bunch of papers. Having cooled down a little and calmed down, Winston decided to ask Joseph how Daria was doing. Joseph suddenly stopped at the unexpected question and answered in a sad voice that she had left yesterday on a mission on the orders of the tower, and they were not allowed to go together, since it was not particularly difficult. After which he changed his expression again, because he began to talk about how they hadn't seen each other for a little while, and he was already so bored. Besides, their wedding anniversary was coming soon, and as soon as she returned, they would immediately take a vacation, and only the thought of this made him incredibly happy. Their conversation, as well as the peace of everyone who was in that room, was interrupted by some out-of-breath guy, who was apparently in a hurry to convey some important thing, since he ran here so quickly. Joseph, who looked at him and literally immediately read the thoughts of this messenger, understood what was going on. Another second later, and he literally destroyed the wall of this tower and disappeared. Winston followed him, but he didn't have to run far, because Joseph was already returning. But now his face was not at all joyful, but full of sadness and despair. And all because he carried his wife in his arms, because she would never be able to walk on her own again. Getting closer to Winston, he asked him to help him arrange a vacation in a secret tower, because he would have to bury his wife. A month later, Winston, sitting in his office, talked about how they should pay as much attention as possible to Joseph, and if necessary, asked them to form a group of people who would help him complete tasks. Winston understood that these measures were unfortunately forced because after Daria died, Joseph simply went crazy. He literally became crazy. During his entire long vacation, he never left the house. Most of his time, he silently locked himself in his room and was like a prisoner, torturing his body mentally and physically. And then he began to periodically come to the secret tower to torture himself even more. But with work, he, like a robot, carried out one assignment after another, and he absolutely did not care what the mission was or how difficult or simple it was. Outsiders still saw in him a man who dazzles no worse than the sun, a great and invincible knight of the sacred flame, a man who fights bravely and is not afraid to die. But Winston understood that all he did was wander between life and death to patch up his wound in the heart. But one day he got tired of it and decided to find a way to help Joseph get out of this trap. And just on that very day, a messenger came to Winston and brought him equally bad news. Taking off from his place, Winston ran to the battlefield because Joseph came to the secret tower, took the task, and did not tell anyone that he had gone to destroy Wild, a faceless dark magician, a battle with whom would not lead to anything good. While Winston was trying to get there in time, he literally prayed that nothing serious would happen. He managed to literally run into his room at the last seconds, where Joseph was preparing to go on a mission. And at the same time, he was going to take that same damn sword candle, which by that time had brought him an incredibly huge number of problems. Winston didn't understand what the hell the mission was, because he just had to look at his wounds. He fought with Wild, and he was very lucky that everything was fine with him and all his body parts were in place. The man understood that his wife had died and that it was incredibly difficult to survive, but he asked him not to pretend to be a valiant knight and not to make others worry about this. But Joseph at one point interrupted him and began to say that you need to come to her and ask for forgiveness. This provoked Winston to strike at his bad head and thereby asked him to finally wake up. Winston asked him to understand that Daria died, not because of him. It was an accident. So he asked him to stop blaming himself and going on these missions in the hope of dying there, like her. He asked Joseph not to think that he could save everyone just because he was great and powerful. He would only torture himself and the people around him. Winston knew that his melancholy was crushing his heart. He understood that he was in so much pain now that he wanted just die. But he still believed that he had to endure it. Even if the suffering was unbearable, he couldn't just give up. No matter how difficult the road was, he would still have to come to terms with the fact that she was no longer there. A picture flashed before Joseph's eyes of how Daria asked him not to blame himself. She only wanted to ask him to take care of their child. Joseph continued to ask her not to die and to be patient a little longer, and they would definitely be able to save her. She understood the seriousness of the situation, and it was obvious to her that it was useless to help her, so she only asked him for forgiveness for the fact that she could not continue to be with him. All her life, Dahlia dreamed of seeing her daughter become a real knight together with Joseph. Joseph couldn't quite believe it, but still Dahlia left him, and even this time he didn't have time to tell her how much he loved her. From that day, Joseph's whole life changed. He lost a piece of his soul that was so dear to him. But still, Winston's words reminded Joseph that he also had a second part of his soul, whose name is Melissa, their daughter, whom Dahlia so strongly asked to protect. Winston was glad to hear such words from Joseph, but still asked him not to take any missions for now, because first it would be nice for him to heal his body. After which he left his room and hoped that his old friend, that great and mighty knight, would return to them as soon as possible, and he would wait for that day. More than 10 years have passed since then, and Winston again seems to see in front of him that same invincible knight of the bright fire, Joseph. Andrew, meanwhile, was ready to smash everything around him just from the thought of this bastard. This monster brought him out of his dream world so much that he literally changed the color of the skin on his face. The man didn't understand why he suddenly said this to the Truth Society after turning everything into ruins. Did he really have nothing better to do than make fun of the Truth Society? Because it seemed to him that he clearly meant that he shouldn't be thanked. He just turned everything as in ruins. Andrew knew that in the myths about King Candela, such frivolity was not mentioned. It was rather the quality of the scoundrel who summoned him, and the fact that he summoned the spirit of the deity and left no stone in the Society of Truth. He only says that for him they are complete insignificance, and in the end he caused this horror. When suddenly his monologue was interrupted, or rather, he heard a stomp approaching his office. And a few seconds later, a dozen people burst into his office, one of whom said that due to a violation of the regulations, all his powers were suspended, and he should go with them to check the case. This guy with glasses was named Diamond. He was another deputy of the Truth Society who strongly advised Andrew not to act rashly. In addition, it seemed to him that the man himself perfectly understood what mistake he had made and what losses the Society of Truth suffered because of him. The man at that moment was thinking that this young man who had recently appeared had decided to drag him out of his position while there was such an opportunity, because he understood perfectly well that there would be a desire to accuse a person, but there would always be an excuse. But still, he was sure that it was not too late to turn things around, and the most important thing now was not to lose face. So he decided to say that he was really mistaken, but his combat strategy was absolutely correct. The only thing he did wrong was, so he misjudged the enemy's strength. Of course he should be blamed for this. Diamond, in response to this, immediately made him understand that he did not need his excuses. After all, as far as he knew, he was watching over a bookstore, and he was very hostile towards it. But Andrew didn't really understand why he was saying this, because the one who summoned this monster from the world of dreams is a representative of the White Wolves. What does the bookstore have to do with it? Diamond began to smile because apparently Andrew was not aware that the secret tower had contacted him, and the one who called Candela was the owner of the bookstore. Therefore, they have reason to suspect that he acted out of his own selfishness, and in their estimation, the talented bookstore owner acted out of good intentions, and because of Andrew, the Truth Society suffered great losses. The man interrupted him and began to shout in his usual manner, because he believed that he would never act in such a way. Diamond asked him not to shout, because at least he had already told him that there was no need to make excuses to him. Now he should think about how he would solve other problems in such a situation. Now Andrew understood that he was in a very bad situation, and he couldn't even believe that everything could end like this. When suddenly his thoughts and their dialogue were interrupted by a notification that the machine loop was under attack. And this was actually only to Andrew's advantage, because as far as he remembers, during a level A alarm, regardless of whether authority is frozen, everyone must maintain their positions and continue to comply with responsibilities in order to ensure the normal functioning of all organizations. Jixu was incredibly happy that the White Wolf died, and her revenge was finally over. But the most important thing now, in her opinion, is to deal with everything that the wolf left behind. That's why they came to the dark basement, which most likely was their main goal. But what destroyed her most was the smell that was there, because she couldn't understand how anyone could live here for so long. Now it seemed to her that these hunters were definitely crazy. In any case, she was able to get into the very place that they called the incubation site of the mirror egg. After she walked around this place for a bit, she suddenly heard a voice that scared her a little. It was Max, who immediately told her that he had been waiting for her here for so long because she had been given her order and he carried it out. True, there were consequences, and Jixu could not help but notice them because her devoted warrior was missing one of his arms. But the guy believed that this was not important at all, because the master ordered him to do everything possible for the lady, and fortunately he was able to fulfill the order. After which he extended his hand, in which there was some small box. As it turned out, this was what he managed to take from those white wolves. Inside this box was Kong Ting's dirty wolf blood, or to be more precise, this is its complete formula. Jixu thanked him for doing his job perfectly, but then she asked him to rest and she could handle it herself. But as soon as she reached out to take this box, it seemed to start spewing lightning. The girl understood that these must be secret techniques of magicians. Max believed that before opening this box, it should be shown to Haywood, because it is possible that he could help. After this proposal, the girl herself thought about it. Haywood served her father, and he should have thought about him first. But the situation with Ryan showed her that the mark of loyalty does not matter, which means it may be unsafe. She also understood that if she revealed the blood formula with his help, there could be dire consequences. So she decided to tell Max that it was too dangerous here now, and she needed to go back and think about this option a little. As soon as they were about to leave, the girl felt an incredibly strong aura of a destructive level, so she immediately turned around and decided to see who was there. Then she heard a quiet but very frightening voice from the darkness, which said that it was so amazing that he could feel that he lived only when he restrained his rage. Burton suddenly came out of the darkness, who immediately began to say that he was glad to meet, and that there was no need to panic, because he knows perfectly well who she is, and he is not an enemy for the leader of the Spider Organization, because he just wants to meet the one who erased the White Wolves from the face of the earth and find out what kind of person he is. The girl was in no hurry to answer him, because first she would like to evaluate his aura, which literally absorbed him. Although he did not waste time, but continued to evaluate her strength and was impressed by the fact that this girl looks so young. But she has a rather penetrating gaze and calm breathing, who looks at him so patiently, just like a lone wolf. There's no doubt she's been through a lot of battles and has become an excellent hunter, but it looks like she only has a little time left to reach the destructive rank. Therefore, he did not hesitate, and told her that at such a young age she was able to achieve such a high rank. This is truly impressive. He also believed that Harris only knew how to weave intrigues and build intrigues. He is in many ways inferior to her. And finally, he added that now it's not at all surprising to him that the owner of the bookstore helps her so much. She really deserves it. Jixiu did not expect that she would hear something like that, and how did he even know about the owner of the bookstore? But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a strange voice that shouted that they had finally found her. It was Paula, who had not yet shown her face, but had already begun to report on the situation. She and the squad leader were currently collecting all the survivors from the spider, and thanks to the help of one old man, the number of victims was much less. Burton also could not help but add that small spiders, to his surprise, turned out to be very tenacious creatures. Paula, who heard his voice, did not even expect to see him here, so it is not surprising that she was so surprised. After which she came closer and began to say that this was the old man who saved her and the captain. As he introduced himself, his name is Mr. Pale Night Guard. Jixiu didn't quite expect to hear something like that, but still thanked him for helping her people. He added that they call him the Pale Night Guard, but in fact his name is Breton Ackerman, and he believed that there was no need to thank him, because he simply fulfilled his duty. But most of all, he wanted to know what kind of power Mr. Lin gave her. Jixiu decided not to hide this information and said that he shared with her the power with which she can control blood. Therefore, the girl became several times stronger than she was before, and also believed that with such skill the whole fate of the hunters was in her hands. But the most important thing is that now it became clear to him what the owner of the bookstore meant when he spoke about new paths. New paths are not for him alone, but for all the hunters around, and now it is clear to him that in fact, it is not necessary to suffer from blood and withstand its madness. So he told her that he was pleasantly surprised by the bookstore owner, because this path would save hunters in the future. After which, he rather unexpectedly shouted that his father, mother, mentors, and friends had all died from dirty blood, and he saw with his own eyes how their bodies were twisted, overgrown with hair, eyes, but he could not help them in any way. But finally, the hunters will never feel pain like this again. Jixiu asked him to calm down a little, because she believed that now everything would work out, because the owner gave the hunters strength, and under his protection, they would soon begin a new life. Burton completely agreed with her because everything that the owner of the bookstore said would definitely come true, and they believed in it with all their hearts. Praising the owner of the shop, the two people who met for the first time achieved deep understanding and harmony, which helped them become true friends. After they discussed everything, Captain Isak turned to Lady Jixiu and told her that he had found a map of the underground passage in Nozine. And if you believe the man's words, then thanks to this map, the White Wolf people could freely enter and exit the deep networks of underground tunnels. And now this will be another trump card of the Spider Clan, which could not but please Jixiu. But she decided not to stop there, so she asked them to collect everything they needed and then start installing explosives from the monsters of the dream world. This time, she believed that they should destroy the mirror egg. Burton suddenly began to say that he had successfully done everything that the owner of the bookstore entrusted to him, and all they had to do was deal with the consequences, and it was time for him to leave. But finally, I didn't forget to say that someday he will be able to join forces with her and will look forward to this moment. The girl herself did not deny this option and also assumed that a matter would probably arise very soon that would require his help. Burton was not against helping her at any time. If the owner of the bookstore so wished, he was ready to do so without any problems. But he asked her to remember that she needed to hurry, because the clients of the bookstore should always remember what situation they were in, and not forget that they needed to carry out the tasks of the bookstore owner well. Jixiu listened to him carefully and actually understood everything perfectly. Her first order after Burton's advice was that she asked them to stop transporting the remaining materials and install explosives and leave the premises, because they needed to make sure that all parts of the mirror egg were completely destroyed. They immediately began preparing for this process and began to completely demolish all the explosives that they had. And while they were preparing for this process, Max decided to ask her one question that was bothering him. It seemed to him that Mr. Burton was clearly trying to warn her about something, but he did not feel malice in his words, so he wanted to know that he meant. The girl believed that their conversation with Mr. Ackerman helped establish a relationship of friendship and cooperation, because he wanted to say that they were clients of the bookstore, and their position with him was the same. And by emphasizing this, perhaps he wanted to emphasize some details. For example, the fact that the will of steel gives a new signal that there is not one aura of a destructive level, but two. In other words, Burton felt this destructive aura and wanted to say that while they do not know where the enemy is, they must do everything possible to protect yourself here. With these words, it seemed to her he wanted to show his point of view, and now they are twice indebted to him. But for this, they first need to leave this place as soon as possible. But as for the formula, the girl believed that she should ask for help in bookstore. It was so surprising for Wilde that he hid his aura, but as many as 2 people could notice him. Therefore, it seemed to him that the world had changed quite a lot, because even in the crowd of brainless hunters such talent had appeared. But he did not exclude the fact that perhaps this was exactly what Mr. Lin wanted to see. A hunter with a destructive aura named Burton, who throughout the entire conversation did not weaken his surveillance of Wilde and, before leaving, drew attention to the destructive aura and hinted to quickly leave. Just like a dark magician, he acted just as gracefully and with dignity. The old man, even now, still feels the impact of this icy aura, because Wilde heard that he was sent to catch him, and if he had not refused the assignment, then Wilde understood that it would not be easy for him. Although in fact he couldn't expect anything else from Mr. Lean, because who else in this world can easily find such talented people and make them their pawns and effectively use them in different situations? It seemed that the bookstore owner had big plans for these guys. Now Wilde realized how lucky he was that he managed to get a gift from him, so it was time to repay him. And he was going to do this in a rather unusual way. He was glad that it was not in vain that he had carried this body for so long, because it was truly excellent material. He also believed that Mr. Lin had well noticed that one must act mercilessly and should not allow the cooled power to flare up again, and therefore Wilde was confident that this time he would not step on the wrong rake. 10 years ago, a boy walked down the street and shouted that he had materials for elixirs and that he was also helping his mentor buy these materials. Charles, that was the name of this happy guy, who was glad that while the teacher was sleeping, he decided to help him buy the ingredients. What a good student he was, and he believed that when he returned, the teacher would definitely prepare some goodies as a reward. There was quite a lot on the list. For example, he needed to buy a necrosaurus comb, amethyst rat claws, and white-bearded mushroom spores. It was not an easy task, but the guy had an advantage because he knew which potion shops the teacher most often visited. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a rather familiar voice, which called Charles. The little boy immediately recognized the voice of his older brother Ui, whom they had not seen for a long time, because the mentor gave him a task, and Charles decided to find out first of all whether he had succeeded in completing this task. Ui answered him that in fact he was currently working on it, and then asked him a question in response, in which he wanted to know why Charles was alone today and where was their teacher. Charles didn't want to tell too much, but still told Ui that if it was a secret, he secretly went out to help the teacher. The little boy immediately asked him not to say that he had seen him, because a few days ago, Wilde was summing up the results of his research on a theory of new magic, and at some point decided to immediately stop the experiments. And despite this, he continuously read various literature for several days, because of which he was terribly tired, and when Charles arrived, he found him sleeping in his workplace. And therefore, in order not to be lazy and to be a worthy student of his mentor, he decided that he simply had to take on his responsibilities. That's why Charles sneaked out while cleaning the workshop and went out to buy ingredients. He understood that these were big risks, because the mentor simply hates it when his workshop is in a mess, and if he doesn't return on time and finish the cleaning, he will definitely be punished for it. Ui understood him perfectly, so he promised that he would not tell anything. Besides, he said that he knows what stores the mentor goes to for ingredients for potions, and if Charles does not know where it is, then he could go there with him. After a while, Charles was incredibly pleased that Ui really helped him a lot, because he didn't really know how much time he would have to spend to find everything himself. Charles also added that all those days that he studied outside were clearly good for him for good. This only made Ui smile and told Charles that he was actually flattering him, although he was pleased to hear it. Charles himself would also really like to train alone, and he was quite interested to know when the teacher would allow him. With such conversations, they came to some strange alley, and Charles was a little doubtful that there could be a potion shop here, but Ui convinced him that sellers of potion ingredients are a little eccentric, and that's why they choose such places. This reassured Charles, and he even added that if the mentor often comes here, then most likely it should be safe here. These are ordinary, everyday things, so he shouldn't be scared, and besides, his brother is next to him. And on his right hand, he actually had a gift from his mentor, and if he met danger, he could instantly teleport to the workshop. He just needed to be touched, so there was nothing to worry about. In response to this, UI only smiled and added that Charles need not worry, because in case of danger, he would grab him tightly and everything would be fine. After some more time, Charles decided to ask his brother how long they still had to go, because this place was too terrible. It smelled disgusting, and he really didn't want to come back here again. When suddenly Charles was interrupted by some stern voice, which believed that nothing could smell worse than that guy Wild. And Charles's smooth and tender flesh, which was literally saturated with wild smell, hit him right in the nostrils, making him feel really bad. It was the destructive dark magician hunter Harper Fred, whom Charles did not know, and this was surprising for Harper, because how did it happen that old man Wild did not mention his name? Although later he realized that this was actually not surprising, it seemed to him that he so wanted to maintain his graceful and elegant image in front of his students. And in this case, it was simply impossible to mention the enemy who spoiled his face and disgraced him. Harper believed that he probably could not have imagined that this would cause the death of his beloved student. Charles immediately began to panic and shout to his brother that this guy was very dangerous, and apparently he wanted to destroy them. So he believed that they needed to return to their mentor as quickly as possible and report this. But before poor Charles had time to tell his brother to grab his hand, UI dealt him a mean blow. This blow ensured that Charles would no longer be able to escape, and now he just had to obediently die here. And then UI told him that Mr. Harper would make a puppet out of him, which he would fill with his will and force him to come to Wild. Having devastated his magic and knowledge, he would immediately destroy him with the hands of his beloved student. Charles was bleeding, and any minute he would lose consciousness and most likely die. But even in this situation, he did not betray his mentor and only wanted to know why UI himself did it. His older brother, who apparently became enemy number one, did not understand why Charles was even asking him about this, and therefore told his brother that he really should be ashamed to ask such a thing. After all, UI believed that Wild cared too much about Charles, and all this should have been his, and therefore it was obvious to him that his talent was much greater than Charles's. But he was still loved much less, and at times even considered trash. And therefore, he believed that it was Charles who was the main reason why he suffered humiliation and insults. And it was unclear to him whether someone like Charles really deserved the title of Wild's first student. The guy didn't fully understand why on earth he always had to be a level higher than him, and he could only learn those spells that his favorite Charles already knew. Even in his studies, he received the best materials and knowledge, and Wild cared about him much more and better. Charles felt worse and worse, but he still found the strength to say that perhaps he was lucky that his mentor loved him more. But he still believed that in training, the mentor never chooses his favorites. Besides, he did not study more complex spells. The mentor treated them equally, and if UI doubts this, then he is the one who is not worthy of being the mentor's student. Obviously, this only angered UI even more, but he didn't even have time to notice how Charles used a spell during his speech, which was called a blocking spell, with which he was successfully able to deal quite a strong blow to his former brother, after which he closed himself in an earthen dome and tried to reach the very ring that Wild gave him. But unfortunately for him, he heard the voice of Harper, who approached him quite unexpectedly and told the guy that no matter how hard he tried, he would never see his mentor again. After which he dealt the final blow to him, and with this he wanted to complete the story of this boy. But before Charles finally died, Harper decided to clarify that if his opponent was not of a destructive level, then he most likely would have been able to escape. But unfortunately, his bad blood is incorporeal and is only held in place by bandages. Harper laughed and enjoyed every second of this moment because thanks to this little guy, he was able to have so much fun. He also believed that they could have ended everything long ago, but they were stalling for time with their useless chatter. So UI did not notice that during the conversation, he was preparing a spell. And as a result, Harper noticed the fact that if he had not appeared, he would have been able to escape thanks to his chatty tongue. So Harper wanted to clarify once again whether UI was sure that his talent was higher than that of that young guy. In any case, he didn't care, so he suggested that the guy get back to business because he believed that Wild would definitely notice his energy, so he wants to change the plan. And for this, he ordered UI to take the body and take it to Harris from the White Wolves. Charles at that moment only felt that his consciousness was becoming cloudy and heard Harper telling UI that he should leave his hand here, and he and his people would set a trap here, and when Wild fell into it, they would destroy him, and he ordered the guy himself to be finished off because it was too dangerous to leave him alive. The last thing Charles saw was a hand reaching out for him, but at that moment, he asked for forgiveness from his mentor for disappointing him so much. He didn't care about his life. He was only worried about the fact that with the help of his body, they could harm him. His life was coming to an end, and if the guy had a chance to make his last wish, he would want to see his mentor again. Wilde immediately woke up in his workshop, and as if he realized what had happened, he stood calmly for some time. But at one point I still couldn't stand it and screamed as hard as I could. After some time, Wilde was already in the very place where Harper decided to set a trap for him. The man perfectly understood that it could be an ambush, but he didn't care at all. He saw the hand of his beloved student, and now there was no hope that he was still alive. Harper asked the man what happened to his face. Why isn't he happy because they are old friends? Doesn't he really want to greet him normally? Wilde was silent, but Harper continued to talk and at some point even asked the man not to say that he was interested in something else. Was Wilde really interested in what happened to the owner of this hand? But then he laughed in his usual manner, because it was funny to him that it was the hand of his favorite student. Such irony, because the beauty of Wilde and his beloved student was ruined by the same person, and he couldn't even do anything about it. Harper said this on purpose. From the very beginning, he wanted to anger Wilde as much as possible so that he would enter a circle that would literally immediately paralyze him. And during this time, his assistants would be able to surround him and destroy him right there. He also understood perfectly well that even though his strength is of a destructive level, but now he is just a fish on a chopping board, a little more and Harper will make his anger take over his heart. Therefore, he continued to ask Frank why he was silent. Had he really touched Wilde's nerves? And also did not forget to add that before, he was much stronger, although not as capable as his student, who, unfortunately, could not live up to this moment. Although Harper admitted that when he grabbed the boy's heart, he did not ask him for mercy. So he assured Wilde that he could be proud of his already dead student. Frank still couldn't stand it and began to walk towards him. But Harper's plan was quickly discovered, so his spell was quickly broken into small pieces. This monster simply did not expect this. He definitely stepped into a magic circle that was supposed to catch him. How is this even possible? In any case, Harper's team jumped on Wilde with the hope that today they could finally destroy him. They believed that Wilde was too arrogant today, so the best wolves would be able to defeat him. At least they thought so. But Harper was the first to understand that we urgently needed to change the plan, and under no circumstances should we approach him now. But it was too late because Wilde actually only had one look at these stupid creatures to destroy them once and for all. Harper didn't even count on such strength, and he understood that things were very sad for him, and most importantly, that she didn't even imagine when Wilde became so strong. He realized that the only correct way out now would be to escape, but he would be able to do this too, because he noticed that his body had come under the influence of his energy and was also slowly turning into a corpse. But he completely believed that this was simply impossible. Even if the body was affected by a destructive level of power, he still would not be able to destroy it, although Wilde did not think so. Wilde slowly approached him, and Harper did everything to talk to him a little and solve this misunderstanding. For this, he was ready to do anything so as not to be destroyed. He even decided to offer the man his student's item in exchange for the fact that he would let him go and they would never see him again. And if Wilde suddenly doesn't agree, he will break this ring, the only thing left of his beloved student. In response to these threats, Frank told the story of how he once told Charles that inanimate things should not be given feelings and thoughts. It will be enough if they remain in the person's memory forever, after which he ordered his snake to destroy this impudent person. Frank used the maximum of his strength so that only memories remained from Harper's body. Frank recalled that 7 whole years had passed since they settled here, and this was truly a wonderful city. But since Charles passed away, for Frank it was just melancholy, not a city. Therefore, Wilde decided that it would be great if Charles took this city with him. After these words, he released a huge comet on Nozin, which was supposed to destroy the entire city and all its inhabitants in an instant. And this would actually have happened if not for one, but which was called Joseph. Literally at the last moment, he managed to gather the maximum amount of energy in his hands in order to destroy Wilde's comet and prevent disaster. Frank didn't expect that someone could be so strong as to break his most powerful spell. But still, such a person exists, and his name is Joseph, who advised Wilde to go look at the fireworks in another place, after which he politely asked Wilde to pack his things and get out of the city. Frank turned his attention to the sword that Joseph was holding in his hands and immediately realized that he was one of the 10 great knights of the secret tower, the great and invincible Joseph. This changed Wilde, because apparently the very man who would go as compensation for the death of his student appeared in front of him. And as a replacement for this city, Frank was going to take his life as an offering to his student. Joseph looked at his family once again, after which he took his sword tightly in his hands and went into battle with the words that the old man could try to do this, but most likely he would not succeed. This was the first battle between Joseph and Wilde. They fought in the air for a whole day, and from then on the two became sworn enemies. More than 10 years have passed since then, and the pain in his hands still hasn't gone away. Frank suspected that most likely it would be with him all his life, as he thought this will always be his torment. And since he has already made a mistake that should not have been made, he can only endure the pain of the consequences. Since the white wolves and the red religion dared to encroach on the forbidden fruit, their death was only a matter of time. But then their lives became excellent fuel for the mirror egg. And after Harris received the nose and sewer map, Frank could only watch as they recklessly destroyed each other. And he got a lot of excellent materials that he can use in his future experiments. In addition, he thought that Mr. Lin had hopes for him, and it was obvious that he did not want to deceive his expectations at all. But now the time had not yet come, and he believed that the day would come when he could settle scores with Joseph. Meanwhile, an explosion occurred at the 7th mechanical factory of the Truth Society. At the same moment, guys in masks burst into the building in order to put out this fire. But first their main task was to check the remains of the Philosopher's Stone and destroy all the traps. Then they needed to see if there were any wounded and whether it was necessary help them. They were led by a small man who gave all these orders, and it was he who initiated the idea to check and report to him about everything that was found out. Before he could finish speaking, his colleague tapped him on the shoulder, which slightly frightened the man, but he was here to say that he had nothing to console him with, and now the days have come when he needs to pull himself together and endure everything by gritting his teeth because there will be difficult days ahead. Resisting this intrusion, he could reassure him that their situation was truly dire, and it looked like someone had gotten in and destroyed all the samples. A few minutes later, reports began to arrive from different departments, and they were not entirely reassuring, because out of 6 scientific employees, they found 5 dead, and 1 was still breathing. He had already been sent for treatment. The report also stated that they found traces of ether, which were sent to a laboratory for analysis. The samples that were in this department also disappeared, and the experimental data was downloaded. The man was very upset because the experimental data of all 4 samples were simply excellent, and the remaining traces of ether, which were exploded in the center of the laboratory, belonged to the Philosopher's Stone. This was very strange, because everyone knew that the laboratory always takes precautions, and there was no way a stranger could enter here and do this right in the center of the laboratory. But his colleague, who stood next to him, thought differently, because if you compare all the facts and all the reports, then you could conclude that the one they were looking for did not intrude here at all, but entered through the main entrance as a worker of the Truth Society. The doctors who arrived on the scene to help everyone who was injured after this explosion were very glad that they did not work in laboratories, because they are actually incredibly dangerous to work in. While they were helping the girl, they were surprised that she was able to survive at all with such wounds on her body. By the way, one of the doctors said that he actually saw her for the first time in his life, although he often visited the laboratory. But as soon as he decided to examine her and pulled his hand towards her, the girl at that very moment woke up and attacked him. His colleague did not have time to turn around to see what was happening there before she attacked him, twisting his neck. After she dealt with these doctors, the girl decided to leave along the first staircase she saw. She had little strength, but she could still walk, although she did not understand where she needed to go. After some time of her walk, she found herself on the roof of a building, from where she apparently intended to run away. She froze for several minutes because she was so struck by the moonlight that she simply could not move away from its beauty. Sample 277, it was just a number to distinguish them from other experimental subjects. They didn't have a name, just a number. Each test subject's markings were printed on the back of her neck, along with a barcode containing registration details. From the very beginning, according to the mechanization plan of the Truth Society, they had 3 batches of experimental samples, and in total there were 3,000 markings, and unfortunately, they were all unsuccessful. Number 277 was no exception, but compared to other samples, its ether level was much higher. It all happened because of the words of a researcher who said that the image of 277 had only a year left to live. That day, sample 277 began to wait late at night. She noticed many details that she had not noticed before, and thoughts arose in her head that had not been there before. Her hearing and vision are superior to humans, and she can instantly receive information. She knows what time staff shifts take place every day and movement patterns around the laboratory. She knows all the secrets of other laboratories and everything that happens in factories. Knows all the mechanical loop card patterns. She knows that someone will want to act tonight. Having waited for a great opportunity, she was still able to get out of this trap. First of all, her hand reached to her neck where she wanted to get her barcode and serial number. Through pain and suffering, she was still able to do it. She literally crawled under the skin and pulled him out from a place where an ordinary person would never have been able to reach him. Next, the girl pulled off the clothes from the first body she came across and did it quite quickly. She had a plan that she stuck to and was not going to back down from it. That's why she was the same girl who managed to escape. But now she needs to move on, because now she has a chance in life to fulfill her plan, for which she had many years to prepare.